Chapter 561 36 Domains. Xiongqing's words were not a compliment. At least, in terms of eating. The Wadao sword sect is indeed not as good as the Daqian dynasty. After killing the corpse chasers, Xiongqing, Emily, and Jiang Chen temporarily lived in the Daqian dynasty for more than half a month. At first, they thought that the warriors outside the sword sect ate ordinary rice just like ordinary people. But after seeing Yang Muqing's meal, they realized how luxurious the emperor's life was. It's an extremely ordinary plate of 3-inch tongue. They are all taken from the tongues of the big demon blue spirit peacock. A total of 360 tongues, stir-fried into a dish. A regular egg fried rice. It is also taken from the eggs of the superior demon violent thunder dove. As for the rice, it is the pearl jade rice that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the elixir garden. The dice meat, salt, and fat are all of great origin. The food and drink served by the disciples of Wandao sword sect are the same as those of Yang Mu. But they are completely different. "Make me a cup of tea," Yang Muqing said with a smile. After a while, after everyone was full of wine and food, they naturally began to talk more. "Xiongqing, are the servants on this boat all outer disciples of the Wandao sword sect?" Old Demon Lin asked. "Yes." Xiongqing nodded and took the opportunity to introduce the situation of Wandao sword sect. The Wandao sword sect is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Most of the disciples of the outer sect are those who come to the Wandao sword sect to study and become disciples. Some are ordinary people, or some have become famous warriors. They are not qualified to be in the Wandao sword sect. When practicing in the sword sect, you can only sit in on the elders' lectures and do some chores for the sect during the rest of the time. Only when you reach the Golden Core realm can you truly join the sword sect and become an inner disciple. As for the inner disciples, they are divided into two types. One is for everyone here to compete for the spirit sword and gain the qualifications to enter the Wandao sword sect to practice. The other is for myself, Jiang Chen, and Emily. Were adopted by the elders of the sword sect since childhood. Because the number of elders in the sect was limited, the number of disciples collected from all around was not too many. So the sword sect distributed spiritual swords to the strongest in the Jiantian domain. Join the sect and add new blood. Currently, there are about 170,000 people in the sword sect, but only a few thousand are inner disciples, and the rest are all outer disciples. When everyone heard this, they smacked their lips. There are other rules inside and outside the 10,000 Dao sword sect, which are stricter than they imagined. Yang Muqing also nodded secretly. The model of Wandao sword sect is quite good. First of all, it avoids the possibility that the outer sect disciples will waste the sect's cultivation resources, thereby accumulating all these resources on the inner sect disciples and cultivating more powerful beings. As for what happens to the outer disciples, naturally no one cares. This is the case in the martial arts world. Weak people are not even qualified to get attention. Then if we join the Wandao sword sect in the future, will we have to work for the sect? Xiao Yangxia asked. This is also a matter of concern to everyone. Those present were all the leaders of the continent's forces, and no one wanted to cultivate some beings who were not willing to be used for themselves. If the price of entering the Wandao sword sect is to serve the Wandao sword sect for the rest of their lives, not many people would be willing to agree. Yang Muqing also looked over curiously. Xiongqing said with a smile, "You are worrying too much. Jian Zone will not control anyone at will. After entering Jian Zone, everyone can come and go as they please. However, as long as you have practiced in Jian Zone, you must accept the call of the sect. Ordinary little things. There will naturally be outer disciples to implement it. For example, if there is some major event that endangers the sect or declares war with the outside world, the inner disciples will be called to gather." After hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only Yang Muqing frowned. He looked at Xiongqing and asked doubtfully, "What's the matter of endangering the sect? What's the point of declaring war?" Yang Muqing said this. Everyone reacted. Old Devil Lin said, "How can someone from a super sect like the 10,000 Dao sword sect still threaten its existence?" Xiao Yangxia also shouted repeatedly, "Declaring war? Does the Wandao sword sect also have enemies?" Xiongqing paused before continuing to speak. It turns out that this is what happened. The Kyushu continent is not exclusively populated by human warriors. The Jiantian domain is only one of the 36 major domains. Beyond the 36 major domains, there are also some nameless areas. These areas are even wider than the 36 major regions combined. But some are occupied by powerful monsters. and some are uninhabited areas. These monsters sometimes launch beast tides and attack the 36 domains. It is precisely because there are super sects like the 10,000 Dao Sword sect that act like a natural barrier to resist attacks from monsters from outside the realm, which allows the people of the 36 continents in each large region to exist contentedly and peacefully. In addition to monsters, there are also threats from other hostile sects. Certainly, there are also some forces that suddenly rise up, similar to the corpse exorcism sect. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that joining the Wandao Sword sect was nothing more than training. But now I realize that my understanding of this world is too weak. The 36 domains only occupy less than 1% of the entire Kyushu area. How vast is the outside area? What is it like outside of the Wandao Sword sect? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang Mucheng discovered that the Dakian dynasty where he originally belonged was just a frog sitting in a well and looking at the sky. But now, he wanted to jump out of this well and see the broader existence of the entire Kyushu. Xiongqing paused and continued. What you still don't know is that beyond these 9 states, there are other places in the wider stars. As long as you can open the Immortal Gate, you can travel among the stars. But so far, the Immortal Gate has been closed for thousands of years, and it has been very few people can step into the path of immortality. It's the Immortal Sect again. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a mixed light. This was the second time he heard about the Immortal Sect. The first time, it was still at the old site of Weigua. From the scroll obtained from the Golden Body and Jade Buddha, I knew that the Immortal Gate had been closed. Now this is the second time I heard about it. Unexpectedly, for everyone in the Wandao Sword sect, the Immortal Gate is still closed. Then what exactly exists outside the Immortal Sect? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The next day, the second battle comes again, and half of the remaining 18 strongest will be eliminated today, leaving only 9. An old woman who drew Yang Mucheng simply chose to give up. After all, this old woman is not as strong as Qin Yufeng. So how can she be Yang Mucheng's opponent? Of course, the rest of the people would not give up so easily. After a full day of fierce battle, the remaining 8 places were finally decided. At this time, the Suoling Fairy finally arrived at the Wandao Sword sect. Chapter 562 Wandao Sword sect. On deck, Yang Mucheng, Lin Lama, Zhao Yongxia, Xiongqing and others are waiting eagerly. But see, the huge Thoring Fairy suddenly stopped in the void. In front of them was a cloud covering 10,000 meters. As the fairy moved forward, the floating clouds in front of it were slowly torn apart, completely revealing the full picture of Wandao Sword sect. At this moment, when I saw the people of Wandao Sword sect, I felt goosebumps rising, and the hairs all over my body could not help but stand up. This is the Wandao Sword sect! Even Yang Mucheng's eyes widened. But see, the Wandao Sword sect is actually suspended in the void. A huge island-like rock hovers in midair, and countless talismans gather into 2 huge chains, constantly rotating around the central island. Countless small islands, centered on this central island, float slowly like stars holding the moon. That is the main hall of Wandao Sword sect. Xiongqing pointed with her right hand. But see, on the largest island, there are continuous palaces and floating clouds all around, like a fairyland on earth. In a huge square, there were about 100 boys and girls armed with long swords, who were also looking at the slowly approaching Thoring Fairy. 30 years have passed, and another powerful person from the Jiantian domain has been selected and entered the Sword sect. I wonder what will happen if these people are actually chosen as the strongest. Maybe you will be disappointed. Some boys and girls chuckled. That's right. These people may be absolutely strong in Jiantian domain and their own continent, but they are like big fish in their respective ponds, capable of dominating the area they command. However, this 10,000 Dao Sword sect is just an ocean. Those who are the most powerful will feel a huge sense of gap after coming to Wandao Sword sect, because their strength is not considered top-notch among this sword sect, and they are not even ranked at the mid-range level. So many golden elixir powerhouses. Lin Lama, who was the first to get off the boat, closed his eyes and felt his scalp numb. The boys and girls in the square were all Jindan experts, and some even reached the late stage of Jindan cultivation. Although he had been mentally prepared, the original arrogance of the most powerful person was completely torn to pieces at this moment. This is only a small part, Xiongqing said with a smile. Currently, there are more than 1,000 inner disciples in the sect. Most of them are practicing in their own areas, and some are practicing in the outside world. Those disciples who go out are stronger than these people. His. Xiongqing's words were like a blow to everyone's head. But the frustration in their hearts became even stronger. What are those floating islands surrounding the Wandao sword sect? Yang Mucheng asked. That is the palace for the inner disciples. If you want to start formal training in the 10,000 Dao sword sect, you must build a floating island of your own. The same goes for you. Only after you build your own floating island can it be considered a success. Really recognized by Wandao sword sect. In this square, there are some powerful people like you who came to Wandao sword sect by defeating other spirit sword holders. They came 30 years ago, even 60 years ago, and 90 years ago. I went to the Wandao sword sect, but I haven't built my own floating island yet, so I can only practice in the sword sect square. Xiongqing explained. Build a floating island? It has been more than 100 years, and it hasn't been built yet. It seems that the construction of this suspended island is really too difficult. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. You old man. You're actually here? At this time, Zhao Yangxia seemed to have met an acquaintance and ran over quickly. I remember that you joined the Wandao sword sect 120 years ago. In these more than 100 years, you have not built your own floating island. That old acquaintance is a powerful person in Tianqing continent. He is an ancestor of the Yin Yang sect, named Beigong Jian. 120 years ago, he entered the 10,000 Dao sword sect by defeating the other spirit sword holders. At that time, Beigong's sword was only in the middle stage of Jindan, but now it has also reached the late stage. With such strength, he has not yet built a floating island? Beigong Jian sighed and smiled bitterly. Zhao Yangxia, this floating island is not as easy to build as you imagined. Just getting the island core is the most difficult level. After the core is obtained, there are still several levels, and many people are stuck in each level. I am still mentally determined and have been staying here to practice. The other old guys have already left Wandao sword. Zong chose to give up. What will happen if you give up? Zhao Yangxia asked quickly. All memories about Wandao sword sect have been erased. Only after becoming an inner disciple can this memory be preserved. Beiyong Qian Dao. At this time, Xiongqing came over and heard her say, Everyone, tomorrow is the day when the island core tower will be opened. You can rest in this square for a day, and you can capture the island core tomorrow. By the way, each of you also has 5 slaves to collect. Qualifications. Servant? Yang Mucheng was stunned. Everyone also cast doubtful eyes on him. Xiongqing nodded and said, Slaves! That is, the outer disciples of Wandao sword sect. These slaves can do some chores for you. Of course, sometimes you must also bear the responsibility of teaching them. It is these slaves who will reach the realm of Jindan and everyone in the future. The same, they have all become inner disciples. They are still your slaves and will not change because of this. Old Demon Lin's eyes lit up and he murmured, Then you should choose the strongest one. That's right. Only with great strength can you give us a lot of help. Several other powerful men also nodded. Yang Mucheng did not speak. That's right. The stronger the slave, the greater the help to him. Not only can he take care of some trivial tasks such as serving tea and water, but he can even be used to save the situation at critical moments. But Yang Mucheng didn't think so. His principles were the same as before in the Dacian dynasty. No matter who you are, you must be loyal to yourself. At this time, Xiongqing's voice sounded again, and she was heard saying, Of course, you can designate the other party to be your slave, and the other party also has the right to refuse. If you want to make the other party surrender, you must use your own corresponding means. Either defeat the other party, or make the other party follow you sincerely. However, once this relationship is established, it cannot be changed. That is to say, you choose these outer disciples as your slaves, and these outer disciples will also choose you. In everything, rely on your strength. Everyone, let's start. Show your strength and convince these people. Xiongqing waved her hand. The outer disciples, who had been waiting eagerly for a long time, immediately gathered in the square. This moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Mucheng, Lin Lama, and Zhao Yangxia. They are choosing who to follow, so that they will have more prospects and development in the future. Chapter 563. What on earth is going on? I am a rock in the clouds, but I hate that the sky is too low and refuses to fly. People who can enter the Wandao sword sect, whether they are from the inner sect or the outer sect, are not easy to get along with. And how can they be so easy to bow their heads? If you want to make these people surrender, you have to show enough strength. That old man seems to have good strength. If you follow him, you may have a future. The middle-aged man next to him seems to be named Zhao Yangxia. He is also a good player. His potential is higher. This one can also. Many outer disciples were whispering and talking about it. Certainly, some people also noticed Yang Mucheng. However, some people soon looked away. Although Yang Mucheng was gorgeously dressed, to the outer disciples present, wealth was just a fleeting cloud. No matter how much wealth you have in the world, it will eventually become a handful of lust in 100 years. Possess again. Only strength is eternal. If you don't see it, those are the fallen beings, and their myths are still circulating in this world. Why did a young man sneak in? I think he also came off the Thoring ferry. He should be a disciple selected from the 36 continents. Anyway, I won't choose him. What future does such a young person have? Maybe his martial arts and skills are not as good as those of us. That's right. Many eyes fell on Yang Mucheng and then immediately turned away. No one thought that this young man, who was about the same age as them, or even a few years younger than them, had any future. Look! Someone is getting ready to start. For a while, many outer sect disciples quickly prepared themselves and looked ready. But see, the first one to step out was Zhao Yangxia. He did not say who would follow me or what I would promise you in the future. He just slowly pulled out the golden goosewing knife from his back. The next moment, he drew his sword and slashed, and an incredible golden light, capable of chopping everything, swept across the void with an awe-inspiring gesture. This terrifying golden sword light almost passed over everyone's heads, bringing out a chilly light that made people's scalp numb. The next moment, the golden light poured into the void, and as it passed by, it brought up a horrifying cloud. This was a spectacle produced when the air was shattered. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes followed the golden light. But he saw that the golden light struck a flowing cloud fiercely, and the cloud layer covering more than 10,000 meters was completely chopped into pieces by this knife. My name is Zhao Yangxia. While everyone was still stunned by the power of this sword, Zhao Yangxia slammed his golden goose-winged sword on his shoulder. His eyes quickly jumped among the crowd, and he quickly selected 5 people. You, are you willing to be my slaves? These 5 people. They were the ones who were able to keep their expressions calm in the face of Zhao Yangxia's shocking sword. I'm willing. Zhao Yangxia's strength is not bad either, and the power of that sword is enough to prove that Zhao Yangxia has become their master. Now that they were selected, how could they not agree? The 5 outer disciples almost didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. This Zhao Yangxia is so cunning that he picked off all the powerful ones. Lin Lamo's eyelids twitched. No, we have to act quickly. When everyone saw this, they refused to neglect, for fear of falling behind. One by one, they quickly stepped forward, just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea to show off their magical powers. They showed their strongest side to everyone, and they all selected suitable slaves. The person who is selected must be extremely proud. Those who were not selected were naturally a little disappointed. No chance. Yes, all 8 of them have been selected. If you want to get the opportunity to further your education, you can only wait another 30 years. Isn't there another one? Only then did some people notice Yang Mucheng, who always stood with his hands behind his back and said nothing. However, they did not have high hopes for Yang Mucheng. After all, in their opinion, Yang Mucheng is so young, and compared with several others, he must be a little worse. Many outer disciples are planning to leave. After all, following a master who has no future at all, not only will he not give much help in cultivation, but he will even be a drag on himself. Yang Mucheng is so young. How much cultivation knowledge can he teach them? But there are still some people who are unwilling to give up and still stay where they are. I want to see what kind of abilities this young man who is about their age has. Of course, if the methods Yang Mucheng showed could not convince them, they would turn around and leave without hesitation. I wonder what methods Emperor Yang will use. Several of the strongest men looked at Yang Mucheng expectantly. It must be the golden body Dharma appearance, Lin Lamo guessed. During the battle on the Suoling ferry, Yang Mucheng slapped Qin Yufeng to death, which was an indelible memory in their hearts. Maybe it's that move. Zhao Yangxia narrowed his eyes, and every time he recalled the appearance of the young man with black hair, black eyes, and black armor in his mind, he couldn't help but tremble all over. However, surprisingly, Yang Mucheng didn't show anything. He just stood there and said calmly, Who wants to be my slave? I. At this time, a girl in white pushed through the crowd and came to Yang Mucheng. Is her? Zhao Yongxia recognized the girl, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Her cultivation level was not considered high among the outer disciples. Even when she saw Zhao Yongxia's sword, she was so frightened that she was trembling with cold sweat. Even in the face of the other strongest men, their performance was still relatively unbearable. It is for this reason that no one would choose her at all.
May I have your name?
Yang Mucheng asked lightly.
My little girl Gunaxi,
the girl whispered. Yang Mucheng nodded. And he also noticed the other party. Although this girl's strength is not high, her mind is firm. Even in the face of the shocking performance of Zhao Yongxia and others, she still tried her best to resist.
Gunanchi, since you follow me, I will guide you wholeheartedly. But you have to remember that since you follow me, you are not allowed to betray me in the future. Otherwise, you will end up in a poor world and a poor blue sky. Kill you. Yes.
Gun Nanchi knelt on the ground and nodded in response. Saw this scene. Many outer disciples looked sarcastic.
Ha ha. I guessed it. This kid has absolutely no tricks. He actually chose Gun Nanchi as his slave. Gun Nanchi only entered the sword sect 5 years ago and became an outer disciple. Her cultivation level is only at the early stage of Hinglian. This kid accepted her as a slave. He is really picking on the weakest. That's all. Such a person is not qualified for us to choose for him.
Some outer disciples shook their heads and dispersed. Seeing Gun Nanchi stand up from the ground, Zhao Yongxia and others quickly came up to congratulate.
Congratulations to Emperor Yang for recruiting a servant. Congratulations, Emperor Yang.
Even several others took out some elixirs and handed them to Gun Nanchi.
Gunanchi, this is the top-grade yellow-grade moonlight pill refined by my sect. It is your blessing to be selected by Emperor Yang. Practice well with Emperor Yang, and you will definitely have a place in the future.
This scene, but it shocked all the outer disciples present. Doubts emerged from their minds like seawater one by one, and finally converged into one question.
What on earth is it?
Chapter 564, All People Worship. They had thought that after Yang Mucheng chose Gun Nanchi, several of the strongest people traveling with him would inevitably mock and ridicule him unceremoniously. After all, 30 years ago, something like this happened. Because Gun Nanchi's strength is not too strong. Choosing her is equivalent to choosing a burden. Don't you see? Zhao Yongxia and Lin Laomao are looking for people with high strength to be their slaves. However, in fact it is exactly the opposite. After Yang Mucheng chose Gunaxi, instead of showing any signs of ridicule, everyone looked congratulatory.
Have you noticed that the eyes of those most powerful people looking at that boy are actually fearful and even flattering? As if they want to please him? How so? Is this kid much more powerful than the others?
Original. Some of the outer disciples, who were about to leave, suddenly became energetic again and stood there one by one, waiting for Yang Mucheng to continue selecting slaves.
Master, this boy is...
Behind Zhao Yongxia, a young man who was selected to be a slave couldn't bear it anymore and asked in a low voice. However, before he finished speaking, Zhao Yongxia closed his eyes, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent.
Watch your words. He is Emperor Yang of the Dacian dynasty. If you dare to be disrespectful to him, I will kill you first without him taking action.
The young man was startled and did not dare to speak. Only then did everyone else realize that this young man, who was always smiling and silent, was the most powerful person on the Thoring Ferry.
Owner!
Gun Nanchi took the elixirs, magic weapons, and weapons given to her by the most powerful people, and she didn't know what to do for a while.
Don't call me master, since these things were given to you by other seniors. Just accept them.
Yang Mucheng said lightly. Yang Mucheng naturally knew that these were several other powerful people who came to please him. Naturally, Yang Mucheng didn't like what they brought out. Rather than taking it out to be embarrassed, it would be better to give it to Gun Nanchi. If someone accidentally got into trouble with Yang Mucheng in the future, with a few kind words from Gun Nanchi, they might be able to avoid death.
Let's go. Take me around this 10,000 Dao sword sect.
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back.
Master, your majesty, don't you plan to take in any more slaves?
Gun Nanchi asked quickly when he saw that Yang Mucheng was leaving. Yang Mucheng shook his head, glanced at the waiting outer disciples under the square, shook his head and said,
They are just a bunch of trash. What are you doing here? Firstly, they have no strength. And secondly, they have no mind. They are just a bunch of trash.
Hold me back.
Under the square, many outer sect disciples saw many powerful men treating Yang Mucheng respectfully, and also gave Gunaxi elixirs and magic weapons. Only then did he realize that this humble boy turned out to be a ruthless character who was hiding deep inside. So, they all stopped and waited for Yang Muqing's choice. But soon, Yang Muqing's words, "They're just a bunch of trash," completely hurt their hearts.
What did you say? Who did you call a waste?
A young boy who was a master of Xianhai roared angrily.
That's right. Although our cultivation level is not high, we are not something you can laugh at will. Would princes, generals, or ministers rather be kind? 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. No matter how arrogant you are today, you might be stepped on by us in the future.
Almost instantly, the square was like a pot exploding, and everyone raised their arms and shouted in dissatisfaction. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, but he was just telling the truth. In this world, there are exactly such a group of people who hold the attitude of I am weak and I am reasonable, and you should let me go. If any of the elders of Jinzone said that to them, these people would never dare to be so presumptuous. The reason why these outer disciples behave like this is because they think that Yang Muqing is just a newcomer to Wandao Sword Sect. As everyone knows, the entire martial arts world is so cruel that the strong are respected, and Yang Muqing is qualified to speak like this. Just like when humans face ants. Do they need to consider the feelings of ants?
Old Demon Yang is going to be angry.
Zhao Yangshi's teeth couldn't help but tremble.
These people really don't know Yang Emperor's character.
Lin Laoma shook his head secretly. Facing the excited crowd, Yang Muqing just snorted.
Kneel down. Who do you want to kneel down?
Tens of thousands of outer disciples couldn't believe their ears.
I said, let you. Kneel down. Get down.
In the last two words, Yang Muqing added inner strength. Many outer disciples felt as if there was thunder exploding in their ears. They were so shocked that their energy and blood surged, and they could hardly stand. At the same time, a terrifying coercion, as if pouring down from the 9 heavens, came crazily. This coercion, which was originally invisible and invisible, seemed to have condensed into substance at this moment, crashing down like mountains, shaking everyone heavily. Boom! Almost instantly, as if they had made an appointment, the knees of these 10,000 people all softened, and they knelt on the ground uniformly, like pilgrims, with their heads on the ground, showing an extremely pious attitude. But Yang Muqing, as if he had only done an insignificant thing, put his hands behind his back and said calmly,
Gu Nanchi, please take me around among these 10,000 sword sects.
Yes. When Gun Nanchi saw the thousands of people worshipping him, he almost regarded Yang Muqing as a god, and his heart became more and more excited. Yang Muqing and Gun Nanchi slowly left the square. Lin Laoma, Zhao Yangxia and other powerful people were left stunned.
Who is this kid?
Bei Gongjian looked at Yang Muqing's retreating back, and then looked at the outer disciples, who were shocked and knelt on the ground by his pressure. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
There are tens of thousands of people here, and they are all warriors. Even though I am in the late stage of Jindan, I can still achieve this kind of gesture that makes people worship me. But it is definitely not as easy as him. It's only been 120 years since I left Hao Tianzhou. Where did this kid come from?
Bei Gongjian looked at Zhao Yangxia and said quickly,
You and this kid came all the way in the same boat. You must know his details.
Zhao Yangxia nodded.
His name is Yang Muqing, and he is the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Many people in Hao Tianzhou call him Emperor Yang, but more people call him Laomo Yang.
Who is his master? Bei Gongjian asked quickly.
He doesn't have a master.
Zhao Yangxia shook his head. Bei Gongjian shouted.
Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for such a powerful character to appear out of thin air. Otherwise, I would never have heard of this kid at all.
Zhao Yangxia glanced at Bei Gongjian and said with a wry smile,
Of course you have never heard of him. Old Demon Yang rose in the mortal world.
Bei Gongjian felt as if he was struck by lightning for a moment, and his eyes almost bulged out. It wasn't until a moment later that he murmured,
He actually rose in the mortal world.
Chapter 565 The Core of the Island. Yang Muqing didn't care about what would happen after his death, or what people would say about him. Now, Gu Nanchi was taking him to understand the situation of the entire Wandao Sword Sect. The floating island of Jinzong is even as big as a county in his Dacian dynasty. The island is also equipped with a super large inter-universe formation, so the area of the island is actually about 100 times larger than it looks from the outside. This small island is suspended hundreds of thousands of meters in the air, surrounded by psychedelic arrays. Even if a caring person looks over, The entire Wandao sword sect is just an ordinary cloud floating in the sky.
How many floating islands are there in total built by the inner disciples?
Yang Mucheng suddenly thought. Tomorrow he will capture the island core. So it is better to learn more about the relevant information.
Your Majesty, there are only more than 3,000 seats in total at present.
Gunanshi said.
So little?
Yang Mucheng raised his brows. He had heard that the 10,000 Dao sword sect had existed for at least 20,000 years. Why did it only have so many inner disciples?
Your Majesty, you don't know something.
Gunanshi explained. After her explanation, Yang Mucheng found out. Turned out to be, in the history of these 10,000 Dao sword sects, a total of 50 to 60,000 floating islands were built. Every island built must be infused with its own spiritual consciousness. Once the owner dies, the suspended island will collapse. Only those who are still alive so far. The island is still suspended. Not all of these 3,000 people are in the 10,000 Dao sword sect. The whereabouts of some people are unknown. And even the sect cannot contact them. Perhaps they are trapped in some kind of ancient formation. Some left the Wandao sword sect, or established their own sects or families. Some travel around the Kyushu continent and occasionally return to the sect.
I look at those floating islands. Some are big and some are small. What's going on?
Yang Mucheng continued to ask. The islands surrounding Jianzhong are all different in size. Could it be related to the core of the island?
Your Majesty, this is related to the core of the island. Tomorrow, when you enter the core tower, you will see the core of the island. There are 7 levels of these cores. The higher the level, the larger the island you will build.
Gunanshi the explanation confirmed Yang Mucheng's guess.
However, when you enter the core tower tomorrow, be sure not to grab the highest level island core.
Why? Yang Mucheng was surprised.
Because, the higher the core level of the island, the more difficult it is to capture. Each person only has 3 chances. Once they fail, they have to wait 3 years if they want to enter the core tower again. The Beigong sword in the square came to Wandao sword sect 120 years ago. Every time, he stared at the core of the island with the highest level to grab. But without exception he failed. You can retreat. The next best thing is to look for the next level island core. No one has been able to capture the highest level core of the island for more than 300 years.
Gunnan River Road. The most advanced island core? In addition to Yang Mucheng, Lin Laoma and Zhao Yongxia also obtained relevant information about the core of the island from their slaves. The higher the core level of the island, the larger the condensed island will be. And will it absorb more and more spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the future? Is the core of this island equivalent to my own territory? Can a place for alchemy, forging, and cultivation be established on this island in the future? Of course. The bigger the island, the better.
Almost everyone imagines this. The size of the island is related to one's own cultivation in the future. Similarly, he can also show his identity in Wandao sword sect. No one wants their own island to be weaker than others. Everyone's goal is fixed on the highest level island core. Except for Lin Laoma and Zhao Yongxia, who were just like Yang Mucheng and had just come to Wandao sword sect. There are also seniors like Beigong Jian, who came 30 years before them, and even hundreds of years old, who have also set their sights on the core of the island, which is the highest level. A night of silence. The next day, core tower. Outside the tower. Except for Yang Mucheng and a few others. They had already arrived at the core tower early.
Yang Di. Are you here? Yang Di. You are here too.
Seeing Yang Mucheng coming, Zhao Yongxia and others hurriedly said Lo. Yang Mucheng also nodded slightly. But when the warriors from Beigong Jian's group of old seniors saw Yang Mucheng, they only glanced at him lightly, and then looked back. They have stayed in Wandao sword sect for a long time, and have seen more. To outsiders, the Wandao sword sect is like a fish and dragon pond. No matter how powerful you are, or how high your status is in the outside world, after joining the 10,000 Dao sword sect, you will have to start over again. Some who were unknown to the outside world made rapid progress after joining the Wandao sword sect, leaving everyone behind. There are also some people who were once famous in the outside world, but after entering the Wandao sword sect, they completely lost their voices and had to quit with regret. Yesterday, Yang Mucheng used his power in the square to make tens of thousands of disciples kneel down and surrender. Although this method was terrifying, in the eyes of others, it was nothing more than that. Some even laughed secretly.
Don't look at how happy you are now. Maybe you will have to quit the sword sect after a while. No matter what he does. I don't know how many such geniuses have entered the sword sect. But how long can they last? Yes, it's been 3 years again. This time we must capture the highest level island core.
In the words of everyone, the stone door of the core tower that had been closed opened. Everyone filed in.
Is this the core of the island? It doesn't seem too difficult.
But see, the entire tower is like a straight upward passage, hundreds of meters high. Between the long passages, things the size of fists were flying, emitting light. Although that thing was not big, it contained unimaginable power.
Isn't it too difficult?
At this time, someone heard Zhao Yangxia's words and couldn't help but sneer.
You raise your heads and look at the island cores flying above the top of the tower.
Everyone heard the sound and looked around. I saw, as the height of the core tower increases, many cores are also flying rapidly. The light from these cores was much stronger than what they had seen before, and their flying speed was getting faster and faster. In fact, the dozen or so highest level island cores at the top of the tower are flying at a speed that is difficult to capture with the naked eye. If you can't even see them, how can you capture the core of these small islands?
Is that the highest level island core?
Yang Mucheng raised his head, looked at the uppermost and brightest core of the island, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. Chapter 566, Mist? The darker the light, the lower the level of the island core. The stronger the light, the higher the level of the island's core. Almost no one considers these low-level cores, and everyone's eyes are focused on the highest level. Thousands of cores, no rules, and unpredictable cores. No one is in a hurry to take action, because everyone only has 3 chances. If they fail, they must wait another 3 years.
Since no one is coming, let me come first.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and took 2 steps forward.
Young Emperor, your goal is...
Zhao Yangxia's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. Among them, Yang Mucheng has the highest strength. If he takes action first, everyone will have a certain understanding of the speed of these island cores.
Try the second-class core first,
Yang Mucheng said lightly. But, as soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, there was a burst of whispering ridicule from the old birds.
I've long heard that old Demon Yang is quite crazy. But now that I see him, it's true. Yes, those of us used to practice with 4th and 5th level cores at first. And only after appraising a gap did we dare to continue aiming for the next target. If he tries with 2nd level cores at once, he will definitely come back without success.
Yang Mucheng ignored these words. Now, his breathing, pulse, and even heartbeat were all reduced to a minimum. Although there were 20 or 30 people in the entire core tower, it seemed as if the world was silent at this moment. And Yang Mucheng's eyes were filled with only the light spots flying in the sky.
That's you.
Next moment, Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly grabbed the void with his right hand. At this moment, there was a strong wind in the core tower, and the vast thunder resounded. Immediately, he saw that at the same time as the sound of the rushing wind, a golden palm transformed from inner strength rushed towards the top of the tower. Directly towards the second-class core was quickly captured. The second-class core was extremely fast, and seemed to have its own consciousness. Facing the captured golden palm, it unexpectedly moved like a dragon and a snake, and quickly avoided Yang Mucheng in a trajectory that no one could have expected. This is a quick grab.
Huh?
Yang Mucheng looked surprised. Just when he was about to grab it again, the golden palm he controlled suddenly shook, turned into dots of golden light, and quietly disappeared into the tower.
I only used 50% of my strength before. I should be 100% sure about grabbing this second-class core. But it's a little difficult to capture the first-class core.
Yang Mucheng frowned secretly.
I wonder what the speed of this first-class core is. Young Emperor, it's still too difficult to capture the second-class core at once. Why not try your hand at the 4th-class core next time?
Zhao Yangxia on the side said quickly.
I met many old friends yesterday. And I once heard them say that no one has been able to capture this first-class core for more than 300 years. And the most captured ones in these years are only second-class ones. That's right.
Lin Lama on the side also hurriedly chatted.
The speed of the second-class core is too fast. I couldn't even see its trajectory just now. With your strength, you should not be able to capture the 3rd-class core. Question.
The 2 men had just finished speaking. Bei Yongjian's group of warriors, who had entered the sword sect in the early years, couldn't help laughing.
Yang Lamo, do you know what this is called? It's called having a heart as high as the sky and a life as thin as paper. We, the warriors in the late stage of the Golden Core, didn't dare to set our sights on the second-class core when we first entered the core tower. Come on! Are you qualified to take advantage of the second-class core?
A middle-aged man couldn't help laughing.
That's right. You are so ambitious. But your eyes are high and your hands are low.
Another old man also shook his head secretly. For a while. In the court tower. Taunts continued. However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng took action again.
What? This? He actually set his target on the first-class core?
Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Notice. After ordinary people are frustrated with the second-class core, they will choose the inferior third-class, or even fourth-class core. But like Yang Mucheng, after failing to grasp the second-class core, instead of lowering his goals, he set his sights on a higher-level first-class core.
Did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? Is he crazy? How can a first-class core be so easy to catch?
Amid a burst of exclamations, a golden palm soared into the sky, directly passed through most of the core tower, poured into the top floor, and grabbed the first-class core that passed quickly like meteors and lightning. But the speed of this first-class core is faster, and the change is almost dozens of times higher than that of the second-class core. As soon as the golden palm fell, all the first-class cores in that area were gone, and not a single one was left. Naturally, this second time also failed.
Ha ha. This kid is the famous Yan Lao Mo in Hao Tian show. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like him. You're right. You look like a complete fool.
The old birds, of course, mocked him unceremoniously. Zhao Yangxia and Lin Laomao also looked puzzled. In their opinion, it was impossible for Yang Mucheng to make such a low-level mistake.
Huh? I told you so.
Bei Gongjian on the side quietly pulled Zhao Yangxia and whispered,
Wadao Sword Sect is a fish and dragon pond, and entering here is a starting point. Although Yang Laomao is powerful, after his failure this time, it will take another 3 years. How many geniuses have entered this tower and set their sights on the first core? If they wake up early, they will only delay it for more than 10 years or decades. It may even be delayed for hundreds of years. I think this old demon Yang thinks very highly of himself and wants to capture the first-class core. But he doesn't consider his own strength.
Hearing this, Zhao Yangxia couldn't help but glance at Yang Mucheng. But see, at this moment, Yang Mucheng said nothing, with his hands behind his back and his eyes fixed on the first-class core at the top of the tower, as if he was extremely unwilling. Not willing. Yang Mucheng had no such idea. For the first time, he used 50% of his strength and was only one step away from catching the second-class core. The second time, he used 90% of his strength and missed by 40% to capture the first-class core. He is currently analyzing the speed and changing posture of the first-class core.
This first-class core is at least dozens of times more difficult than the second-class core. It is too difficult to capture it. But it is not impossible for me. Based on speed alone, I can definitely keep up. But the elusive appearance of the first-class core will cause thousands or even tens of thousands of changes. Only by mastering all these changes can I ensure that this core is captured without fail.
While Yang Mucheng was still thinking, others were preparing to start grabbing the target of their choice. But see, the first person to walk out of the crowd was an old man. It was the same old man who criticized Yang Mucheng for being
too high-minded and too high-minded.
And the target this time is the second-class core. Chapter 567, The Last Chance.
Mr. Hua takes action. Yes. Mr. Hua has been working hard in the square for more than 150 years. His cultivation has reached 70% of the late golden core level. This time, there is hope for a second-class core. Mr. Hua wasted 120 years on the first-class core. Only recently did he wake up and lower his goals. After practicing alone for a while, he must be a sure winner this time.
I saw this old man walking out. The compliments from all around immediately started ringing out. But see, Hua Lao looked confident and walked out with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the core tower, then turned his attention to Yang Mucheng.
Old demon Yang, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer a lot. I wasted more than 100 years as a first-class core. I just don't want to see you take teeters. So I kindly remind you not to aim too high.
Hearing this, Yang Mucheng slowly converged his eyes and shook his head.
There are differences between people. Just because you can't catch the first-class core doesn't mean I can't do it.
Hua Lao's complexion turned from white to blue, from green to purple, and angry veins popped out one by one on his forehead. He flicked his long sleeves and snorted coldly.
Ridiculous. Mr. Hua, why do you need to be acquainted with such a boy? This boy looks like he won't give up until he sees the Yellow River. You remind him so kindly.
But he doesn't appreciate it.
Everyone tried to persuade him. But at the same time, they secretly belittled Yang Macheng. Zhao Yongxia and Lin Laoma also shook their heads secretly. Entering the 10,000 Dao sword sect, you are being tested all the time. If you fall behind one step, you will fall behind forever. They didn't believe it before. But now after seeing Yang Muqing's attitude, they secretly believed it in their hearts. Maybe, hundreds of years later, after their cultivation reaches the nascent soul realm, or even the Zifu realm, Yang Macheng will still be guarding the first-class core in this core tower. Present, he no longer paid attention to Yang Macheng. As for Yang Macheng, he was also very happy and found a corner to sit down cross-legged. Previously, he had memorized all the thousands of changes in the first-class core. What he had to do next was to improve his state to the extreme and strive for this last chance to capture the first-class core. Call! While Yang Macheng was meditating and adjusting his breath, Mr. Wu had already taken action. Like Yang Macheng, he also summoned a golden palm. When the golden palm appeared, it was already blasting out like thunder and lightning. At this moment, the second-class core flashed rapidly, running away like a wild horse. At this moment, everyone was watching with fear. But Mr. Wu seemed to have a well-thought-out attitude. No matter how the second-class core fled, he did not rush to take action. The golden palm, always like a fishing net spread out, is slowly closing in at this moment. Gradually, the area where the second-class core can escape is getting smaller and smaller. At some point, suddenly, Mr. Wu shouted loudly, "Stop!" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his palm forward. The huge golden palm also grabbed violently in no particular order at this moment, directly holding the second-class core in his hand. Even after being caught in the palm of his hand, the second-class core was still struggling, but it was still dragged down from the void by Mr. Wu. Haha. I got the second-class core. Mr. Wu laughed proudly, his face full of pride. Congratulations to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, you have been waiting for more than 100 years. This second-class core can make up for your regrets for more than 100 years. Congratulations. Congratulations continued from all around. Old Wu put the core in his hands and looked at Yang Macheng proudly, with a look of demonstration and show-off on his face. However, when he discovered that Yang Macheng was meditating and adjusting his breath, he withdrew his gaze angrily, looked at everyone, and said, "Everyone, it's your turn next. Remember, grab the core. Remember to do what you can. And don't aim too high. Otherwise you will be in vain." Everyone present, who didn't know that Mr. Wu was alluding to Yang Macheng, a bunch of looks of ridicule, regret, and disdain were all looking at Yang Macheng. But, after a moment, they looked away, because they believed that it was not worth wasting time on Yang Macheng. Suddenly, everyone started grabbing the core of the island. Beiyang Jian was the second to take action. He succeeded in one attempt and captured a third-class core. Zhao Yongxia took the sixth shot and failed twice in a row. The third time he grabbed a fourth-level core. He was lucky. Lin Laoma also set his target on the fourth-level core. But unfortunately, he missed 3 opportunities. The others watched and estimated their own strength. But most people have set their goals on the 4th or 5th level core. For warriors in the middle stage of the golden core, there is at least a 70% confidence in the 5th and 6th levels. If it's 4th grade, it's only 10%. Zhao Yongxia, Lin Laoma, and Yang Macheng were a group of people who came to Wandao Sword Sect. After seeing Yang Muqing's 2 failures, they could only lower their own standards. Of course, there are also some people who are not willing to only capture the 4th level core, but instead focus on the 3rd level core. So I was willing to give up this opportunity and prepare to seize it again 3 years later. Or disappointed, or excited, or regretful, or unwilling. Nearly 70% of the more than 20 people have captured the core. Now, in the entire core tower, only Yang Macheng has one last chance that he has not used. Laugh. Just after the last person was successfully captured, Yang Macheng opened his eyes. A beam of golden light that was almost condensed into substance almost shot out from his pupils. Is this your last chance? I don't know how many cores he wants to use this last chance on. The crowd that was about to leave quietly stopped and looked towards Yang Macheng. Mr. Wu put his hands behind his back, stared at Yang Macheng with a smile, and whispered to the left and right. This kid is not bad at strength. If he lowers his level and chooses a 3rd level core, he will definitely be sure of success. But if he continues to be stubborn and sets his goal above a higher level, he will definitely fail. Look,
Everyone followed Yang Muqing's gaze and looked forward. At this glance, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yang Muqing's eyes directly ignored the low-level island course and still focused on the highest-level first-class course.
Obstinate!
Mr. Hu snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards the outside of the tower.
Well?
Zhao Yongxia also shook his head secretly. The rest of the people also followed Hu Lao and walked towards the outside of the tower. From their point of view, even if they continue to stay and watch the battle, there is no point in it, because there is no way Yang Muqing will fail. However, Yang Muqing, who was about to use his last chance, even closed his eyes at this moment. The moment Mr. Hu pushed open the door and walked out, Yang Muqing suddenly opened his eyes and quickly reached out with his right hand. In this moment, a shocking dragon roar erupted from the entire core tower. Zhao Yongxia and the crowd seemed to feel something, and felt that the fear he felt on the swallowing fairy was once again enveloped. He looked back subconsciously, completely stunned. Chapter 568. The first-class core is obtained. But see, the core tower was in the sky, and Yang Muqing stood proudly in the void, like a living god and demon. Black hair, black eyes, black armor. The faint dragon soul twisted rapidly around his body and appeared crazily. The golden body of the surging five-clawed golden dragon was also undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Yang Muqing grabbed his right hand toward the void. The original golden handprint turned into a golden dragon at this moment. A golden lightning flashed in everyone's eyes. The speed was so fast that it was even difficult to capture it with the naked eye.
This is?
Mr. Hu's steps trembled and he looked back, with shock in his eyes.
This old demon Yang tried his best. His goal is still the first-class core.
I saw, on the top of the tower, the first-class core was flying rapidly, like a powerful being who controlled the void. He was obviously in this area one moment, but appeared in another place the next moment. The charging five-clawed golden dragon seemed to have already anticipated the opponent's position, no matter how the first-class core flashed. Just like an eagle pounces on a rabbit, you have everything at your fingertips.
This kid is much scarier than I imagined. More than 100 years ago, when I first entered this core tower, let alone being able to keep up with the speed of the first-class core. Even if I wanted to capture the second-class core, it's very difficult. I didn't expect that he could keep up with the speed of the first-class core.
Hu Lao's eyes flashed with astonishment, and his face was filled with disbelief.
Mr. Hu!
Beiyongjian stared unblinkingly at the core tower, looking at the five-clawed golden dragon that was rapidly following the first-class core in pursuit. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice.
You are among us. How can you deal with this?
The core of Xiaodao knows the best. In your opinion, can this old demon Yang capture the first-class core?
Mr. Hu narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said,
Disaster?
He glanced at Beiyongjian and others, and said slowly,
The core of the island is divided into 7 levels. Every time the level increases, both the speed and change will increase several times or even dozens of times, if you want to how difficult it is to capture it.
But old demon Yang can follow the speed of the first-class core, and can even predict its next landing point, which is really scary. Even if he fails this time, he only needs to practice peacefully for 3 more years. And next time when the core tower is open, it will definitely not be a problem for him to capture the first-class core.
Hisses. Hearing Mr. Hu's comments, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yang Muqing's strength simply exceeded their imagination. But some people also had a thought.
Does Mr. Yang have a chance to capture the first-class core this time?
Thinking of this moment, everyone quickly looked towards the sky. This look was incredible, and everyone frowned. I saw. The five-clawed golden dragon that was frantically pursuing the first-class core actually became dim at this moment, and its speed also slowed down a lot. Obviously, Yang Muqing cannot maintain this strongest posture forever.
Being able to pursue the first-class core for so long is already very scary. Yes, if he persists for a while longer, he might actually capture the first-class core.
Everyone regretted, lamented, sighed, and laughed secretly. And at this time, Yang Muqing also felt that he was on the verge of reaching his limit. After all, using the Dragon Soul armor cost him too much, and his inner energy was almost exhausted.
Am I going to fail? After this failure, we have to wait another 3 years. The entire Wandao sword sect is like a pond of fish and dragons. Even if you are 1 step behind, you will always lag behind others. I don't believe it. I can't do it.
A growl rose from his throat. Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and the inner energy in his body surged out rapidly in a terrifying and surging manner, desperately heading towards the five-clawed golden dragon. The next moment, the five-clawed golden dragon, which had dimmed originally, not only became dazzling again with the injection of this power, but also increased several times in size at this moment. Roar! The condensed five-clawed golden dragon let out a roar, opened its big mouth, like a dragon out of the sea and a tiger descending from the mountain. It swept forward desperately, and directly grabbed the first-class core into the palm of its hand under a pair of unbelievable pupils. And that first-class core, even after being caught, still refused to settle down and was still struggling hard, as if it was about to break away from Yang Muqing's control at any time. Get down here! Roared. Yang Muqing's right palm suddenly clenched, and a majestic force, like a tide, surged out crazily, directly shattering the power wrapped around the first-class core and grabbing him from the void. This moment, there was deathly silence in the entire core tower. Everyone looked forward in stunned silence, looking at the first-class core in Yang Muqing's hand. Is this the first-class core? Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes and looked at the glowing thing in his hand. But, even if he poured his inner energy into it, he still couldn't peek inside the core. He put the core into the dragon's tail bracelet lightly. Yang Muqing looked at Mr. Hua, smiled lightly and said, Mr. Hua, I said before that there is a gap between people. What you can't do doesn't mean that I can't do it. Now! Do you accept it? Mr. Hua felt a burning sensation on his face. Yang Muqing's words seemed to slap him unceremoniously with dozens of slaps, although full of anger. But he couldn't find any reason to refute it. I think back then, I worked hard for this first-class core for more than 100 years, and finally had to give up sadly. But Yang Muqing successfully captured him once he stepped into the core tower. Perhaps this is the biggest gap. Well, Mr. Hua sighed and bowed to Yang Muqing. Yang Di. It's me, Meng Lang, the old man. I accept it. Yang Muqing nodded. With a faint glance, he saw the many shocked and powerful people, then walked out of the core tower with his hands on his back. Isn't Jinlin just a thing in the pond? It transforms into a dragon when it encounters the storm. Mr. Hua looked at Yang Muqing's leading figure and couldn't help but sigh. This Yang Emperor is a dragon and a phoenix among people in the mortal world. Now that he has entered the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, sooner or later he will transform into a carp and reach a higher level. High level. It is both a great blessing and a great misfortune for us to be of the same age as him. Mr. Hua, what do you say? What is great luck and what is great misfortune? Everyone looked puzzled and confused. Mr. Hua smiled lightly and said, being born at the same time as Emperor Yang, even if you are a genius, you will be overshadowed by his light. This is a great misfortune. What's so lucky about it? Someone asked quickly. Hua Laoka said angrily, you can watch with your own eyes that Emperor Yang becomes a legend step by step. Chapter 569. The island is suspended. Yang Muqing walked out of the core tower with a pale face. After all, after using the dragon soul armor, all the internal energy in the body was once again drained. Even Yang Muqing was a little overwhelmed and even walked with a sloppy step. Your Majesty, are you out? Gun Nanji quickly went up to help him. Yang Muqing waved his hand, indicating no need. This 10,000 Dao Sword Sect stands tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, and the concentration of spiritual energy is so huge that within a few breaths, the aura on his body has stabilized. Your Majesty, how many cores have you captured? Wait a minute, Yang Muqing said with a smile. Oh my god. Really? Gun Nanji was so surprised that she almost jumped up. Although she had not been with Yang Muqing for a short time, she still knew that the young man in front of her was telling the truth and disdainful of telling lies to deceive others. However, as soon as Gun Nanji finished speaking, someone beside him sneered. Can he capture the first-class core? How can he demonstrate his virtue by peeing in the water? No one has been able to capture this first-class core for more than 300 years. How could he be able to capture it for the first time after entering the core tower? Obtained? Yes. In these years, those strongest people who have been eyeing the first-class core have already given up and can only choose the second-class core. If he can capture the first-class core, I won't believe it. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows, smiled and shook his head. He didn't even bother to explain anything. Gradually, others also walked out of the core tower, and immediately the strongest men who had been waiting outside came up to congratulate them. Mr. Hua, you must have succeeded in capturing the second-class core this time. Right? Congratulations. Zhao Yongxia, how was your performance this time?
Fourth class? You're lucky. Lin Lao Mo. You failed? That's it. That's it. Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. You can just start over. Qiongqing also waited for everyone to come out with a smile. She took a step forward, cupped her hands and said, Everyone, after you capture the core, you have become a formal disciple of Wandao Sword Sect. And we are senior brothers. I started earlier, and I asked you to call yourself senior sister for life. If you don't want to, just tell me. You can also call me by my name. Next, I will lead you to build a suspended island. Only by establishing your own floating island in the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect can you truly take root in the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Certainly, if it had not been established, Wandao Sword Sect would not recognize it. Everyone followed Qiongqing, and some outer disciples and some inner disciples also followed closely. Most of them came to watch the fun. Stopping in front of a blank area, Qiongqing said, According to the rules, the order of building the island is from high to low. Mr. Hua, you have captured the second-class core this time, so you go first. Mr. Hua, come and build a second-class island. Yes, we have never seen the establishment of a second-class island. In recent years, most of the disciples who have entered the sword sect are only 4th level or below. It is rare to see a 3rd level or even 3rd level disciple. The establishment of a second-class island must be very spectacular. Mr. Hua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Qiongqing, although I have captured the second-class core, someone has captured the first-class core. Hisses. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gasp from the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Mr. Hua in disbelief. Who was so defiant as to capture the first-class core? Could it be Kai? It's not him. He planned to capture the second-class core this time, but failed. Someone has captured the first-class core, which is something no one could have imagined. After all, how difficult it is to grab the first-class core is something that everyone who enters the core tower knows very well. Otherwise, the first-class core would not have lasted more than 300 years, and no one would have been able to catch it. Wait a minute. Someone said earlier that he captured the first-class core. Could it be old Demon Yang? Someone suddenly heard Yang Muqing's words, and immediately exclaimed. There was a commotion. After Yang Muqing walked out of the core tower, he did say that he had captured the first-class core, but everyone just listened to it as a joke. Now that this is actually a fact, they can no longer laugh. It turns out that someone really caught the first-class core. Qiongqing's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Muqing in surprise and shock. This is indeed something she did not expect. In her opinion, Yang Mu is arrogant and will never capture cores below the 3rd level. And he has just reached the middle stage of Golden Core, so it is more difficult to capture the 3rd level core. Not to mention 2nd class and higher level 1st class cores. That's why Qiongqing simply ignored Yang Muqing. But she didn't expect that this young man would surprise her so much. How to build a floating island? Yang Muqing took out the 1st class island core. Really? There was a roar from the crowd. With this core in hand, even those who dare not believe it must accept the facts. Yang Di, you only need to crush it and throw it towards the empty area. As for the shape of the suspended island and everything on the island, you only need to imagine it in your mind, and it will be able to appear. Qiongqing said. Yang Muqing clenched his right hand, crushed the core, and threw it violently. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. But see, the core flew into the void and stopped suddenly. For a moment, it was like a huge black hole was released in the void. A terrifying suction force emanates from the core. Everyone felt that an astonishing gust of wind was coming from all directions. And the floating clouds in the sky were also absorbed by the core at this moment, and even formed a whirlpool of floating clouds in the void. This shocking scene. At the same time, something seemed to be pouring out of the core, and a huge island was condensing crazily in the clouds. Yang Muqing closed his eyes. I saw. The primitive and chaotic desert island expanded rapidly at this moment, and patches of green vegetation appeared like carpets. The bulging peaks are scattered in an orderly manner, and there are springs flowing in the mountains. In this mountain, a palace slowly appeared. This is a first-class island. The area is simply more than 10 times larger than a second-class island. Some low-level islands, let alone mountains and lakes, may not even be able to build that palace. Everyone looked at the sudden appearance of the island, filled with envy and jealousy. This is the difference. They worked hard for decades, even more than 100 years, before they could only capture a 3rd level core or even a 4th level core.
But Yang Muchung completely surpassed them in one day.
Is this island mine?
Yang Muchung looked. This palace, suspended in midair, was as big as an imperial city in his Dacian dynasty. Some people couldn't believe it.
That's right. Emperor Yang.
Qiongqing nodded.
From now on, this island belongs to you personally, Emperor Yang. Look at that island. There is a person living on that island. Go find her and she will tell you
everything about the second level of fighting spirit. Even the third level of fighting spirit.
Oh! Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, unable to conceal the excitement in his eyes. Chapter 570 Lin Yin Fantasy Array. After appreciating the scenery of the island, Yang Muchung couldn't wait to fly towards the island pointed by Qiongqing.
This island. It is also a first-class island. It is not as domineering and majestic as Yang Muchung's palace, but has a jiang and gentle atmosphere everywhere. As far as the eye can see, there is a large continuous bamboo forest and a gravel road in the bamboo forest.
Snapped.
Yang Muchung fell down gently, hugged his fists, and his voice spread throughout the bamboo forest island.
Senior! Junior Yang Muchung, come and pay homage.
In the empty island, the sound of wind and bamboo leaves slowly echoed, but no one responded. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. This small island does not look like it is inhabited.
Are you old Mo Yang?
Just when Yang Muchung was about to leave, a vague and gentle voice slowly sounded in Yang Muchung's ears. This voice is as soft as a bone, and even gives people the feeling of gurgling water that doesn't want to leave.
Senior, old Demon Yang is just what the outside world calls me. You are too complimentary. I came here this time because Qiongqing mentioned that you can tell me the information about the second level fighting spirit.
Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back. Although he looked straight ahead, his consciousness encompassed all around him. He understood that the woman who spoke was terrifyingly powerful.
I can tell you, but you have to go through this bamboo forest first.
The woman continued. Bamboo forest? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked forward. I don't know how much area this bamboo forest covers. There is only a narrow gravel path running through it like a river. The end of the path cannot be seen at a glance.
Just walking over?
Yang Muchung smiled faintly and walked away. At the same time, deep in the bamboo forest, in an elegant and quiet courtyard, a gentle woman sat in a pavilion. Beside the woman stood Qiongqing.
Go get my piano,
the woman said calmly.
Master, you?
Qiongqing was startled, but she couldn't help but sigh, and slowly took out a guzheng and placed it in front of the woman. The woman stretched out her white jade-green fingers, placed them in the void, smiled faintly at Qiongqing, and said, I'm also very curious about old Demon Yang. For 300 years, no one has been able to capture the first-class core and build such a huge island.
I want to give it a try to see what his strength is. I don't know. How long can he persist in this trail?
As soon as she finished speaking, the woman flicked her fingers, and suddenly a melodious sound of the piano resounded from the courtyard, spread out, and spread to the entire bamboo forest island.
Is someone playing the piano?
Yang Muchung walked slowly along the path with his hands behind his back. When he heard the sound of the piano, his steps slowed down slightly.
This soft, melodious and ethereal sound is a rare piece of music. However, there seems to be a hint of murderous intent in the sound of the piano.
The words just fell. Just when I heard it, the tone of the piano sound suddenly changed, and the speed suddenly increased. Even at this moment, Yang Muchung seemed to be able to feel a pair of green fingers rapidly playing with the strings, like a butterfly flying through the flowers, which was dazzling. And in the void, the murderous intention that slowly filled the air suddenly became stronger several times at this moment. Phew! Suddenly, there was a strong wind. In the bamboo forest, the accumulated bamboo leaves were blown by the strong wind, and then the bamboo leaves bombarded towards Yang Muchung. With the increasingly exciting sound of the piano, the bamboo leaves were poured into the inner energy, no longer soft, but became extremely sharp, even just lightly skimming the ground. It left a terrifying sword mark on the ground.
So, is this a test for me? Anyone can do it through the bamboo forest. But if you want to pass through the sound of the piano, it's not that simple. Those bamboo leaves, after being filled with internal energy, are as sharp as swords.
Yang Muchung's eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at the bamboo leaves shooting towards him.
This bamboo leaf seems to be instilled with fighting spirit, fire fighting spirit, violent thunder fighting spirit, flood fighting spirit. These fighting intentions are actually collected in a small bamboo leaf in such a peaceful manner. How on earth is this done? Could it be that this is the second level that I have been pursuing all this time? Are you willing to fight?
Raise the corners of your mouth. Yang Muchung opened his mouth, spit out a Taotai sword, and walked forward quickly. But see, his right hand danced rapidly, emitting an astonishing sword light. Every fragile bamboo leaf exploded into an astonishing spark when it hit the tip of the sword. In the narrow tree-lined path, a tinkling sound erupted at this moment. Yang Muchung's whole body followed the sword and rushed forward quickly. In the courtyard, seeing Yang Muchung's sword moves without any hesitation, and feeling the strong fighting spirit emanating from Yang Muchung's body, the woman with a plain face all the time had a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes.
This old demon Yang. It's really not a wasted reputation. You were able to know my intentions so quickly, and even discovered my second layer of fighting intent hidden in the bamboo leaves. This kid really came out of the mortal world. Is he really only 17 years old?
The change in the woman's expression at this moment caught the attention of Cheongqing on the side.
Master is so excited. She used all the power of the second level of fighting spirit. This is the first time I have seen Master so serious. I wonder, Emperor Yang, if you can still keep going?
Just when the sound of the woman's piano changed again and again. Just when Cheongqing's face was filled with shock. At this moment, Yang Muchung was in danger. At first, he only used the Yazan sword to resist. But in the end, he had to summon the Baiwen sword. And then Paleo, Jiaodu, Bishi, Taotai, and the 9-dragon flying sword appeared one by one. But the terrifying fighting spirit that was poured into the bamboo leaves was increasing. The bamboo leaves that were blasted away were as crystal clear as jade crystals, even under the double package of fighting spirit and internal energy. And it was getting harder and harder for Yang Muchung to pick up the moves. Every time a bamboo leaf was shattered, a surging force flowed into his body along the sword. Unexpected, the ever-exciting sound of the piano in the void suddenly paused. This moment, Yang Muchung's expression changed. He knew that the sound of the piano had not stopped, but was like the calm before the storm. It was brewing the next wave of attacks. Dang. The sound of the piano seemed to have stopped for a long time. And then, it seemed to have only stopped for a moment. Suddenly it sounded again. This moment, the big strings are noisy like the rain, and the small strings are like whispers. The bullets are noisy and mixed, and big and small beats fall on the jade plate. Almost at the same time, the bamboo forest that stretched for dozens of miles began to shake rapidly at this moment, and a terrifying force spread crazily in an instant. At this moment, Yang Muchung's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 571 Live up to the name of genius. Boom. The bamboo leaves were tumbling, surging like a wild dragon in the clouds, and quickly gathered into a shockingly sword in the void. This is Yi Jian. It's not hundreds of meters, nor tens of feet. It's the same as an ordinary long sword. But at this moment, the green leaves gathered together, like emeralds, and the next moment, they shot towards Yang Muchung regardless of them. This sword seemed to have penetrated the void, and suddenly came to Yang Muchung's body, pointing directly at the center of his eyebrows.
Master!
Even knowing that this was just a test, Cheongqing still couldn't help but exclaimed. Because this last sword was filled with a woman's 27th level, the second level of fighting intent.
Can he catch it?
The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, all the attention was on Yang Muchung. This is her Lin Yin fantasy. The moment the piano sounded, Yang Muchung stepped into the illusion. Even in the illusion, if she killed Yang Muchung, it would only damage the opponent's mind, but not really put his life in danger. So she dared to take such a bold move. But she still hopes that Yang Muchung can catch her blow. At this time, Lin Yin is in a fantasy world. Yang Muchung looked at the emerald sword that was shooting towards him, his eyes as calm as water, without any trembling or panic at all. The 9 dragons flying sword he had sacrificed before was completely defeated by this emerald sword almost instantly.
It seems that I can only use that move.
Just when the woman and Cheongqing looked at it. Just when the emerald sword is about to fly. At this moment, Yang Muchung actually moved forward instead of retreating, taking one step forward. At this moment, he stretched out his right hand to grab the emerald sword.
Well,
when the woman saw this scene, she sighed. Your 9 dragons flying sword has been defeated. How can you grasp this sword imbued with 27 kinds of second-level fighting intent with your hands? In her opinion, Yang Muchung may have been panicked to the extreme. He had made a mistake while busy at this moment, and didn't know what to do.
Could it be that he can't take it?
Cheongqing's face was full of worry, and her fists were clenched and turned white. Clang! Just when the thundering sound of swords resounded loudly, Yang Muchung grabbed his right hand. However, at this moment, a burst of black light suddenly erupted from Yang Muchung's body. This piece of black light is so deep that it can even engulf everything. Under the woman's shocked gaze, this black light actually formed a pair of dark and majestic armor. On the wrist are dragon claws. The helmet looks like a dragon head. At the same time as the dragon-shaped armor appeared, a shocking dragon roar resounded. Then, Yang Muchung's right hand, which seemed slow but was actually fast, firmly grasped the emerald sword in his hand. Then, he clenched his right hand, and heard a click sound, and the exquisitely carved emerald sword disappeared quietly. And as the sword shattered, the huge Lenin magic formation also receded like a tide, and an elegant courtyard appeared in front of Yang Muchung. In addition to Cheongqing, he also saw a beautiful woman sitting in front of the pavilion playing the guzheng. Is this the person who played the piano before? Are you also the owner of this bamboo forest island? Just as Yang Muchung looked over, the woman and Cheongqing also looked over. Di Yang? Cheongqing's face was full of excitement and surprise, and her clear eyes looked at Yang Muchung, full of shock and disbelief. You are really unexpected. I didn't expect that master's test would not stump you, and you would pass it easily. In the pavilion, the woman smiled softly and nodded. Yang Lamo, you are really shocking. My Lenin illusion array has never been broken into by anyone before. I didn't expect that you would break it today. Is this woman Cheongqing's master? Yang Muchung has met the senior. Yang Muchung clasped his fists and cupped his hands towards the woman. Just now in Lin Yin's illusory formation, he could sense just the sound of the piano that this woman's strength was definitely extraordinary. With 27 second-level fighting intentions, it's not like Jiang Chen, who only has a superficial understanding. She has mastered every second level of fighting spirit to the extreme. Oldemo Yang, please sit down. The woman raised her hand to signal. Don't be so cautious. If you pass my Lenin illusion formation, you have gained my approval. With your talent, you will eventually go further than me in the martial arts in the future. You don't need to call me senior. Of course, I am Cheongqing's master. You can just call me Yu Feishuan. Cheongqing's face was filled with shock. Her master, Yu Feishuan, was famously unruly, and unruly among the Wandao sword sect. Many of the most powerful people who came to seek her guidance were driven away by her, with a wave of her sleeves before they even set foot on the bamboo island. Now not only does he recognize Yang Muchung, but he also plans to have a friendship with Yang Muchung. Then I'll be disrespectful. Yang Muchung cupped his hands and said with a smile, I came here this time to ask you about the second level of fighting intention. I have obtained a total of 72 fighting intentions in the outside world of Wandao sword sect, but I have never been able to find a way to advance. I don't know. Can Qian Yu Feishuan help me clear up my doubts? Yu Feishuan was all smiles. Yang Muchung's unpretentious character really won her heart. He motioned Cheongqing to make tea, and then said with a smile, Old demon Yang, do you know what fighting spirit is? Yang Muchung naturally knew this. He quickly said, The will to fight is the original force in the world. Wind, volcanoes, forests, thunder and lightning, the 5 elements of light and darkness, the Bagua universe. Everything in the world will have the will to fight. Every kind of will to fight is the most original force, and there are thousands of them in total. There are so many bells. This is the first level of fighting spirit, the most basic and the most important, and it is extracted from the artistic conception of all things. But no one knows why the will to fight appears. Perhaps it is when the accumulation of a certain source of power reaches its extreme that the will to fight is born. That's right. Yu Feishuan nodded. She didn't expect that Yang Muchung had such a thorough understanding of fighting intentions. It should be noted that the descriptions of fighting intentions of those sects and forces outside the Wandao sword sect are like scattered fragments, and it is difficult for anyone to grasp them all. It is already very rare for Yang Muchung to be like this. Then do you know what the second level of fighting intention is? Yu Feishuan asked again. Yang Muchung condensed for a moment. He tried hard to recall the power contained in the second layer of fighting intent that he faced in Lin Yin's illusory formation. And after a moment, he expressed his speculation. The second level of fighting intention is an existence that is transcendent from the first level of fighting intention. It is the fusion of the first level of fighting intention. Did I say something wrong? After Yang Muchung finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yu Feishuan's response. When he looked up, he found that Yu Feishuan was looking at him with shock on his face, and he couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. Yu Feishuan sighed, shook her head, looked at Yang Muchung and said,
No. You're right. It took me 13 years to understand the connection between the first level and the second level of fighting intent. I didn't expect that you could understand so much just by being in my Lenin illusion formation. Mr. Yang Demon, you really live up to your reputation as a genius.
Chapter 572 The original second level of fighting spirit. The original power of heaven and earth is originally very difficult to understand. How many people study all their lives, but cannot find the method? And Yang Muchung, in just half a stick of incense in the Lin Yin magic formation, had already understood the relationship between fighting intentions. It must be said that it was very terrifying. Yu Feishuan nodded, looked at Yang Muchung, and said calmly,
The first level of fighting spirit comes from the foundation. Just like the flame fighting spirit you have mastered.
This is what you get from the flames.
Tongue! Having said this, Yu Feishuan slowly opened her right hand, and a high temperature surged up in the void. And in an instant, a ball of jumping flames formed in her palm. Yang Muchung nodded. He knew that what Yu Feishuan said next must be the key.
Fire fighting spirit is just one type of fire attribute fighting spirit. Even the fighting spirit of the same attribute has thousands of different manifestations. Even if I have studied fighting spirit for hundreds of years, I can only master the fighting spirit. There are only more than 1,300 species.
This Yu Feishuan actually has so much fighting spirit. Seeing Yang Muchung's surprise, Yu Feishuan continued with a smile.
Take this type of fire-attributed fighting intention, which also includes raging flame fighting intention, crazy flame fighting intention, black fire fighting intention, red flame fighting intention.
Every time Yu Feishuan spoke out a fire-based fighting intention, the flames in her palms immediately changed into a completely different form. There are flames that are as small and weak as candlelight. There are terrifying waves of fire that seem to burn the sky and destroy the enemy. And there are also black flames that are quiet and can't even feel the slightest warmth. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, unable to conceal his surprise. He didn't expect that just one of them, the fire attribute fighting spirit, could have so many endless changes. Original. Yang Muchung thought that he had gained enough fighting spirit and had enough understanding of the first level of fighting spirit. But now he realized how little he knew. It seems that my visit to Wandao Sword Sect this time is indeed worthwhile. This is the foundation of super bulk. Even Yu Feishuan, who has mastered more than 1,300 kinds of fighting intent, only knows the tip of the iceberg about this kind of fighting intent. So how many kinds of first level fighting intent should there be? But see, after Yu Feishuan demonstrated many first level fighting intentions, she gently closed her fingers. In an instant, Yang Muchung discovered that there seemed to be something among dozens or even hundreds of first level fighting intentions. It separated from it and merged quickly in a slow manner. At the same time, a new fighting spirit began to spread at this moment.
Is this the second kind of fighting spirit?
Yang Mu became enlightened.
That's right.
Yu Feishuan nodded and said,
This second level of fighting intention is to extract a deeper essence from the first level of fighting intention. Every kind of fighting intention has contains one or even several essences. If you confuse these essences together, a second level of fighting spirit will emerge. The red flame war intention contains the violent meaning. The violent thunder war intention also contains the violent meaning. And the raging torrent war intention also contains the violent meaning. If you fuse these together, it will transform into the second level of violent fighting spirit.
Boom! Although Yu Feishuan did nothing. At this moment, the air around her body seemed to be completely boiling at this moment. It seemed like something was trying to escape from this prison. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had seen Jiang Chen's
bloodthirsty fighting spirit.
But compared with this
violent fighting spirit,
it was like the gap between an ant and an elephant. Yu Feishuan smiled lightly and said,
The strength of the second level of fighting intention depends on the number of essence fusions. The more corresponding essences you extract from the first level of fighting intention and fuse them together, the more the second level of fighting intention the intention becomes more and more powerful.
Understood? It was like a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind and penetrated a certain point. And Yang Muchung felt a sudden realization. Turned out to be, from the first level of basic fighting intention, the second level of fighting intention can be formed by extracting the common points of all fighting intentions. Moreover, the more the first level of fighting intention is mastered, the more powerful and terrifying the second level of fighting intention formed will be.
He closed his eyes and analyzed the 72 fighting intentions he had obtained.
Master, what is Emperor Yang doing?
Xiong Qin looked at Yang Muchung with a puzzled face. At this moment, The aura in Yang Muqing's body seemed to be boiling, constantly stirring.
He's realized it.
Yu Feishuan didn't know whether she was pleased or sighed.
When I first heard these words, it took me 3 years and 9 months to understand the truth behind them. I didn't expect that old demon Yang would understand them so quickly.
Taking a sip of green bamboo tea, Yu Feishuan smiled and said,
It seems that the title of old demon Yang will not only be resounding in our 10,000 Dao sword sect, but also be resounding in the entire 36 domains. And at this moment, Yang Mucheng could no longer listen to the conversation between Yu Feishuan and Qiong Qing. His whole body and mind were devoted to fighting.
What is the essence of my fierce wind fighting intention? Lightness and agility? What is the essence of the flame fighting intention? Destruction? Burning? What is the essence of the strong wind fighting intention? What is the essence of the evergreen fighting intention? What is the essence of the falling rain fighting intention? The essence of violence? The essence of bloodthirsty? No, this is different from what I understood before. What is the mistake? What exactly is missing?
However, this is like a mess. No matter how Yang Mucheng thinks, he can't seem to find the most critical source of the problem. Instead of calming down, the boiling aura in his body began to stir in an even more terrifying manner. In fact, this restless atmosphere has already affected Yu Feishuan.
Master, what's going on?
Qiong Qing's eyes widened, and she looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. But see! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's whole body felt as if he was being roasted in a flame. Not only did his skin show a strange bright red color, but his surging blood and internal energy suddenly rose and fell.
Not good.
Yu Feishuan was shocked and cried out.
This is an obsession. He has fallen into some kind of dead end.
Qiong Qing covered her mouth. Although she has never experienced obsession, she has heard seniors in the sect mention it. Once you become obsessed with it, your cultivation will regress and you will never make any progress. At worst, your muscles and veins will be broken and you will become an ordinary person. Among these more than 7,000 floating islands, there is a powerful person who belongs to Master Qiongqing's great-uncle generation and has completely lost his cultivation because of his obsession with evil. Could it be that Yang Mucheng would also experience this?
Master, save people quickly.
Qiong Qing said quickly. Yu Feishuan didn't dare to neglect. The joining of Yang Mucheng is a rare opportunity for Wandao Sword Sect, which can prevent Wandao Sword Sect from being suppressed by other major sects in the 36 domains. If this good seedling is destroyed in her own hands, Yu Feishuan will be blamed. However, just when Yu Feishuan was about to knock Yang Mucheng unconscious, something happened suddenly. A second level of fighting spirit that even Yu Feishuan had never felt or even heard burst out from Yang Mucheng's body. This unknown second level of fighting spirit even made Yu Feishuan feel an indescribable trembling and fear at this moment.
This is his original fighting spirit?
Chapter 573, The Intention to Kill. That's right. Although Yu Feishuan only mastered 27 second-level fighting intentions, she also knew hundreds of second-level fighting intentions. The artistic conception exuded by Yang Mucheng was something she had never sensed or discovered before. It was a completely new fighting spirit, and as time goes by, this brand new fighting spirit not only has not been reduced, but has been displayed in a stronger manner.
I understand. Whether you have the fighting spirit of the wind, the fighting spirit of the flames, or the fighting spirit of the violent thunder, in my hands, there is only one essence. Kill!
Boom! As the last word was spoken, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. This moment, a strong wind seemed to be centered on Yang Mucheng's body,
and it swept away in all directions. The surrounding bamboo forest cracked and snapped. Qiong Qing kept retreating, but Yu Feishuan pulled her back, and she managed to hold on.
Brother Yang, may I ask what kind of fighting spirit you felt before?
Yu Feishuan could not hide her eyes of shock. She has taught many disciples so far, but it has never been as weird as Yang Mucheng. Notice, if you want to integrate the second level of fighting spirit, you must have enough first level of fighting spirit as a foundation. This was the case for Jiangchen. He had 168 kinds of first level fighting intentions, and then he barely integrated the second level fighting intentions. But Yang Mucheng, who only has 72 first level fighting intentions, will basically fail without a doubt if he fuses a higher level fighting intention. But not only did he not fail, he even fell into obsession. He even found a new way to create a unique second level of fighting spirit. This was something Yu Feishuan had not expected at all. She even changed her name for Yang Mucheng.
The meaning of this battle. Killing intent. Yang Mucheng said with his hands behind his back. Any kind of essence can be integrated into this killing intention. What a killing intention! Yu Feishuan sighed secretly. She originally thought, Yang Mucheng enters the Wandao sword sect, and it can take as little as 1 year or as many as 3 years before he can usher in a new explosive period and emerge in the larger pond of the Wandao sword sect. Unexpectedly, she still underestimated the meaning behind the name Yang Lao Mo. It was only the second day that it brought her such a shocking feeling. Brother Yang, I have nothing more to teach you about fighting spirit. As for the third level of fighting spirit, I advise you not to get into it yet. This third level of fighting spirit is better than the second level of fighting spirit. The intention is more powerful and more terrifying. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed. Even I, who have reached the Purple Mansion realm, dare not touch the third level of fighting intent easily. Yang Mucheng grinned and cupped his hands towards Yu Feishuan. After gaining the will to kill, he felt like a seed had sprouted in his mind. I have just come into contact with the second level of fighting intention. After I have thought it through, I will consider the third level of fighting intention. My cultivation is currently only in the middle stage of Jin Dan, and there are still many inconveniences. The top priority now is to improve your cultivation. Yu Feishuan nodded with satisfaction. Strong but not unruly, Yang Mucheng's performance won her heart more and more. Yu Feishuan, I still have something unclear. Yang Mucheng suddenly heard something and asked quickly. Do you know what martial arts can be promoted? Have you obtained a martial skill that can be advanced? If I guess correctly, the dragon-shaped armor you used to resist my last sword must be that kind of martial skill. Yu Feishuan said quickly. That's right. Yang Mucheng didn't hide anything and nodded. This martial skill is called Dragon Soul Armor. When I got it, the martial skill was marked can be advanced. Although I have learned many martial arts, I have never heard that martial arts can be advanced. So I want to ask. A trace of envy flashed in Yu Feishuan's eyes. She is a strong person in Zifu. How could she not realize that Dragon Soul Armor is an earth-level martial skill? How terrifying it would be if it could still be advanced. He paused for a moment. Yu Feishuan said slowly. Most of the ordinary martial arts are not perfect. With your current strength, if you look at those yellow level and spiritual level martial arts, you will definitely see them full of flaws at a glance. Yes. Yang Mucheng nodded. It is precisely because of this that he rarely uses low-level martial arts. But there are some martial arts that are not included in this list. Just because the strong man who originally created the martial arts only created part of it and did not create the follow-up. This type of martial arts is the martial arts that can be advanced. When your strength once it is powerful enough, you can continue to create. For example, there is a low-level Shin level, Wind and Thunder Swordsmanship. In our Wandao sword sect, it only has the Sword of Wind part. Say it. Yu Feishuan slashed with her right hand, and a mysterious wind swept through the void. Immediately afterwards, her moves changed and she was as fast as thunder. This move is the Thunder Sword that I created as a continuation of the Wind and Thunder Swordsmanship. If you want to estimate the level, it also belongs to the lower level of Shin level. Then, just then, he saw Yu Feishuan's right hand swinging continuously in the void, and all the power of wind and thunder appeared at this moment. This is the Wind and Thunder combination strike, which is a sword technique used from the first two parts. It should be around the mid-level Shin level. As for your Dragon Soul Armor, which belongs to the Earth level, I guess the original creator was because of there is no ability to continue. So the level of this skill is limited to this. According to my estimation, if the Dragon Soul Armor can be continued and the lower part is created, it may be able to reach the heaven level, said. Yu Feishuan shook her head regretfully and said with a wry smile. As a strong man in the Zifu, so far, I have only been able to create a mid-level Shin-level martial arts at most. It can be imagined how difficult it is to create a heaven-level martial art. Even among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect, there is only one incomplete heaven-level martial art. If you want to create a heaven-level martial art, you may have to reach the Nirvana state, or even it's the realm of Tai. Nirvana realm. Tai realm. Yu Feishuan's words not only did not make Yang Mucheng retreat in spite of the difficulties, but instead inspired him even more passionately and ambitiously. Original. Yang Mucheng still has doubts about this sentence. Only when you reach the Golden Elixir realm can you truly step into the threshold of cultivation. But now, he understands that this is really the case. Yu Feishuan smiled lightly. If others had such thoughts, she would definitely give them a slap in the face and tell them not to be too ambitious. But this is Yang Mucheng. For some reason,
She felt a faint confidence that Yang Mucheng could reach that level. Thinking of this, she looked at Yang Mucheng and said,
Brother Yang, I don't have much to give you as a meeting gift. Why don't I give you 36 kinds of fighting spirit?
When Yu Feishuan spoke, she gently turned her white palm, as if grabbing the void, and saw a ripple in the air. 36 beads quickly flew out of the void and spread across the sky, suspended in midair, forming a wonderful arrangement. Yang Mucheng looked at these beads and couldn't help but widen his eyes. These beads actually contain a different kind of fighting spirit. Chapter 574, Set off to the Flying Sky Domain. Yang Mucheng never thought that Yu Feishuan would give him such a grand gift. Even Yang Mucheng felt a little abrupt. Concentrate for a moment. Yang Mucheng accepted these 36 first-level fighting intentions and said to Yu
Feishuan, I will remember your kindness. If you need me in the future, if you just say a word, I will definitely help you.
If someone else says this, Yu Feishuan will definitely smile with disdain. After all, Yu Feishuan's cultivation level has reached the Zifu realm, while Yang Mucheng's cultivation level is only at the Golden Core realm. It can be said that there is a huge difference between the two sides. Yang Mucheng's so-called kindness may not be attractive at all, but a rare excitement flashed in Yu Feishuan's eyes.
Brother Yang, I remember this sentence. I hope you can help me one day.
For the rest of the time, in addition to absorbing the 36 first-level fighting intentions, Yang Mucheng came to the Bamboo Forest Island to discuss the method of cultivation with Yu Feishuan every day. In his spare time, he spent his time teaching Gun Nanchi. This determined girl has an extraordinary and terrifying ability to comprehend. That's all. Although daily life is repetitive, for Yang Mucheng, it is not monotonous at all. Time passed, and before you knew it, Yang Mucheng had entered the Wandao Sword sect for a full month. In this month, Yang Mucheng fully possessed 108 first-level fighting intentions, and at the same time, his understanding of the killing fighting intention became more and more profound. Although it is not yet able to be used freely, once the killing intention is used in martial arts, the power will be increased several times or even dozens of times. Yang Mu originally thought that he would continue to practice peacefully in Wandao Sword sect. However, one day, when he was preparing to go to the Bamboo Forest Island to practice with Yu Feishuan as usual, something unexpected happened that interrupted Yang Mucheng's arrangements. Because the Spirit Sword list is finally launched. Among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect, more than 500 to 600 warriors at the Golden Core realm gathered in the square. This time, Xiongqing, Jiangchen, Emolia and Yang Mucheng stood among the crowd, waiting for the sect's senior officials to announce the Spirit Sword list.
Is the Spiritual Sword list going to be opened again? The Spiritual Sword ranking was opened in 36 years. I have been waiting for 36 years just for today. This is a good opportunity to win glory for the Wandao Sword sect, and it is also an opportunity to become famous in the 9 provinces continent.
In the crowd, each and every one of the Golden Elixir Masters showed excitement on their faces. Yang Mucheng's eyes swept away, and he couldn't help showing a trace of doubt. If Wandao Sword sect wants to compete for this Spiritual Sword list, then it should not only be the strong ones in the Golden Core realm, but there should be higher-level nascent soul strong ones, and even the Zifu strong ones. But in fact, none of those strong men showed up.
What's going on with this Spiritual Sword list?
Yang Mucheng asked.
Are you new here?
An inner disciple who looked like a veteran of the Wandao Sword sect looked Yang Mucheng up and down, and then said,
The Spiritual Sword ranking is among the 36 major sections, a list specially created for those who are powerful in the Golden Elixir. Only those who are in the Golden Core realm can enter. Powerful people like Yuanying and Zifu are not in this category. They have their own higher rankings.
Yang Mucheng showed a hint of interest. In the past month, he has only been focusing on cultivation, and he does not understand these external matters as clearly as they. Warriors who have been in the 10,000 Dao Sword sect for 30 years, or even longer.
On top of the Spiritual Sword ranking, there are 4 rankings, divided into Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The Spiritual Sword ranking is nothing. If you can be on the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang 4 rankings, then you will be truly famous all over the world.
Turn out to be. On top of this list of spiritual swords, there are actually 4 more powerful lists. Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. He was also looking forward to it more and more in his heart.
Are you looking forward to the Spiritual Sword list?
At this time, the disciple who spoke looked at the excited Yang Mucheng strangely, then showed a trace of ridicule and said,
I advise you not to have too high hopes. We only have golden elixirs. The warriors in the later period may not even be qualified to participate in the spirit sword ranking. Those who truly qualify for the spirit sword ranking are those who are masters of the golden pill, and even those who are half-step nascent soul. We are just cannon fodder.
Yang Muchung looked surprised and couldn't help but said,
What qualifications do you need to participate in the spirit sword ranking?
The warrior shook his head with a smile and said,
The spirit sword ranking is an overt and secret struggle between the 36 major sects. And it is also a place where all the strong ones show themselves. Those with weak strength are naturally not qualified to be on it. And they are not even qualified to compete for the spirit sword ranking on behalf of the sections. Among the 500 to 600 of us, we were only able to select 10 people to fight in place of the Wandao sword sect.
Is that so? Yang Muchung couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that the competition for the spiritual sword ranking was more intense than he imagined. The 36 major sects were originally the most powerful existences in a large domain. The disciples in the sect are either geniuses from all over the world or the strongest from all continents. From these people, select the 10 most powerful Jindan realm experts, and then decide the winner.
This is truly a gathering of geniuses and strong men.
Just as Yang Muchung was thinking about it, the voices in the square suddenly stopped. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Just saw that the cloud shrouded in the void quickly gathered together, and under the gazes, they formed like an old man.
In the 36th year, the spirit sword ranking has been opened. There are still 6 months until the spirit sword ranking begins. Now, we have to select the 10 strongest among all the golden elixir warriors in the sect. If you want to participate in the spiritual sword ranking, these 10 strongest ones in the golden core realm will receive the full support of the sect.
Say it. Among the clouds, the old man who was completely transformed from the clouds waved his right hand. In an instant, hundreds of rays of light fell from the sky and landed in everyone's palms, forming a crystal clear jade plaque.
This kind of method is definitely not something that the Yuanying realm or even the Zifu realm can display. This old man has probably reached the cultivation level of becoming a god.
Yang Muchung clutched the token in his hand and looked into the void with excitement.
I didn't expect that Wandao sword sect would have such a powerful person. Is there anyone with higher strength than him?
Just when Yang Muchung was still thinking. But listen. The old man's voice sounded again.
The training venue for this time is in Fadian Domain. For a period of 3 months, your task is to hunt enough monsters. Each time you hunt monsters of different levels, you will get different points. The higher the level, the more points you will get. The more monsters you have, the higher your points will be. Go ahead. In these 3 months, hunt enough monsters and work hard to enter the spirit sword ranking.
Tongue! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, countless golden elixir warriors jumped out of the square like lightning. The streaks of light were like meteors flying across the sky. Yang Muchung clutched the token in his hand, with endless fighting spirit burning in his eyes.
Flying Sky Domain? I'm here. This time, I must reach the top 10 and qualify to enter the spirit sword ranking.
Chapter 575 Demon King Golden Wing Doping. Fadian Domain. This is an area outside the 36 major domains, and it is also an uninhabited area. This area is covered with forests, mountains and rivers. For more than 10,000 miles, there is no human habitation, and most of them are monsters. The warriors from Wandao Sword Sect use their strength to kill monsters in this area. Hanhan Ridge is a mountain range on the outskirts of Fadian Domain. Among the mountains, dense trees stand, which are more than 1 meter thick in diameter and more than 100 meters high. The trees that tower into the sky are just saplings among the mountains. Even in the central area of Hanhan Ridge, there is a big tree that is more than 1,000 meters high. The sky-like canopy spreads for dozens of miles. Yang Muchung's location is this cold mountain ridge. This is the 7th day Yang Muchung entered Hanshamling. At this time, Yang Muchung was sitting in front of a big rock, and in front of him was a tiger-shaped demon king. Looking at the token in his hand, Yang Muchung was thoughtful.
There are no points for killing big demons below the Golden Core Realm. Only demon kings above the Golden Core Realm can get points. The demon king in the early stage of the lower level can get 1 point, and the demon king in the middle stage of the lower level can get 10 points. The demon king in the later stage of the lower level has 100 points. The peak stage has 200 points, and the perfect stage has 500 points. The Grandmaster stage actually has 1,000 points. Ever since I entered this mountain range, all I have encountered are monster kings, but not a single big monster. It's really scary.
It is precisely because of the existence of super large sects like Wandao Sword Sect Only then can the martial arts world and the secular world be preserved. Once a demon king breaks through the blockade and enters the mortal world, it will probably be a disaster. And this is still just the periphery. Isn't there a middle-level demon king in the inner circle, and a high-level demon king in the core? And in other locations on this continent, there are even more terrifying demon kings and demon emperors?
In the past 7 days, I have killed a total of 3 low-middle stage demon kings and more than 50 low-level early stage demon kings. The current total is 80. I don't know how the others are.
Think of this. Yang Muchung shook his head. His location was only on the periphery. Those warriors who are in the later stages of the golden elixir, at the peak, perfection, or even the pinnacle of the golden elixir, are bound to go deeper. I'm afraid it will definitely not be less than 200 points. And it may even be higher.
We can't stay in the periphery any longer. Otherwise, there is absolutely no chance of entering the top 10. Let's go into the inner circle.
After meditating and adjusting his breath for a moment, Yang Muchung slowly stood up. These days, all the energy and blood of the demon king he killed was absorbed by him. And his current cultivation level has barely reached 30% from the 20% in the middle stage of the golden elixir. This shows how difficult it is to advance in the golden elixir realm. Just when Yang Muchung stood up, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. This roaring sound resounded through the mountains and forests, shaking the void. Although they were dozens of miles apart, Yang Muchung could still feel the sound as if it was ringing in his ears, shocking his blood.
What kind of demon king's roar is this? With this kind of power, I'm afraid that the demon king might have reached the peak of the golden elixir. The sound seemed to come from heaven.
Tongue! With almost no hesitation, Yang Muchung tiptoed, and like a nimble cheetah, he quickly rushed around a towering tree. Almost in an instant, it flew over the huge forest sea, looked towards the source of the sound. It didn't matter at this glance. Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but his eyelids twitched after seeing it. Previously, the one who roared was a demon king at the peak of the golden core. It was a golden-winged rock, with its wings spread out to a height of 400 meters. Every time the wings flapped, Yang Muchung, who was several miles away, could feel a strong hurricane that seemed to be able to blow him away.
Come!
There are large green ripples in the vast forest sea. This golden-winged rock flew through the air and kept making angry roars.
Is there someone fighting with this golden-winged rock?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward. Compared with the golden-winged rock, ordinary warriors are as small as ants. No wonder Yang Muchung didn't notice those warriors at first. However, they saw that there were 5 people fighting against the golden-winged rock. 3 women and 2 men. These people are all in the late stages of the golden core. And one of the girls has even reached the peak of the golden core. Now they are besieging this golden-winged rock.
I'm afraid it's a bit tricky.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. Although, the warriors had an advantage in numbers. But the golden-winged rock kept suppressing the 5 of them.
Ordinary monsters cannot become demon kings without more than 1,000 or even thousands of years of practice. And these demon kings, whether in terms of physique, defense, or speed, will be far higher than warriors. They have no ability to deal with this golden-winged rock.
Yang Muchung shook his head and prepared to leave. However, suddenly, he thought of something and stopped quickly.
This is a demon king at the peak level, worth 200 points. The higher the level of the demon king, the harder it is to find it. Now that this golden-winged rock bird is in front of me, is it possible that I can still let it go?
Narrow your eyes. Yang Muchung looked forward. Naturally, Yang Muchung couldn't do it to seize other people's prey. And he didn't even bother to do it. But if these 5 people can't deal with the golden-winged rock, then you can't blame him for intervening. At this time, the golden-winged rock let out a piercing cry. And even at this moment, the sharp sound even turned into spreading ripples. At the same time, the wings of the golden-winged rock suddenly flapped, and a frightening gust of wind seemed to have condensed into a substantial mountain peak, striking towards the 5 people.
Formation!
The leader, a woman in white clothes and black leather armor with a perfect figure, immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, the remaining 4 people in the team faced the wind and formed a 5-pointed star formation. The shining 5-pointed star actually withstood the strong wind. However, before Yang Muchung could praise the woman in white for her reaction speed, he saw the golden-winged rock spreading its wings again. In an instant, a feather that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a shocking golden light was shot out at this moment.
Boom!
The golden feathers were like sharp arrows, hitting the 5-pointed star. A ball of sparks burst out, and the pentagram that blocked the strong wind was actually penetrated at this moment. One of them was unable to dodge, and was blasted from the front chest with Ling Yu on his back, and then shot out from the back chest. The terrifying power contained in the feathers knocked the man down from midair. Just listen to a dong sound. Like a meteorite falling. The entire mountain trembled involuntarily.
The 5-pointed star is broken. And these 5 people are only at the end of their efforts.
Yang Muchen shook his head slowly. At this moment, it was finally his turn to take action. Chapter 576. Who is he? The pentagram is broken. The golden-winged rock no longer had any scruples. It folded its wings and struck like a sharp arrow. The first target was the girl in white clothes and black armor. The sharp beak suddenly opened, as if he wanted to swallow the girl in one bite.
Lin Wei, get away quickly!
Someone in the team shouted hurriedly. But this golden-winged rock is extremely fast, and it is the absolute overlord in the air. How can I hide at this moment? This kind of demon king is extremely cruel. Normally, it not only hunts its own kind, but also likes to devour human warriors. They will not swallow the food in one bite, but rather like a cat catching a mouse, exhausting the other person and suffering all the torture before slowly devouring it bit by bit. The girl named Lin Wei turned pale, but the golden-winged rock was already attacking quickly, and she had no way to hide at this moment.
Upbraid!
A clear and crisp drink came from her throat, but she saw that her hands were slightly flawless, and the tight green sword in her hand actually gave off a cold light. In an instant, a green sword light that was more than 100 meters long pierced out and hit the chest and abdomen of the golden-winged rock. However, faced with this blow, the big golden-winged rock didn't panic at all. There was a hint of disdain similar to humans in the huge bird's pupils. Then it suddenly raised its body, and its huge claws looked forward, as if searching for something. The huge green sword light was grasped in his claws. Click! As soon as the bird's claws were retracted, the sword light condensed and Lin Wei's body was crushed to pieces. Pieces of cyan light turned into bits, and pieces of fireflies, and dispersed in all directions. Hisses. Seeing this scene, Lin Wei's 5-person team felt numb. The strength of this golden-winged rock is simply beyond ordinary and terrifying.
Groan!
However, just when everyone was shocked, the golden-winged rock began to fight back at this moment. The wings are folded and spread out. In an instant, the wind was raging fiercely. At this moment, the calm void turned into a violent storm. Along its wings, 2 wind blades that were more than 100 meters long passed through the air and slashed towards Lin Wei.
Not good!
Lin Wei's heart trembled. Faced with this shocking attack, she gritted her teeth and quickly took out a small shield from her arms and threw it into the air. As soon as the shield appeared, it swelled up in the wind and transformed into several times larger than the door panel.
This is a middle-grade Xian-level magic weapon. The Heaven Protective Shield.
Someone in the team shouted. But this shield, under the 2 wind blades that could tear everything apart, was as fragile as paper, and it was easily torn apart in an instant.
Oops!
When Lin Wei saw the sky shield shattered, her heart was filled with fear. Without any hesitation, she retreated towards the rear. Although her reactions and movements were very quick, the 2 wind blades still passed by her body.
Ah!
Lin Wei screamed and fell into a big tree. After she fell, she staggered and barely managed to steady herself. Everyone looked at Lin Wei and couldn't help but gasp. I saw that Lin Wei's chest seemed to have been slashed by 2 cross-sharp blades. The blood dyed the leather armor red, and the white ribs were clearly visible. Lin Wei was able to dodge quickly. If she had been a little slower, she would have been completely torn apart.
This demon king is too powerful. We are no match.
When everyone saw the scene, their scalps felt numb. But at this moment, the golden-winged rock was no longer busy attacking. It stared at everyone with its eyes, as if in amusement.
Why doesn't this beast stop attacking?
Someone asked.
It just swallowed 2 demon kings before, and it's not hungry now.
Lin Wei hurriedly swallowed a pill to stop the injury, and then said resentfully,
It wants to play with us before eating it.
At first, when Lin Wei's team discovered the golden-winged rock, the demon king was slowly devouring an elephant demon king. Originally, Lin Wei and others thought that they would kill the golden-winged daepak while it was eating. But who would have thought that the strength of the golden-winged daepak was simply beyond their imagination? Not only did he fail to hunt successfully, but he got himself involved.
Then what should we do? We are no match for this golden-winged rock. It is too fast, and we can't escape.
Lin Wei laughed miserably. I can't fight. I can't escape. I can't escape.
This is just the periphery of the Fatian domain. And this is just a rock bird at the peak of the golden core. How terrifying would it be if it were a perfect demon king? Or even a master-level demon king? Lin Wei. That's... Someone is heading towards the Garuda. Just when a few people were despairing, they saw a boy about 17 years old walking slowly towards the golden-winged rock with his feet in the void. And this time, the golden-winged rock, which was combing its feathers with its beak, was suddenly startled. A pair of eagle eyes suddenly tightened and fell on Yang Maicheng. Who is that? It seems to be someone from our Wandao sword sect, several people said. Lin Wei's face turned pale, and she quickly shouted, Little brother, get away quickly. You are no match for this golden-winged rock. It is the Demon King at the peak of the golden elixir. When Yang Maicheng heard the voice in the distance, he just smiled and didn't respond at all. Instead, he quickened his pace. Lin Wei was about to shout again, but was pulled up by her two companions. Lin Wei, this is the opportunity. That's right. This kid has now attracted all the attention of the golden-winged Dapeng. This is a good opportunity for us to escape, Lin Wei argued. But, another person said, nothing. Look, that kid is only in the middle stage of the golden core, which is 2 levels different from the golden-winged Dapeng. With so many of us, we can't besiege a golden-winged Dapeng. Can he be our opponent? The moment the golden-winged Dapeng launched its attack, we ran away quickly. Even if that kid could only hold on for a moment, it was enough for us to escape from the golden-winged Dapok's hunting range. People who don't do it for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Even Lin Wei couldn't help but waver at this moment. She looked forward, looking at the golden-winged rock at the peak of the golden elixir. However, this look didn't matter. But she couldn't help being surprised. I saw. The golden-winged rock looked at Yang Maicheng with deep fear. Who is this young man? Why does the golden-winged rock look like this? Notice. The golden-winged rock looked at the 5 of them with deep disdain and amusement. This is true even for her, a warrior at the peak of the golden core. But now, the golden-winged rock looked at Yang Maicheng with fear. Groan! Just as Lin Wei was thinking about it, the golden-winged rock suddenly rose up and attacked Yang Maicheng. Chapter 577 The Occupied Savage Mountain. View. The golden-winged rock was like a rising dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun with its swirling force, and surged into the void in an instant. The hurricane generated when it vibrated its wings caused the woods for miles around to be broken at this moment. And even more trees were uprooted. Escape! At this moment, someone in the team shouted. Lin Wei also knew. This is a rare opportunity to escape. If you miss it, you will die in the hands of the golden-winged rock. But she was still extremely worried about Yang Maicheng's situation. Just when she was about to escape, she couldn't help but look back. But at this glance, she couldn't move anymore. But see, facing the attack of the golden-winged rock, Yang Maicheng did not panic as everyone imagined, but stood quietly on the spot. Just when the attack of the golden-winged rock was about to hit him, Yang Maicheng slowly stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed it into the void. Call! In the void, the infinite spiritual energy gathered and condensed into a terrifying giant golden palm. With a rolling hurricane force, it struck hard at the giant claws that the golden-winged rock was probing towards. Giant palms and giant claws. Under Lin Wei's incredible gaze, they collided hard. Immediately, the terrifying power hidden in the attacks from both sides exploded wildly. An invisible ripple immediately set off, turning into a visible storm that spread in all directions. In an instant, Lin Wei and the others, who were far away from each other, were immediately blown away by the astonishing wind. Without caring about steadying themselves, several people quickly looked towards the field. However, when they saw it, they were completely stunned. What? How could he? He actually blocked the attack of the golden-winged rock. They were not surprised that the golden-winged Dapeng could exert such a powerful attack. After all, this was the Demon King at the peak of the golden core. But Yang Maicheng is only in the middle stage of golden elixir. And Yang Maicheng's palm pushed the golden-winged rock back hundreds of meters. Groan! A burst of angry neighing sounded quickly and violently. Xian even saw that the golden-winged rock bird suddenly flipped and swooped down at that moment, grabbing Yang Maicheng fiercely with its claws like iron hooks. This moment, Lin Wei's heart was about to jump out of her throat. She had witnessed with her own eyes the power of the giant claws of the golden-winged rock. One of its claws can even crush a mountain to pieces. Even a strong man who is also at the peak of the golden core will be crushed to pieces by its claws. However, Yang Maicheng grinned, but he didn't make any movement.
and a golden light suddenly emitted from outside his body. In this vast golden light, a five-clawed golden dragon condensed. Then the five-clawed golden dragon rushed forward quickly, its huge claws moving towards the golden-winged rock with lightning speed. The wings were grabbed hard. Boom! The five claws went deep, like hooks, and directly penetrated the wings of the golden-winged rock. Its wings were penetrated, and the golden-winged rock let out a shrill roar. It was at this moment that he struggled desperately. However, before it could escape from the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon, it saw Yang Muqing's hand suddenly pulling, and immediately heard a huge sound, like the tearing of brocade silk. At this moment, under the incredible gazes of the 5 members of Lin Wei's team, the Demon King, who was at the peak of his golden elixir, was torn into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone in Lin Wei's team widened their eyes, and couldn't believe it. They did not expect that the golden-winged rock, which almost caused the entire team to be wiped out, would be easily killed by this young man in such a way.
Ha! I got 200 points.
Yang Mucheng looked proud. However, when he looked at the jade card, he found that he had only gained 160 points.
Hey, that's weird.
Just when Yang Mucheng was wondering why he only got 160 points for hunting a peak-level Demon King, Lin Wei's team came back to their senses and staggered over and thanked Yang Mucheng.
Senior!
Lin Wei saw Yang Muqing's expression of confusion and quickly explained.
2 or more disciples besiege a monster. The person who kills the monster in the end can get 80% of the points, and the remaining 20% will be divided equally among the others.
I see. When Yang Mucheng heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. He didn't expect that there was such a rule. That is to say, although this golden-winged rock at the peak of the golden elixir has up to 200 points, due to the participation of Lin Wei and others, he only got 80% of it, and the remaining 20% was divided by Lin Wei's team.
Senior, how about we form a team of 6?
At this time, among the team, a thin, middle-aged man with sinister features said flatteringly.
Do you think it's possible?
Yang Mucheng glanced at the man lightly. With such rules, if you want to form a team, you can only find people of equal strength. If the strength of the team members is too poor, not only will it not be effective, but it will be dragged down. Otherwise, it would be better to form a team of 1.
Senior, to thank you for your rescue. This is the map of Fatian territory.
Lin Wei took out a map from his arms, handed it to Yang Mucheng respectfully, and said,
I collected this from the market at a high price. The map that came.
Yang Mucheng took it, and took a look and couldn't help but nodded. This map just solved his urgent need. Glanced at the map. This map not only marks the terrain, but also marks the distribution of monsters in each area. The location he was in was called Hanchanling, and it was a gathering point for Demon Kings in the early stages of the Golden Core. Occasionally, Demon Kings would appear in the middle and later stages.
Senior, are you planning to go to Savage Mountain?
Seeing Yang Mucheng put away the map and walk towards Savage Mountain, Lin Wei quickly said,
I advise you. It's best not to go there. Oh, why?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Savage Mountain is an area with the highest level of monsters nearby, and the monster kings that appear are basically in the late Golden Core stage. There are also many Demon Kings at the peak. For Yang Mucheng, not only is he suitable for hunting, but he can also absorb the Demon King's energy and blood at the fastest speed, thus being promoted to the late stage of the Golden Core. But now, Lin Wei actually told him that it was best not to go to Savage Mountain.
Senior, you don't know something. The Savage Mountain has been completely occupied by Su Mu's team. The 5 of them are guarding the Savage Mountain. Once someone hunts the Demon King, they will wait for an opportunity to hide, and wait until the last blow before suddenly taking action. Let all the previous efforts be in vain.
Chapter 578 Su Mu Team. And such things? After hearing Lin Wei's words, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Naturally, he didn't think that Lin Wei had the guts to lie to him. If Savage Mountain is really in such a situation, it must be very troublesome for him. After taking a look at the map, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown, because it would take at least 5 or 6 days to reach the next suitable hunting area from his current location, and it would also have to pass through several Demon King areas where the Golden Core Perfection Realm was reached.
Yes.
At this time, another person in Lin Wei's team said quickly,
Senior, we were hunting monsters in Savage Mountain before, but after hunting for several days, there were not many successful examples. Whenever it came to the last moment, Su Mu and the others would jump out of the darkness. Give the monster a fatal blow. That's right. I only got 13 points now.
Hear this? Yang Muchung was finally moved. It took 7 days to actually get 13 points. This shows how powerful Lin Wei's team was suppressed by Su Mu and others in Savage Mountain.
Senior,
Lin Wei continued,
Su Mu's team is headed by Su Mu. His cultivation has reached the perfection of the Golden Core.
And the other 4 are all at the peak of the Golden Core. They can also deal with the Golden Winged Rot from before. The level of killing. So, I advise you not to set foot in Savage Mountain easily.
Ha ha ha. When Yang Muchung heard Lin Wei's words, he laughed loudly, put away the map, and shook his head.
These people just want to scare me? Today, I want to go to Savage Mountain to hunt monsters. If they don't show up, that's it. If they do, I will treat them as monsters and hunt them down.
Finished. Yang Mu waved his long sleeves and walked towards Savage Mountain without a care in the world.
Senior.
When Lin Wei saw it, she suddenly became anxious. No matter what, Yang Muchung saved them anyway. She couldn't just watch Yang Muchung enter Savage Mountain and be exploited by Su Mu and others.
Lin Wei. Do you know who he is?
Someone in the team already recognized Yang Muchung.
Who is he?
Lin Wei said with a face full of urgency.
No matter who he is or what his identity is. If he enters Savage Mountain, he will not be able to defeat Su Mu and the others.
The man smiled and shook his head, looked at Yang Muchung's figure meaningfully, and said with a smile,
that's not necessarily the case.
Several other people couldn't help but suddenly realize when they heard this sentence. The look in Yang Muchung's eyes had changed from shock to awe. But only Lin Wei was still kept in the dark.
Senior is only in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. How can he be the opponent of Su Mu's team? Su Mu's team has 4 peak gene elixirs and 1 perfect gene elixir. If the senior goes to Savage Mountain alone, he will probably be eaten to his bones by Su Mu and the others. There's nothing left. Lin Wei. You are wrong.
One of the team members shook his head and said with a smile.
This time, it was not this senior who was eaten without even the bones, but Su Mu and the others. Do you know who the senior who saved us earlier was? Who is it?
Lin Wei asked quickly. Her companion said word by word.
Yang. Lao. Devil. Hisses.
Lin Wei took a breath of air and turned pale with shock. Savage Mountain. By the stream, a small team was feasting on a lion-shaped demon king. Although this demon king was twice as big as an elephant, it couldn't help but be devoured by several golden elixir masters, accompanied by fine wine and a bonfire. These 5 people, the drinker was flushed and in high spirits, with no intention of competing for the top 10 in the standings. These people seemed to be headed by the young man sitting on the blue stone. But see, the young man slowly took a sip of wine and asked,
Sun Lao-san, have you found the target?
The peak-gened and expert named Sun Laos and was blind in his right eye. A scar cut down his forehead and spanned half of his face. His entire face looked extremely ferocious. He chewed the meat in his mouth fiercely and said,
Boss Su Mu, since Lin Wei's team was forced away by us yesterday, there are no other teams in this Savage Mountain.
Su Laosan looked at the young man with one eye and continued to ask,
Boss Su Mu, let's take advantage of the loopholes in this rule to steal other people's points. If the top leaders of the sword sect know about it, will they blame us?
Yes. When the others heard Su Laosan's question, they couldn't help but look at Su Mu. Su Mu laughed loudly and said,
A bunch of idiots. Do you think we are the only ones who know about this loophole? This was done deliberately by the top leaders of the sword sect. Do you think this experience is just a simple hunt for monsters? A truly strong person can do it from the real strongman can also protect his prey from being snatched away by others. Lin Wei's team, who were forced away by us, ranked outside the 400th place in the previous hunting rankings. They couldn't even protect their own prey, and they still wanted to reach the top 10 in the rankings, qualifying for the Spirit Sword ranking?
Su Mu sneered and said,
How can it be so easy?
After hearing Su Mu's words, everyone couldn't help but suddenly realized. Sun Laosan couldn't help but nodded, gave Su Mu a thumbs up, and said,
Thankfully we followed Boss Su Mu this time. Otherwise, we would have become like cannon fodder for no reason. Like Lin Wei's team. And become someone else's
stepping stone. However, there are no warriors coming to Savage Mountain anymore. Should we change places? That's right.
Su Mu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, an explosion suddenly came from dozens of miles away, as well as the Demon King's roar. It was obvious that someone was fighting the Demon King. He raised his eyebrows.
Sumu sneered. Hey, I didn't expect that someone who doesn't believe in evil would dare to come here. Sun Lao-san, go and take a look. If that kid kills the Demon King again, you can intervene and steal his points. Get out. Yes. Sun Lao-san nodded and headed towards the direction of the explosion. Sumu drank all the wine in the wine bag, squinted his eyes, and looked towards the center of Savage Mountain, and said, In this Savage Mountain, there is also a Demon King with perfect golden elixir, which is worth 500 points in total. Points! After we destroy this Demon King, we will leave Savage Mountain and change places. Yes! The other three people quickly replied. Let's set off. Sumu smiled faintly, tiptoed, and quickly flew towards the center of Savage Mountain. And this time, Sun Lao-san had already arrived at the place where the sound of the battle explosion came from. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyelids twitched, because he discovered that Yang Machung was the only one fighting the Demon King, and there were already 2 Demon Kings lying at his feet. I guess the level of these 2 Demon Kings is not high, Sun Lao-san judged subconsciously. He didn't think that Yang Machung, a warrior who was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core, could deal with such a powerful Demon King. However, when he looked at the Demon King that Yang Machung was hunting, his pupils suddenly closed, because what shocked him was that this was actually a Demon King at the peak of the Golden Core. Chapter 579, Who Doesn't Know How to Snatch Prey? It is indeed Savage Mountain. Yang Machung was extremely excited. The Demon Kings here were generally at a high level. He met 2 Demon Kings in the late Golden Elixir stage, and 1 at the peak of the Golden Elixir. As long as he kills this peak Demon King and absorbs his energy and blood, his cultivation will reach 40% of the middle stage of the Golden Core. This speed of improvement is terrifying. Sure enough, what the predecessor said is right. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. Although this vacant domain is an area where Demon Kings are rampant and ordinary warriors dare not come, it is an excellent training place for me. If I can be allowed to practice here, I will be able to reach the nascent Soul Realm or even the Zifu Realm in less than a year. There are 3 major stages in the Dan Formation Realm. First, Golden Elixir. Second, Nascent Soul. Third, Zifu. Even for the disciples of super sects such as the Wandao Sword Sect, it would take at least 200 to 300 years to reach the realm of the Purple Mansion from the Golden Pill. But for Yang Machung, 1 year is enough to do all this. If I don't bother you, I'll just kill you, Yang Machung thought to himself, and looked at the 3-eyed white wolf in front of him. This Demon King's body was already covered in scars and blood stains. But after all, he was the Demon King at the peak level. Even when he was injured, he still did not give up resistance. In response to Yang Machung's attack, he continued to move left and right, and quickly dodge. Ha ha! Quite flexible. Yang Machung smiled faintly. Boom! He took a step forward, and shot forward quickly like an arrow from a string. The 3-eyed white wolf also roared, jumped up quickly, and bit Yang Machung's throat fiercely. However, before the 3-eyed white wolf could get close to Yang Machung, it was hit by Yang Machung's palm in the air. Click! A sound of bone cracking came quickly and quickly. Before the 3-eyed white wolf could rush in front of Yang Machung, he was sent flying by his palm and hit the ground heavily, making a whimpering sound. The 3-eyed white wolf struggled to remember, and then tried to stand up. But in its current state, even an idiot can see that it has no resistance and is just a broken body that is at the end of its fight. The last move to finish you off. Just when Yang Machung was about to take action to kill the Demon King, suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped out from the dense forest. Ha ha! Boy! This area of Savage Mountain is occupied by us. If you know what's going on, get out of here. I'll take this 3-eyed white wolf. The figure that jumped out was clearly Sun Lao-san. But see, when he was laughing wildly, his right hand had already drawn out the sword, and with a cold sword light, it swiftly flew towards the 3-eyed white wolf. This 3-eyed white wolf was already dying. How could it withstand the sudden attack of a peak golden elixir expert? With just a puff sound, the 3-eyed white wolf was cut into 2 pieces. Ding! And this time, Yang Machung's jade card also jumped, and his points increased by 40. Obviously, this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere took away 80% of this peak Demon King worth 200 points. Tongue! This Sun Lao-san is obviously a master of this skill. He comes as quickly as he retreats. He succeeded with 1 strike, and without any pause. He killed the 3-eyed white wolf, and left suddenly, leaving only a separated body of the Demon King, and blood all over the ground. Ha ha. You are really brave.
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and looked at the Demon King lying on the ground. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneered.
If I don't provoke you, you should pray to God and worship Buddha. I didn't expect that you would dare to provoke me. In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Taking the blood of the three-eyed white wolf into his body, Yang Muchung felt that his cultivation level had reached 40% of the middle stage. He looked at the direction where Sun Laos and was leaving, raised the corner of his mouth, and quickly tiptoed, following Sun Laos An. 3 flew away quickly. It is rude to come and go without reciprocating. Since these guys dare to take action, Yang Muchung will naturally not be polite. At this moment, Sun Laos An was completely immersed in the excitement of snatching Yang Muchung's spoils, and did not notice that Yang Muchung was following behind him.
Huh? Which direction is this?
Yang Muchung felt Sun Laos An's change of direction, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
The map shows that in the center of Savage Mountain, there is a Demon King with perfect golden elixir. The reason why these people stay in Savage Mountain is to hunt this perfect Demon King. Right. A perfect Demon King has a score of 500 points. Humph. If you dare to steal my things, I will make you give them back twice as much.
After a while, Sun Laos An has already returned to the team.
How is it?
Sumu asked with a smile.
Ha ha. Boss Sumu. I snatched a Demon King at the peak of the golden elixir.
Sun Laos An's face was filled with excitement.
The boy who broke into the Savage Mountain was only in the middle stage of the golden core. After I killed the Demon King, I immediately retreated. The boy probably didn't even see our shadow. He must have been furious by now.
Sumu sneered and said,
It's a good thing you took action. Otherwise, that kid would not be a match for the Demon King at the peak of the golden core. Forget it. Ignore those insignificant things. Everyone else in Savage Mountain has already been forced away by us. Now, no one will stop us from hunting this Demon King with perfect golden elixir.
Sumu didn't know much about Yang Muchung's strength, so what he said was extremely reasonable. But Sun Laos An could not help but frown secretly, showing doubts, because when he arrived, the Demon King was already dying and only needed one last move. And he also saw that Yang Muchung was about to succeed, so he hurriedly snatched it.
How is it possible? That kid is only in the middle stage of golden core.
Just when Sun Laos An was about to express his doubts, he was suddenly pleasantly surprised when he heard Sumu's words.
Boss Sumu, are we finally going to take action against the Chaos Demon Ape?
Notice, these people, they constantly go around snatching other people's prey and forcing others out of Savage Mountain. Their target is this Demon King Chaos Demon Ape with perfect golden elixir. Before, they have also attacked this Chaos Demonic Ape several times. But this Chaos Demonic Ape is not only powerful, but also extremely cunning. He couldn't defeat 5 people, but he actually knew how to order other Demon Kings to help. It is precisely for this reason that they have delayed taking action until now.
That guy is Sumu?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the leader of this 5-person team was actually a young man in his 20s. Moreover, the cultivation level is not low.
Their target is the Chaos Demon Ape. Ha ha. Who doesn't know how to snatch prey? Since you dare to rob me, you must be prepared to be snatched back by me.
Chapter 580. You have to grab what you have to grab.
Do it!
Sumu shouted loudly. And Sun Laos An and the other team members quickly took action against the Chaos Demon Ape. Last time, if the Chaos Demon Ape hadn't called a dozen Demon Kings, they would have succeeded. In the past few days, they have been driving away other warriors who came into the Savage Mountain. On the other hand, they have also been hunting the Demon Kings in the surrounding area, making this area a vacuum zone so that there will be no more Chaos Demon Apes calling for help. One scene. Roar! When the Chaos Demonic Ape discovered that it was these people again, his enemies immediately met and became extremely jealous. He let out a roar and fought with these people, although he is a perfect Demon King. But the size of this Chaos Demonic Ape is not too big, only about 4 or 5 meters. The whole body is covered with rock-like muscles, and the hair is visible under the hair, like tree roots that have grown for many years. And it looks full of explosive power.
Huh?
Yang Muchung, who was hiding in the dark, noticed something was wrong. Demon Kings who can reach the realm of golden elixir have basically opened their spiritual wisdom, and their wisdom is no less than that of warriors. Some higher spiritual beings can even speak human words.
This Chaos Demonic Ape has many scars on its body, many of which are new. Logically speaking, it should choose to leave. Why is it clinging to this area of Savage Mountain? Is it possible?
Yang Macheng was secretly moved. Although, most monsters have their own territory. But once they encounter danger, these monsters will still choose to escape. But there is obviously something strange about this chaos demonic ape clinging to the Savage Mountain without leaving.
Is it possible that this Savage Mountain contains treasures from heaven and earth?
Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. Thinking of this, he looked towards the battlefield again. But see, the 5 of them became more and more courageous as they fought, almost pressing down on the injured chaos demon ape to fight. As for this demon ape, its whole body was damaged, and blood was constantly flowing down its fur, even dyeing the ground red.
Boss Su Mu, this chaos demonic ape will not escape until death. There must be treasures of heaven and earth in this mountain.
Sun Laosen shouted.
Look!
At this time, a team member shouted. Everyone looked around quickly, but he saw an inconspicuous flower bone growing in a pile of rocks 7 or 8 feet away from the chaos demon ape. The flower has not yet bloomed, so it is obviously not mature yet. Each petal wrapped around the stamen shows a different color, and the light slowly spreads along the body of the flower like a tide.
Ha ha! This trip is worthwhile!
Su Mu laughed loudly.
Today, not only can we kill this chaos demonic ape, but we can also get a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. It's really a big profit. That's right.
Sun Laosen nodded proudly. Several other people in the team were also full of joy. And this time, the chaos demonic ape was also retreating step by step, obviously at the end of its efforts. In front of me, just when the chaos demonic ape was about to be killed, a burst of laughter came from not far away.
I accept this chaos demonic ape!
The sound was still several miles away when it sounded. But when it fell, a human figure was seen as it stepping out of the void. It was extremely fast, and it had arrived in front of the chaos demon ape almost in an instant. With a palm in the air, he slapped the chaos demon ape on the head.
Who is it?
Su Mu's eyes widened angrily. Unable to conceal his anger, he didn't expect that someone would dare to snatch his prey.
Boss, this is the boy I met earlier.
Sun Laosen saw Yang Mucheng's face clearly and shouted loudly. Everyone was either shocked, angry, shocked, or confused. But the reaction of the chaos demonic ape made Su Mu and the others overjoyed. This chaos demonic ape was already scarred and extremely angry. It couldn't tell whether Yang Macheng and Su Mu were in the same group. It only knows that the target of these people is itself. Seeing Yang Macheng rushing towards him, the chaos demon ape let out a roar, and its already huge body suddenly expanded at this moment. Muscles were all jangled and solidified, as sharp and angular as rocks. The fangs in the jaw protruded up and down, like a crazy beast. The red eyes suddenly condensed. And then, the big furry hand swatted wildly towards Yang Mucheng's position. The vast wind in this palm caused a crazy chaos in the wind around the surrounding area, and brought out a sharp and ear-piercing roar.
Ha ha!
Seeing this scene, Su Mu couldn't help laughing anymore, with a look of ridicule on his face.
This kid wants to rob our prey. He must have this ability. Monsters will do whatever it takes before they die. If you fight back, this kid will die even if he has 9 lives after taking the palm of the chaos demon ape. It's just asking for death.
Sun Laosen couldn't help but smile proudly. Even an idiot can guess what Yang Macheng is thinking at this moment. He was simply robbed of his prey and was furious. So he wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate in the same way and snatch the chaos demonic ape away. But how can it be so easy to deal with a chaos demon ape with perfect golden elixir? Its death-defying counterattack was such that not even a peak golden core expert dared to confront it head-on. While everyone was thinking about it, Yang Mucheng's jade card palm struck the big claw of the chaos demon ape. One side is light and fluttery, but the other side is extremely powerful. Even an idiot can predict the next situation. However, no one expected that a sudden change occurred.
Boom!
Yang Mucheng's palm was like thousands of mountains pressing down on him, like a meteorite falling to the ground. The entire savage mountain suddenly trembled at this moment, and the rock at the feet of the chaos demon ape was the first to be unable to withstand this huge force, and it collapsed crazily on the spot. At the same time, the big claw of the chaos demonic ape also snapped with a click, under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. The huge body was struck deeply into the ground by Yang Mucheng's palm. In fact, the entire savage mountain collapsed at this moment.
Ding!
This moment, the jade cards of Su Mu and Sun Laosen flashed, and they received the points. This chaos demonic ape had a total of 500 points, and the 5 of them got 100 points in total. The rest were taken away by Yang Macheng. At this moment, the smug and mocking smiles on everyone's faces suddenly stiffened and became extremely ugly. But what made Sumu angry was that after killing the Chaos Demon Ape, Yang Muchung had no intention of stopping. Instead, he grabbed the void with his right hand, and immediately the immature heavenly spirit and earthly treasure was uprooted by him.
Thank you.
After majestically pocketing the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures, under the eyes of Sumu, Sun Laosan, and others who almost burst into flames, Yang Muchung thanked him and quietly disappeared into the night sky.
Asshole!
Thinking of the fruits of his hard work being taken away like this, Sumu roared uncontrollably at this moment.
No matter who you are, I, Sumu, have written down what happened today. I, Sumu, swear that I will never make it easy for you.
Chapter 581. If anyone offends me, I will eradicate it. Sumu's roar echoed in the night. Yang Muchung heard it clearly. He sneered and ignored it. Sun Laosan robbed him of 160 points, and he robbed 400 points directly from the other party's hands, as well as a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. This deal is extremely cost-effective no matter how you calculate it.
Won't you make me feel better?
Yang Muchung took out the heavenly spirit earth treasure from the dragon's tail bracelet and started playing with it.
You were the ones who provoked me first. This chaos demonic ape is just the beginning. Do you think I will stop it so easily? This is the top-grade black flower of the Shin level. But it's a pity that it's not mature yet. That's all. Just absorb it.
This hunting mission lasted for 3 months. People like Sumu are just little guys, although they know the loopholes in the standings. In the end, they can only be ranked in the middle. Yang Muchung's real goal is to reach the top 10. Therefore, it is imperative that he improve his cultivation as much as possible. After offering sacrifices to the black flowers, Yang Muchung directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Immediately, this flower bone turned into several rays of light, rushing towards Yang Muchung's body and pouring into the golden elixir.
50%.
After a while, Yang Muchung slowly opened his eyes. The energy and blood of the chaos demonic ape and the power in the black flower allowed his cultivation to finally reach the halfway point in the middle stage of the golden elixir. Sit quietly and adjust your breath for a while. As his strength improved, Yang Muchung became more and more aware of the importance of foundation. If you blindly improve your cultivation and ignore the basics, you will most likely find it difficult to make progress in the future.
Huh?
Unexpected, Yang Muchung felt something again. He has now set up a small tracking array on Sun Laosan's body. Through this array, he can sense the specific location of Sun Laosan and others. Originally, Yang Muchung just planned to sense the other party's position, but he didn't expect to find something else.
The aura displayed in this tracking array is erratic, and it seems to be fighting.
Yang Muchung felt secretly. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Ha ha, there's another bargain to be found.
With a secret chuckle, Yang Muchung quickly rushed towards a place in the forest.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At the junction of Savage Mountain and Evil Ghost Mountain, Sumu and others were fighting a demon king with perfect golden elixir. The reason why Sumu and others stayed in Savage Mountain was precisely because of the chaos demonic ape. Now, after the chaos demonic ape was killed, there was no need for them to stay in Savage Mountain. Therefore, the battle area can only be moved. Although Sumu wanted revenge, after all, it was important to compete for points. So he headed towards the Evil Ghost Mountain deeper in the Fagan domain. Although Evil Ghost Mountain is adjacent to Savage Mountain, but the Demon King in this mountain range is particularly violent and terrifying. They will attack any existence that intrudes into their territory, whether they are the same kind or warriors. Sumu's team had just entered Evil Ghost Mountain when they accidentally stumbled into the territory of 3 cat demons with perfect golden elixirs. Without saying a word, they started fighting fiercely. Sumu and Sun Laosan have been practicing for many days, and their combined attack power is definitely not bad. Although, the Demon King has a strong body, strong recovery power, and high defense, but he is no match for a warrior. What's more, Sumu and the others still have many magic weapons in their hands, seemingly mistaking the 3-tailed cat demon for Yang Muchung. The 5 of them vented their anger at all costs. But in just a few rounds, they beat the 3-tailed cat demon to pieces.
Meow!
The 3-tailed cat demon roared, turned around and ran away.
Escaped?
Sumu was stunned. However, he soon realized that these 3-tailed cat demons had no heavenly or earthly treasures to protect. So naturally they would not fight to the death with them. But they won't watch these 500 points slipping through their fingers.
Chase!
Sumu shouted loudly and quickly pursued him.
Roar!
The three-tailed cat demon panicked and fled quickly. Its body, which was bigger than a tiger, quickly fled through the forest. It didn't even look at the ancient trees that were several meters in diameter. It immediately hit them and broke them in half. After all, this three-tailed cat demon is also a local snake in the Evil Ghost Mountain. Its understanding of the terrain is naturally much better than that of Sumu and others. In addition, it is determined to escape, so it naturally runs like crazy. Just when the three-tailed cat demon thought that it had left its pursuers far behind and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden figure appeared in front of it.
Roar!
With almost no hesitation, the three-tailed cat demon roared angrily and rushed towards Yang Muchung desperately, as if it was like venting all the anger from the previous beatings on this person who suddenly appeared.
Hey! He actually delivered it to your door!
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He was still thinking about how to snatch the three-tailed cat demon from the hands of Sumu and others. But he didn't expect that the three-tailed cat demon bumped into him. Since this was the case, he would naturally not be polite. Facing the three-tailed cat demon that rushed towards him, Yang Muchung just swept away his sleeves. Boom! The sleeves rolled up a white wave of air, which flew forward quickly. In the dense mountain forest, a wide avenue was opened, and it hit the body of the three-tailed cat demon head-on. He staggered it and knocked it to the ground. Meow! The three-tailed cat demon was hit like this, and his injuries suddenly became more serious. His eyes looking at Yang Muchung were full of fear, not daring to stop at all. The three-tailed cat demon turned over and flew quickly towards the distance.
Want to escape?
Yang Muchung grinned. He stood there, with no intention of pursuing him, and lightly patted him with his right hand. In an instant, spiritual energy surged in the void, and a huge hand formed above the three-tailed cat demon. And then it was photographed in the air. Seeing this scene, the three-tailed cat demon didn't dare to neglect, and ran away desperately.
Boom!
One palm strike missed, and Yang Muchung swung another palm down. The entire Evil Ghost Mountain was shaking crazily at this moment. The three-tailed cat demon was originally seriously injured, so how could it avoid such intensive and terrifying attacks? With a palm in the air and a top-down shot, the entire head was smashed into pieces and completely smashed into the ground.
Not good!
In the distance, Sumu and others were chasing madly. When he heard the rumbling vibration, he had a secret feeling that something was wrong. Someone was snatching his prey again. Tongue! 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 Several people turned into sharp arrows and flew towards them with murderous intent. As soon as he arrived at the location, he watched helplessly as the three-tailed cat demon was slapped to death in front of him.
You again!
Sumu clenched his fists. It was him who had been robbed of his prey twice in a row. He couldn't keep it off his face, and his eyes were filled with evil intent. The long sword inserted in the scabbard behind his back was making a continuous sound, and the terrifying sword energy seemed to rush out of the scabbard. This shows how angry he is.
You have robbed our prey twice and 3 times. Boy, do you know who I am?
Sumu widened his eyes and shouted in a hissing voice.
I don't care who you are.
Yang Muchung quietly absorbed the blood of the three-tailed cat demon into his body, looked at Sumu with a sneer, and said,
I have always believed in the truth. If people don't offend me, I won't offend others. If people offend me, I will definitely cut grass, remove roots.
Chapter 582, Killing Will vs Explosive Fighting Will. Cut off the roots. Yang Muchung's words are sonorous and powerful, and every word is heartbreaking. Every word is filled with inner energy. Deafening. Sun Laosan and others felt that at this moment. Their energy and blood suddenly stopped, as if they had stopped. The weaker ones even kick, taking several steps back in succession. But only Sumu was still standing where he was. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Muchung.
What a great way to get rid of the root. Boy, it seems that you are a new disciple of Wandao Sword Sect, and you don't know how scary I am. In that case, let me teach you the rules of Wandao Sword Sect.
As soon as this statement came out, Sumu's originally ferocious face suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. In the surrounding void, a roiling heat wave rose crazily, and obscure flames crackled and spread. This is the power of the second level of fighting spirit. Explosive fighting spirit.
Uh-huh.
Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. He looked at Sumu and sneered.
Teach me a lesson. Do you have this qualification?
Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muqing's body also surged with a terrifying killing intent. When this killing intent appeared, it collided hard with the explosive fighting intent. Two invisible forces were squeezing crazily in the void, causing the air to crackle and explode. And even everyone's gaze became distorted and blurred at this moment. Centered around the two, the area where power surges is spreading crazily. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. The moment when fighting spirit surges, everything in the area was completely torn apart.
How is this possible? This kid actually has a second level of fighting spirit.
Sun Laosan and the others cried out. Notice, although the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect are all strong men from all continents, it is not so easy for them to understand the second level of fighting spirit. Now, Yang Muqing actually has a second level of fighting spirit. And this unknown fighting spirit is actually on par with Su Mu's explosive fighting spirit. How can they not be shocked by this?
I remembered. This kid is Lao Mo Yang. He is Hao Tianzhou, the Emperor of Dakian. Lao Mo Yang.
Someone in the team shouted.
What? He is old Mo Yang.
Sun Laosan said in shock. The team member explained.
Among our 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, there are a total of 6 emperors from the 36 continents. But the youngest ones are more than 1,200 years old. But this old demon Yang is the youngest. I heard someone mention it. He has already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core at the age of 17. After entering the Wandao Sword Sect, I first made tens of thousands of outer disciples kneel down in the square, and then grabbed the first-class core in the core tower.
Hear the explanation. Everyone was frightened again. They have never met Yang Muqing. But they also know that a terrifying existence has come to Wandao Sword Sect in these days. But they didn't expect that the target they were targeting was Yang Muqing, the old devil Yang.
Old Mo Yang?
Su Mu sneered.
Okay, let me meet this genius like you for a while. Let's see what qualifications you have to dare to fight against me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, directly from the area where the two second-level fighting intentions were crazily squeezing, and at the same time shook hands and punched Yang Muqing. This punch seemed ordinary, but it was an attack infused with explosive fighting spirit.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With this punch, the surrounding ground, trees, and rocks seemed to have been stuffed with explosives. And at this moment, they suddenly exploded into powder. Even the surrounding air was rumbling at this moment.
Snort!
Yang Muqing smiled coldly. This was the first time he used his killing intention to fight. And he also wanted to try it out to see what the characteristics of his original killing intention were. Facing Su Mu's iron palm, Yang Muqing didn't give in at all and struck it away with the same blow.
As expected, it's Lao Mo Yang. With such a character who would rather die than give in.
Sun Laosan only felt his scalp numb. He couldn't have imagined it. He actually stole the prey of such an existence. If he had known that the other party was old demon Yang, he would not have dared to intervene even if he had the courage to do so. However, now that things have come to this, he can only bite the bullet and accept it.
Boss Su Mu is 3 levels higher than old demon Yang, and he has mastered the explosive fighting spirit longer than old demon Yang. Even if old demon Yang is extremely powerful, he may not be Boss Su Mu's opponent.
Think of this. Sun Laosan looked forward. Boom! At this moment, the attacks from both sides collided and smashed together. Buzz! In the void, there was a crazy tremor. A ripple that can be seen by the naked eye quickly spreads in all directions. Immediately afterwards, as the ripple spread, a terrifying explosion was heard. In an instant, the spreading ripples transformed into a golden ripple like an ocean wave, destroying everything in its path. Everything was completely destroyed.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Zhao Laosan and the others felt as if they were hit directly on the chest by a violent demon king. Their bodies suddenly trembled. They screamed miserably, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground.
How can it be?
Su Mu couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. In his opinion, even if Yang Muqing has a second level of fighting spirit, he is not afraid. After all, he has mastered the fighting spirit for a longer time. And the essence of the violent fighting spirit fusion is also more. No matter what, he can completely crush Yang Muqing. But who knew that with this palm strike, the strength between the two sides would actually be evenly matched?
It seems that you are not qualified to teach me a lesson.
Yang Muqing shook his head slowly, unable to hide the sarcasm in his eyes. My killing intention is not like other second-level fighting intentions. It must extract its essence from certain basic fighting intentions. Any fighting spirit can be integrated into the killing fighting spirit. Originally, I was worried that the killing intention would be weaker than other second-level fighting intentions. But now it seems that it is not weak at all. Thought in mind, Yang Muchung raised his head and looked at Su Mu, whose expression became increasingly gloomy and violent. Apparently, at this moment, Su Mu felt not only shocked, but also humiliated. He did not expect that he, a strong man with perfect golden elixir, could not suppress a boy in the middle stage of golden elixir even when using the second level of fighting intent. And the anger in his heart became more and more fierce, especially after hearing the other party's words. Su Mu couldn't help but feel angry.
Old demon Yang.
Su Mu clenched his fists and stared at Yang Muchung with a pair of pupils.
Today, even if you lose the qualification to compete in the standings, I will kill you.
Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu let out a roar and rushed towards him like a crazy lion. Chapter 583, Roaring in Fear. Su Mu's attacks were like mercury pouring down the ground, unfolding crazily. His punches and kicks, although they seemed ordinary, were filled with explosive fighting spirit. Whether it was a rock or a tree, even if it was just lightly brushed by him, it would be completely blown to pieces. When Yang Muchung faced Su Mu's attack, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he faced it with a more ferocious and violent attitude.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The attacks from both sides exploded crazily in the void. Every palm and every kick sounded like thunder. During the battle, Yang Muchung's eyes became brighter and brighter.
It turns out that this is the intention to kill. Everything is for killing. I would rather die than retreat. Rather fight than give in. Cultivation is originally meant to go against heaven, and practices guided by blood and bones are the road. Without a determined murderous intention, how can we trample on these numerous bones and countless heads and go against heaven? Immortals can stop me. I will kill the immortal. If the Buddha stops me, I will kill the Buddha.
Boom! At some point, Yang Muchung seemed to have realized something, and the killing intent in his body became more and more intense.
Jing's finger.
Facing Su Mu's iron fist, which was bombarded with all his strength, he opened his eyes angrily and pointed his right finger forward. Boom! In the void, at this moment, there was a vast sound of thunder. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Yang Muchung's stinging finger suddenly hit Su Mu's iron fist.
Crack!
Just listen. A terrible explosion resounded loudly. All 5 fingers of Su Mu's right fist were shattered into pieces at this moment, and a horrifying mist of blood erupted. At the same time, the terrifying power contained in the Jingza finger, which was filled with killing intent, blasted into Su Mu's right arm without any hindrance at this moment. Woo! There was a muffled murmur, and Su Mu trembled in midair, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Its body quickly swept backwards and hit the ground like a bird with broken wings.
What? Boss Su Mu was actually suppressed. This old demon Yang is too powerful.
Looking at Yang Muchung in midair, and Su Mu who was blasted down from midair, Sun Laosan and others let out an incredible exclamation. This situation was something none of them could have imagined. And at this time, looking at his right fist, the haze in Su Mu's eyes became more and more intense. Silently he took out a pill and took it. The shattered bones in his right hand are rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Old demon Yang, your strength is terrifying, but this does not mean that you can compete with me.
Su Mu took a deep breath. At this moment, he closed his eyes. And this moment, Su Mu's fighting spirit actually increased instead of retreating, burning like a wildly surging flame. At the same time, his aura was rising desperately at this moment. At this moment, Su Mu was like a magic weapon that was slowly unsheathed, and no one could look directly at its edge.
Oops!
Sun Laosan was shocked. Under this breath, his suppressed teeth could not help but tremble.
Boss Su Mu is angry. He is going to use all his strength to deal with old demon Yang. If you kill old demon Yang, Boss Su Mu will be eliminated. The Wandao Sword Sect prohibits disciples within the sect from killing each other.
Everyone exclaimed. Previously, although Su Mu was furious, he just wanted to teach Yang Muchung a lesson. At most, he would seriously injure him and disqualify him from continuing to compete. But now, Su Mu was completely angry, completely ignoring the rules of Wandao Sword Sect, and even wanted to kill someone on the spot.
This power.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. After all, Su Mu is a strong person with perfect golden elixir, and his cultivation is 3 levels higher than him. This aura, that was far stronger than his mate Yang Muchung, couldn't help but frown.
Since you want to fight to the death, I will accompany you.
Yang Muchung sneered. He has the
24 solar term shocking finger
and
sword to control the 9 heavens,
plus the 9 dragons flying sword, and his biggest trump card at the moment.
Dragon soul armor.
It's a bit tricky, but it doesn't mean that he is afraid of the other party.
Laugh.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying explosive power immediately burst out from his pupils, with him as the center. A radius of several meters, tens of meters, hundreds of meters, and at this moment, it seemed as if they were connected in a chain, and exploded crazily. Countless amounts of soil, gravel, and sawdust, at this moment, rose into the sky like spring water. Clang. At the same time, the long sword behind him also felt Su Mu's terrifying thoughts at this moment. At this moment, a frightening sound of sword light suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky quickly, and flew into his hand. Boom! At this moment, a horrifying ripple centered on Su Mu's body, and swept in all directions desperately. The horrifying explosion sounded like endless thunder in the clouds, and the ripple set off a hurricane that was visible to the naked eye, flying Sun Laosan and others who were already far away again, directly flying hundreds of meters, almost without bothering to get up. They immediately looked towards the field, facing the extremely furious Su Mu. Yang Muchung stood there with an indifferent expression, without the slightest fear. Just when Su Mu got the long sword, Yang Muchung slowly opened his mouth, and the 9 dragons' flying sword turned into 9 rays of light and rushed out quickly at this moment. The 9 flying swords of different colors were twisted into one crazily like hemp rope the moment they blasted out, converging into one sword.
If you want to fight, then fight.
Yang Muchung looked down at the 9 dragons' flying sword suspended in midair and paused for 3 breaths. When he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly clenched, grabbing the 9 dragons' flying sword in his palm. A terrifying aura that was slightly weaker than Su Mu, but showed no intention of avoiding it, also centered around Yang Muchung's body and exploded crazily towards the surroundings. Boom! The 2 breaths collided together again. Even at this moment, cracks appeared faintly in the void.
Boss Su Mu has used all his strength. The golden elixir is perfect. The real power. Then old demon Yang also used all his strength. His strength is actually only slightly worse than Boss Su Mu. If these 2 people fight, I'm afraid the world will fall apart.
Looking at the increasing momentum between the 2 parties. In fact, it was condensed into substance, and the internal energy was tumbling wildly like a flame. Sun Laosan and others couldn't help but have a trace of trembling and fear in their eyes. However, just when the 2 are about to start a battle, suddenly, in the evil ghost mountain, a roaring sound that seemed to come from under the 9 netherworld came fiercely.
How dare you disturb my sleeping state? Believe it or not, I will destroy you.
Chapter 584. Get out. Believe it or not, I will destroy you. I will destroy you all. Destroy you. Shocking roars, crazy reverberations, and thunderous sounds were deafening. What's strange is that this sound seems to come from underground, which makes people confused. And this sound is even more erratic and majestic. Boom! Originally, the 2 people who were preparing to fight desperately. At this moment, when the sound sounded, it seemed as if a basin of cold water was poured on their heads. The original crazy fighting spirit was extinguished desperately at this moment. Kudu. Su Mu couldn't help but swallow, and his high breath suddenly dissipated like a popped balloon. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. He was not sure of the situation at the moment, so he could only restrain his fighting spirit. Senior! Su Mu clenched his fists, bowed to the void, and shouted loudly.
We are here, and have no intention of disturbing the senior's sleep. If we have disturbed you too much, please forgive me. I wonder if you can show up. I still have some magic weapons and elixirs here. I will use this as an apology to you.
Su Mu didn't finish his words. That extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded again at this moment.
Roll! Roll! Roll!
The empty evil ghost mountain echoed crazily with that majestic roar. There was no inner energy in this voice, but it resounded for dozens of miles. It was definitely not something ordinary people could achieve. Su Mu was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word, and fled back to the team with his tail between his legs. Sun Laosan and the others were still stunned. Su Mu went up and slapped each of them awake without saying a word.
Boss, what's wrong?
Sun Laosan couldn't help but ask.
Go quickly.
Sumu almost drank it from between his teeth. Seeing Sumu's expression, those few people dared not stay for long. So they hurriedly fled out of the evil ghost mountain area in a few breaths without looking back. Yang Macheng even saw that someone in Sumu's team even burned his blood to escape. It can be seen from this. How terrifying is the Sumu team towards the owner of this unknown voice?
Is this the evil ghost mountain?
Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes slightly. When he took the map from Lin Wei's hand, he did hear Lin Wei briefly mention the origin of the evil ghost mountain. There seems to be a terrifying existence living in this mountain. But no one has ever seen that existence. It was just because someone was fighting in the mountains that they woke up the existence, which made the other person angry. Since then, the reputation of Evil Ghost Mountain has spread. The situation is almost exactly the same as today.
Could it be that this powerful existence can escape my Emperor's Chi watching technique?
Yang Macheng frowned slightly.
Boy, why don't you leave?
Just as Yang Macheng was quietly looking for that powerful being, the evil ghost-like voice rang out again.
Do you believe I ate you? Senior.
Yang Macheng became curious for a moment. If someone makes trouble on his territory, not to mention disturbing his clear dreams, he will not let them go. How could it be that it was just a disguised form of expelling the other party? Or even threatening the other party, and telling the other party to get out of here?
Roll!
The voice resounded again. Even as the voice sounded, an extremely majestic old man in black clothes, black hair, and black eyes appeared in the void. The 3,000 mysterious hair that raised up made him look like a god and demon in this world, making people afraid to violate. There must be something weird about this guy. Yang Macheng used the Emperor's Chi gazing technique to look around, and found that there was almost no internal energy surging in that area. It's just a simple illusion. Even if the opponent is really powerful, I may not be able to escape with the help of the Dragon Soul armor. He is so anxious to get me out of this evil ghost mountain. Is it possible that there is a secret in this mountain? Yang Macheng thought in his heart that at this moment, he was walking forward step by step. Logically speaking, with Yang Macheng being so provocative, no strong man would probably let him go. But as luck would have it, that powerful existence lost a trace of his voice and seemed to have disappeared. Following the trajectory of the previous sound, Yang Macheng came to a hidden hill.
Here! The sound is coming from here. No one has ever set foot on this evil ghost mountain. Could it be that there is some secret hidden here?
But see, this hill is covered with dense trees, and the cave entrance is blocked by large vines. If you hadn't come here, you wouldn't have discovered that there was a deep and bottomless cave behind it. Carefully peeling the vines apart, a sound of woo suddenly came from inside, followed by a large black bat passing overhead. Laugh. Didn't rush in. Yang Macheng stood at the entrance of the cave, and directly used the Emperor's Chi watching technique. In fact, at this moment, he mobilized all his inner strength and poured it into his eyes. But he still couldn't see what was hidden under the mountain. Every time the Emperor's Chi watching technique penetrated in, he seemed to be blocked by a powerful force and was ejected. And, under this hill, Yang Macheng felt the same as the several ancient tombs he had explored before.
There must be an ancient tomb under this mountain. That old man is not a real existence, but an illusion used to drive away all warriors who come to Evil Ghost Mountain. An ancient tomb that can arrange such an illusion is definitely not the tomb of an ordinary warrior. At least it is in the nascent soul realm. And it might be the ancient tomb of a powerful person from the Z Mansion.
Thinking in mind, Yang Macheng could not hide his excitement. As a cultivator, who doesn't want to enter the mysterious land of ruins? And who doesn't want to have adventures and opportunities? And the graveyard of every strong man is an opportunity. Take a deep breath. Yang Macheng immediately walked towards the cave. And this time, Su Mu and others had already fled hundreds of miles away in panic.
Fufu.
Even Su Mu, who had perfected his golden elixir, couldn't help but gasp for air.
Finally escaped. The owner of that voice is really terrifying. Maybe he is a powerful person who has transformed into a god. But why don't I feel the inner energy and aura of that existence?
Sun Laos and looked puzzled.
Idiot! A strong man in the realm of gods is so terrifying. How can he be an existence that you can feel?
Su Mu cursed fiercely. He looked around and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Hey, didn't old Demon Yan escape? I didn't see him come out. Maybe he was frightened by that existence's shout. Or maybe he was slapped to death by the owner of that voice.
One of the team members laughed.
Boss Su Mu, do you know about this evil ghost mountain? Can you tell us about it?
Someone asked. Seeing that the surrounding area was safe, Su Mu sat down without caring about the dignity of a powerful gened and perfect man. He took a sip of wine, calmed down his shock, and then slowly said,
I don't know anything about the Evil Ghost Mountain. I just heard that several seniors from Wandao Sword Sect mentioned it. Since you want to know, then let me talk about it.
Chapter 585, The Unfinished Ancient Tomb? When they heard that Sumu was going to introduce the Evil Ghost Mountain, Sun Laosan and the others were all listening attentively, for fear of saying a word. But see, Sumu took out a breath and then spoke slowly.
It turns out that the Evil Ghost Mountain area has no name, compared with the surrounding Hanshan Ridge and Savage Mountain. Its area is too small and can only be regarded as a small hilltop. Even on this hilltop, there are no monsters. Any monsters come close to this area, everyone in the Evil Ghost Mountain area will turn around in fear. This unusual situation has naturally attracted the attention of many people. According to some people's inferences, there may be an ancient tomb in this mountain.
What? Hearing this, Sun Laosan and others all jumped up, unable to hide their excitement. The existence of ancient tombs represents great opportunities. No matter how dangerous it is, you still have to go in and try it out.
Sit down and listen to what I have to say.
Sumu slowly glanced at a few people, and then said,
I heard that there is an ancient tomb, and many people are interested in it. They are all like you, wanting to find the existence of the ancient tomb. But as a result, no matter how many people enter this Evil Ghost Mountain, they will never come back. 10 people, 100 people, thousands of people. It's not just people from our Wandao Sword Sect. There are even people from other large sections. After entering, they never came back alive again. But even so, it still can't stop those strong men who want to find out.
After a pause, a trace of fear flashed in Sumu's eyes.
But, I don't know when. The Evil Ghost Mountain was occupied by a mysterious existence. Whenever someone fights an Evil Ghost Mountain, or enters the Evil Ghost Mountain, that existence will speak out and yell. But the owner of the voice has never appeared. Over time, this mountain has been rumored to be the Evil Ghost Mountain. There are also people who don't believe in evil, and they forcefully break into Evil Ghost Mountain without giving up on the owner of the voice. But in the end, they are never able to come out.
Hisses. After hearing Sumu's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They looked towards the direction of Evil Ghost Mountain, unable to hide the fear in their eyes. There are so many mysterious places on this Jojo continent. It's so scary.
I don't know if old Demon Yan was beaten to death by the owner of that voice, or if he didn't believe in evil and broke into the Evil Ghost Mountain.
Sun Laosan narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but think about it. Hills. Authentic. Yang Muchung walked deeper and deeper, and the entire tunnel seemed to be endless, leading directly to the center of the earth. But Yang Muchung was more and more sure of his guess. There was definitely an ancient tomb under the hill tunnel. It took more than half a day before he entered the depths of the tunnel. Just as Yang Muchung imagined, the entire bottom of the hill was completely hollowed out. But it was different from what he imagined, because what he saw was not a huge tomb, but just a strange small tower. The tower is not high, about 5 or 6 stories high. Even some towers in the mortal world are more spectacular than this one.
There are a lot of footprints here.
Yang Muchung was not in a hurry to go in. He found that the entrance was very complicated with footprints and battle marks. It seems like at least thousands of people have been here. But Yang Muchung found no trace of anyone coming out.
That's all. Now that we've come this far, why would I give up so easily?
Thinking in mind, Yang Muchung stepped directly into the tower. Inside the tower, this is a whole new world. The space inside the tower is several times larger than it appears from the outside. Obviously, the inner universe formation is also arranged here. The floor paved with weird materials looked like the surface of a lake, and a series of ripples erupted when you stepped on it. But these are nothing. What concerned Yang Muchung was the numerous corpses along the way.
These people appear to have died fighting each other.
Yang Muchung glanced lightly, and immediately judged the situation in front of these guys. But what interested him was that the people who entered the tower left many relics after their death. After all, these people are at least strong in the Golden Core, and even masters in the nascent soul realm. How could they have so few treasures? Yang Muchung pocketed all the techniques and martial arts that these warriors carried with them. Even if he doesn't need these things, he can still bring them back to the Dacian dynasty.
Boom!
When passing through the tower body and entering a side hall in the tower, sudden changes occur. Pieces of thick fog seem to emerge from the void, not only completely covering the trajectory in front of him, but even the way back was blocked. Yang Muchung's expression changed, and his consciousness immediately relaxed as much as possible, even covering an area of hundreds of miles. Unexpectedly, nothing could be detected, and there was a vast expanse of white everywhere. In this fog, there is only a bluestone path leading forward, which seems to be endlessly flowing forward. Sword marks? Yang Muchung knew that he had stepped into some kind of formation. When he looked around, he discovered that the bluestone path under his feet was actually covered with strange sword marks.
Try taking this bluestone road first.
Checked it out. Yang Muchung found that he could not feel anything except the path under his feet. So, we could only move forward along the path. However, the further they walked, the more frightened Yang Muchung became. He found that this path seemed endless. He had been walking for half a day. He might have walked out of the small tower long ago. But he was still on this path.
Someone broke in again!
At this time, from somewhere inside the tower, a faint voice came.
It's just a kid in the middle stage of the Golden Core. I don't know how many people have been tricked into this unfinished ancient tomb. Even me and others are trapped here. It seems that this ancient tomb is about to add another innocent soul to the ancient tomb.
A few voices said slowly. It seemed helpless, as if sighing. While they were talking, Yang Muchung stopped.
This is a psychedelic formation. We can't go on like a headless chicken. If we don't find a way out, we might be trapped here and die. There is nothing strange about this fog. I have been walking for such a long time, and the fog has not changed at all. But only, the bluestone path under my feet is secretly changing.
Yang Muchung stood still. He found the sword marks on the bluestone path are no longer the same as they were at the beginning.
Sword mark. The secret of the entire psychedelic formation lies on this sword mark. These sword marks look chaotic, and there seem to be inexplicable patterns. If you want to get out of this illusory formation, you can only thoroughly study the sword marks on the bluestone path.
Yang Muchung took a deep breath and was no longer anxious. His entire mind was immersed in the sword marks at his feet. Chapter 586: The Eye of Imprisonment. At this time, Yang Muchung seemed to be trapped in an endless path. If someone was in the void, they would definitely be able to see that the distance that Yang Muchung spent half a day walking was only a very small area. Not even 1/10,000th of the entire foggy area. And somewhere in this area, there is a confinement formation. This large prison formation is about 100 feet in diameter. Surprisingly, in this imprisonment array, there were actually 4 or 5 crystal clear babies locked up. If Yang Muchung were here, he would definitely be shocked, because they are nascent soul.
Hua Yuan-il. This guy seems to be a disciple of your Wandao sword sect.
One of them, nascent soul, who had a sinister look on his face, said with a smile.
We don't have to look forward to it. This is the psychedelic formation set up by the Nirvana strongmen. We, the powerful deity transformers,
are all trapped here. Do you think he can save us?
From the name of this nascent soul with stern eyebrows and red eyes, we know that one of these nascent souls is actually a senior of the Wandao sword sect. The nascent soul named Hua Yuan-ao did not speak. A pair of pupils seemed to have seen through the layers of fog and landed on Yang Muchung. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but said,
Why did he stop? Did he discover something?
He. The nascent soul, with a sly eyebrow and rat-like eyes, sneered and said,
Hua Yuan-ao, this psychedelic array. When you were trapped in this psychedelic array for 681 years, what did you find? You are a powerful person who transforms into gods. And even you didn't discover this psychedelic array. It's so shabby. What can a kid like him who is in the Golden Core realm find?
He paused and continued.
If he really breaks through the psychedelic formation, you still have to worry about whether he knows how to refine alchemy, or whether he will refine us. We are the bodies of the nascent soul. There is no resistance at all.
As soon as these words came out, Hua Yuan-ao suddenly fell silent. Just when these nascent souls were talking, Yang Muchung's entire mind was completely devoted to the sword mark at his feet, and his eyes looking at the sword mark were getting brighter and brighter at this moment.
That's right. These sword marks may seem chaotic, but they contain patterns. The sword marks under your feet are the key to breaking the formation.
Under Yang Muchung's eyes, the originally messy sword mark started swimming slowly on the stone slab like tadpoles at this moment. And as it swims, it rotates weirdly and combines to form a weird 7-pointed star sword array. At the moment when the sword formation was formed, the 7-pointed star actually shone brightly. In that light, a powerful being with an unclear face suddenly appeared.
Is this the owner of the ancient tomb?
Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with fear. But see, This was a middle-aged man wearing green clothes. When he appeared, he stood quietly in the void. He stared at Yang Muchung quietly without any movement. After about 3 breaths, he grabbed the void with his right hand. Suddenly a long sword appeared in his palm. Almost at the same time, the middle-aged man struck Yang Muchung with a sword. Defeat him. Maybe you can break this psychedelic formation. Yang Muchung was secretly moved. Just when he was thinking about it, the middle-aged man's sword still came towards him. This sword is unremarkable, but it seems to transcend time and space, giving people the feeling of a beginner swordsman. But when Yang Muchung faced this sword, he actually had an attitude of being unable to avoid or hide. That is, this kid actually broke the formation. It's incredible. It turns out that the key to cracking this psychedelic formation is the sword mark under your feet. The nascent souls in the confinement formation let out a burst of exclamations. When they entered the psychedelic formation, they were running around like headless flies. Some even fell into the fog and never came out. But who knew that they were dark under the light and ignored the stone path under their feet? But can this kid be the opponent of that illusion? Hua Yuan shouted proudly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Although this psychedelic array has not yet been set up completely, but the strength of the illusion may not be something that a strong person in the middle stage of the Golden Core can deal with. Yes, this illusion can only be solved by a person with at least the peak of the Golden Core, or even a strong one with the perfect Golden Core. Even if he cracks the key to this psychedelic formation, he is still no match for the illusion. Everyone is either regretful or regretful, but no one can be optimistic about Yang Muchung. Since it is unavoidable, there is no need to avoid it. Yang Muchung opened his mouth. The 9-dragon flying sword flew out and was directly held in Yang Muchung's hand. At this moment, Yang Muchung actually advanced instead of retreating and bombarded the middle-aged man straight away. Immediately afterwards, a battle broke out between the two sides. The fierce and astonishing sword energy swept away crazily towards the surrounding fog in an incredible manner in an instant. Who? 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 The terrifying sword energy surged into the mist. Just see. The mist was actually cut into cracks that were hundreds of feet long. And these cracks did not last long, and soon merged and merged like a tide. The sounds that tore through the void were like the screams of evil spirits. Chang! Suddenly, the middle-aged man swung his right hand. A huge black hole seemed to be formed in front of him, and the endless wind gathered in front of him. Together with the mist that filled the sky, they all gathered together to form a sword of clouds and mist. There were at least thousands of these cloud and mist swords. The moment they were formed, they shot towards the location where Yang Muchung came from. Each sword of cloud and mist brought up white threads all over the sky, as if it was cutting the void into pieces from the outside. In this small area, there are even continuous rings of gas explosion clouds formed. This is a spectacle of the air being chopped into pieces. Not good! At this moment, everyone in the confinement formation cried out when they looked again. But at this moment, Yang Muchung was already running the 9 dragons flying sword, forming a sword shield and slashing towards the sword of cloud and mist. Boom, boom, boom! 36,000 swords of cloud and mist, almost instantly, smashed the sword shield formed by Yang Muchung's 9 dragons flying sword. This is enough to stop the attack of a powerful person in the late stage of Jindan, and even the peak realm. But it was actually overwhelmed by this long sword made purely of clouds and mist. However, after the sword and shield were shattered, only 27,000 cloud and mist swords were left. That's it! So what if we find the formation eye? In the confinement formation, there was a nascent soul who sighed and shook his head. In his opinion, Yang Muchung must die. It will even be torn into pieces by the remaining sword of cloud and mist. However, just when the sword of cloud and mist struck madly, Yang Muchung had already activated the 9 dragons flying sword again and struck forward. Chapter 587 7 Nascent Souls. Yang Muchung didn't panic at all when faced with the remaining 27,000 cloud and mist swords. He clenched his right hand. The 9 dragon flying sword merged into one, became a handle, connected in a line, and was held in his hand. At the same time, he thrust forward. Sucker punch! Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, Yuan Ying shook his head and sighed. Clang! 27,000 swords of cloud and mist collided with the 9 swords in one 9 dragons flying sword, and a terrifying loud noise erupted. In fact, a wave of air visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. The fog that covered dozens of miles in radius was completely broken away. A dazzling light, like that produced by an explosion, rose into the sky and surged into the sky. Boom! In this soaring fire, the 9 dragons' flying sword disintegrated with a bang, turned into 9 swords, and shot towards the mist. At this moment, it completely lost contact with Yang Mucheng. The remaining 18,000 long swords also rushed in front of Yang Mucheng at this moment. Damn it! Yang Mucheng didn't expect that this sort of cloud and mist would be so terrifying. He originally wanted to retreat and avoid the sharp edge temporarily. But, when he looked back, he found that even the path behind him was obscured by clouds and mist. Although he didn't know what was in the clouds and mist, he could secretly feel that once he stepped into the clouds and mist, he would lose contact completely like the previous 9 dragons' flying sword, and he would be trapped and die in the mist. Boom! His eyes opened angrily, and a dazzling light erupted from his pupils. At this moment, with him as the center, there was a crackling sound in a 3-foot radius. The surging blood and inner strength were surging desperately at this moment, even in front of Yang Mucheng. At this moment, a substantial cloud also condensed. Just when the sword of cloud and mist struck, Yang Mucheng directly used the most powerful Jingza finger among the 20 solar term shocking god finger. Boom! With this finger blasted out, thunder suddenly broke out in the psychedelic array, and wild thunder surged. I just saw endless electric snakes pouring out of the void. These violent electric snakes instantly gathered into a line and rushed towards the sword of cloud and mist. Only a burst of crackling sound was heard, and the 18,000 swords of cloud and mist suddenly exploded. But there are still half of them, and there are still 9,000 swords of cloud and mist, blasting towards Yang Mucheng. Jingza finger! In the confinement formation, Hua Yuan cried out. Huh? At this time, in the large formation, the eyes of other nascent souls also gathered. One of the nascent souls could not help but marvel. Hua Yuan, your Wandao sword sect has got a good boy this time. In the middle stage of Jin Dan, he can completely understand Jingzha. This high-grade Xin level martial arts is displayed in his hands. Almost it has reached the power of the Xin level. Yes, his Jingzha finger seems to be filled with an unknown second level of fighting intent, and it actually reaches such terrifying power. Everyone was amazed. But Hua Yuan sighed helplessly. He is proud enough to be able to break the formation into this state. The Jingzha finger should be his last trump card. He cannot break the last 9,000 swords of cloud and mist no matter what. Everyone was very sorry. Look ahead again. At this time, the 9,000 swords of cloud and mist had completely wrapped up Yang Mucheng's body. Just when everyone thought that the overall situation was decided, unexpected, an astonishing and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yang Mucheng's body. A shocking black light suddenly appeared. The infinite sword of cloud and mist actually made a dense, jingling sound. What? Everyone stared with wide eyes. But see, the many swords of cloud and mist collided with Yang Mucheng's body, smashing them into pieces like an egg striking a stone. And Yang Mucheng, at some point, also put on a piece of black armor. Boom! Yang Mucheng stepped on the sole of his foot, and his whole body rose up, shooting out like an arrow from a string. The infinite sword of cloud and mist was shattered by him at this moment. It was at this moment that Yang Mucheng rushed in front of the middle-aged man with an extreme gesture. Raise your palm and chop down. A hint of shock and surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he raised his sword and slashed forward. However, his defensive counterattack was shattered by Yang Mucheng's palm. Boom! This palm, at this moment, hit the ground hard. The whole earth trembled suddenly. At the same time, the shrouding fog completely dissipated. Even the bluestone path beneath his feet was gone. The 9 dragons' flying sword, which had been blasted into the mist before and completely lost contact, fell not far away. Yang Mucheng circled his right hand, and the 9 dragons' flying sword flew back again. And at the same time, Yang Mucheng looked forward. It didn't matter what he saw, but he was completely shocked. Not far in front of him, there was a large confinement formation. This confinement formation has a radius of 100 feet, which is not too big. Outside the formation, pieces of floating runes and inscriptions were flying. This inscription surrounds and covers the entire confinement formation. But what really shocked Yang Mucheng was that there were 6 or 7 chubby, pink nascent souls imprisoned in this large confinement formation. Now, these nascent souls were looking at him with shock, amazement, and disbelief. Nascent soul! Yang Mucheng's pupils narrowed. He never dreamed that 7 strong men were imprisoned in this ancient tomb.
And these 7 nascent soul masters were even more powerful than what Wu Dizu had given him.
Yu Feishuan is a strong person in Zifu. The strength of these 7 people is even stronger than Yu Feishuan. They are strong men in the realm of gods.
It should be noted that there are 3 major realms in the alchemy stage: Jindan, Yuaning, Zifu. On top of this Dan formation stage, there is also the God transformation stage. Yang Mucheng did not dare to judge which of the 3 realms of the divine transformation stage these 7 people were in. But there was no doubt that their strength had once reached the level of heaven. If he were to let it out, he might be killed. But when Yang Mucheng looked over with a rather fearful gaze, he discovered something rather interesting. Because these 7 powerful beings are also looking at themselves with fearful eyes.
Are you afraid of me?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but said, "Several nascent souls. You look at me, I look at you." Finally an old-looking nascent soul was pushed out. This Yuaning bowed his hands to Yang Mucheng and said,
"The next one is the 16th generation leader of Wandao Sword Sect, Hua Yuanao. Metropolitan?"
Yang Mucheng's eyelids twitched, and his face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 588, An Oath That Cannot Be Tolerated by Heaven. So far, in the inheritance of Wandao Sword Sect, there are countless people missing. The one with the highest status among them is the 16th generation sect master Hua Yuanao. He was regarded as the strongest generation leader of Wandao Sword Sect. Cultivation has reached the Shihai Realm Master. It is known as the being most likely to reach Nirvana. Most likely, find a strong person from the Immortal Sect. But when Hua Yuanao went out for a trip, his whereabouts were unknown. But the floating island that represented his survival was still in the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Therefore, every once in a while, Wandao Sword Sect would send out disciples to look for Hua Yuanao. Naturally, every attempt was unsuccessful. But who knew that the missing Hua Yuanao would actually fall into this formation?
When I traveled here, I also discovered the ancient tomb in the mountain. This ancient tomb was left by a strong man in the Nirvana realm. However, this ancient tomb was not completely built, including the formations in it. All means are incomplete. Like you, I entered this, but didn't notice the bluestone path under my feet.
Yang Mucheng nodded. There is a person like Hua Yuanao, the strongest person under the Immortal Sect. Jiozhi is so big. Where can he go?
I broke into the mist. And then I realized how terrifying this formation was. I was trapped in the mist for more than 600 years, and could not get out. Forced, I could only abandon my body and prepare to leave this formation with your nascent soul body. But who would have thought that as soon as nascent soul left the body, it would be locked by this confinement circle. This lock will last for thousands of years.
Hua Yuanao just finished speaking. In the confinement formation, other nascent souls also hurriedly interjected.
The same is true for me. I was locked into this confinement circle earlier than Hua Yuanao. When Hua Yuanao entered the fog, I loudly reminded him. Unfortunately, this confinement circle isolated everything. I have been imprisoned in this confinement circle for more than 3,600 years. I can't even remember how many years.
Hear what these people said? Yang Mucheng felt a chill running down his spine. Notice, these 7 people have reached the realm of spiritual transformation. Even if they are trapped and die in the psychedelic formation, their nascent soul can leave the body. If he had walked headlong into the psychedelic formation before, he would probably have spent thousands of years in a daze, and died in this formation when his lifespan was exhausted.
Then how do I let you out?
Yang Mucheng touched the magic circle in front of him. But, before he could touch it, the rune surrounding the confinement circle shone brightly, forcing him to take a few steps back.
Little friend.
A trace of excitement flashed in Hua Yuanao's eyes. He bowed to Yang Mucheng and said,
"If you can let me out, from today on, we will treat each other as brothers and equals. I, Hua Yuanao, am nearly 10,000 years older than you. Since then, I'll call you little brother. After you get out of this confinement formation, I will personally guide you in your cultivation. Brother."
As soon as Hua Yuanao finished speaking, another nascent soul shouted,
"I am Zhao Tianzi, the great elder of the Hunyuan Vajra sect. If you can let me out, you and I will be sworn brothers. In the future, you can choose the exercises of the Hunyuan Vajra sect. The magic weapons in this sect are up to you. Choose. I am the leader of the Qingquan Immortal sect. I am.
Every nascent soul screamed. These 7 great nascent souls, either the sect leader of a certain sect, or the great elder of a certain large sect. Now that he saw the hope of leaving here, he naturally rushed to speak. Yang Mucheng didn't refuse. But he didn't agree either. After Wudizu seized his body, he naturally had to be cautious and refused to trust others easily. Moreover, these 7 nascent souls are very powerful. Once released, if they try to occupy his body, he may not be able to resist them even if he uses all his strength.
It's okay to release you all. But how do you ensure that after you are released, you will not harm me? You will not seize my body?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and said,
Ha ha, little brother. You are too worried.
Zhao Tianze laughed.
We have been trapped in this confinement circle for so many years. Although we have lost our bodies, we have not accomplished anything. The concentration of spiritual energy in this tower is several times stronger than that in our sect. Now we all practice, we have reached the halfway stage of nirvana.
Half-step to nirvana? Yang Muchung looked puzzled. He is only in the late stage of the golden core now, and is still as far away from the nirvana realm as a cloud in mud. How can he know what half-step nirvana will look like? Hua Yuanao smiled and said,
Brother, you don't know something. After reaching the half-step state of nirvana, you can reshape your physical body. The 7 of us exchanged each other's training experience in this confinement circle, and it only takes some time to reshape our physical body. That's all. I won't take over your body. Besides, it's your body, and you have greater control over it. So there are certain risks in us taking it. If you still don't believe us, I will give you a fragment of my consciousness.
Hua Yuanao said. The small right hand? Slowly, a crystal-clear, crystal-like light point slowly flew to the front of Yang Muchung.
Hua Yuanao, swear with this spiritual thought that if I release you, I will be disrespectful and hurt you, and God will not tolerate it. Me either.
Zhao Tianze moved his right hand slightly, and in the same way, he released a spiritual thought.
Zhao Tianze, swear by this spiritual thought that I will treat my brother as brothers from now on. If I dare to hurt my brother, even if it is just a hair, God will not tolerate it.
At the same time, the other nascent souls also separated a piece of spiritual thought and swore to it. Yang Muchung stood quietly. The 3 realms of the elixir formation stage are Golden Elixir, Nascent Soul, Zifu. The 3 realms of the transformation stage, Divine Thoughts, Divine Ways, and Divine Seas. Only by reaching the stage of spiritual transformation can it be possible to construct divine thoughts. Although, he hasn't come into contact with it yet. But I also heard Yufeishuan mention it. After reaching the state of divine transformation, you can swear to your divine thoughts. And among all the oaths,
the law of heaven cannot be tolerated,
is the most terrifying. Once the oath is established, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you will not be able to disobey it. Even if you reach the legendary Tai realm, these 7 nascent souls, making an oath like this can at least guarantee that they really mean it.
Good.
Yang Muchung nodded and grabbed the 7 points of spiritual thought in the void with his right hand. Almost as soon as he touched the divine thought turned into a wave of energy and poured into his mind. Yang Muchung only felt that there was something in his head. And at the same time, he had a certain connection with Hua Yuanao and Zhao Tianze.
If that's the case, then I will let you out. However, you have to tell me how to unlock this confining circle?
Yang Mu became enlightened. Chapter 589 The Mysterious Golden Rat. Since the other party has already made an oath, Yang Muchung naturally has no reason not to believe the other party.
Brother,
Hua Yuan said proudly,
there is no way to forcefully unlock this great confinement formation. If you want to unlock it, you can only continue to go deep into the depths of this ancient tomb. The construction of this ancient tomb has not been completed. There should be an exit deep in the ancient tomb. Even if you can't find a way to break it, you can leave here and go back to Wandao Sword Sect to call someone to break the formation. Good.
Yang Muchung cupped his hands and said,
Brothers, please wait here for a while. I'll go take a look.
Hua Yuanao and the others gave some more instructions. Yang Muchung then continued walking towards the ancient tomb. He shook his head secretly. Unexpectedly, this ancient tomb is actually just an unfinished cemetery. Why was this ancient tomb established in the first place, and why was it abandoned? However, even a half-completed cemetery and a half-completed formation are enough to trap the powerful man who transformed into a god. The danger level in the 9 provinces is many times higher than I expected. Throw away some messy thoughts from your mind. Yang Muchung knew that he might not be able to know these things in his lifetime. Regarding everything about this cemetery, perhaps the mystery can only be clarified by finding the person who originally built the ancient tomb. And in this half-finished ancient tomb, in everything, it's best to be more vigilant. Otherwise you might be trapped and die in this tomb, like Hua Yuano and others.
Huh?
At some point, Yang Mucheng passed by a dilapidated palace, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that there were actually more than a dozen heavenly and earthly treasures placed in this dilapidated palace. He quickly walked in and looked at it carefully. Due to its age, this timeling Dibbo has long lost all its spiritual energy and has become dry. On the ground, there are still some leftover residues of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures.
It's such a pity that these heavenly spiritual treasures have all exhausted their spiritual energy. I'm afraid they won't be much higher than ordinary spiritual grasses.
Yang Mucheng felt a little regretful. He picked up a Millennium Dragon's Blood Celestial Ginseng. This originally plump celestial ginseng had long since dried up due to the loss of spiritual energy, and was now no different from a foxtail grass.
Boy, if you dare to touch these things of mine, I will definitely not let you go.
At this moment, an angry and strange cry sounded. Yang Mucheng's hair grew cold, and he suddenly looked around. A cold light flashed in a pair of eyes, constantly scanning around, and shouted in a low voice.
Who is it? Stop pretending and come out!
Yang Mucheng could not tolerate shock. This voice was the voice that was preparing to drive him and Su Mu away outside the Evil Ghost Mountain. Now, the owner of this voice is nearby, and Yang Mucheng has not noticed that the other party's cultivation level must be very terrifying. Is it another strong man who accidentally entered the ancient tomb? Or is it the owner of this ancient tomb? Yang Mucheng thought to himself.
Roll!
The sound comes again. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked around, becoming more and more curious. If the other party is really powerful, there is no need to do this. Warn yourself over and over again. The worst is to show up directly. Could it be? Yang Mucheng glanced at a certain corner, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and asked tentatively,
What if I don't leave? What will you do? You dare to contradict me. Do you believe that I will eat you?
The voice sounded again, although the sound seemed to come from all directions, deliberately using a certain technique to make people confused about the direction. Yang Mucheng still found the right location. He smiled faintly and walked towards the corner. But in the corner, a golden mouse was trapped in a transparent lampshade.
You were the one who spoke just now. Right.
Yang Mucheng stooped down and stared at the golden-haired rat with a smile.
Boy, that's right. The heavenly and earthly treasures on this table all belong to me. If you dare to touch my things, I will definitely let you die.
The golden-haired mouse yelled angrily, its withered and thin body in front of me. The lampshade was running wildly, and the lampshade banged when it hit it. But there was no way to escape.
Hee hee. A demon king in the early stage of the Golden Court dares to act recklessly in front of me.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and sneered.
Those heavenly and earthly treasures have dried up long ago, and you happen to be fat and beautiful. It's definitely not bad to use you to make barbecue.
The golden-haired mouse was startled, and its hair stood on end, like a cat with fried fur. It stared straight at Yang Mucheng with a look of disbelief on its face.
What? You actually want to eat me?
When it saw Yang Mucheng grabbing it with his big hands, its expression suddenly changed, and it knelt on the ground with both legs like a human being, holding its front paws and kowtowing to beg for mercy.
Little brother, even if I am blind, I shouldn't provoke you. Take all the heavenly and earthly treasures on the table. My small body is not big enough for you to stuff between your teeth.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more interested. There are not many demon kings who can speak, but he had never heard of a demon king as smart as this golden-haired rat. Moreover, the golden-haired mouse's attitude actually made him more and more interested. Not in a hurry to leave, Yang Mucheng simply stood still.
Tell me, why did you come into this ancient tomb?
The golden-haired rat sighed and then spoke slowly. It turns out that this is what happened. It already existed when this ancient tomb was built. At that time, its range of activities had always been in the Fatian domain. Suddenly one day, a strong man in the Nirvana realm came to Evil Ghost Mountain and prepared to build a mausoleum. Notice, no matter who builds a mausoleum, they will bury their favorite things with them. In addition, there are also some things like heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. But who knows? The owner of the ancient tomb temporarily changed his intention and left Evil Ghost Mountain suddenly. He did not take away the contents of the ancient tomb. So, the golden-haired rat found an opportunity and sneaked into this ancient tomb. The remnants of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures under the table are also leftovers from what it ate. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that when I was in the mood to eat. I accidentally knocked over the lampshade, And I was trapped here for nearly 10,000 years. On the one hand, the golden mouse keeps trying to escape from the lampshade. On the one hand, it is afraid that other people will enter the evil ghost mountain and take away its treasures of heaven and earth. So he kept transforming into figures, driving away all the warriors who were preparing to enter the evil ghost mountain.
Is this rat even older than Hua Yuano and the others?
Yang Muchung was shocked.
Who are those people from Hua Yuano?
The golden-haired rat was shocked when he saw Yang Muchung, and immediately said proudly,
I used to be a being who could swallow the sun and eclipse the moon. If I hadn't been injured by someone in the god realm and had my cultivation disabled, they are not worthy to be my disciples. What is the god realm?
Yang Muchung asked quickly.
You can't say that. You haven't come into contact with that level. It's not good for you.
Who knows? The golden-haired mouse's expression changed, and he shook his head quickly. Yang Muchung threatened.
Believe it or not, I will eat you.
The golden-haired rat trembled, but his expression was unexpectedly determined. It shook its head, with a look that had seen through everything.
Death by your hands can only be regarded as my destiny. But the meaning of Heaven's way really cannot be revealed in half. Otherwise, with your current strength, even if you reveal just a little bit, you will die without a burial place.
This time, it was Yang Muchung's turn to be surprised. He originally thought that this little mouse was just the demon king who accidentally entered the ancient tomb. But he did not expect that his origin was more mysterious than he imagined. Chapter 590 Master-Servant Contract. Are you leaving? Or stay? Yang Muchung looked at the golden-haired rat quietly. If the golden-haired rat hadn't revealed its history before, maybe he would have let it go. But now that it looked like this, Yang Muchung didn't dare to let it go easily.
Sign a contract with me.
After thinking for a moment, Yang Mu became enlightened.
What? You actually want me to sign a contract with you? You only know who I am? I'm the famous sky-swallowing dragon rat,
cried the golden mouse. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and said coldly,
If you don't sign the contract, I will eat you now.
The golden-haired rat gritted his teeth and sighed, knowing that there was nothing he could do to save his life. Seeing its appearance, Yang Muchung muttered something, formed a seal with his right hand, and a ray of light shot out from his fingertips and flew in front of the golden-haired mouse. This is a master-servant contract. Once signed, it cannot be changed.
Boy, how dare you force me to sign a master-servant contract? When I regain my strength, it will be easy to break this contract. I will definitely swallow you whole by then.
The golden-haired mouse secretly thought. Take the contract. Yang Muchung felt that there was another connection in his mind. Now, after the contract was established, the golden-haired rat's life was in his hands. With just one thought, Yang Mu's achievement could make this golden-haired rat lose his mind. Of course, he wouldn't do that. If he really wanted to kill this golden-haired rat, he would have slapped it to death long ago. Why bother signing this contract again?
Follow me. I'll find out if there are any other heavenly and earthly treasures in this ancient tomb, as well as a way to unlock the imprisonment of Hua Yuano and the others.
Yang Muchung opened the lampshade and released the golden-haired rat. As soon as the golden-haired mouse came out, it couldn't help but stretch, and the bones in its small body made a crackling sound. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, it chuckled and said,
There's no need to look for it anymore. The most valuable treasures of heaven and earth in this ancient tomb are the ones on the table. The other palaces are all empty. How do you know?
Yang Muchung was confused.
I am the sky-swallowing dragon rat, and what I am best at is searching for heavenly and earthly treasures. There is nothing in this world that can be hidden from my eyes. When I was at my peak, I was a warrior in the Tai realm. I can also blow him to death in one breath.
The golden-haired rat looked confident.
Then why are you trapped by a small lampshade?
Yang Muchung asked teasingly. The golden-haired mouse sighed, shook his head and said,
A tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs. And a dragon swims in shallow water and is teased by shrimps. My cultivation has been abolished, and I can only start from scratch. I finally recovered some of my original cultivation. When you are ready to do something big, you have been trapped in this lampshade for more than 10,000 years. Don't you want to save those people in Huayuaneo? Come here. I tell you.
Yang Muchung approached in confusion. I just listened to the golden-haired mouse talking a lot.
So simple? Will you harm me?
Yang Muchung asked. The golden-haired rat chuckled.
Do you think I'm an idiot? We have signed a master-servant contract. If you die, I won't be able to survive. Even if I want to kill you, I have to wait until I recover my strength.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. What kind of divine realm is this golden-haired rat god? And what kind of spirit has been trapped in the lampshade for more than 10,000 years? He doesn't know whether it is true or false. But there is no doubt that this golden mouse is very weird. However, now that there is a master-servant contract here, it doesn't have the courage to harm itself.
Let's go and save people now.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Wait a minute. There is a dragon bone outside this ancient tower,
said the golden-haired rat.
In the beginning, the Nirvana Master gave up the evil Ghost Mountain as a mausoleum because he discovered that there were dragon bones here.
Heal? Could it be that it's an ancient dragon bone? Yang Muching's heart moved. He quickly followed the golden mouse's direction and walked towards the outside of the ancient tower. Sure enough, in a secret place, he found a broken dragon bone.
The more powerful a person is, the more they value their tomb. Just like in your mortal world, the higher your status, the more luxurious the tomb is. At the beginning, the Nirvana strongman had half of the ancient tomb built. But he found that there was something left here. He thought this was the tomb of dragon burial. So he temporarily stopped and chose to leave.
It's really interesting. Yang Mucheng smiled and shook his head. With a touch of his right hand, the dragon bone turned into a ball of light and disappeared into his body. When the golden-haired mouse saw the scene, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. For an existence like this, no matter how cunning the techniques are, they are just child's play. Return to the tower. Yang Mucheng followed the instructions of the golden-haired rat. And under the surprised eyes of Hua Yuan'o and others, he circled the confinement formation twice, seemingly casually, but he clicked on a specific rune. Suddenly, the countless mysterious runes in the void turned into pieces of golden light and suddenly disappeared, just like spring snow melting.
Brother, thank you for saving me.
As soon as he came out, Hua Yuan'o bowed to Yang Mucheng again and again. Several other people were equally grateful. Yang Mucheng naturally understood that they had been trapped for thousands of years, or even nearly 10,000 years, and now they were triumphant and detached. So he was naturally excited. He nodded and said,
"You have been missing for so long, so you should return to your respective sects to report that you are safe. As for me, I recently participated in the qualifying competition for the Spirit Sword ranking, and I have been delayed in this ancient pagoda for several days. Brother, you go to the competition first. We will go back to the sect first. Don't worry. With us in the future, you can walk sideways on the Jojo continent,"
Zhao Tianzi said with a smile.
"That's right. With the 7 of us as your backers. Anyone who dares to disrespect you will be killed without leaving any room for death."
Chat for a moment. Then everyone parted ways in the evil Ghost Mountain. Watching Hua Yuan'o and the others leave, Yang Mucheng found that the golden-haired rat had been staring at the 7 nascent souls with suspicion.
"What's wrong?"
Yang Mucheng smiled.
"You really don't understand. Nascent soul is a great supplement to warriors,"
the golden-haired rat said without exaggeration.
"Some evil warriors will even hunt down the strong ones in the nascent soul realm and beat them to death. Take out the nascent soul to make elixirs."
"Is there such a thing?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and smiled secretly in his heart. No wonder Hua Yuan'o and the others couldn't hide their fear when they saw him.
"That's all. Don't think about so many things. Nowadays, it's still important to hunt monsters. I've been delayed a lot these days. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get into the top 10 in the standings."
Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and faced the vast landscape, looking at Vixianyu, although it was delayed for several days. But Yang Mucheng did not give up the battle for the standings. The golden-haired rat lay on Yang Mucheng's shoulder, his eyes rolling, not knowing what to think about.
"Time!"
The next moment, Yang Mucheng flew up, jumped out quickly, and rushed into the Fatian domain. Chapter 591, The Heaven-Swallowing Divine Art? Kill! 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 Yang Mucheng passed by. Whether it was the Demon King in the early stage of the Golden Core, or the Demon King in the later stage of the Golden Core, he never let one go. First, he cursed the dragon and sky fire to set fire to the mountain. And then he used the 9-dragon flying sword, and the 24 solar term shocked the gods to harvest wildly. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was on full fire. The Demon King that cannot be killed with one sword must either be slapped to death by the golden body of the 5-clawed golden dragon, or the dragon soul armor. 500. 1,000. 3,000. 8,000. The points in the jade cards were jumping crazily. Almost 3 days. He killed all the Demon Kings in the entire evil Ghost Mountain. Watching this scene, the golden-haired mouse felt numb all over. It didn't expect that it would follow such a terrifying master. And it would raise and lower its sword without any hesitation. Yang Muchung even deliberately set up a formation in the evil ghost mountain to take out the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures he had collected before, and fake the appearance of the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures being born. Such forgery. For Yang Muchung, it was a familiar road. In addition, the golden-haired rat was on the side to help improve the formation. Almost instantly, the low-grade Shin level spiritual grass burst out with the light of the top-grade Shin level or even low-grade earth level magic grass. As a result, the monsters in the area near the evil ghost mountain were almost moved by the wind and came desperately. A wave of monsters was formed. In this wave of monsters, there are even 2 demon kings who have reached the perfect state of being mixed in. The flying demon wolf was the most cunning, always hiding in the dark and not taking action. It was not until the last demon king was killed that Yang Muchung tensed up and even relaxed before taking action. But Yang Muchung hit quickly. Otherwise, the flying demon wolf's claw would definitely tear him to pieces. But even so, Yang Muchung's chest was left with a wound several inches deep from his left chest to his lower abdomen. And even his white ribs were clearly visible. But this flying demon wolf was slapped to death by the furious Yang Muchung.
Boss, you are scaring me to death.
The golden-haired mouse was so frightened that it trembled all over.
I am a grasshopper on the same rope as you now. If you are going to die, I won't be able to survive either.
Yang Muchung sat down with a pale face and ignored the golden-haired rat. This battle, although dangerous, his moves and routines are becoming more and more skillful under this limit.
The energy and blood of so many monsters will surely allow me to reach the late stage of the golden core in one go.
Yang Muchung thought to himself. He sat up cross-legged, preparing to use the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to collect all the energy and blood into his body. When the golden-haired rat saw that Yang Muchung was ignoring him, he was secretly angry, thinking about how majestic it was when it was in the god realm. But now it has fallen into the lower realm and signed a master-servant contract with a boy in the middle stage of the golden core. And the other party ignored even his own words. Angrily, he jumped into the group of Demon King's corpses.
When I recover my strength, I will never let you go. I swallow the sky dragon rat, and I am not a person who lives in vain.
Say this. The golden-haired rat naturally has its confidence. Ordinary monsters, if they want to practice, can only rely on instinct and continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is a very long process for an ordinary beast to become a monster. And from the monster beast, I want to continuously advance to become a great demon. A demon king. A great demon king. The time required is almost dozens or even hundreds of times that of humans. But it's different. It once found an incomplete technique in the god realm. This technique only has a few pages and more than 100 words. But it contains the mystery of Hengyu. It can enhance its own strength by devouring it. It is precisely because of this that the golden-haired rat is known as the sky-swallowing dragon rat. Even a dragon can swallow it in one gulp and chew it up.
Demon pill! Demon pill!
The golden-haired rat was chanting while searching for the demon elixir from the corpse of the demon king. In the demon pill, it contains the essence of the demon king, which is much more useful than the treasures of heaven and earth. However, once the demon king dies, its cultivation will return to the world. Only by chance. The demon elixir will survive unexpectedly and will not disappear.
Ha ha! This is the 7th one!
The golden mouse was overjoyed. It carefully put the golden elixir into its consciousness space, leaving only one. 2 small paws held up the golden elixir. And now, he was sitting cross-legged like a warrior. If you look carefully, the sitting posture of this golden-haired rat is 30% similar to Yang Muchung.
If I absorb all these 7 golden elixirs, I will definitely be able to reach the late golden elixir stage from the early stage. Then let's see. You kid, do you still dare to point fingers at me? When the time comes, I will force you to untie the master-servant contract and then devour you.
I thought bitterly. The golden-haired rat subconsciously looked towards Yang Muchung. However, when it saw it, it was stunned. Phew. Yang Muchung took a deep breath. At this time, the entire evil ghost mountain seemed to resonate at this moment. In the void, a quiet vibration continued to emerge. In the demon king's body, invisible blood and blood transformed into the purest energy at this moment, rushing toward Yang Muchung's body like a torrent.
How is this possible? How can he master the heaven-swallowing divine art?
The golden-haired mouse cried out.
No, The technique he is using now is more complete than the heaven-swallowing divine technique I have mastered. How is this possible?
For golden retrievers, the heaven-swallowing divine art is his greatest support. But now, Yang Wuqing's ancient heaven-swallowing technique is even more powerful and perfect than his heaven-swallowing divine art. This made the golden-haired rat. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be shocked? But see, as the pure energy poured into Yang Wuqing's body, the scars on his body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he had returned to his previous jade-skinned and golden-skinned state. And at the same time, Yang Wuqing's cultivation level was also improving crazily at this moment. 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. Boom. The late stage of Jin Dan. However, even after the promotion, the huge energy and blood are still close to 1/3 of the level. 1%, 20%. Finally, when he reached the 3rd percentile of the late golden elixir, all the Demon King's energy and blood, even the last trace, was completely absorbed into Yang Wuqing's body. Pap. The golden-haired rat looked at Yang Wuqing blankly, and dropped the golden elixir he held in his hand to the ground. Its rat face revealed an expression that was even uglier than crying, looking blankly at Yang Wuqing, who had broken through the cultivation level and slowly woke up. A trace of despair flashed in its eyes. When your last trump card is not worth mentioning in front of others, then it is complete despair. And the ancient sky-swallowing technique that Yang Wuqing showed this time crushed all the illusions of the golden-haired rat who possessed the sky-swallowing magic skill. The previous idea of untying the master-servant contract and swallowing Yang Wuqing turned into a joke.
Even if I try my best in this life, I'm afraid I still won't be able to catch up with this kid's cultivation speed.
The golden mouse looked bitter. Chapter 592 Enemies Meet. After his cultivation reached the late stage of golden core, Yang Wuqing became more and more unscrupulous in the Faken domain. Plus his current strength. Even if the Demon King of Jin and Grandmaster appeared, he would still dare to fight. All the way through. The behavior of the golden-haired rat made Yang Wuqing feel very strange. Since this golden-haired rat signed the master-servant contract, 10,000 people looked down upon him, as if following him was an insult to him. But since the battle at Evil Ghost Mountain, this golden-haired rat has become respectful to him. Yang Wuqing asked curiously. The golden-haired rat didn't hide anything, and told him about the magical power of swallowing the sky.
It was only by chance that I got this technique. It fell with a meteor shower, and the technique was incomplete, with only 1 page left. I slightly changed it based on this incomplete technique, and called it
the heaven-swallowing divine art.
The golden-haired rat once again explained the inner workings of the heaven-swallowing divine technique. This time, it was Yang Wuqing's turn to be shocked. The so-called heaven-swallowing divine technique is actually part of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique.
According to what the golden-haired rat said, after acquiring this technique, it became a terrifying existence. Even a fragment of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique is enough to make it so terrifying. It seems that this ancient swallowing heaven technique has become a terrifying existence. The power of Tianjue is far beyond my expectation.
Yang Wuqing wanted to get more information from the golden-haired rat, but the golden-haired rat kept silent, just repeating a sentence.
The will of heaven cannot be revealed in half. Otherwise, with our current strength, even if we only reveal a little bit, we will die without a burial place.
But Yang Wuqing also learned that the place where the golden-haired rat had been was in existence many times higher than that of Jojo continent.
Maybe I can go to that place to find out what's going on in the future.
Yang Wuqing was extremely curious. Over time, the competition for the standings has become increasingly fierce. Although, the final outcome has not yet come out. But in fact many people already know that they have been eliminated. The strength of these warriors is not high. The level of the Demon King hunted was not high. And the points obtained were naturally not high. And those who are at the peak of the Golden Pill, perfect, and even the Golden Pill Grandmaster have already penetrated deep into the inner circle of Faken territory, hunting down those Demon Kings who are even more terrifying. Those warriors with low cultivation levels don't even dare to enter that area. So how can they be qualified to compete for the top 10 in the standings? At this time, Tianheng Mountains. This is a huge mountain range that divides Faken domain into two. On the other side of the mountain range is the Demon King, who is in the Golden Pill Grandmaster realm. At the entrance to the Tianheng mountain range, many disciples of the Wandao sword sect stayed here. They refused to give up and were ready to find someone to form a team and try entering the mountains again, preparing to finally attack the Tianheng mountain range.
Brother, Our team is still missing one person. Do you want to join?
Sun Laosan's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted to a young man passing by.
You call me again?
The young man, dressed in black, looked extremely gloomy. Hearing Sun Laosan's words, he couldn't help but turn his head and asked with a half smile.
Senior brother Tianchen.
Su Mu on the side was startled, and he quickly covered Sun Laosan's mouth and nodded and bowed to the young man.
Sun Laosan has just joined the sword sect. He doesn't know about you. And I hope you will bear with me. Snort.
The young man named Tianchen snorted coldly, threw off his long sleeves, and entered the Tianning Mountains alone.
Who is this kid? Is he crazier than Mr. Yang?
Sun Laosan looked at Tianchen and couldn't help but clicked his tongue.
He is the #1 person under the nascent soul among the 10,000 Dao sword sect. 36 years ago, he ranked first in the standings. He defeated several strong men who were half-step nascent soul, and won the first place in the spirit sword ranking. The second one. He has been in seclusion on his own island for these 36 years. So of course you don't know him.
Su Mu explained in a low voice. When Sun Laosan heard this, he took a breath of air. No wonder he felt uncomfortable all over when he was staring at him earlier.
Keep your eyes open.
Su Mu warned.
There are not many weak people who can reach this area of Tianheng Mountain Range. And there are several who are strong on the spiritual sword ranking.
Sun Laosan nodded. At some point, he suddenly seemed to have seen something, and couldn't help shouting in a low voice.
Old Imo Yang?
Su Mu didn't even look back, and couldn't help but taunt it.
Old Demon Yang might have died long ago in Evil Ghost Mountain. How could he appear here?
At first, their 5-person team tried their best to escape from the Evil Ghost Mountain. Although they all made it out, one of them had to give up competing for the standings because he burned his blood and damaged his origin. So he withdrew and returned to the sect. At that time, Su Mu stayed outside the Evil Ghost Mountain for several days, preparing to teach Yang Mucheng another lesson. Unfortunately, Yang Mucheng never came out, so they had to give up and head deeper into Fakian domain.
Yes, we have been waiting outside the Evil Ghost Mountain for 4 full days. And old Demon Yang has not come out. He must have died inside. Sun Laosan, have you seen a ghost?
At this time, another team member also endured. He couldn't help but taunted, although they still didn't believe it. Several people also followed Sun Laosan's gaze. This look. It's really incredible. That young man in casual clothes is not Yang Mucheng. Who else could he be?
Old Demon Yang.
When Su Mu saw Yang Mucheng, he stood up suddenly, clenched his fists, and tightened his muscles all over.
How dare you come here?
Although Su Mu is not very strong among the 10,000 Dao sword sect, he is still a respectable figure. He has always been the only one who bullies others, and there is no precedent for others to bully him. But in Yang Mucheng's case, something went wrong. Yang Mucheng robbed him of 2 perfect demon kings in succession, and even took away the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure that he was interested in. How can you let him endure this?
Oh, is it you?
Yang Mucheng naturally saw Su Mu. If the golden-haired rat hadn't caused trouble in the Evil Ghost Mountain, he would have given this boy a lesson. Originally, he had forgotten this matter, but unexpectedly Su Mu came to his door. Chang! Su Mu pointed with his right hand, and heard a sharp sword sound. The long sword behind him shot out from the scabbard crazily. At this moment, the terrifying sword energy spread out like a tide in all directions.
Old Demon Yang. Because of the unexpected incident at Evil Ghost Mountain, I failed to teach you a lesson and let you go. Today, I want to see who else will come to save you. If I don't chop off one of your arms today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Mu quietly, and sneered.
Cut off my arm. Just you?
Chapter 593: A Belated Battle. Originally, Su Mu's area had attracted a lot of attention. After all, Sun Laosan, an idiot, actually wanted to pull Tianchen into the team, which had secretly attracted the attention of many people. Now Su Mu's terrifying sword energy burst has attracted the attention of all the warriors outside the Tianheng Mountains. Attracted? Tianchen, who was about to leave, frowned slightly and looked behind him.
That's old Imo Yang?
When Tianchen's eyes fell on old Imo Yang, he showed a hint of surprise.
To be so young, it's hard to imagine that he was able to capture the first-class core and build a first-class island when he first entered the Wandao sword sect.
But, after Tianchen saw through Yang Mucheng's cultivation, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. with a hint of imperceptible contempt in his smile. Such people have no deterrent power to me. Certainly, Su Mu's shocking sword energy not only attracted the disciples from the Wandao sword sect, but also attracted the disciples from several other major sects. Look, those are the hundreds of industries of the Hunyuan Vidra sect. He's here too? That's right. The training locations of the 36 major sects are all in the Feiyan domain. How could the disciples of other sects not come here? They rank third in the last spiritual sword ranking, second only to Tianchen and Ling Xiao. Then Bei is here. So Ling Xiao must be here too. Right? Just when everyone was talking about it, Bei saw, not far away, a young man wearing a golden robe descending from the sky. This young man is extremely handsome, with a chic and free attitude, even more beautiful than a woman. And he is the number one on the last spirit sword ranking, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. When Tianchen saw this young man, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Tang! Almost instantly, he tiptoed and landed in front of Ling Xiao. 36 years have passed by in a blink of an eye. This time in the spiritual sword ranking, I will avenge my shame and regain my first place. Tianchen said with full fighting spirit. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Ling Xiao answered casually, but his eyes involuntarily fell on Yang Mucheng in the field, when he discovered that Yang Mucheng had the badge of Wandao sword sect hanging on his waist. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Tianchen, is that kid from your Wandao sword sect? Yes. Tianchen also glanced at Yang Mucheng, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, his name is Yang Mucheng, nicknamed Yang Laoimo. Being able to reach the late stage of Jin Dan at the age of 17 is indeed a genius. But compared with you and me, he is still far behind. Maybe 36 years later, without my suppression, he can stand out on the spirit sword ranking. Old Demon Yang? A trace of curiosity appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, I don't think so. This old Demon Yang might be a dark horse on the spiritual sword list this time. He? Tianchen looked surprised. Notice, Ling Xiao has always been aloof and disdainful of anyone. Even Tianchen, who had been a rival with Ling Xiao for many years, could feel Ling Xiao's feeling that he never took himself seriously. Nowadays, it is really rare for such a young man in the late Jin Dan stage to receive such a high evaluation from Ling Xiao. I can easily crush this kind of kid to death with just one finger. Tianchen felt a hint of unhappiness in his heart, and he said lightly, he has to survive the battle with Su Mu first. Su Mu is going to do this. People are not that easy to get along with. Ling Xiao laughed, non-committal, looked toward the field, and signaled to Tianchen that the battle between Yang Mucheng and Su Mu was about to begin. At this time, the disciples of Wandao sword sect also came to their senses from the gathering of strong men and looked towards the field one after another. Is that the old Demon Yang who captured the first-class core? His cultivation level doesn't seem to be too high. He only has the late stage of Jin Dan, a warrior said calmly. However, the Su Mu he faced this time has the perfect cultivation level of Jin Dan. He will be in trouble this time. Yes, Su Mu is determined to retaliate. Once he has set his sights on someone, he will never be willing to take revenge. Moreover, he always keeps his word. This time he will cut off old Mo Yang's arm, fearing that it will be old Mo Yang. It's hard to escape intact. A warrior shook his head secretly. It's a pity that Mr. Yang is so talented. If he loses an arm, even if he recovers in the future, his strength will be greatly reduced. Don't sects prohibit private fights among disciples? Don't they fear being punished by the sect if they do this? Someone asked. There was silence. Everyone could see that Su Mu was murderous, and would never give up until he took revenge on Yang Mucheng. People with high strength, such as Ling Xiao, Tianchen, and Bei, didn't bother to care about their low-level fights, and just watched them as fun. Those with low strength do not have the guts to take care of it. After all, Su Mu is very revengeful. Anyone who dares to stop him will definitely kill him first, and then Yang Mucheng. Oh! Su Mu raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The sword in his hand was pointed at Yang Mucheng from afar, with a trace of amusement on his face. It seems that not only were you not killed by that senior in the Evil Ghost Mountain, but you were a blessing in disguise, and reached the late stage of the Golden Core. Evil Mountain? Senior? The golden-haired mouse hiding in Yang Mucheng's tail bracelet couldn't help but chuckle. It didn't expect that the illusion it created would frighten Su Mu so much that he still can't forget it. Yang Mucheng looked at Su Mu quietly, with disdain in his eyes. when I was in the middle stage of the Golden Core. You couldn't do anything to me. Now that I have reached the late stage of the Golden Core, do you still have the guts to challenge me? Old Demon Yang, do you really think I can't deal with you?
Su Mu's expression suddenly turned gloomy.
Do you think you will still be so lucky now, and I won't spare you?
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. The violent fighting spirit was poured into the sword energy regardless of all costs, causing the surrounding space to emit a muffled sound like thunder.
TSK! TSK! TSK!
Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. Back in Evil Ghost Mountain, if the golden-haired rat hadn't caused trouble, he might have been defeated at the hands of Su Mu. But now that he has reached the late stage of Jin Dan, Su Mu is no longer good enough in his eyes. Slowly raising his head, Yang Mucheng looked at Su Mu and said,
You won't bypass me? Good. Then this time, let's see who won't spare whom.
Boom! Yang Mucheng clenched his fists, and the late-stage cultivation of Jin Dan burst out. At the same time, the hidden killing intent poured out without reservation at this moment. Chapter 594, Old Demon Yang. Are you dead?
You really dare to fight?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's reaction, everyone couldn't help but laugh secretly. You, a late-stage Jin Dan warrior, can you compete with Jin Dan perfection?
Let's go!
Tianshan glanced coldly, as if he had seen Yang Mucheng's final fate, and was about to leave. Others were waiting, but they were also not very interested. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too big, and there is basically not much to look forward to.
Boom!
However, what everyone didn't expect was that Yang Mucheng would take the lead. But see, Yang Mucheng took one step forward, as if he had shrunk to an inch. He covered the distance of several hundred feet in an instant and came directly in front of Su Mu. His right hand was slightly facing forward. In an instant, a chill penetrated his heart and spleen, like the flood that broke the dam and poured down recklessly. It spread crazily in an instant. Kakaka. At this moment, there was only a dense sound of freezing, with Yang Mu as the center, and all directions were covered by patches of pale frost. Even the long sword in Su Mu's hand was frozen. Moreover, this layer of frost spread from the tip of the sword as fast as lightning, reaching the sword body in an instant, and reaching the hilt in an instant, and was now devouring Su Mu's right hand.
Damn it!
A trace of shock flashed in Su Mu's eyes. He clenched his right hand, and his inner energy rushed out. With a snap sound, the chill that poured into the sword was shattered. He secretly made a seal, and the long sword in his hand turned extremely blue at this moment. Boom! He took one step forward, using his explosive fighting spirit to the limit at this moment. There was a terrible explosion, and the terrible crack centered on his right foot, spreading densely like lightning. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was also pointed at Yang Mucheng quickly, using the ultimate explosive fighting spirit, and even caused a terrifying cloud ring to burst into the air.
Old Demon Yang, try this trick of mine,
Su Mu shouted. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and was non-committal. He clicked his right hand again, and the previously bone-chilling great cold finger suddenly transformed into a continuous grain rain finger, like spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River. This finger quietly dispelled the explosive fighting spirit that came from Su Mu. Halfway through, Yang Mucheng's finger strength changed again, turning into an arrogant, crazy and sudden Jingzha finger, like thunder falling from the void. From all directions, I am the only one who dominates. At this moment, Yang Mucheng continuously changed the 3 categories of the 24 solar terms of the Jingshan finger. Each category was used to the extreme. The essence of form and meaning between the changes in the moves has reached the master level of pure fire. At this moment, all the sword sect disciples in Tianning Mountain, who had learned the 24 solar term shocking god finger, had their faces turned earth-colored and couldn't believe it.
How can this be? The Great Cold Finger, Guyu Finger, and Jingzha Finger can all change freely, with almost no leaks. These are 3 high-grade Shin-level martial arts.
Many people lost their voices, because this
24 solar term shocking god finger,
no matter which finger is taken out alone, is a high-grade Shin-level martial arts skill. Everyone in the sword sect can only learn one of them at most, and it is not as skillful as Yang Mucheng's mastery.
Chang!
Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Mucheng pointed at the tip of Su Mu's sword. Hearing the sound of thunder and explosion, Su Mu was knocked back by this finger.
I don't believe it!
Su Mu's eyes were filled with anger. He originally thought that with all his strength, he could easily kill Yang Mucheng. But I didn't want to. and I was still suppressed by him. Moreover, in front of the 36 major sects and many masters, this made him feel even more ashamed.
I will never give up until I kill you today.
Letting out a roar, Su Mu bit the tip of his tongue and spit it out toward the sword. Original. The long sword that looked a little dim when pointed by Yang Machung Jingjia actually burst into golden light at this moment. He raised his right hand. The long sword hung upside down, with a clop sound, and floated in midair. The golden light erupted from the sword and hit the ground, shattering the surrounding earth into pieces.
This is exquisite martial arts of the Shin level. Swordsmanship in the clouds.
Now, Su Mu had completed his starting move, and suddenly he connected with the long sword in his hand and made a clang sound, rising into the sky amid a long cry. In the eyes of countless people, Su Mu held a long sword and smashed it down like a meteorite. Even behind Su Mu, there was already a tail flame that was as bright as a shooting star. And at the same time, the pressure brought about by this sword was as crazy as a mountain falling down.
This move is too scary.
Near the Tianheng Mountains, the expressions of many warriors changed in shock. Although Su Mu's move was not aimed at them, they could still feel the terrifying nature of this Yunzhong sword technique. The astonishing pressure seemed to crush all the bones in a person's body. With Yang Mu as the center, a distance of 100 feet in radius actually exploded.
Snort!
Tianchi narrowed his eyes. To be honest, previously, Yang Machung used the Jingzha finger, the Great Cold Finger, and the Guyu finger as pure as fire. But it gave him an amazing feeling. However, he didn't think that Yang Machung could survive Su Mu's cloud sword technique.
Tianchi, watch out. This old demon Yang of your Wandao sword sect is definitely not an ordinary person. He will definitely have a place on this list of spiritual swords.
Ling Xiao folded his hands and smiled lightly.
Just him?
A trace of disdain flashed in Tianqi's eyes.
Can you block it?
At this moment, in addition to Tianchi and Ling Xiao, the disciples who were originally preparing to leave were also attracted by the last move of the battle. Just saw that at this moment, Su Mu not only used Yunzhong's sword skills to the extreme, he even pushed his explosive fighting spirit to the limit.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Due to the sword light, a vast white cloud exploded in the void, and the explosion of fire was like a torrential flood at this moment, directly sweeping Yang Machung completely. Boom! Finally, this series of small explosions converged into a huge and shocking explosion. I saw a ripple visible to the naked eye centered around the place where the Yunzhong sword fell. Almost at the same time, the ground with a radius of more than 100 feet collapsed crazily at this moment, forming a shape under the shocked eyes of countless people. A huge bowl-shaped crater formed. In the field, a cloud of dust drifted away. Su Mu, who was in midair, jumped up and landed on the ground with great ease. He looked at the dusty land and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
Old demon Yang, are you dead?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the field. Chapter 595, Kill with One Palm. But see, in that scene, everything within a radius of 100 feet was completely collapsed by Su Mu's sword. Whether it was rocks or trees, they were all crushed into powder in an instant. The surroundings were filled with dust. Who could see clearly what was going on in that scene?
It's a pity for old demon Yang. If he had been given another 3 years, maybe he wouldn't have been defeated so miserably.
Some people shook their heads secretly.
Who can blame this?
Some people gloated and mocked.
He and Su Mu are 2 levels apart in cultivation. Yet he dares to challenge Su Mu. What else can this be but seeking death? Besides, Su Mu's final Yunzhong sword technique will be the explosive fighting spirit has been pushed to the extreme. How can he survive? There may be no bones left. Ha ha!
Far away, Tianchi laughed wildly. He looked at the field, shook his head slowly and said,
Ling Xiao, old demon Yang is certainly a genius. But a dead person does not deserve to be called a genius. Still, no matter how stunning his aptitude was, it has been completely finished today. There is nothing on the spiritual sword list. He has a place.
Ling Xiao raised his brows, and his eyes seemed to have seen through the void, falling on the dust. He smiled faintly, shook his head and said,
This battle is not over yet. Old demon Yang is dead. How could it not be over yet?
Tianchi shouted. He subconsciously looked towards the field. His pupils suddenly closed. His face turned pale, and he stopped saying a word. And at this time, more and more people also looked towards the field, only to see a figure gradually becoming clearer in the dust. This figure had black hair, black eyes, and was dressed in black armor. Outside the body, there is a looming dragon soul entwined. And the whole person looks like a god or demon in this world.
What?
When Su Mu saw this figure clearly, his expression changed drastically. If the other party is not Yang Mucheng, who else could it be?
Su Mu, you also have a taste of my blow.
Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, and his dark eyes were as deep as the night sky. Even if they looked at each other, they seemed to completely suck people's hearts into them.
This is impossible.
Su Mu's face was ashen, and he couldn't believe it. The Yunzhong sword technique was his last resort. He had practiced hard for 36 years just to be on the spirit sword ranking this time. Coupled with the explosive fighting spirit, even if the golden elixir is perfect, it can kill him. How can it be impossible to kill this kid? Not only him, but the surrounding disciples from various major sects were all shocked and speechless. Their eyes widened in disbelief.
Run away now!
Su Mu's heart trembled. He knew that when he dealt with Yang Mucheng just now, he had no intention of stopping, and he even recruited people to death. Now that Yang Mucheng had taken action, how could he be spared? But late. How could Yang Mucheng let Su Mu escape? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his head with a palm towards the sky, hitting Su Mu like a dark cloud covering his head. Seeing that the escape has failed, a trace of determination flashed in Su Mu's eyes. He gritted his teeth, took out something from his arms, and threw it into the air. This is actually a divine seal, a middle-grade magic weapon of Shin level. When it is sacrificed, it rises in the wind at this moment, and grows rapidly with a shocking attitude. In just a short moment, it is already transformed into a 100-foot mountain peak blocking Yang Mucheng and Su Mu. Moreover, this divine seal is still growing crazily.
With this seal, no matter how strong you are, it can still stop you for a moment. By then, I will have left the Tianning Mountains and returned to the Sword Sect. Within the Sword Sect, let me see what other abilities you have, and whether you dare to kill me.
Su Mu felt much more at ease when he saw the big seal in front of Yang Mucheng and himself. Old Demon Yang, I have written down today's account. I will definitely return it to you tenfold or 100-fold in the future, Su Mu thought in his mind. However, just as he finished his thoughts, Yang Mucheng also moved. The sudden appearance of the big seal did not make him give up his original idea. The palm slap from top to bottom did not stop at all, but became faster and fiercer at this moment. At this time, Su Mu only heard Yang Mucheng say,
"This palm will return your previous sword."
Before Su Mu could react, Yang Mucheng's palm hit the big seal heavily. The seal, which had grown by hundreds of feet, was as fragile as white paper in front of Yang Mucheng. With a bang, it was smashed into countless gravel powder.
No!
Looking at the palm that covered the sky and the sun, Su Mu screamed, and he quickly raised his hands to protect himself, preparing to forcefully receive Yang Mucheng's palm. However, the palm blessed by the Dragon Soul armor was so terrifying and so fast. It directly passed through Su Mu's protection and slapped him hard on the forehead. Crack! All the bones in Su Mu's body shattered in response. The powerful force of this palm made Su Mu tremble all over and fell to his knees with a bang. Everyone looked again, but they saw Su Mu kneeling there, blood pouring out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and he was no longer breathing. Boom! At this time, the power of Yang Mucheng's sky-splitting palm fully exploded. There was a terrible explosion, and with Su Mu as the center, the ground with a radius of 300 feet sank at this moment. Countless cracks were densely packed in all directions along Su Mu's knees. There was dead silence in the field. No one spoke, and everyone stared at all this in stunned silence.
"Boss Su Mu is dead?"
Sun Laosan said tremblingly. He suddenly came to his senses and couldn't hide the horror in his eyes as he shouted,
"Old Demon Yang, you violated the Sword Sect's rules. Not only did you do it in private, but you also killed your fellow disciples. You cannot escape the sect's punishment. I will definitely report the truth to the sect and let the law enforcement hall destroy your cultivation and drive you away. Leave the sect."
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Sun Laosan with a half smile. This moment, Sun Laosan felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. He dared not stay where he was. He let out a scream and fled away into the distance desperately. It looked like he had escaped back to his sect. The Sword Sect disciples present looked at Yang Mucheng with fear in their eyes. How can a warrior who can seize a first-class core be someone who has gained a reputation in vain? If you challenge him, you are not seeking death. What else could it be?
"Old Demon Yang is really scary."
After a while, a Sword Sect disciple couldn't help but murmured,
Yes, the late stage of the golden elixir is enough to kill a warrior in the realm of perfection. With such strength, he may be able to be promoted to the spiritual sword list.
Another disciple nodded. Yang Macheng looked at Sun Lao San, who was escaping in embarrassment, with a trace of disdain on his lips. He had no intention of chasing him, but put his hands behind his back and walked slowly towards the Tianheng Mountains. Chapter 596, Ancient Divine Ape. Haotian Mountain.
How?
Looking at Yang Muqing's leaving figure, Ling Xiao asked with a smile.
With the strength of old demon Yang, is he qualified to enter the spirit sword ranking? Have.
Tianxian pondered for a moment and nodded. But immediately, a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth and said,
However, he killed Sumu this time, which is a serious crime. Sun Lao San has already gone back to report. If this matter is known to the law enforcement hall, the sect will first destroy his cultivation and then drive him out of the sword sect. Even if no matter how beautiful he is, he will be reduced to a useless person. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
Finished, Tianxian stopped talking and walked towards the Tianheng Mountains with a livid complexion. Ling Xiao stood for a while and entered the Tianheng Mountain range. After Yang Macheng left, there was an explosion outside the Tianheng Mountain range.
Old demon Yang killed Sumu? He is a warrior in the late stage of the Golden Core, and he can actually kill even the perfection of the Golden Core? This kind of strength is so terrifying.
But some people also sneered coldly.
Yang Lao Mo's strength is certainly terrifying, but he violated the rules of the sect by killing his fellow disciples this time. Yes, according to the sect's rules, he is in big trouble. Old demon Yang seems to be practicing with Yufei. So what about Yufei? Unless the sect leader comes forward, no one can protect him. Boss, you have caused a big disaster this time.
The golden-haired rat jumped out of the dragon's tail bracelet. Naturally, it heard the discussions of many disciples.
Am I afraid?
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. The golden mouse suddenly realized that Yang Macheng had rescued Hua Yuanao and 7 other powerful beings from the 36 sects in the ancient tomb. These few half-step nirvanas are treated as brothers by Yang Macheng. Even if Wadao Sword Sect cannot tolerate him, other sects will protect him.
Stop talking nonsense and tell me where there is a higher-level demon king.
Yang Macheng glanced at the golden-haired rat and said,
If you can get 1 or 2 demon pills, it will be good for your strength.
The golden-haired mouse rolled his eyes and said,
In this Fabian domain, there is a half-step nascent soul demon king. It is known as the Ancient Divine Ape. It is said that it has great spiritual intelligence and has killed many warriors. It has also learned from the techniques carried by those warriors. There is a unique method that can even activate the magic weapon and release martial arts like a warrior. It lies deep in the Fabian domain.
Half-step nascent soul? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. His current strength is still good enough to deal with the Jindan Perfection Demon King. What's more, he is the half-step nascent soul Demon King who has surpassed Jindan Perfection and Jindan Grandmaster?
Don't worry yet. I'd better start with those Demon Kings who have perfected their golden elixirs. After my cultivation reaches its peak, I can then deal with that ancient divine ape.
Yang Macheng clenched his fists. There is still 1 month left until the end of the standings. All the disciples who entered the Tianheng Mountain range used all their strength at this moment and started fighting crazily. The higher the level of the Demon King, the smarter and cleverer he becomes. The Demon Kings that Yang Macheng encountered were not only able to speak human words, but could even control weapons and magic weapons to fight like the golden-haired rat said. Certainly, this is just the simplest one. They don't understand what complicated and refined martial arts are. It's just waving around randomly. But even so, Yang Macheng was secretly frightened.
No wonder there is still a large area of Jojo continent occupied by monsters to this day. Demon Kings with perfect golden elixirs are already like this. If there are great Demon Kings, Demon Emperors, and even Demon Emperors, I am afraid there will be more. For horror.
And at the same time, Yang Muqing's cultivation level is also constantly improving during the crazy hunting. 4%, 70%, 90%. Finally, on the 4th day before the end of the standings, he reached the peak of his golden elixir. As for the golden-haired rat, with a constant supply of demon elixir, his cultivation has reached the middle stage of golden elixir. And this time, the monsters in Fakian domain were almost all slaughtered by the disciples of the 36 major sects.
There are not many monsters left in Fakian domain. Only that ancient divine ape. No one has been able to capture it so far. The Demon King, who is half a step into the nascent soul, is about to be promoted to a medium Demon King. Its points must be several times. even dozens of times. More than those of the lower Demon King. Whether it can break into the top 10 in the standings will determine its success or failure. It's on the last ancient divine ape.
Yang Muchung secretly thought. He clenched his fists, rested for half a day, and after raising all the states to the peak level, he moved towards the center of Fakian domain, where the ancient divine ape was. At this time, in addition to Yang Muchung, there are also more people who have set their sights on this ancient divine ape.
All the monsters in this Fakian domain have been chopped down, leaving only the ancient divine ape in the center. The points of this ancient divine ape are as high as 200,000. If someone else takes them away, maybe I will rush forward in one fell swoop.
Tianqian clenched the token in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, darkly concentrating.
Although, even if I stop at this moment, I can still ensure the first place in the standings. But if this ancient ape is taken away by someone else, maybe the other party will surpass me. Only the ancient divine ape is left. My points are not enough to reach the top 10. If I can win that ancient divine ape, I can join the standings.
A disciple looked towards the center of Fakian domain.
3 times in a row, I have been beaten by Tianqian in the standings, ranking second for 108 consecutive years. Tianqian's points are not much higher than mine. If I can kill this ancient ape, I can surpass Tianqian.
Li Chen, who ranked second in the standings 3 times, thought to himself.
Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!
Although they were nearing the end of the standings, many disciples did not give up. Instead, they wanted to fight hard in the last 3 days. Certainly, in addition to the Wandao sword sect, the disciples of the other 36 major sects also have ranking competitions similar to this. At this last moment, no one is willing to give up on the ancient divine ape with the highest strength and the most points in the Fakian domain. As if it was an agreement, these disciples walked towards the place where the ancient divine ape was on the 3rd day. For a while, in this Fakian domain, at the foot of the mountain called Haotian Mountain, disciples from all the major sects were surrounded. Now, these disciples are looking towards the location of Haotian Mountain with incredible eyes. Yang Muchung is also among them.
Is that Haotian Mountain? Is that where the ancient divine ape lived?
No one thought of it. The same is true for Yang Muchung. The place where the ancient divine ape lived would actually look like this. Chapter 597 Demon Kingdom? Original. Before everyone came to Haotian Mountain, they all thought that the ancient divine ape should be like other low-level demon kings, living a life of eating hair and drinking blood. They don't have houses that can protect them from wind and rain like warriors. They can only dig their own nests in caves or somewhere. Under the nest, there are piles of leftover bones. But, nowadays, there are a series of palaces in Haotian Mountain. The level of luxury can even be compared with that of many sects.
This is the lair of the ancient divine ape,
some disciples asked in disbelief.
This is obviously the palace of a certain hidden powerhouse.
In the crowd, Ling Xiao smiled lightly and stepped forward.
I have heard people mention this ancient divine ape a long time ago. He has great intelligence and is many times smarter than the ordinary demon king. All the warriors who broke into Haotian Mountain were captured by him, rise up and forced them to build palaces. The martial arts of those warriors were also taken away by this ancient divine ape. After transformation, they were cultivated by it.
Ling Xiao paused and continued.
This demon king is even more terrifying than warriors of the same level. Disciples who have not reached the perfection of the golden elixir. It is best not to get involved in this battle.
Hisses. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Is there such a thing?
Humph. How do I know if you want to monopolize this ancient divine ape?
At this time, a disciple from an unknown sect said. Among those present, many warriors at the peak of the Golden Core, and even those in the later stages of the Golden Core, felt a little troubled. After all, this ancient divine ape is their only chance to squeeze into the standings, and no one will give up so easily. Yang Muchung was among them, squinting secretly and looking towards Haotian Mountain.
Is this ancient divine ape who is half a step into the nascent soul realm so terrifying? Its intelligence is even more impressive than that of a warrior. No matter what others say, I must get this ancient divine ape.
Everyone looked forward. Ling Xiao's words not only failed to scare away those warriors with low cultivation levels, but actually stimulated their self-esteem even more.
I don't believe it. I can't even deal with a beast.
Ling Xiao just finished speaking. Then, there was a warrior at the peak of the golden elixir realm, who bit the bullet and shouted. He took a deep breath and walked slowly along the tens of thousands of stone steps in Haotian Mountain.
The moment he stepped onto the stone steps. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom suddenly came from the Haotian Mountain Hall. But he saw a pale black light shooting out like a sharp arrow. This black light was so fast that it was like lightning tearing through the void. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the disciple and hit the opponent's chest with a loud bang. Crack! At this moment, the disciple's chest dented, and the corresponding position behind it blasted out a terrifying bulge. Puff! While spitting out a mouthful of blood mist that filled the sky. He didn't even have time to scream. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he was blasted backwards, like an arrow from a string. Everyone looked over quickly. However, they saw that the disciple bumped into rows of ancient trees, and used his own flesh and blood to carve out a thoroughfare in the forest. When the bombardment stopped, the disciple was already a mess of flesh and blood. No trace of his human form. And he was even more dead. Looking again, the pale black light that killed the disciple turned out to be a round skull head. This scene made everyone scalp numb. Is this the strength of the ancient divine ape? The existence of a half-step nascent soul, who is about to be promoted to a medium-level demon king, is indeed terrifying. The standings are important, but lives still matter. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and suddenly wanted to retreat. An existence at the peak of the golden core didn't even have the strength to resist, and was killed in an instant. The disciples below the peak dared to stop for a moment, and quickly receded like the tide. Even the existence of the peak golden elixir hesitated for a moment, and quickly retreated. After all, the skull head at that previous moment was like a reminder. Those who can take this move can stay. If you can't take this move, you better get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone didn't expect that they didn't even see this ancient divine ape. But he was actually threatened by the opponent. I was able to catch that move before. I heard a golden elixir consummation disciple mutter to himself. But so what if I catch it? This is just a move of the ancient divine ape. If the opponent attacks with all his strength, what chance do I have of surviving? That's all. I can't participate in the spirit sword ranking this year, so I'll have to fight again next year. This disciple expressed the sentiments of many people. For a while, many disciples who have perfected their golden elixir have chosen to retire. At the foot of Haotian Mountain, there were only less than 100 people left from the original more than 1,000 people. Except for Yang Macheng, who still stays in place. There are not many warriors under the perfection of the golden elixir. This kid is actually still here? Tianchen glanced at Yang Macheng and raised his brows slightly. Humph. Do you want to fish in troubled waters? Unfortunately, with so many golden elixir masters here, there is no chance for you to succeed. Ling Xiao also looked at Yang Macheng in surprise. A month ago, in front of the Tianheng mountain range, Yang Mucheng's cultivation was only at the late stage of the golden core. But now, he has actually reached the peak of the golden core. Ling Xiao was also secretly shocked at such a terrifying speed of improvement. Unexpectedly, old Demon Yang also joined in. It seems that there will be great changes in the final ownership of the ancient divine ape this time. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Old Demon Yang, if you are worthy of being my opponent, we have to see if you can seize the opportunity to kill the ancient divine ape among so many people. Just when everyone was thinking about it, there was finally movement in Haotian Mountain, which had been silent for a long time. But see, on the top of the mountain, there was a movement of figures. But a 3 to 4 meter tall blonde divine ape wearing stone armor walked out with a grin on his face, carrying a stick of Hunyuan fine gold. Beast-like fangs protrude from the upper and lower jaws, and the scars on the eyes and face make it look extremely ferocious. As the giant ape walked out, a terrifying coercion belonging to the half-step nascent soul was emitted. The ancient divine ape. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that this ancient divine ape would actually take the initiative to fight. However, what shocked everyone even more was that a densely packed army of apes emerged from behind the ancient divine ape. In this army of apes, the only person with low cultivation level is Master Xuanya. Those with high cultivation levels have even reached the perfection of the golden elixir. But see, the ancient divine ape narrowed his pupils, grinned at the people at the foot of Haotian Mountain, and said, "The brave thief broke into my demon kingdom." Chapter 598, The White-Haired General. Demon Kingdom? If we say, this ancient divine ape's appearance resembles that of a human warrior, it shocked everyone. If we say, the many great demons and demon kings emerging from Haotian Mountain are unbelievable. So, the words of the ancient divine ape were like a stone causing thousands of waves, making everyone's eyes widen. This ancient divine ape actually imitated the human race
and founded a country in the Fatian domain?
Humph. How dare a demon ape with half a step to the nascent soul dare to establish a country?
The golden-haired rat said disdainfully. In the divine realm. An ancient divine ape that looks like this will definitely be swallowed up without even leaving any residue. Certainly. The golden-haired rat's words also expressed everyone's thoughts.
You're just a demon king. But you dare to proclaim yourself emperor in front of the human race? This is your demon kingdom? Today, we are going to flatten your demon kingdom.
The warriors who came back to their senses shouted angrily. The ancient divine ape grinned, with a hint of unnoticeable ferocity flashing in his eyes. But then he saw it spitting fiercely, and its high-pitched voice resounded throughout the Haotian mountain.
General Bai Mao, I order you to lead your army to kill all these rebels. Yes.
The words just fell. Among the demon kings, a white-haired old ape wearing a robe stood up and said in an angry voice. This white-haired old ape was wearing a robe ripped off from an unknown warrior, and he looked like he was wearing a crown of monkeys. It carried a large golden-winged sword on its back that was as tall as a person. That broadsword seemed a bit clumsy and bulky for a warrior, but in the hands of the old white-haired ape, it was just right.
This white-haired old ape actually has the cultivation level of a golden elixir master.
Everyone just wanted to laugh. But after feeling the cultivation of the white-haired old ape, he couldn't laugh anymore. But see, the white-haired old ape was really like a general. He raised the golden-winged sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Suddenly, in full view of everyone, the 8 demon kings holding weapons surged down from the Haotian mountain like sea water like crazy. At the same time, the white-haired old ape was leading the way. Although its body is old, its movements are unusually agile. I just saw it jumping between the hills, jumping in succession, and rushing in front of everyone like an arrow from a string. Hisses. The white-haired old ape let out a roar from his throat. He swung the golden-winged ring knife and slashed at the astonished crowd. Its swing was not an understatement. The power of the explosion was almost beyond everyone's imagination. Boom! A strong internal energy was poured into the golden-winged ring sword, and it swept out a sword light that was more than 130 meters long. At the same time as the sword light appeared, it poured down like churning sea water, rushing toward everyone.
Run away!
At this time, the disciples of the 36th sect, no matter how calm they were before, no one knew who shouted loudly, and everyone rushed towards the rear. Several disciples, who had no time to escape and whose cultivation was only at the peak of the golden core, were cut in half by the white-haired old ape's horizontal sword. The sword light has not yet ceased. It is like a golden flame all over the mountains and plains, sweeping across crazily wherever it passed. Rocks exploded and trees shattered. After the white-haired old ape killed 3 people with one blow, he stayed on the spot and grinned, as if he was mocking the disciples of the 36th sect. Everyone in the 36th sect was about to get angry, but they saw that the tide-like group of monsters was already rushing down from the mountain, so they could only bite the bullet and step forward to fight.
If I read it correctly, what this white-haired old ape used before was the Xian-level middle-grade martial arts Hun Yuan Golden Light Sword.
Yang Muchum couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. However, he then thought about it. Even the golden-haired rat could obtain the fragments of the ancient heaven-swallowing technique from the meteor swarm, and practice it to become a terrifying existence. The performance of this white-haired old ape was not too shocking. Looking at the group of demons rushing towards the bottom of the mountain, Yang Muchun spit out his Yazen sword and rushed towards the group of demons. But after just a few fights, Yang Muchun discovered that, except for the extremely stunning and eye-catching performance of the white-haired old ape, the rest was really not worth mentioning. Although the weapon is in his hand, it is just like a child playing with it. There are not many moves and routines to speak of. Those with a slightly higher level of martial arts can easily kill it. It seems that not all monsters can open their spiritual wisdom prematurely. If every monster could be as intelligent as the white-haired old ape and the ancient divine ape, how could there be a way for the human race to survive? Yang Muchun thought to himself. Notice, if a human warrior is not at the golden elixir stage, his lifespan is only a few thousand years. Once the lifespan is up, except for a few people who can live longer through great opportunities, no matter how powerful you are, you will still be reduced to a handful of less. But the lifespan of the demon race is several times that of the human race, and the quantity is also particularly huge. If every demon clan can do this, I am afraid that the entire Jiuzhou will be completely occupied by the demon clan, and even the last 36 domains of the human race will be completely occupied. There was a battle at the foot of Haotian Mountain. After the white-haired old ape succeeded in one move, His pair of almond-shaped pupils swept across the crowd. Those disciples with lower strength and cultivation level. It would not let go of any of them. This kind of monster is very agile. And its movements are different from those of humans. It always attacks you from unexpected places. But in the blink of an eye, 4 more dead souls were killed by the white-haired old ape. This scene. Many disciples of the 36th sex were frightened when they saw it. Some of them were timid and dared not even have the slightest desire to fight. They wished they could escape as far away as possible. The white-haired old ape couldn't find an opponent for a while. It turned its eyes and landed on Yang Mucheng. Have to say, most of the remaining disciples have cultivation levels above golden core perfection, such as Tianchen, Ling Xiao, and Bai Yi, the top 3 on the spirit sword ranking. And their cultivation levels have reached the level of golden core grandmaster. Only Yang Mucheng, who was at the peak of his golden elixir cultivation, stood out among the crowd. At the same time, Yang Mucheng's strength was also particularly terrifying. The 3 or 5 ape demon kings could not get in front of him. A Yajian sword controlled the world's killings. Any ape demon king that dared to approach would have its throat sealed by his sword. The number of monsters that died in Yang Mucheng's hands was not only no less than that of Ling Xiao and Tianchen, but even more.
This kid is so scary.
Seeing Yang Mucheng's methods, many of the disciples present felt frightened. Unexpected. But he saw a white shadow sneaking towards Yang Mucheng at this moment.
White-haired old ape.
Many people were shocked. But no one planned to remind Yang Mucheng.
Careful!
At this moment, a strong gust of wind swept over suddenly. The golden-haired rat's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Mucheng's mind. Yang Mucheng was suddenly startled. When he came to his senses, he saw that the white-haired old ape had sneaked up in front of him at some point. The large golden-winged sword that was as tall as a person was actually grasped by its furry palms. And it slashed down crazily with a powerful gesture. Chapter 599 The Terrifying Ancient Divine Ape. A strong wind is coming. The sword of the white-haired old ape came with a sharp and icy wind, almost as fast as the cold winter. Previously, the white-haired old ape used this move to kill several disciples. Now, it repeated its old trick and used it on Yang Mucheng. If it doesn't move, it will move. If it moves like a mountain. Even Yang Mucheng didn't react for a moment. He quickly swung the Yazen sword in his hand and stood it up in front of him.
Clang!
The swords collided, and Yang Mucheng felt a huge force coming in. This force shook his body, and he took 2 steps back.
What?
The white-haired old ape's eyes showed shock. It seemed that it didn't expect that Yang Mucheng could react so quickly and dodge his own attack. Certainly, the other warriors were also secretly frightened. They thought that Yang Mucheng would be beheaded by the white-haired old ape. But they did not expect that Yang Mucheng would actually react. But, shocked, the other warriors had no intention of stepping forward to help Yang Mucheng. At this moment, the white-haired old ape was eyeing Yang Mucheng, and other monsters were unable to stop him. The strong men on the spiritual sword ranking headed by Ling Xiao pointed their toes and shot towards Haotian Mountain like an arrow from a string.
Damn it!
Yang Mucheng frowned. He came here for the ancient divine ape. What would happen if the ancient divine ape was robbed by Ling Xiao and the others? He wanted to follow everyone up the mountain. But the white-haired old ape clung to him like a dogskin plaster.
Okay then. I will kill you first. And then the ancient divine ape.
Yang Mucheng was attentive and focused all his attention on the white-haired old ape. Clang! He swept his sword across and slashed towards the white-haired old ape's throat. The old ape grinned with his big furry mouth, swung the golden-winged large-ringed sword and slashed at the Yajuan sword. There was just a ding sound. Sparks shot out, and the white-haired old ape was knocked back several steps.
You just want to deal with the king?
The white-haired old ape sneered. It clenched the golden-winged large-ringed sword tightly in its big hand. This sword was not known to be a weapon used by a strong person, but it was at least a high-grade Xian-level sword. After such a long period of fierce fighting, the blade was not damaged at all. It glanced at Haotian Mountain and snorted coldly.
Not just you. All the humans who rushed up the mountain will die.
Roar! After saying this, the white-haired old ape suddenly stepped on the ground with his feet, turning into a vast white light and sweeping towards Yang Mucheng. It stirred with both claws, and when it saw a piece of golden light with flying dragons and phoenixes twisting into a storm like a tornado, it formed and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. The terrifying golden light passed along the ground. Wherever it passed, it left a terrifying trail of dragons and snakes on the ground.
As a demon king, you are proud enough to possess such martial arts. But you only have so much ability, and you want to stop me. So I can only call you stupid.
Yang Muchung spit out the other 8 long swords and sacrificed them with his right hand. Together with the Yazen sword, they quickly gathered in front of him to form a continuous sword and shield. The 9 dragons flying sword is connected end to end, and coupled with the vast internal energy, it slowly rotates in the void.
Boom!
The terrifying golden light hit the sword and shield hard. This piece of golden sword light, which was enough to drill a huge hole in the entire mountain peak, was actually blocked by the sword and shield. The terrifying golden light, like a poisonous dragon diamond, surged up like a tornado, hitting the sword and shield and causing large dazzling sparks, and finally stopped.
Hiss!
The white-haired old ape closed his eyes. This golden sword light was its strongest attack, but unexpectedly, it was easily blocked by Yang Muchung. But the white-haired old ape didn't seem to be able to give up so easily. His pupils were wide open, and the white hairs all over his body stood up one by one.
Die to me!
It shouted loudly, stepped on the sole of its foot, and its entire huge body turned into a ball of white light. In an instant, it quickly flew down to the sky above Yang Muchung. At this moment, all the energy and blood in its body are flowing into its arms. The arm that was originally 2 circles thicker than an ordinary person's actually swelled up again at this moment. The golden-winged large ring knife was raised above the head and slashed down towards Yang Muchung.
Get away!
Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. He and the white-haired old ape had spent enough time, and now he took a step forward and blasted out the great cold finger. I saw. Yang Muchung pointed at the golden-winged ring knife that the white-haired old ape had chopped, and a rush of coldness poured into the body of the white-haired old ape like a torrent. In almost 2 short breaths, the white-haired old ape was frozen into a lump of ice. It hit the ground with a clang and turned into broken ice. The golden-haired rat's eyes rolled, and he quickly rushed into the ice pile, picked up a demon pill, and rushed back to Yang Muchung's arms with a thump sound.
The battle above is not over yet.
Yang Muchung raised his head and looked towards Haotian Mountain, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought Ling Xiao and Tianchen would fight against the ancient divine ape, and they might have already destroyed the ancient divine ape, but they didn't expect that the truth was exactly the opposite. On the contrary, the ancient divine ape suppressed everyone and then started to fight. In the ancient divine ape's hand, there was a stick made of Hunyuan fine gold, which weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Even if it was just swiped lightly, it would cause a roaring sound. This, Yang Muchung was secretly shocked. But see, the ancient divine ape advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and its stick skills were as steady as a mountain. Facing the attacks of everyone, it was as powerful as a giant, and it directly used violence to defeat violence. When the stick hit it in the air, it was infused with countless huge forces. Every time it fell, a series of palaces on Haotian Mountain were reduced to ruins. Countless boulders were rolling up and down like rain, splashing in all directions.
Get out of the way!
At this time, a cry came from the mountain. I saw the ancient divine ape sweeping his stick towards a disciple of the Qingquan immortal sect. That disciple Yang Muchung knew that his name was Madman Zhou, and he was a strong man who had just been promoted to the Golden Pill Master. The reason why he had this nickname was because he would fight without fighting, and would go crazy if he fought, and would rather die than die. Retreat, the kind that won't stop until death. But facing the ancient divine ape's stick, Crazy Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. The opponent's attack was so fast that he had no time to dodge, so he could only move slightly sideways. But the ancient divine ape's stick still rubbed his body.
Boom!
Even if it was just a side, Madman Zhou felt as if he had been hit hard at this moment. He screamed in agony, and was forcibly knocked down from Haotian Mountain. He fell to the foot of the mountain like an arrow from a string. The warriors around looked towards where Crazy Zhou was, and they all took a breath. But they saw that half of Madman Zhou's body was dented by the stick of the ancient divine ape, and the heart, ribs, lungs, and muscles of that half of his body all exploded. It's a pity that he has not reached the realm of nascent soul. He was seriously injured and had no way of surviving. His breath died on the spot.
Amazing!
At this moment, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Chapter 600 Going Crazy. Not only Yang Muchung, but also other disciples were frightened by the power displayed by the ancient divine ape. Not even the Grandmaster of the Golden Pill can withstand the stick of the ancient divine ape. Who else can resist it? And this time, only then, did they realize how terrifying this demon king was, who could single-handedly suppress the strongest men on the spirit sword list.
This is nothing!
The golden-haired mouse heard the exclamations around him and whispered to Yang Machung.
You haven't seen how terrifying the Demon Emperor in the Nirvana realm and the Demon Emperor in the Tai realm are. They can even swallow the sun, moon, and stars. There are other existences?
Yang Machung raised his eyelids and said in surprise.
You will know after you step into the Immortal Gate.
The golden-haired mouse laughed softly.
Within the Immortal Gate, those powerful monsters swallowed dozens of stars in one breath, chasing the warriors of the Tai realm and fled like crazy. It's nothing short of ordinary. Isn't the Immortal Gate closed?
Yang Machung was confused.
Although it's closed, it doesn't mean it can't be opened,
said the golden mouse. This golden-haired rat knows quite a lot. Yang Machung took a deep breath. The dead monsters around him just fulfilled him. As he activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, crazy energy and blood poured into his body. At this moment, Yang Machung's cultivation level suddenly improved like a rising tide lifting all boats.
Roar!
Haotian Mountain. The ancient divine ape, who was overwhelming everyone, was suddenly startled and felt the change at the foot of the mountain. Seeing the white-haired old ape that had turned into ice, it roared and struck straight down with a stick in the air.
Not good! Quickly retreat! This Demon King is angry!
Feeling the anger of the ancient divine ape, everyone was shocked and fired wildly towards the back. Even if they retreated, they did not dare to neglect. Their eyes fell on the ancient divine ape, for fear that it would pursue him again. However, this sight gave everyone a chill in their hearts. But see, this stick fell crazily from the air, and there was only a crushing sound. First of all, the luxurious palaces were completely reduced to the ground at this moment. There was even a harsh tearing sound. And when the stick fell, the huge Haotian mountain cracked crazily and turned into two halves, centered along the Hunyuan fine gold rod. A wave of ripples visible to the naked eye swept away crazily in all directions. Take Haotian Mountain as the starting point. The vegetation and rocks within dozens of miles around completely exploded under this ripple. Even the earth-shattering ripples spread rapidly in all directions with an extremely terrifying attitude, and pushed away the retreating warriors one by one. And in this shocking wave, the ancient divine ape suddenly stepped through the void, and his huge body immediately turned into a golden light, rushing crazily in front of Yang Machung. Almost as soon as he rushed in front of him, the ancient divine ape raised the Hunyuan fine gold rod in his hand and smashed it down in the air.
This?
Even Yang Machung couldn't help but shrink his eyes. The attack of the ancient divine ape was many times more powerful than the previous attack of the white-haired old ape. Seeing the stick struck in the air, Yang Machung felt a long-lost sense of crisis welling up in his heart. With almost no hesitation, he quickly picked up the seal.
Shang! 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 Shang!
At this moment, the 9 dragons' flying sword quickly merged into one and twisted into one. Yang Machung grabbed his right hand, grabbed the long sword, and quickly slashed towards the ancient divine ape with a stick in the air.
Boom!
The most powerful attacks from both sides collided violently in an instant. A shocking wind wave directly set off hundreds of feet in height, and rushed out fiercely. Wherever this gust of wind and waves passed, there were simply powerful objects. Even Ling Xiao and the others felt as if they were struck by lightning, as if they were hit by a powerful being. They spat out a mouthful of blood mist and flew backwards.
Escape!
At this moment, this thought came to almost everyone's mind. They know the power of this ancient divine ape is already beyond everyone's imagination. If they don't escape, almost no one will be able to come out of Haotian Mountain alive.
Old Demon Yang is still there.
After everyone quickly escaped from Haotian Mountain, they realized that there were still people left in Haotian Mountain. But, feeling the shocking demonic aura in Haotian Mountain and the murderous intent radiating crazily from the ancient divine ape, no one dared to go back to see what happened. Ling Xiao stood outside Haotian Mountain, feeling the terrifying aura, and slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth.
It seems that it was old Demon Yang who killed the white-haired old ape and made the ancient divine ape go crazy. If I hit the stick in the air, I might not be able to catch it even with all my strength.
After condensing for a moment, Ling Xiao frowned and said,
Forget it. No one can take care of that ancient divine ape. There are only 3 days left before the end of the standings, so it's better to return to the sect as soon as possible.
Tongue! With thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Xiao left Haotian Mountain and flew back to his sect. Another place in Fatian Domain. Tianqian's face looked slightly pale, and the air waves generated when the ancient divine ape struck down with his shocking stick hit all his internal organs, causing them to shift and become disordered.
Although this kind of injury can be recovered by the Golden Elixir Master in just a few breaths, Tianxin is still unwilling to face the terrifying ancient ape. When the stick comes down, it's me. I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured even if I don't die. This ancient divine ape has lived for who knows how many years, and his energy and blood are far beyond that of ordinary warriors. Even if he is only half-step nascent soul, I'm afraid the cultivation level is similar to that of those real nascent soul beings. Tianxin rolled his eyes and said secretly, with that stick, Yang Mucheng will definitely die. I'm afraid not even his bones will be left. And the ancient divine ape is going crazy at the moment. He will definitely kill everyone on sight, even if he is a fellow monster. It is not wise for me to go at this moment. That's all. Let's go back to the sect. Even existences like Tianxin and Ling Xiao have left and no longer have any plans for the ancient divine ape. How can other disciples have the courage to touch the ancient divine ape? After taking a look at the distant Haotian mountain, they all chose to leave. At this time, Haotian mountain is no longer as good as the fairyland it was before. The fragmentation that occurred after the war is still striking. But see, where the dust was rising high, the ancient divine ape's red eyes converged to the extreme. It waved its hands, and the Hunyuan fine gold rod that it smashed down with almost all the energy and blood in its body never fell again, not coming down. And the one who blocked its stick was Yang Mucheng. Chapter 601 The Invincible Demon King. At this time, Yang Mucheng's dragon soul armor appeared, his long hair raised, and with the 9-sword-in-1 true dragon sword in his hand. He was like an arrogant god and demon at this moment. The force from the Hunyuan fine gold rod's attack spread to a radius of nearly 1,000 meters with his feet as the center. How can a little warrior at the peak of the golden core be able to take on the man's blow? The ancient divine ape's eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. It glanced at the black armor outside Yang Mucheng, with a hint of contempt and ridicule in its eyes. I can see that your armor should belong to the low-grade martial arts of the earth level. With your current cultivation level, I'm afraid it won't last long. That's right. When Yang Mucheng was in the middle stage of golden elixir, the dragon soul armor could only last for 10 breaths. Now, although it has reached its peak, it is only half a stick of incense. Now, Yang Mucheng could feel that this dragon soul armor was like a black hole, frantically draining the inner energy from his body. Even this vigorous extraction made Yang Mucheng's entire face distorted at this moment. How dare you kill my white-haired general? I will bury you with you today. Infinite killing intent flashed in the eyes of the ancient divine ape. Ha ha. A little hairy monkey dares to call himself emperor? Clang. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and the golden elixir even began to burn at this moment. He knows. The strength of this half-step nascent soul ancient divine ape has far exceeded his imagination. There is no way he can defeat it without showing his final trump card. Die! The primordial divine ape's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that the human race in front of him would dare to speak harshly even when death was imminent. The Hunyuan fine gold stick in his hand was raised slightly, and then fell down again with an awe-inspiring gesture. Clang! It was like the stick hit a bronze bell. An invisible sound waves swept away. Even the 9-sword-in-1 true dragon sword also exploded with dense cracks under the force of the ancient divine ape. This stick smashed Yang Mucheng's feet into the ground, and the surrounding earth exploded crazily again. Hiss! The ancient divine ape was shocked again. If it were an ordinary person, even the previous golden elixir masters would not be able to catch his 2 sticks. But the guy in front of him, who is at the peak of the golden elixir, actually caught it. I don't believe it anymore. A sharp and harsh cry came from his throat. The ancient divine ape's eyes were about to burst. He immediately raised his furry palm and patted Yang Mucheng's head. You can't help but believe it. Yang Mucheng gritted his teeth. He used dragon blood to temper his body 3 times, and coupled with the golden body of the 5-clawed golden dragon to protect his body. His physical strength was several times higher than that of a warrior of the same level. Even compared to the Demon King, there is no concession. Now using the dragon soul armor, he almost burned all his blood and energy. How terrifying is this explosive power? Seeing the ancient divine ape slashing down with his claws, Yang Mucheng raised his palm and struck without any hesitation. Snort! With this palm, I will definitely beat you to pieces. Seeing that Yang Mucheng dared to hold hands with him, a trace of ridicule flashed in the eyes of the ancient divine ape. Boom! In an instant, both palms collided. At the same time, behind both palms, the hidden power completely exploded at this moment. What? Shock flashed in the eyes of the ancient divine ape.
because it realized that the power contained in Yang Muqing's palm was not only no less than its own, but far exceeded it. With unprecedented shock and fury, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of the ancient divine ape's mouth, and it flew towards the rear uncontrollably. But after all, as a demon king, its physical strength is almost beyond ordinary people's imagination. It drew an arc in midair and landed on the ground. Its legs bent slightly, then tightened violently in the next moment, and shot out like an arrow from a string. Boom! This terrifying explosive power has almost reached its extreme. With the power of this concentrated shot, the ancient divine ape grabbed the Hunyuan fine gold stick with both claws and plundered it towards Yang Muqing again. Call. The Hunyuan fine gold stick weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms was danced by the ancient divine ape into a diffused shadow of the stick. It is hard to imagine that this is actually a trick used by a demon king. But the fine gold stick looks like a snake, a dragon, or a dragon. In this instant, hundreds of sticks, thousands of sticks, were waved, covering the sky and the sun, and fell towards Yang Muqing. This stick shadow crashed down crazily at this moment, completely blocking all directions that Yang Muqing could move.
Snort! This beast is actually afraid that I will run away!
Yang Muqing snorted coldly. However, he didn't think about running away. Swinging the true dragon sword in his hand, Yang Muqing moved forward instead of retreating at this moment. At this moment, he also swung hundreds of swords, thousands of swords, towards the stick that covered the sky. Film.
Dang! 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 Dang!
This moment, at the foot of Haotian Mountain, there was a loud and shocking sound. The light of the sword, the shadow of the stick. They bombarded each other wildly, and every time they hit, there was a terrifying loud noise. Certainly, the true dragon sword in Yang Muqing's hand also burst into dense cracks under this crazy impact, and the cracks quietly spread throughout his body. Although Yang Muqing had unleashed his body's potential to an incredible level at this moment, it still couldn't make up for the huge strength gap between the two sides. In the battlefield, Yang Muqing was forced to retreat violently. It's abrupt. However, he saw the corner of the ancient divine ape's mouth grinning. The shadow of the stick falling down like a violent storm seemed to be fused at this moment. At this moment, it also integrated all the energy, blood and strength of the whole body into one body, slashing towards Yang Muqing fiercely. Yang Muqing reacted immediately, shook his right hand, and raised the true dragon sword upwards. As soon as he made contact with the Hunyuan fine gold rod that was struck down in anger, his whole body suddenly sank, and then he retreated involuntarily. At the same time, the Nine Dragons flying sword in his hand, which had accompanied him from the martial arts world to the 10,000 Dao sword sect, could not bear it at this moment. It turned into fragments all over the sky and suddenly fell down, making a burst of noise. A tinkling sound.
Your sword is already broken. I don't think you can do anything about it.
The ancient divine ape's furry palms were stroking the Hunyuan fine gold stick, with a trace of ferocity flashing in his eyes.
If you don't have the ability to resist, then the next stick will completely smash your head open, causing your brains to shoot out and blood to flow everywhere. Ah! I don't want to die.
The golden mouse let out a wail. No matter how unhappy it is at the moment, there is nothing it can do. The fates of it and Yang Muqing have been gathered together, even if it escapes to the ends of the earth. If Yang Muqing dies, it will die immediately. The words fell. A terrifying killing intent burst out from the body of the ancient divine ape, following the movement of the Hunyuan fine gold rod in the hands of the ancient divine ape. A huge golden rod appeared behind it at this moment. Monkey shadow. This phantom of the golden monkey was more than 100 feet tall. It also held a Hunyuan fine gold stick and smashed it towards Yang Muqing's position. The golden body of Dharma. This ancient divine ape is so terrifying that it has also been refined into a golden body. This terrifying power poured down desperately and poured into Yang Muqing's body. At this moment, Yang Muqing felt as if his internal organs were about to be completely crushed. But there was no fear in his eyes, and the fighting spirit in his heart exploded crazily at this moment.
In this case, I will bet everything on this last move.
Looking at the Hunyuan fine gold stick that was smashed down crazily, Yang Muqing's eyes widened in anger, and the energy and blood in his body erupted like a volcano. At this moment, it reached its extreme. Chapter 602 The Most Powerful Blow. Boom! At this moment, all the energy and blood in Yang Muqing's body completely exploded. Because he understands that life and death are on the line.
Still want to struggle?
feeling the crazily increasing energy and blood in Yang Mucheng's body in an astonishing manner. The ancient divine ape's fangs appeared, and the muscles all over his body swelled with a bang. And at this moment, the stone armor on his body was actually lifted, breaking with a crackle.
Eat my magic ape with one strike!
The Hun Yuan fine gold stick in the hand of the ancient divine ape suddenly slammed down. Behind it, the towering demon ape Dharma form, which was more than 100 feet high, also swung the stick down at the same time. This stick seemed to be able to split the world in half. In the suffocating power, the terrifying power pours down crazily.
Tathagata, original god, Queen Mother of the West, you all come to protect me. I don't want to die.
The golden-haired mouse huddled up in a ball, mumbling, not knowing what to call anymore.
I should have known that I would rather be trapped in a lampshade and detained for another 10,000 years than to be released by this kid. If I follow this kid, I will lose my life if I can't return to the god realm.
This moment, it was as if time had stopped. Yang Mucheng even closed his eyes when the stick struck down in the air. All the qi, blood and inner strength brewing in his body continued to the extreme. Just like a mountain torrent breaking a bank or the magma rushing out of a volcano, reaching its extreme at this moment. At the same time, at this moment, he also poured the killing intent he had comprehended into this most powerful blow so far.
My destiny is up to me, and not up to heaven. If heaven wants to destroy me, I will destroy heaven.
Boom! Fusion of the fourth dragon bone, coupled with infinite internal energy and blood. The golden body shot out of the sky at this moment. This moment, the huge dragon power swept across the earth like a tide. This was an indescribable majesty that even made the ancient divine ape, who was half a step into the nascent soul, pause slightly at this moment. The incoherent golden-haired rat was even more frightened and stunned. Just saw that at the same time that the five-clawed golden dragon appeared. A dragon claw full of golden light seemed to protrude from the void and directly grabbed the golden monkey shadow that was more than 100 feet high. Then, retract the dragon's claws.
Boom!
The huge magic ape form exploded at this moment.
Puff!
And until now, the world that had paused seemed to be changing again.
Puff!
The ancient divine ape trembled, spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and flew backwards.
This is...
Its eyes widened in horror, and it was about to struggle when it saw Yang Mucheng gently twisting his right hand, just like the Buddha twisting flowers, and then flicked his fingers. Just saw. A horrifying light seemed to emerge from the void, shot directly from the forehead of the ancient divine ape, and then shot out from the back of the head, hitting the ground, leaving a bottomless hole. The ancient divine ape, which had dominated the Fatian domain for thousands of years, died in the hands of Yang Mucheng. Buzz! At the same time, the burst of blood and internal energy suddenly subsided, directly to a level that could even be ignored. Yang Mucheng felt his eyes go dark and suddenly fell to the ground. Too strong. After all, the half-step nascent soul's ancient divine ape is too powerful. It is also the most terrifying opponent Yang Mucheng has faced so far. In order to kill him, Yang Mucheng completely hollowed out his body. Nowadays, even an ordinary beast can kill Yang Mucheng. The golden-haired mouse trembled out of the dragon's tail bracelet and stared at Yang Mucheng quietly for a moment. When this kid is awake, I can't touch the master-servant contract at all. Now, this kid is in a coma, which is my best chance to terminate the master-servant contract. He hesitated for a moment. The golden mouse still chose to give up. There was a vague premonition in its heart that Yang Mucheng could take it back to the god realm. That's all. If you release me from the lampshade, you can save my life. I am not an ungrateful person. Since I serve you as my master, you will be my master for the rest of my life. 2 days and 1 night. Only then did Yang Mucheng slowly wake up. Hisses. The moment he regained consciousness, Yang Mucheng felt a sharp tearing pain all over his body.
It seems that this battle was too exhausting. Not only were the bones shattered, the muscles torn, the energy and blood depleted. Even the golden elixir was cracked. It is my luck to survive. Hey, you survived. But it's up to me.
The golden mouse set up a fire not far away and was slowly roasting a rabbit caught from somewhere.
This is Fatian territory. The territory of the Demon King. How many people and Demon Kings died in this battle on Haotian Mountain? With this sky-high energy and blood, if you attract any Demon King, you will die.
Yang Mucheng took a sniff and couldn't help but frown and said,
What does it smell like? It's a bit strong. That's the urine of the Chaos Golden Lion, the great Demon King. I collected a lot of it. When I encounter a Demon King that I can't deal with, I pour some on myself. Demon kings below the level of a god dare not get close to me. Generally speaking, the great demon king who has transformed into a god doesn't dare to lean on me. Even the king dare not come close. The golden-haired mouse said. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that it was actually lion urine. But at any rate, this is how I survive. Yang Muchung glanced at the golden-haired rat leisurely and said, Thank you for your kindness. If you save my life this time, I will give you your freedom and release the master-servant contract for you. The golden-haired rat smiled happily and said, That's all. I have been detained in the lampshade for so many years, and my understanding of the outside world has long been a mess. Now my strength is low, and I will die if I leave you. Even if I am not a warrior, if I am killed, I will be devoured by other demon kings. It is better to follow you. Yang Muchung looked at the golden-haired rat quietly for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled faintly, nodded and said, From now on, as long as I have food to eat, I will not starve you. Look back. He saw the corpse of the ancient ape not far away that had not been cleaned up. This is the demon king who is half a step into the nascent soul. I don't know if its energy and blood can help me recover. Boom! The ancient heaven-swallowing technique was quickly activated, and immediately, the surging chi and blood on the corpse of the ancient divine ape surged up desperately at this moment, pouring into Yang Muchung's body. The ancient divine ape has a lifespan of 5,000 to 6,000 years. This shows how huge its chi and blood is. But Yang Muchung consumed too much in this battle. If this energy and blood were absorbed when he was at his peak, he might be sent directly to the Golden Pill Grandmaster. But now, the chi and blood of this half-step nascent soul primordial divine ape has only raised it to golden core perfection. Although my cultivation has recovered, my body has not fully recovered yet. After all, that battle, burning chi, blood, and golden elixir, took a huge toll on the body. If it were any other warrior, I'm afraid they would have become useless. Forget it. Don't worry about it for now. Let's go back to Sword Sect. Yang Muchung said secretly. Chapter 603 Points Calculation. Wandao Sword Sect. The disciples who went to Fakian Domain for training have more or less returned. These returning disciples discovered that a huge jade light screen had been erected in the sect's square at some point. The returning disciples will throw the jade tokens they carry with them into the light curtain. Just see. After each disciple comes back and puts the jade token into the light screen, changes will appear on the light screen. While the name of the disciple flashes, the points earned by the disciple in the Fakian Domain will also be marked. Almost every investment in jade cards will lead to huge changes in the standings. At first, 10,000 points can rank among the top 10 in the standings. But half a day later, with 10,000 points, he would even be pushed out of the top 100. However, the disciples waiting outside the square knew that the real highlight had not yet begun. Those disciples who broke into the Tianheng mountain range, as well as those powerful beings in the last spirit sword ranking, have not returned. Now the first place has 180,000 points. Is this Zhao Yangxia? I have never heard of this name. He must be the new disciple this time. For a new disciple like him to join the sect, it is considered good to be able to get 180,000 points. But unfortunately, when those beings come back, he will probably be squeezed out of the 50 ranks. A disciple who had participated in several standings battles shook his head. He remembers, during the most intense period of the last standings battle, even the top 10 had more than 800,000 points. Tianchen, who ranked first, even reached 960,000 points. I wonder how many points Tianchen can get this time. It is estimated that it will directly exceed 1 million. Many disciples secretly guessed and waited eagerly. But there are also some disciples who are looking forward to the emergence of dark horses, who can break the situation where the standings are monopolized by the strong. Zhao Yangxia can get 180,000 points. I'm afraid the points obtained by Yang Laoma will definitely not be less. Right? Someone asked. Yes. Old Demon Yang has captured the first-class core and established the existence of a first-class island. He must be able to stand out in this championship battle. Right. Old Emo Yang? I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in this standings. Whether he can come back alive is a question. This sentence surprised many people. Is it possible? Something happened to Old Demon Yang in Fakian Domain. In the last battle, Old Demon Yang, Tianchen, Bei, Ling Xiao, and others entered the Halqian Mountain together and encountered the ancient divine ape, who was half a step into the nascent soul. The ancient divine ape was so terrifying that almost no one could it survive in the hands of. In the end, it completely went berserk because old demon Yang killed its white-haired general. Some disciples who knew the inside story told what happened at that time. When they described that the ancient divine ape's most powerful blow even completely smashed the entire Haotian mountain in half. All the disciples in the square couldn't help but be shocked. When they heard that even Ling Xiao and others were injured under the stick, they couldn't help but feel numb. Who else could be a match for such a terrifying ancient divine ape? I'm afraid that only a strong man in the nascent soul realm can deal with it. If a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Among the 10,000 Dao sword sects, there were many geniuses who were more amazing than Yang Lama. But unfortunately, they could not last long and disappeared like a meteor. Just like what Tianqian said. A dead genius does not deserve to be called a genius. Soon, no one cared about Yang Mucheng anymore, because the group of disciples who went to the Tianheng mountain range had already returned. Their return immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's Tianqian. He ranked first in the last standings. He scored 960,000 points last time, directly beating the second place by 100,000 points. I wonder if he can break through the million mark this time. Yi Fan is also back. He was suppressed too much by Tianqian before. I heard that since the last standings meeting, he has always regarded Tianqian as his opponent and has to work hard to surpass him. I don't know if he can achieve it this time. My own goal. These are all powerful people who can enter the Tianheng mountain range. I'm afraid the top 10 will be born among these people. Tongue! 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 A series of sharp wind sounds resounded. These disciples descended quickly. But Tianqian, who everyone was looking forward to, did not immediately throw the jade token into the light curtain. But Yi Fan was the fastest. The moment he put the jade token into the light screen, which was originally smooth and mirror-like, actually started to stir up huge ripples at this moment. Countless talismans flashed out crazily on the light screen like waterfalls. Even the names of the monsters killed by Yi Fan were revealed one by one. Oh my god! Diamond Tiger! That's the Demon King of Grandmaster Jin Dan. Tianqian actually killed 18 of them directly. He must have completely destroyed the nest of Diamond Tiger. When everyone saw the Golden Pill Master Demon King appearing on the light screen, everyone was completely shocked. And next, there are countless Demon Kings with perfect golden elixirs, and their names are almost like rain flashing in front of everyone's eyes, which is simply dazzling and dizzying, almost without a doubt. Yi Fan's name directly surpassed Zhao Yangqia's 180,000 points and became the first place. In the end, his score stopped at 980,000 points. 980,000! I didn't expect Yi Fan's score to be so high. He broke Tianqian's last record. This time, I'm afraid Tianqian is in danger, everyone exclaimed. At the same time, the Jinzong elder guarding the light curtain also nodded secretly. Tianqian, how are you? Yi Fan looked at Tianqian with a proud face. 980,000 points. Yet you dare to act rampant in front of me. I will always be number one in the standings. No one can surpass me. Tianqian's mouth showed a trace of disdain, and he looked at Yi Fan's sudden gloominess. On his face, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously, and walked towards the light curtain. In that case, let me completely despair you. Slowly took out the points jade token. Tianqian threw it into the light curtain. The huge light curtain, which was silent at first, suddenly exploded. A pillar of light soared into the sky, emerging crazily directly from the light curtain. At this moment, it had reached an astonishing extreme. How is this possible? Everyone was completely stunned when they looked at the writing that flashed crazily on the light screen. Chapter 604 Return. Crackling. The constantly jumping talismans even caused the surrounding space to become completely distorted, and the data poured down like a waterfall. Every flash of the name of the Demon King is enough to make people suffocate. The peak of the golden elixir. The lowest is the Demon King who is at the peak of the golden elixir. 100,000. 200,000. 500,000. Oh my god! This speed of improvement is simply unbelievable. How many Demon Kings has Tianqian killed? Look at this curtain of light that keeps flashing. Yi Fan's expression suddenly darkened and became extremely ugly. Tianqian grinned, as if he was the only one in the world. The Demon King at the peak of the golden elixir, or even the perfect golden elixir, is just an appetizer. Of course, I am not able to kill the Demon King who is half a step into the nascent soul, but my points will definitely not be surpassed by anyone. Not even you. While talking,
But I saw that the points had already reached the 1 million mark without realizing it. 1,100,000. 1.2 million. Finally, when it reached 1.38 million, it stopped. This score is simply appalling. Yi Fan's complexion turned from green to white, then from white to purple, and he shut up and stopped talking. Next, many disciples threw the jade tokens into the light curtain. Although there are a few amazing people, not only are they far behind Tianchen, they are not even comparable to Yi Fan.
The first place is nearly 400,000 ahead of the second place. This is really terrifying. Yes, Tianchen has been in seclusion for 36 years, and his cultivation has increased a lot. It is common for his points to exceed 1 million. It seems that this time he is firmly in first place in the standings.
Gradually, all the disciples have been counted.
Elder, can you announce the result?
At this time, a disciple asked. Yes. Everyone turned their attention to it, waiting for the results to appear. Unexpectedly, the elder guarding the light curtain shook his head and said,
No, there are still people who haven't come back.
Someone asked.
Who?
The elder said.
Yang Macheng. Old Demon Yang.
Tianchen couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and said,
That boy encountered the ancient divine ape in Haotian Mountain. I'm afraid he was beaten to pieces long ago. How can he come back?
The elder shook his head, pointed to the floating island outside Jianzhong and said,
His floating island did not collapse. So people are still alive. Still alive?
Until then, everyone was shocked and looked towards the floating island. When they saw that Yang Muching's suspended island was still floating in midair, they couldn't help but be shocked. Led by Tianchen, a group of people entered the Yokota Mountains and encountered the disciples, who had experienced a battle with the ancient divine ape. They were even more surprised.
Old Demon Yang is actually still alive? Faced with a terrifying blow from the ancient divine ape, he is still not dead? How can this be? After all, it's old Demon Yang. Maybe he has some secret skills that can help him escape?
Tianchen frowned slightly and said,
If he doesn't come back for a day, we have to wait for a day. If he doesn't come back for a year, do we have to wait for a year? Of course not. If old Demon Yang has not appeared before sunset, then he will give up the standings on his own initiative.
The elder shook his head and gave everyone reassurance.
Then just wait.
Everyone's heart. Time passed by minute, and without realizing it, the sun went from 3 poles high to sunset in the west. Night also quietly covered the sky.
It seems that old Demon Yang can't come back. After such a long time, even if he can escape from the hands of the ancient divine ape, he will probably be seriously injured. There are still many monsters left in Fabian Domain. How can he have a way to survive? That's right. Maybe he's hiding in that corner right now. Even if he comes back, it won't change the fact of the standings.
The sect elder in charge of statistics also sighed. Just as he was about to make the announcement, suddenly, a crisp eagle cry sounded from a distance.
That's it! The Demon King of the Golden Pill Grandmaster. The Red Flame Golden Rock. A little Jindan Realm Demon King actually dares to break into the 10,000 Dao Sword sect? Watch me kill it! No! There is someone on the back of the Red Flame Golden Rock.
At this time, a sharp-eyed disciple cried out. Everyone quickly looked forward, but he saw that there was indeed a young man standing on top of the Red Flame Golden Rock. The huge Red Flame Golden Rock flew over the square in just a few breaths, and then a figure slowly walked down from the Red Flame Golden Rock. When everyone saw the young man's face clearly, they couldn't help but gasp.
Old Demon Yang!
Tianchen cried out.
How is it possible that he is not dead?
It's not just Tianchen. The disciples who felt the terror of the ancient divine ape were all shocked and speechless at this moment. After suffering the blow from the ancient divine ape, almost no one could survive, and everyone would be shattered to pieces. But unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng appeared in front of them alive. Not only was he unscathed, but his cultivation level had been improved to golden elixir perfection. Tianchen's expression suddenly darkened. He remembered that Ling Xiao had said before that this boy must be the biggest dark horse in this spiritual sword ranking. Original. Tianchen still didn't believe it. When Yang Mucheng appeared this time, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart.
It's really shocking to be able to come back unscathed. However, even if he comes back, I'm afraid it won't change the current situation in the standings. Among the top 10, even the one with the lowest score has reached 890,000 points. Is it possible for him to surpass it?
Everyone said. Yes. Tianchen also suddenly came to his senses. He raised the corners of his mouth with a disdainful smile on his face, and said loudly,
Old Demon Yang, I didn't expect you to survive from the hands of the ancient divine ape. However, just surviving is not enough. If you want to qualify for the Spirit Sword ranking, you must first strive to enter the top 10 of the standings. No. Do you know how many points you can get this time?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he could hear the thorn in Tianqian's words. I have no interaction with this guy, let alone any conflict with him. Why is he so hostile to me? Yang Muchung secretly said. The golden-haired rat chuckled and said in Yang Muchung's heart,
Geniuses are always jealous of others. Just get used to it. After you reveal your points, I'm afraid his hostility towards you will become even stronger.
At this time, the elder also said,
Yang Muchung, throw your points jade token into the light curtain. In the battle for the standings, you will be the only one without points. Good.
Yang Muchung nodded, casually took out the jade token, and threw it into the light curtain. The jade tablet entered the light curtain, just like a stone hitting the lake. After splashing a ripple, it immediately stopped. Chapter 605, Invitation to Battle. No response. The ripple circled around the light screen, and then quietly stopped. This scene made the disciples, who were about to leave, couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Although they did not expect Yang Muchung to perform well in this battle for the standings. This situation was unexpected by everyone.
What exactly is this?
Even the elder couldn't help but frown. He has been in charge of the championship battle for so many years. And this situation has never happened.
Is it because old Demon Yang hasn't killed a single monster, so his score is not shown in the standings? How is that possible? At the foot of Haotian Mountain, he killed the white-haired old ape.
1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The unresponsive light curtain made everyone curious. They all cast doubtful eyes on the light screen. Just what everyone was speculating. But he saw that the light curtain suddenly trembled. And a strong light was like a star exploding. And suddenly it flashed out crazily. Countless talismans were like tadpoles, swimming wildly and gathering into a huge waterfall of data. Golden-winged rock. White-haired old ape. Three-tailed cat demon. Blue-eyed adamantine beast. The demon kings who were killed by Yang Muchung flashed out in the light curtain like crazy. Every monster's name did not even last for a third of the blink of an eye before it was immediately refreshed and replaced by another monster king.
Oh my god! Look at Yang Laomo's score!
At this time, a burst of exclamation attracted everyone's attention. This was incredible. After seeing it, everyone took a breath of air. 200,000. 400,000. 600,000. The points are rising crazily like a rocket.
How many monsters has old Demon Yang killed?
Seeing the rising score, everyone in the square almost groaned. This kind of speed. It was even faster and more terrifying than the previous Tianqian time. In almost 3 breaths, he had completely surpassed Yifan and rushed to second place.
How can this be?
Tianqian's face was ugly. So gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. And when Yang Muchung's score reached 1 million, there was not even the slightest pause. Even after it exceeded Tianqian's 1.38 million, there was still no intention of stopping. On the contrary, it increased even more rapidly. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Muchung's score finally stopped at 2.46 million. This score is more than 1 million more than Tianqian.
2 million points? Higher than Tianqian. Is this Mr. Yang? How many monsters did he kill? I'm afraid that the ancient divine ape was also killed by old Demon Yang. Otherwise, old Demon Yang would never have gotten so many points. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe that someone could beat Tianqian and win the first place in the standings. And this person is a newcomer who only joined the Wandao Sword sect this year.
The eyes of countless people were attracted. Because there are rarely such big changes in the standings. Even if someone can break into the top 10, they will only be at the bottom. But it is impossible to do it. Like Yang Muchung, who rushed to the first place in one go. When everyone's eyes fell on the new leader in the standings, they couldn't help but become suspicious. Is this 17-year-old boy the first in the standings? Is he the old Demon Yang who came out of the mortal world? Is he the old Demon Yang who captured the first-class core and even created an unknown fighting spirit? Original. No one thought that Yang Muchung could make a mark in this standings. After all, even the disciples who enter the Wandao Sword sect will have a huge explosive period in a short period of time. This is because they can be exposed to techniques and martial arts that they have never been exposed to before. But no matter how it breaks out, it will never reach such a terrifying level. This moment, even the elder, who was responsible for watching the battle for the standings, was shocked. So far, the record holder of hundreds of points rankings. The highest score is 1.7 million points. This record holder is the current leader of the Wandao Sword Sect, Jin Liang. Yang Macheng not only surpassed Tianshan in one fell swoop, but also broke the record left by Jin Liang.
Now, I understand why he was called Old Demon Yang at such a young age. It turns out that this is the terrifying thing about him. Terrible. Apart from this word, I can't think of any other word to describe Mr. Yang.
Even now, countless female disciples also cast admiring glances at Yang Macheng. Who doesn't like such a young, talented, and powerful character? Even the elder couldn't help but nodded secretly. Based on his knowledge, if Yang Macheng can continue to grow, he will definitely take over the power of the new generation of sect leader from Jin Liang. However, more people woke up from the shock.
Old Demon Yang. I didn't expect that he could actually win the first place in the standings. This is simply impossible. Maybe it's cheating. He only has the perfect golden elixir. How can he be able to overpower all the golden elixir masters? Even Tianshan is suppressed by him? I want to fight him to see how strong he is, so that he can defeat all the old disciples, win the first place in the standings, and be qualified to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking?
Such a thought came to mind in countless people's minds. At this time, finally, someone couldn't help it anymore. But they saw a middle-aged man angrily leading the crowd and coming to Yang Macheng.
Old Mo Yang, I didn't expect you to be able to break into the first place in the standings. I don't know what means you used, or who helped you. But I don't believe you can really have this kind of strength. Wang Mao, want to challenge you here.
Challenge? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be dissatisfied so quickly. However, when they saw the ranking on the standings, they immediately understood. This Wang Mao, in the Feidian domain, finally managed to reach the level of Golden Elixir Grandmaster. And then he reached the 10th place in the standings with his soaring strength. But now Yang Macheng has overwhelmed everyone and squeezed him out of the top 10, making him lose the qualification to continue competing. How can Wang Mao maintain his psychological balance?
Chen Hao, want to challenge you too.
Almost as soon as Wang Mao finished speaking, Chen Hao, who was originally 9th in the standings and now 10th, also spoke immediately.
And Lu Xie, I'm Chen Su.
Almost at the same time, the disciples at the top of the standings all challenged Yang Macheng, just when everyone was shocked. But see, Tianshan, who had been silent until now, took a step forward with a smile and said,
Old Demon Yang, Tianshan, also want to challenge you.
Chapter 606, slapped away. No one expected it. Yang Macheng won the first place in the standings, which made so many people dissatisfied and made so many people challenge him. These people are all among the top 10 in the standings. And they are also the 10 most powerful people in the Golden Core period among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect.
Oh my god! So many people have challenged Yan Laomo. Obviously they don't recognize Yan Laomo's achievements. Masters are arrogant. I even doubt the authenticity of Yan Laomo's points. How could these masters not doubt it?
Amidst countless discussions, Yang Macheng turned his attention to the elder. The elder frowned slightly. That's right. In the battle for the standings, there is indeed such a rule. If a disciple's points are questioned by others, then others can challenge the disciple. And the disciple cannot refuse. Although there have been challenges in the past, most of them were initiated by only 1 or 2 people. But now, Yang Macheng has to almost face the challenge of the top 10 disciples in the standings.
Yang Macheng.
The elder calmed down for a moment and said,
Since others have invited you to challenge, you cannot refuse. According to the rules, you must accept the challenge of these 10 people. Only after you defeat these people, your score will not be equal to anyone else's. Come and question, and you can really get the top spot in the standings.
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile,
Since even the elders have spoken, I can't break the rules. In that case, let's do it one by one. Start from the 10th place. I will trample under my feet all those who disobey.
Yang Macheng's words immediately shocked the disciples who issued the challenge. They didn't expect it. Yang Macheng is so crazy. He even thought about trampling on all the top 10 players in the standings.
Okay.
Wang Mao, with a gloomy face, nodded heavily. According to the rules, the order of challenges is from low to high.
Old Demon Yang, when you are defeated in my hands later, I will see if you can continue to be so rampant.
The crowd slowly retreated and dispersed, leaving an area sufficient for Yang Macheng and Wang Mao to fight. Yang Macheng and Wang Mao stood close to each other, looking at each other. The situation here attracted everyone's attention.
Here we go!
As the elder shouted. The aura on Wang Mao's body suddenly turned cold at this moment. His body and limbs were twisting and circling in a strange and feminine manner, giving the whole person the appearance of a cold and poisonous snake.
Sky Snake Boxing Technique! This is a top-grade Xian-level boxing technique.
The crowd around them saw the calendar and shouted loudly. As Wang Mao's opponent, Yang Macheng felt an inexplicable coldness, as if his whole body was being targeted by a poisonous snake.
Oh!
Seeing Wang Mao's posture, Tianchen raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of teasing.
The Heavenly Snake Boxing Technique is versatile and weird. It is both offensive and defensive. It can overcome strength with softness and destroy softness with hardness. If old Demon Yang doesn't have any skills, it is very likely that he will not even be able to pass this level.
Phew. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mao, who was half crouching, stood up quickly. The moment the surging inner energy surged, his whole body was like a poisonous snake passing by like lightning, rushing in front of Yang Macheng in an instant. At the same time, he retracted his right hand and bit Yang Macheng's throat like a snake's mouth like lightning.
So fast!
At this moment, people around him exclaimed, although this move was not aimed at everyone, but the crowd around him could still feel a cold wind roaring suddenly, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying.
It seems that Wang Mao has been studying the Heavenly Snake Boxing Technique for a period of time, and he was able to practice it to the point where it is both spiritual and physical.
Seeing this scene, the elder nodded secretly.
I don't know. How can Yang Macheng resist?
Everyone immediately looked around. However, they saw Yang Macheng standing there, with a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. And at the same time, he waved his right hand lightly.
Boom!
There was a muffled sound, and Wang Mao's right hand seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and he could no longer move forward.
This,
Wang Mao sighed secretly in his heart, knowing that he underestimated the other party. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength, and used the Heavenly Snake Boxing Technique to its limit. The whole body seemed to be as soft and boneless as it hovered on the ground, and then bounced up at an astonishing speed. At this time, Wang Mao gave everyone an illusion, as if he had directly turned into a giant python, as if he wanted to wrap Yang Macheng up, strangle him alive, and then devour him like a snake catching its prey. At the same time, his right hand was like the fangs of a poisonous snake, attacking Yang Macheng's body like lightning.
Old Demon Yang, how can I resist you now?
Wang Mao sneered. The next moment, in the void, a dense array of snake shadows seemed to emerge.
Old Demon Yang is going to be defeated,
someone exclaimed.
It seems that his scores are really fake, with more than 2 million points.
He,
a warrior who has perfected the golden elixir, can't do it at all. He relied on fraud to get to the top of the standings, and his true colors will always be exposed. After his defeat at the hands of Wang Mao, what kind of face does he have left in the sword sect?
This moment, the elder even narrowed his eyes, with a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although this boy's score is astonishing, his cultivation level is mediocre and mediocre. Even Wang Mao can't deal with it. It seems that his score contains too much water. However, just when everyone thought that everything was a foregone conclusion, Yang Macheng, who was surrounded by snake shadows in the sky, could not help but frown and shouted coldly,
"Quack!"
Then, he flipped his right hand and swept forward. In an instant, the snake shadows that hit the sky all dissipated like bubbles under this slap. Wang Mao, who was feeling proud, looked even more shocked, and subconsciously shot towards the back. But Yang Macheng's movements were too fast. Although he reacted, he could only watch the slap getting closer and closer to him.
Snapped!
There was a loud slap. A green and red 5-finger mark suddenly appeared on Wang Mao's face. At the same time, Wang Mao's body trembled, and in full view of everyone, he flew 6 or 7 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, even knocking out a few of his front teeth. Looking at Wang Mao, who was slapped away, and then looking at Yang Macheng, who looked as calm as if he had swatted away an annoying fly, there was a dead silence inside and outside the square. Everyone was silent and did not dare to make a sound.
Isn't this old Demon Yang too scary?
After a while, only then did someone scream and moan. Chapter 607 Law Enforcement Hall arrests people. Some people thought that Yang Macheng would probably be repulsed by Wang Mao, Some people also thought that if Yang Mucheng fought back, he might be able to draw a tie with Wang Mao. But no one could have imagined that Yang Mucheng flipped his right hand and knocked Wang Mao away like a fly. Moreover, it is still such an understatement. If you don't see it with your own eyes, almost no one will believe it. Boom! Wang Mao fell heavily to the ground. Several teeth fell out, and his mouth was filled with blood. He covered his swollen cheeks, his face full of shock, as if he couldn't believe that it was Yang Mucheng who slapped him away. Seeing the shocked eyes of the people around him, and hearing those harsh words, Wang Mao almost went berserk. Old demon Yang, I'm going to kill you! He let out a roar, slapped his palms heavily, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position like a gust of wind and residual clouds. This moment, all the inner energy in his body surged out like a flood. With the powerful inner energy of Master Jin Dan, a huge snake shadow appeared outside his body. With the inner energy pouring in, Wang Mao's body was completely wrapped in it. Then, Wang Mao came over like crazy. Boom. Although it is an illusion, at this moment, it still seems real. The crazy snake passed by, leaving a deep mark of snake scales on the ground, suppressing the stone slabs in the square and completely cracking them. Large cracks spread crazily in all directions. Wang Mao is angry. This is the Heavenly Snake Fury Strike. It is the most powerful move in the Heavenly Snake boxing technique. I didn't expect Wang Mao to actually learn it. Although this move consumes a lot of energy, its power cannot be underestimated. I'm afraid Old Demon Yang won't be able to handle it so easily this time. Look, Old Demon Yang is making a move. The moment Wang Mao rushed in front of him, Yang Mucheng suddenly raised his right foot and slashed down like a giant axe. The terrifying snake shadow was completely chopped into pieces at this moment. Wang Mao was shocked and instinctively raised his hands to protect him. Boom! Just hearing a loud sound, the entire Jinzhong square suddenly trembled at this moment. Wang Mao was directly hit by the kick and fell to his knees. His kneecaps were shattered, and he could no longer stand up. The people around were horrified and silent. Many people almost had their eyes popped out. With one slap and one kick, he defeated a golden elixir master? This is too terrible. This old demon Yang is too cruel. Many people were talking about it. Previously, everyone doubted that his points were worth anything. Now that he defeated Wang Mao in an understatement, the way some people looked at Yang Mucheng had changed. Old Emo Yang, are you too cruel? At this time, a disciple named Lucia, who was among the top 10 in the standings, shouted, Your kick shattered Wang Mao's kneecaps and broke his arms. Even if there is a pill, there is not even half of it. You cannot fully recover. We are all from the same sect. Is it necessary to take such a heavy blow? Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and said, Not to mention that he challenged me first, just for those few moves he made before. If I can't take them, what do you think will happen? Lucia was startled when he was told this. Wang Mao had shown no mercy in his previous attacks. No matter who was hit, although they were spared death, they would definitely be seriously injured and unable to escape. If it is serious, it may even damage the heart and affect the cultivation level. Strictly speaking, Yang Mucheng was showing mercy. Okay, now that Wang Mao is lost, it's my turn to challenge you. Lucia couldn't swallow this breath. How could he tolerate being so despised by a junior? You? A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Yang Mucheng's mouth. Your strength is almost the same as Wang Mao. At most, it is just a little higher. I only need one slap or one kick to deal with Wang Mao. To deal with you, I will use at most one more move. I heard that Tianxin is a sword the first person in the Jindan realm in the sect. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone present could not help but be secretly surprised. Some of the smarter disciples had already guessed what Yang Mucheng was thinking. Could it be? Old Demon Yang wants to challenge Tianxin? He is second on the list of spiritual swords. Old Demon Yang is too courageous. Everyone exclaimed. However, Yang Mucheng glanced at Tianxin, then turned his gaze to the elder beside him and said, Elder, it's too troublesome to challenge them one by one. Why don't we let them all challenge together? Even the boldest person would never have thought that Yang Mucheng could be so arrogant. This time, he actually had to directly face the top 10 in the standings. And among them were several powerful beings from the spirit sword ranking. He didn't take Tianxin and the others seriously at all. The expressions of Tianxin, Lucia, and Shinhao turned ugly on the spot. And they were even so gloomy that they could even shed tears. Old Demon Yang, how dare you look down on others?
Lu Xie clenched his fists like a mad lion.
You are too presumptuous. You just defeated Wang Mao. Do you really think that you are invincible in the realm of golden elixir?
Shen Hao narrowed his eyes. Tianshan took a step forward and sneered.
Old demon Yang. You will regret your arrogance.
The elder raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Yang Muqing's request was beyond his imagination. After concentrating for a moment, he nodded slowly and said,
According to the rules, there is no limit on the number of people who can challenge. Since you plan to accept the challenge from all the doubters at once, it is considered to be in compliance with the rules. Your request will naturally be met.
He actually agreed. Everyone was shocked. Yang Maicheng was preparing to fight alone among the top 10 in the standings. This time, he was in for a good show. However, just when everyone thought that the war was about to break out, a commotion came from afar. Just listen to a voice shouting,
Over there. Old demon Yang is there.
Everyone looked around immediately and saw that the leader was Sun Lao San. Behind Sun Lao San, there were 7 or 8 people wearing black clothes and carrying chains. These men in black have a terrifying monster embroidered on their chests,
making people tremble with fear at the first sight.
That is, Law Enforcement Hall? Why are the people from the Law Enforcement Hall here?
Many people were surprised when they saw these men in black suddenly appearing. And they seemed to be coming for Yang Maicheng.
Ha ha. Old demon Yang. It seems you don't need me to deal with you anymore.
Tianshan's gloomy face suddenly became clear, and he laughed proudly. Some disciples were stunned for a moment when they saw the Law Enforcement Hall. Then they came back to their senses and looked at Yang Maicheng with a teasing look on their faces. But see, these 7 or 8 members of the Law Enforcement Hall, led by Sun Lao San, came to Yang Maicheng. They pulled the chains in their hands and said in a deep voice,
Yang Maicheng, you massacred fellow disciple Su Mu in the Fakian domain and violated the sect's laws. Now the evidence is conclusive. Come with us.
Chapter 608 Who Dares to Arrest Yang Maicheng? Boom! The words of the members of the Law Enforcement Hall were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, erupting into thousands of waves in the crowd. Over the years, some criminal disciples were arrested and imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Hall, and only a handful of them were able to come out alive. But even if he barely survived, his cultivation would be ruined, and life would be worse than death. They obviously didn't expect that today's Yang Maicheng, the terrible Yang Lao Mo, would also end up being arrested and sent to the Law Enforcement Hall. Sun Lao San stared at Yang Maicheng with a gloomy face and sneered.
Old demon Yang, I told you a long time ago that I will never let you go. You didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly.
Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows and sneered. What about the Law Enforcement Hall? He came to Wandao Sword Sect just to practice. No one has the right to arrest him. The worst case scenario is that the Sword Sect will be judged. He will kill anyone who dares to catch him.
Wait a minute.
At this time, a crisp and loud sound came from one side.
Brothers from the Law Enforcement Hall, is there any misunderstanding about Yang Muqing's killing of Su Mu?
Come. It was Yu Feishuan. It turned out that Qiong Qing had long seen Sun Lao San and the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall coming to the square. Seeing that the situation was not good, she hurried back to the Bamboo Forest Island and quickly invited Yu Feishuan over.
Ever since Yang Maicheng entered the sect, he has been practicing in my Bamboo Forest Island. I know his character very well. Although Yang Maicheng is arrogant, he will never be the kind of person who takes the initiative to stir up trouble. I think this matter should still be investigated before drawing a conclusion. It turns out to be Senior Sister Yu.
An elder from the Law Enforcement Hall, wearing a grimace mask, had a trace of surprise in his eyes. Among the many elders in the sect, Yu Feishuan has the most rules. If you want to practice with her, you must first pass her Lenin illusion formation. Therefore, for hundreds of years, no one has been able to practice Xing on her small bamboo forest island. With a look of embarrassment on his face, the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall said,
However, the evidence is conclusive that Yang Maicheng killed his fellow disciples. In addition to Sun Lao San, at least dozens of disciples can testify. And
the elder paused and continued.
According to Sun Lao San's identification, Yang Maicheng is still in the standings competition, snatching their prey and gaining points.
Boom! This sentence shocked everyone even more. Although snatching each other for prey has become an unspoken rule that has not been made public, but there are still some people who don't know that such cheating is possible in the points competition.
No wonder Mr. Yang was able to get more than 2 million points. I didn't expect that all his points were obtained by robbing others. No wonder even Tianchen and the others don't have higher points than Yang Laoma.
Waves of noisy sounds came from all directions. Apparently, his 2 million points had already made everyone jealous. Now, when this sentence is thrown out, it has directly become an outlet for everyone's anger. Sun Laosan looked at Yang Macheng with a proud face. Obviously, in order to take revenge on this opponent, he poured all the dirty water on Yang Macheng as much as possible. And this scene now is exactly what he wants. Although, the whole thing started because of Su Mu. And it was Su Mu who provoked Yang Macheng. But at this moment, Yang Macheng couldn't wash himself away even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
That's right.
At this time, Tianchen also sneered and walked forward and said,
I can also testify that I saw Su Mu die in the hands of old Mo Yan with my own eyes. It turns out to be Tianchen.
The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall glanced at Tianchen and nodded slightly.
You are the disciple who ranked first in the last standings and second in the spiritual sword rankings. I will naturally believe what you say.
Yu Feishuan's face suddenly turned ugly again. Now, there is one more person to identify Yang Macheng. I am afraid that Yang Macheng is full of words and cannot explain clearly. She quickly looked at Yang Macheng and said,
Quickly explain to the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall what is going on. If you are convicted, your cultivation will be abolished and you will be kicked out of the sword sect. By then, there is no room for turning back.
At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Macheng. However, Yang Macheng lowered his eyes and remained silent, as if he had accepted his fate. It wasn't until he heard Yu Feishuan's words that he slowly raised his head and sneered.
Explanation? What is the explanation? I killed Su Mu. Who made him provoke me again and again?
Yu Feishuan was so anxious that she almost broke her silver teeth. Originally, there was still a chance. But now that Yang Macheng directly admitted that he killed Su Mu in front of everyone, there was no room for turning around. When the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall heard this, he sneered in anger.
Yang Macheng actually dared to be so arrogant after massacring his fellow disciples? Take him down and destroy his cultivation in the Law Enforcement Hall later.
Wow! At this moment, the 6 Law Enforcement Hall elders stepped forward together, like iron buckets, and surrounded Yang Macheng. In their hands, each held a dark chain. This chain looks ordinary, but it seems to contain a strange power, even causing the surrounding space to be blocked at this moment. When the people around him saw this scene, their faces turned dark. Obviously, the Law Enforcement Hall has begun to take serious action. At this time, anyone who dares to block the Law Enforcement Hall's law enforcement will be taken down together and will be punished according to the crime of treason. Yu Feishuan clenched her fists. She didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Xiong Qing on the side was almost crying. Sun Laosan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Macheng, his heart full of pride and joy after his revenge was successful. Although he has not yet seen Yang Macheng's fate, absolutely no one who enters the Law Enforcement Hall can come out intact. Even at this moment, he seemed to have seen Yang Macheng's fate. Tianchen, Lu Xie, Wang Mao, and others could not hide the proud look in their eyes, as if everything was a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Yang Macheng, standing in the center of several elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, was completely in a desperate situation. Every elder here has the cultivation level of the God Transformation realm. No matter how powerful Yang Macheng is, he will never be able to escape from the hands of 6 powerful men in the realm of gods.
Yang Macheng, stop struggling and come with us.
At this time, some people were already following the words of the Law Enforcement Hall, shouting, Arrest old demon Yang. In the eyes of outsiders, everything is a foregone conclusion. Even if the emperor comes, he can't change it. The faces of Sun Laosan, Tianchen, Lu Xie, Wang Mao, and Chen Hao even showed smiles of victory. Suddenly, an extremely majestic voice came from afar.
Who dares to arrest Yang Macheng?
Chapter 609 Uncle Master. Everyone followed the sound and saw that the crowd in the distance dispersed like a tide. I saw an 8-foot-tall man with a majestic appearance and a purple gold crown on his head, slowly walking towards the field. The glance of those eyes made many people tremble, as if they were being targeted by the king of beasts.
Who are you? How dare you speak for old Mo Yang?
Sun Laosan raised his eyebrows. When Tianchen saw this middle-aged man, his expression changed and he stopped talking. Others in the field seemed to have expected something, and their faces were full of shock.
Metropolitan!
Yu Feishuan shouted. The person coming is none other than the leader of Wandao Sword Sect, Jin Liang.
He is actually the sect master. Sun Lao San almost bit off his tongue. He stared blankly at Jean Liang walking out from behind and walking towards this side. An unpleasant feeling came to his heart. Could it be that he is also here for Mr. Yang? The elders of the Law Enforcement Hall were also shocked. They didn't expect it. Such a trivial matter would actually alarm Jean Liang. Sect Master, why are you here? We can handle such a small matter. Elder Wang from the Law Enforcement Hall said with a smile. Little things? Jean Liang originally had a majestic face. But now that he heard these words, he was even more furious. And an aura of calmness and self-importance swept the entire audience. You want to arrest my uncle? How can this be a trivial matter? If I hadn't come here, what trouble would have happened to my uncle? Would you be able to bear it? Elder Wang almost bit off his tongue. They were obviously just here to arrest Yang Maicheng. Why did they become the arresting master's uncle? Could it be? Many elders of the Law Enforcement Hall were shocked. The disciples around him also looked surprised. Jean Liang is one of the older generation among the current Wanao Sword sect. To be respected as his great-uncle. Then, how high will the status of this existence be? But see. Jean Liang glared at several elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, and then quickly came to Yang Muqing's side. He changed his previous dignified appearance and bowed his hands like a junior. Uncle Master, Xiao Jin is a little late. These guys didn't hurt you. Right. Hisses. Jean Liang didn't speak a word. But once he spoke, it was enough to scare everyone around him out of his wits. Of course, they have had speculations and thoughts. But after Jean Liang personally admitted it, they had to believe that Yang Maicheng was the great-uncle Jean Liang said. Why did I suddenly become your great-uncle? Yang Maicheng asked playfully. Reporting to my great-uncle, Hua Yuano is my great-grandfather. You and he are called brothers. So you are naturally my great-uncle. Jean Liang said respectfully. Yang Maicheng raised his eyebrows. It turned out that Hua Yuano, whom he rescued from the ancient tomb, had returned to the sect. Hua Yuano has come back. Yes. Although Jean Liang was thousands of years older than Yang Maicheng, he did not show any arrogance in front of Yang Maicheng. Master has been trapped in the ancient tomb for nearly 10,000 years. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to escape in this life. He has now retreated to consolidate his cultivation. He will use time to prepare to break through the divine transformation and rush to the Nirvana realm to recondense his physical body. Master once ordered me to take good care of you before going into seclusion. Jean Liang said respectfully. Yang Maicheng stood there, looking around with a sneer. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been arrested and sent to the Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Wang, you are so brave. Jean Liang shouted angrily. Yang Maicheng is my great-uncle, and you actually dare to arrest him. Do you know what the crime is? This is an act of bullying the master and destroying the ancestor. Several elders of the Law Enforcement Hall were so frightened that they trembled. The crime of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors is many times greater than killing one's fellow disciples. They were about to explain, but they heard Yang Maicheng say leisurely at this moment. I don't blame them. They are acting in accordance with the regulations. However, even if they arrest someone, they have to investigate clearly, and they cannot listen to the words of one family. When Sun Laosan heard this, he almost didn't stop. How could he have imagined that Yang Maicheng would suddenly transform into his great-uncle? Even if he moved out of the Law Enforcement Hall, he couldn't deal with Yang Maicheng, who had to be treated respectfully even by the sect leader. But see, Yang Maicheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly. This time when I was training in the Faithian domain, I was robbed of prey by Su Mu and others in the Savage Mountain. The leader was this Sun Lao San. Since the rules are not restricted, I naturally have to snatch it back. However, Su Mu is naturally not willing to give in, so he held a grudge against me. He provoked again and again. Finally, he was slapped to death by me in front of the Tianning Mountains. Jean Liang nodded heavily and looked at the people in the Law Enforcement Hall. At this point, everything has been clarified. Su Mu provoked my uncle several times and was killed for his own fault. As for Sun Lao San, he was the first to file a complaint and dared to frame his uncle. The crime was based on deception. It's up to the master to destroy his ancestors. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Laosan's body trembled, and he fell to the ground like mud. He thought he could kill Yang Maicheng decisively this time. But who knew it would end like this? Uncle Master, he and Huayuan are proud to be called brothers. Even Jean Liang has to serve him respectfully. This status is many times higher than that of the emperor of the Dacian dynasty.
There is no need for the Emperor to save him. Just relying on his identity, he can kill whoever he wants to kill in the Wandao Sword Sect.
Follow us!
Elder One naturally hated Sun Lao San to the core. He didn't expect that he almost caught his uncle. But now, he was not polite. He grabbed Sun Lao San's long hair and dragged him up like a dead dog. Then he said to Yang Machung,
Uncle Master, I have offended you a lot today. I will definitely come to apologize to you someday.
Yang Machung nodded slightly. Several other elders from the Law Enforcement Hall also came to Yang Machung to apologize. And then left in a hurry. This is the end of a farce. But everyone in the square had not yet come to their senses. A boy who had just joined the sect suddenly became their great uncle, which made everyone unable to accept it for a while.
Tianchen, Lu Xie, Chen Hao,
Yang Machung shouted one by one. And every time he called out a name, those people's faces turned pale, and their hearts seemed to be shaking in their stomachs.
I said that I would challenge 9 of you at once. Now that there is no one in the way, let's start again.
Everyone laughed bitterly. If Yang Machung was still the same disciple as them, maybe they would still have the courage to fight again. But now that the other party has become his master uncle, no matter how courageous he is, he has to swallow it in his stomach. It is Tianchen. He didn't dare to say anything. Although there was reluctance in his eyes, he still showed a surrender posture at this moment.
Uncle Master, we believe in your achievements, no longer question it.
Even Tianchen lowered his head. How could anyone else dare to say anything? Lu Xie and Chen Hao also quickly bowed their heads to express their submission. Chapter 610, The Follow-Up Technique of Jingshin Finger. No one doubts Yang Muching's results anymore. Naturally, the first place in the standings is Yang Muching's 2.46 million. Nature. No one will dare to question Yang Muching's achievements anymore.
Uncle Master, Master asked me to give you something. Please come to the martial arts building with me.
Seeing that the matter was over, Jin Liang spoke.
Good.
Yang Machung nodded. After saying that, he glanced at Tianchen, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. Tianchen clenched his fists so hard that his nails pierced into his palms without even noticing. Yang Muching's last look made his title of the strongest person under the Golden Core realm seem like a joke. Seeing Yang Machung preparing to leave, he couldn't bear it anymore.
Uncle Master, I have a question.
Tianchen took a step forward and stared at Yang Machung with his eyes.
I want to ask you, how did you escape from the hands of the ancient divine ape in Haotian Mountain? That ancient divine ape is half a step into the nascent soul, the Demon King.
And he is still going crazy.
Before he finished speaking, he was completely shocked. But see, Yang Machung slowly took out something about 3 or 4 meters long from the bracelet. Not only Tianchen, but also all the disciples who saw this thing. Their eyes almost bulged out. Isn't this the ancient divine ape's weapon? The Hunyuan Fine Gold Rod?
Escape?
Yang Machung smiled faintly, shook his head and said,
I didn't escape. It was just killed by me.
If anything, everyone still had doubts before. So, everything now is in vain. Yang Machung even took out the weapons of the ancient divine ape. If he hadn't killed the ancient divine ape, what else could he do? Dark Horse. Tianchen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at Yang Muching's leaving figure, as if all the bones in his body had been taken away.
I heard from Ling Xiao before that you are the biggest dark horse in this spiritual sword ranking. Before, I didn't believe it. But now, I have to believe it. But
Tianchen clenched his fists.
So what if you are my uncle? In a battle with real swords and real spears, you may not be my opponent. This time, I was certainly outclassed by you. But in the future I will be on the spiritual sword ranking. In front of 3, I will defeat you in front of everyone in the 16 sects.
After Yang Machung and Jin Liang left, the square exploded. Everyone started talking in disbelief.
When did old demon Yang become Master's uncle? Did you hear just now? He and Master Hua Yuan Ao are called brothers. So, his current seniority is definitely one of the highest among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. Not only the sect leader, but also those seniors who are still alive in the sect have to call me uncle when they see Yang Lao Mo. This great uncle is incredible. Not only is he very senior in our Wandao Sword sect, even the sect leaders of other sects have to respectfully call him senior when they see him. Otherwise, it would be a great disrespect to Wandao Sword sect.
Everyone was shocked. The identity of this great uncle is definitely a heaven-defying existence. Not to mention among the 10,000 sword sects. Even in front of the 36 sects. He can walk sideways.
Di Yang has actually become my great uncle.
Xiong Qing's face was full of surprise, as if the scene just now was as unreal as a dream.
Isn't Jinlin just a thing in the pond? It changes into a dragon when the storm happens.
Yu Feishuan looked at Yang Muqing's back and couldn't help but said,
as early as when he stepped into my bamboo forest island, I knew that his future would be uncertain, limited, but I didn't expect that he would bring us more surprises than I have experienced in hundreds of years.
Yu Feishuan looked at Yang Muqing quietly, but after a moment, she raised the corners of her mouth.
I have a hunch that Wandao Sword Sect will become extraordinary because of his existence. What does Hua Yuan'o have you want to hand over to me?
Yang Muqing couldn't hide his curiosity.
The advanced technique of
24 solar term shocking god finger. Jin Liang said respectfully.
This technique is a low-grade earth-level technique, because part of it was lost in the process of spreading. It only has the power of a high-grade Shin-level technique. Coincidentally, the master happened to have learned this last advanced technique. He knew that his uncle Yu have learned the incomplete
24 solar term shocking divine finger.
So you want me to give you this technique?
Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and nodded secretly. This is extremely good. Previously, before entering the Wandao Sword Sect, he thought that he had many offensive martial arts skills, such as Dragon Curse and Heavenly Fire, Sword Control Jiuxiao, Divine Killing Finger. But now, in the Sword Sect, he felt more and more powerless. Martial skills below Shen level are basically not enough anymore. When he came back this time, he planned to find a suitable martial arts book, but he didn't expect that Hua Yuan'o would actually complete the incomplete content of
the finger of the 24 solar terms.
For him, this is Mr. Yang. This is Yang Muqing. Jin Liang walked in front, but his heart was churning. He naturally knew that among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect,
there was an extra master uncle, and he was also a figure who was superior to him. This was a terrifying thing for the Sword Sect. However, due to Hua Yuan'o's order, he could only obey it. But just by saving the master, he changed from an ordinary disciple to a transcendent existence. Presumably, this kid is thinking about how to get more benefits from me right now. Jin Liang's guess was not unreasonable. Anyone whose identity suddenly takes precedence over everything else will definitely be stunned by this overwhelming power. When the time comes, he will inevitably ask for martial arts, magic weapons, and elixirs. When he thinks of what this great uncle might ask for, Jin Liang can't help but feel a bit big for one head and two heads. Correct. Suddenly, Jin Liang's heart moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He has lived for so many years, and has met so many people. How could he not be able to deal with Yang Muqing? Didn't Master ask me to complete the follow-up content of
24 solar term shocking god finger
for him? In this case, I will use this as a shirk. The follow-up content is that with his cultivation level. It will take at least several years to learn low-level martial arts. Jin Liang smiled secretly in his heart. It's a pity that Yang Muqing has no such idea at all. The follow-up content of
24 solar term shocking fingers
really solved his urgent need. At this time, he was also secretly thinking, was this technique similar to the
God-killing finger
he had learned before? That is, 24 moves in one. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived in front of a huge pavilion.
This is the martial arts pavilion,
Jin Liang introduced. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and looked at it secretly. This martial arts pavilion is somewhat similar to the Sutra Pavilion in Tuatin Palace, except that it is wider and larger. Jin Liang seemed to have guessed what Yang Muqing was thinking, and said with a faint smile,
Uncle Master, the martial arts pavilion of the Sword Sect is several times larger than the martial arts pavilions you have seen in the outside world before. There are countless techniques here. Even if you spend your whole life, you may not be able to learn them all. I will lead you in. I believe you will be surprised.
Chapter 611 Martial Arts Pavilion. In Yang Muqing's imagination, this martial arts pavilion is several times larger than Tuatin Palace, and the defense inside it must be very tight. In fact, it's just the opposite. Even if he completely let go of all his consciousness and swept out in all directions, he could not find any elders who were hiding in the dark and guarding the martial arts pavilion, or the senior officials of the Sword Sect. With this trace of doubt, Yang Muqing slowly walked upstairs with Jin Liang. The first level, the spiritual level. The second floor, yellow steps. These two floors have been expanded many times by the Qianquan formation inside. Although it looks like a small floor from the outside, the area inside is very terrifying. The densely packed bookshelves made it impossible for Yang Muqing to see the edges at a glance.
The first level and the second level are all spiritual and yellow level martial arts. Maybe they are not worth guarding,
Yang Muchung thought to himself. After all, the disciples who can enter the Wandao sword sect are all above the golden core realm. No one cares about those low-level martial arts. As for the higher levels of Shin level, Earth level, and even the legendary Heaven level, those who enter the sword sect disciples pursue them.
Uncle Master, things have started to change since the third level. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels belong to Shin level martial arts. They correspond to low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade martial arts respectively. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th levels are Earth level martial arts, and they also correspond to the 4 levels.
Jin Liang introduced lightly. Following Jin Liang, ever since Yang Muchung stepped onto the 3rd floor, he secretly felt a terrible repulsive force, which seemed to be emerging from the entire martial arts pavilion, as if it was trying to push him out. He squinted his eyes, and used the Emperor's chi-gazing technique to look.
Enchantment?
Yang Muchung's heart moved. He discovered that there was an extremely shallow layer of barrier in the surrounding air that was almost difficult to detect with the naked eye.
That's right.
Jin Liang nodded and said,
Starting from the 3rd floor, the martial arts pavilion has been added with such a barrier. The higher you go up, the greater the power of the barrier. If you want to learn the corresponding martial arts and techniques must have the corresponding strength to withstand the pressure of this barrier.
Yang Muchung suddenly realized. He found the 3rd and 4th levels of martial arts are still described in scrolls, but the martial arts on the 5th and 6th floors turned into jadeite slips placed on the bookshelf. Yang Muchung knew. If the level of martial arts reaches a certain level, the paper cannot bear it. When Jiang Chen passed the
24 solar term shocking god fingers
to him, he also used jade slips. As for the low-grade martial arts skills above the 7th floor, there are even no bookshelves. Just see. On each huge stone platform, like an exhibition stand, there is a suspended golden ball. The golden ball was about the size of a palm and could not be held in one hand. Ripples like a tide slowly spread out from the sphere.
Is this something that records Earth-level martial arts?
Yang Muchung couldn't bear it anymore. Jin Liang nodded, pointed to a stone platform in the 3rd row that was classified as fingering, and said,
That's right. Uncle Master, this is the completed
24 solar term shocking god fingers.
These use the existence of recorded martial arts is the demon elixir of the elixir formation realm.
Use demon pills to record skills? Such a generous act is worthy of the Wandao sword sect.
Uncle Master, if you put your hand on it, you can feel the artistic conception coming from the demon pill and understand the martial arts.
Jin Liang continued. Yang Muchung nodded. At this time, he saw a disciple of the sword sect, resisting the 7th layer of barrier with great difficulty, and came to a stone platform where palm techniques were planned. But he saw that the other party took a deep breath and slowly put his hand on the demon pill. This moment, Yang Muchung could clearly feel that the disciple's internal energy was being consumed crazily at an extreme speed. However, in just 2 breaths, his complexion turned extremely pale. Before Yang Muchung came back to his senses, he saw the disciple's body tremble and disappear.
This is?
Yang Muchung was confused.
In the sect, any disciple or any high-level person must rely on his own strength to enter the martial arts pavilion to choose his own martial arts. Perceiving the martial arts recorded in the demon pill consumes a particularly huge amount of internal energy. When the internal energy is used up, he will be forcibly sent out of the martial arts pavilion.
Jin Liang smiled and said,
That disciple is in the nascent soul realm, an old disciple who is not involved in the standings. So you don't know him? I do remember him. The palm technique he learned was the low-level earth-level heavenly flame 10,000 dragons palm, ranked in the top 10 in terms of power among palm techniques. He has entered this martial arts pavilion hundreds of times, and has only sensed the heavenly flame 10,000 dragon palm more than 30 times. Every time he can only perceive a hint of the artistic conception. It will take him at most half a month to fully perceive the artistic conception of this technique. As for learning, I am afraid it will take longer. Of course, if he is learning martial arts, if you encounter some problems, you can find some elders to answer your questions. I am accompanying you when you enter the martial arts pavilion this time. Therefore, I blocked all the power of the barrier for you. If you want to come in the future, you can only rely on yourself.
The meaning of Jin Liang's words was very clear. Next time, if you want to enter the martial arts pavilion, you have to rely on yourself.
Although I am the sect leader, and you are the master uncle, I cannot break the sect's rules. Yang Muchung glanced at Jean Liang lightly, and said nothing. How could he not know this old boy was playing tricks in front of him? However, Yang Muchung didn't bother to care. He doesn't like to rely on others. No matter how big the backer is, it is still fake. If the other party doesn't buy into your patronage at all, it's useless even if you have the emperor behind you. As for Yang Muchung, what he believed in most was still his own strength. I have only perfected the golden elixir now. It is enough to have such a 24 solar term shocking god finger by my side. I am not strong enough and cannot exert the full power of the low-level martial arts. No matter how much I learn. Also useless. Yang Muchung shook his head lightly. This time it was Jean Liang's turn to be surprised. He had thought that Yang Muchung would be crazy about learning several, or even more than a dozen, Earth-level martial arts this time. Therefore, he was still thinking about how to reject the other party. But the other party's chic and indifferent attitude made Jean Liang secretly feel ashamed. It seems that this uncle is not as unbearable as I imagined. When I think about it. But he saw that Yang Muchung had already put his hand on the demon pill. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Yang Muchung's face turned pale, and his body was swaying. If Jean Liang hadn't resisted the barrier of the martial arts pavilion for him, he might have been forcibly sent out like the previous disciple. Thinking of this, Jean Liang said, Uncle Master, this shocking finger has only been placed in the martial arts pavilion for a few days, and no one has been able to learn it so far. I also understood some of the artistic conception a few days ago. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me to discuss it. No. Yang Muchung waved his hand and said, I have learned it. Chapter 612. Let's discuss it. Puff. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Jean Liang almost spat out a mouthful of blood despite his firm mind. The other disciples on the 7th level barely managed to faint. This moment, everyone looked at Yang Muchung, as if they were looking at an idiot. Many people have already cursed rudely in their hearts. Why did Wandao Sword Sect come in with such an idiot? Who is Jean Liang? This is the leader of the Sword Sect, the most powerful existence in the contemporary era. Ordinary people can't see him at all, even if they want to discuss martial arts with him. There is no way. Now this guy is doing well. He wants to discuss it with you, but you actually refuse and say you have learned it. This kid can cultivate to the perfection of the golden elixir, but he is actually an idiot? Yeah. He looks like a pretty smart boy. How could he be so stupid? Even with the guidance of an elder, it would take at least 1 year to learn a low-level martial arts skill. How long has he been here? And he has learned it so quickly? Original. Jean Liang attracted the attention of many people when he entered the martial arts pavilion. Now the situation here has made many disciples look over. Uncle Master, you actually learned it? Jean Liang secretly broke into a cold sweat. His cultivation level was at the early stage of the Divine Sea of Transformation stage. Learn all the top-level martial arts. This 24 solar term shocking god finger is naturally not a problem for him. But even if he had penetrated it for 4 or 5 days in a row, he had only touched the threshold. In his opinion, even if he touches a threshold, he is many times better than someone like Yang Muchung, who doesn't even see the threshold and can only wander outside the threshold. That's why he kindly proposed to discuss the matter. But to put it bluntly, this so-called discussion is just giving pointers to the other party. But I never thought that the other party actually refused and said that he had learned it. Uncle Master, since you have learned it, how about you give me some pointers? Jean Liang's eyes rolled. Even if he was beaten to death, he did not believe that Yang Muchung could learn the follow-up content of 24 solar term shocking finger in such a short period of time. Therefore, he naturally wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. This is the martial arts pavilion. Yang Muchung raised his eyes and looked inside the 7th floor martial arts pavilion. He found that there were stone platforms all around and demon pills were everywhere. This martial skill is of earth level after all. If it is used and accidentally destroys the martial arts here, it will be in trouble. Uncle Master, come with me to practice martial arts, Jean Liang said lightly. Soon, the martial arts pavilion returned to its original appearance. Many disciples did not pay attention to this sudden episode. They refocused their attention on the martial arts they specialized in. It was as if what happened before had never happened. A martial arts arena. This is the place where sect disciples and elders practice martial arts. When Yang Muchung and Jean Liang arrived here, they found that there were also many people sparsely communicating with each other. The aura here.
Yang Muchung quickly discovered something was wrong. The aura of Wandao sword sect is very strong everywhere. No matter where you go, you feel like you are soaking in a hot spring of aura. But the concentration of spiritual energy in the martial arts arena is as barren and dry as a desert.
Uncle Master, you know that the formal disciples of the sword sect are all gened and cultivation level or above. Even some old disciples and senior sect members will reach the higher realms of Yuanying and Zifu. If the level of martial arts is too strong, it is easy to destroy a certain palace. Therefore, in order to allow the disciples of the sect to compete with each other, a spiritual energy vacuum zone was formed.
I see. Yang Muchung nodded. But he didn't expect Jin's zone to be quite considerate. And this time, Jin Liang's arrival also attracted the attention of some elders. Some elders have come uninvited.
Sect Master!
A middle-aged man with white eyebrows and black hair said in a voice like a bell.
Where have you been these days? I've looked everywhere for you and can't find you. I've learned a martial arts skill these past few days and haven't figured it out for 10 days and a half. I want you to give me some pointers. It turns out to be Elder Hao.
Jin Liang nodded and said,
Wait a moment. Sect Master, what about me? In the past few days, the follow-up martial arts of
24 solar term shocking finger
in the martial arts pavilion have been completed. I have been learning for 4 or 5 days.
But I can't grasp the artistic conception. You will give it to me later. I'll give you some pointers,
shouted an elder wearing an eye patch. As soon as the elder spoke, many elders also echoed. Turn out to be
24 solar term shocking god fingers.
Was originally incomplete. Many people have learned the upper part, but cannot learn the lower part. After Hua Yuano returned to the sect, he happened to complete this technique. Therefore, those elders who had studied the upper part rushed to study the lower part's mental method. But after all, it is a step-by-step low-level exercise. If someone provides guidance, you may be able to learn it faster. If you just explore it by yourself, it can take as little as 1 or 2 years, and as many as 3 to 5 years. This is the benefit of the sect. Yang Muchung nodded. Learn from each other and discuss with each other, forming a virtuous circle. Therefore, sects such as Wandao Sword Sect will never decline. Jin Liang cupped his fists and smiled, saying,
I have only been experimenting with the martial art.
24 solar term shocking fingers.
For 3 or 4 days before I barely stepped into the threshold and gained my own little insights. I'm afraid it's hard to give you too much constructive guidance.
Ah? Hearing this, many elders wailed.
Sect Master, even you have just barely stepped through the threshold. What should we do? Yes, many disciples have gone to learn the
24 solar term shocking god finger
these days, but they are all confused. There is a disciple under me who comes to me almost every 2 days to ask questions. One head is as big as 2. My disciples are too nice to study. But we haven't learned anything yet. How can we guide our disciples randomly?
Jin Liang glanced at Yang Muchung, and then said with a smile,
I forgot to introduce you. This is our great uncle. Regarding the follow-up exercises of
24 solar term shocking god finger.
Great uncle has already learned it. My great uncle and I came to the martial arts field. And it was also in order to discuss the follow-up content of this exercise. If you don't understand anything, you can ask my uncle.
Great uncle? Many elders almost bit off their tongues. As early as when Jin Liang came in, they noticed the young man following Jin Liang. But everyone just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. After all, there will be some disciples who see the sect leader and shamelessly beg the sect leader for advice. Therefore, they subconsciously regarded Yang Muchung as that type of person. But no one expected that this boy was actually his great-uncle. Chapter 613. Jin Liang stared blankly.
Why does this kid look familiar? I seem to have seen him somewhere. I remembered. He is one of the new disciples of this batch. And his name seems to be Old Demon Yang. How did he suddenly transform into our great-uncle? Yes, even the sect master has to be polite when he sees him?
Many elders were puzzled. His face was full of curiosity, and he looked at Yang Muchung in astonishment.
I remembered that my master was trapped in an ancient tomb, and he was the one who rescued him. Our master and him are equals. So he naturally became our great-uncle.
A well-informed person, said Elder. Explained quickly. So that's what happened. Although, there was quite a bit of criticism for such a boy who suddenly became his master-uncle. But what everyone cares more about is Yang Muchung's strength.
Master-uncle's cultivation level seems to be only perfect at the golden elixir.
Right.
Only disciples who are above the half-step nascent soul realm can enter the 7th level and obtain low-grade Shin level martial arts. Right? Yes. A disciple from the nascent soul realm came to me 2 days ago and asked me how to practice and comprehend the follow-up content of
24 solar term shocking God finger
with his cultivation level. Even if he has obtained it, I'm afraid it's hard to learn. Right?
Many elders whispered in low voices. Jin Liang nodded secretly. What he fears most is that Yang Macheng uses the name of Master's uncle to raise the banner. Now he just took this opportunity to show himself in front of the elders and make a fool of himself first. Among these 10,000 sword sects,
strength is still the most respected one. Even if you are a master uncle, it is only your identity that hinders others. Thinking of this, Jin Liang looked at Yang Macheng with a smile and said,
Uncle Master, these elders are a little confused about the follow-up techniques of
24 solar term shocking God finger.
Since you have learned it, why not demonstrate it with us? Good.
Yang Macheng cannot be tricked either. He looked around and then spoke calmly.
The first half of the
24 solar terms Jingshan finger
has a total of 24 moves, each named after the 24 solar terms. This is the beginning of Spring Finger. This is the Rain Finger. This is the Jingzha Finger. And this is the Vernal Equinox Fingers. Each finger contains a solar term and a change.
Yang Muqing's right hand made a virtual point and moved continuously in the void. All the elders nodded secretly. It is rare to be able to point 24 to all the societies in the realm of Yang Macheng. But who are the people present? They are all elders of the sect and senior officials of the sword sect. They have met many disciples who have long been able to achieve perfection in the golden core and have pointed out these 24 to the society. Perhaps they were still amazed when the first disciple who could learn this trick appeared. But when the second, third, or even 6, 7 or 8 people appeared, they were not surprised. Therefore, when Yang Macheng used these 24 fingers, the evaluation given to him by everyone was only good.
The second half of its technique is to integrate these 24 changes into one in a clever manner. This is the most difficult part. The fusion of these 24 fingers is called the shocking finger. At the same time, it is also the most essential part of this martial art. Anyone who wants to learn it must first fully understand the previous 24 fingers. Only after you have mastered every finger change can you learn it. This is the real one-finger shock.
Yang Muqing's right hand slowly moved a little. Although his movements were extremely casual, but in everyone's eyes, they became extremely mysterious. It seems that the 4 seasons of the year, the 24 solar terms, and thousands of changes are all integrated into this finger. When it was pointed in the void, the complete space suddenly cracked with countless cracks like a glass-like bang sound. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt like they were living in a dream, and they woke up from their dreams one after another.
This,
Jin Liang's eyes widened. He originally planned to see Yang Macheng make a fool of himself in front of these elders. However, when Yang Macheng finished his sentence, he realized that he was completely wrong. And it was still very wrong. Yang Macheng not only learned this martial art, but also integrated it to the point of complete success. Only then did Jin Liang understand why this young uncle refused to discuss it with him. Because he has already completely learned this martial art. And there is no need for him to give any guidance at all. In fact, it's just the opposite. He can completely guide himself in this martial arts. After thinking about all this, Jin Liang couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it.
Uncle Master, can you demonstrate it to me again? Is this the essence of the 24 solar terms Jingshan finger? Oh my god! The Jingshan finger is so mysterious. Although this finger of frightening is a low-grade martial art of the earth level, its power is comparable to that of a mid-grade earth level martial art. Uncle Master, please come and demonstrate it to us again.
For a while, many elders came to their senses in shock. They were like students eager for knowledge. They suddenly shouted. They all looked at Yang Macheng in disbelief and shouted one after another. All previous doubts about Yang Macheng being too young and about Yang Muqing's strength were all thrown away at this moment. And he was regarded as his real great uncle.
My current cultivation level is too low, and it takes a lot of energy to comprehend the artistic conception in the demon elixir. Now this finger has taken away more than 90% of my inner strength. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to demonstrate it again.
Yang Macheng waved his hand.
If you want to learn,
go to my floating island another day, and I will teach you again.
Yes. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. He didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed at being rejected by Yang Macheng. After all, the other party is your uncle. one of the highest elders of the sect who manages everything day by day. How can he have time to teach you little by little? It would be nice to take some time out to give you some pointers. Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at Jean Liang leisurely. Jean Liang, I learned a low-grade self-protection technique some time ago. This technique is also a fragment. It can be arranged by practitioners to derive subsequent martial arts. However, I have never encountered this kind of upgradable martial arts. Do you have any suggestions? If anyone else said this to Jean Liang would definitely ridicule him unceremoniously. I'll knock you down. If a martial artist with perfect golden elixir can learn a low-level martial skill, you can burn high incense. Why talk about continuing to develop subsequent martial arts and create more advanced techniques? Just don't come out and embarrass yourself. Okay. But when Yang Muchung said this, he could only stare. Chapter 614, asking to see Master Uncle. Let out a long sigh. Jean Liang knew that the great uncle in front of him was many times more intelligent than he imagined. His previous guesses and inferences simply did not hold up in his case. He shook his head with a wry smile. And then he said, Uncle Master, I happen to have some experience on how to create martial arts. If you want to create martial arts, you must first study many martial arts in this category. For example, if you want to create self-protection martial arts, you must guard the martial arts of category A. After understanding the differences between each martial skill, then we can begin. Yang Muchung nodded to express his understanding. He glanced at the sky. Today was no longer suitable, so I just squeezed through the crowd and returned to the floating island under the expectant eyes of a group of elders. Although Yang Muchung is not on the island these days, but Gunangsy keeps the entire island in order. After all, it is a first-class island, and the concentration of spiritual energy within it is undoubtedly the first among the sections. Those who practice Gunangsy here will not suffer any loss. After Yang Muchung came back, he gave her some advice. As for the golden-haired rat, he spends his free time in Yang Muchung's dragon tail bracelet. After all, it is a demon king, and it is somewhat inappropriate to appear in this sect with many warriors. Along with Yang Muchung, it also obtained a lot of demon pills in Feiyin domain, which was enough for him to absorb for a long time. A night of silence. It was almost before dawn when Yang Muchung woke up. He rushed directly to the martial arts pavilion. All martial arts. He started from the lowest level. Fortunately, Jean Liang pointed him in a direction. If he wanted to create the next martial arts of the Dragon Soul armor, he had to start with the skills within the armor. Anyway, few people come here on the first and second floors. Yang Muchung's movements became a little bolder, and he went directly to the area for self-protection exercises and started learning them one by one. Golden Gang Body Protection, Golden Armor Shield, Iron Wall Secrets. Hey, there are actually follow-up. Bronze Wall Secrets, Silver Wall Secrets, and Golden Wall Secrets. At first, it was not so fun when I was in Tuatyin Palace, because in Tuatyin Palace, no matter which level you enter, there is a time limit. But among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect, there is no such thing, and there is no repelling barrier on the first and second levels, so you can stay as long as you want. Since his strength has now reached Golden Core perfection, the speed at which he can learn these martial arts has increased by at least 2 or 3 times compared to before. It took almost half a day. He just went through the armor techniques of Ling Jia, Huang Jia, and Xin Jia. Of course, Yang Muchung was not satisfied, because in the martial arts pavilion, in addition to fingering, sword, knife, body, stick, boxing, what should I do if I encounter an advanceable martial skill again in the future? Nature. Yang Muchung didn't let anyone go. But, while Yang Muchung was studying martial arts crazily in the martial arts pavilion, his palace island was also crowded with people at this moment. Almost as soon as Yang Muchung left and entered the martial arts pavilion, Gunnanshi was awakened by a burst of noise. Notice. The suspended island belongs to an individual's private territory. It's rare that anyone else comes in. And Yang Muchung is still a new disciple of Wandao Sword Sect, and it is even less likely that he will have many fellow disciples coming to visit him. Therefore, when Gun Nanchi heard the noise, he was immediately awakened and rushed out to greet him, wanting to see who was coming. And there seemed to be a lot of people. However, it didn't matter what he saw. After seeing it, Gun Nanchi almost died of fright. Elder Wang from the Law Enforcement Hall. But see, Elder Wang and 6 or 7 people were walking in a mighty manner. Did the master commit a crime? Did he offend the law enforcement hall?
Just when Gun Nanchi was thinking wildly, she saw Elder Wang running all the way to her. Without saying anything, he bowed deeply. Several law enforcement elders behind him bowed together.
Miss Gu, please go and report, and I will come to apologize to my uncle.
Gun Nanchi's eyes almost popped out. It wasn't until a moment later that she realized that the Miss Gu the other party was referring to was herself. It should be noted that in the past, outer disciples, like her, were not treated favorably by others. Only after entering the inner sect can you have your own place in the sect. But even so, when meeting senior members of the sect, one must be respectful.
Master Uncle, Elder Wang, there is only Emperor Yang in the Palace Island. Not the Master Uncle you call me,
Gunaxi said quickly. Elder Wang smiled lightly and said,
Miss Gu, Emperor Yang is our great uncle.
What? Gun Nanchi's mouth opened wide, and he was so shocked that he swallowed a fist. When did Yang Muchung become his great uncle? However, just when Gunaxi was shocked, another noisy sound was heard. Then he saw more than a dozen elders coming together. The leader was Elder Hao from the martial arts field.
Miss Gu, is my uncle here?
But see, Elder Hao came to the front, bowed towards Gun and River, and then asked,
Holy Lord, he went out early in the morning.
Gun Nanchi was terrified. She had never seen such a big battle or such an intense scene. Yang Muchung just came back from Fakian territory yesterday, and today so many elders came to visit him. Moreover, it was still such a respectful gesture.
Then when will my uncle come back?
Elder Hao asked again. Gun Nanchi shook his head.
I don't know either. Forget it. Let's wait for him here,
an elder suggested. Elder Hao nodded and was about to speak, but he glanced at Elder Wang beside him and said in surprise,
Hey, old Wang, aren't you in the law enforcement hall? Why are you here? Uncle Master? I'm here to apologize.
Elder Wang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I have been standing here a long time ago. As soon as you entered the island, you rushed towards me. But now you ask me why I am here? But, at this moment, it was not the time to care about this. Elder Wang was also full of doubts. He glanced at everyone suspiciously and couldn't help but ask,
Why are you here? And there are still so many people? Are there no disciples to guide today? We came to ask for guidance from our great uncle. Yesterday at the martial arts field, our great uncle demonstrated to us the follow-up chapters of
24 Solar Term Shocking God Fingers.
Our understanding was low, and we were not able to understand it. So we came here early this morning to ask for guidance.
Elder Hao laughed and said,
Besides, those of us who are here don't know about us. Yesterday, many people heard about the martial arts arena, so they are probably coming soon.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard another commotion outside, and another 7 or 8 elders stepped into the island. Gun Nanchi's eyes widened. No matter how receptive she is, she still doesn't know what happened yesterday. Why did Yang Muchung suddenly become his great uncle? And why so many elders came to seek guidance? Chapter 6:15, There is something wrong with your move. The originally quiet island suddenly became lively. Some disciples, who didn't know what was going on, were also attracted by the news here.
Isn't that the island of Yang Lamo's palace? Why is it so lively today? Why are so many elders here? Could it be that old demon Yang has committed something again? Oh my god! Why is the sect leader here too?
But see, Jin Liang, dressed in a golden robe, descended from the sky with his hands behind his back, and slowly entered the island. Jin Liang came late today. After all, he is the sect leader, and there are still many related matters waiting for him to deal with in the sect. Last night, he thought about it, but still couldn't find the way to the Jingshan finger. No. As soon as he finished dealing with it, he hurried over, hoping to get answers from Yang Muchung. But, when he arrived at the Palace Island, he was stunned and shocked.
Why are you all here?
Among the Wandao Sword sect, almost most of the 70 or 80 elders came here, and were eagerly waiting for Yang Muchung's return.
Excuse me, where is my uncle?
Jin Liang came to Gun Nanchi and asked cautiously.
The Holy One went out early in the morning.
Gun Nanchi's head seemed to explode. She originally thought, having seen so many elders come here, her ability to accept them is already quite strong. But seeing Jin Liang in such a posture, he could no longer remain calm.
Anyway, I still have some time, so just wait here for a while.
Jin Liang smiled faintly, and like many elders, sat on the ground, waiting for Yang Muchung's return. This wait. That is from early morning to dusk. Until then. Only then did Yang Muchung walk out of the martial arts pavilion.
Not a bad harvest today. Although I have spent a whole day in this martial arts pavilion. I have learned all the martial arts of the spiritual level, yellow level, and Xian level. Regarding the follow-up chapter of the Dragon Soul Armor, there are some brows. It's not difficult to derive them.
Thinking in mind, Yang Muchung then walked slowly and leisurely towards his island. But, when he returned to his suspended island, he was stunned. I just saw that outside the suspended island, 3 levels inside and 3 outside, were surrounded by a group of disciples. These people all looked eagerly, as if they were waiting for someone to come over.
Why don't you go in?
Yang Muchung asked a little funny.
Go in?
One of the disciples snorted coldly, glanced at Yang Muchung, and said contemptuously,
Do you know whose territory this is? This is the floating island of the Great Uncle. Only elders are qualified to enter. We disciples, not even qualified to get in.
Elder? Yang Muchung looked towards the palace island in confusion, only to find dozens of elders sitting there, as respectful as primary school students. I actually forgot about my errand. Yang Muchung slapped his head, and then realized what he was doing. I asked these elders to come over yesterday, and I gave them some pointers on the frightening finger. As a result, I put all my thoughts on the Dragon Soul Armor and actually forgot about this matter. Thinking of this, he quickly pushed aside the crowd and prepared to enter the island.
What are you doing?
At this time, the disciple who spoke before spoke again.
The sect master said that disciples are not allowed to enter the island of my uncle. If they were like you and directly broke into my uncle's island, wouldn't it be a mess? I am their great uncle.
Yang Muchung grinned.
You?
The disciple looked Yang Muchung up and down and snorted coldly. He didn't have time to speak yet. Just saw that Yang Muchung had already entered the island.
Humph. This kid really thinks of himself as his master's uncle. Many disciples broke into the island before and were kicked out. I want to see what happens to you.
When the disciple saw Yang Muchung, he was like this entering the island grandly. I couldn't help but frown. Just when he was expecting that Yang Muchung would be kicked out like others. Many elders, including Jin Liang, stood up excitedly after seeing Yang Muchung.
Master Uncle!
There was deathly silence inside and outside the island. The disciple who was full of ridicule before looked at Yang Muchung with incredible eyes. What's the situation? Many disciples outside the island almost stared out of their eyes. Many of them don't know what happened in the square yesterday, but they only know that the sect has an additional great uncle. But in their impression, shouldn't this great uncle be a senior with white beard and hair, and an immortal spirit? How come you are so young?
Sorry. I went to the martial arts pavilion early in the morning and forgot what happened today.
Yang Muchung sat down and Gun Nanchi quickly brought a cup of tea to him. After taking a slow sip of tea, Yang Muchung looked at the crowd and said,
I know that you are here today to learn the follow-up chapter of the Shocking Finger. In this case, I will demonstrate another change.
He finished speaking. The 70 or 80 elders all held their breaths and listened attentively. Most of the people here, except for Elder Howe's 7 or 8 people, had seen the frightening finger demonstrated by Yang Muchung yesterday. But many other people still heard word of mouth, and they were still a little confused and skeptical about Yang Muchung's ability to learn this amazing finger. However, when Yang Muchung opened his mouth, these people were completely shocked.
It turns out that this is the true artistic conception of the frightening finger. One finger contains 24 solar terms, including the changes in the 4 seasons of the year. With one finger, you can startle the gods, and with the other, you can startle the dreams, integrating thousands of changes into one. This is the ultimate secret.
Until Yang Muchung finished speaking. Among the many elders, some looked suddenly enlightened, while others were still a little confused. Some fell into silence, while others were still thinking carefully. At this time, Jin Liang stood up slowly. He cupped his fists and said,
Uncle Master, I have understood some secrets. Let me demonstrate them again. Can you take a look? Okay.
Yang Muchung nodded. But see, Jin Liang took a deep breath, and just stood there with a flawless posture. A mysterious feeling also slowly emanated from his aura. When this momentum reached its peak, Jin Liang stretched out his right hand and tapped the void lightly. At this moment, the entire virtual space seemed to have turned into a lake, with large ripples rising.
Good. As expected of the sect leader, after a few words from my uncle, I understood it immediately.
Feeling the magnanimity of this finger, many elders couldn't help but admire it.
And Jean Liang also looked proud. After all, he has even learned heaven-level martial arts. It is not too difficult for him to learn the 24 solar term shocking divine finger. There are just some principles. There is no way to understand them. Yang Mucheng made a little effort, and he suddenly realized that it was naturally easy to learn. However, at this time, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown and said, "There's something wrong with your move." Chapter 616 The Terrifying Great Uncle. There's something wrong with your move. When Yang Mucheng said these words, many people present were shocked. Elder Hao and others were puzzled, because they could feel that Jean Liang's finger was almost exactly the same as Yang Mucheng's artistic conception. However, due to Yang Mucheng's status as master's uncle, they couldn't speak directly. Certainly, the one who was most puzzled was Jean Liang. However, after all, Yang Mucheng understood this trick more deeply than he did, even to the point of complete success. As the saying goes, a master is a teacher. Although he had doubts in his heart, he could only hold back his doubts and ask, "Uncle Master, I dare to ask, what is the problem?" Yang Mucheng said calmly, "When you used this finger, did you feel that your right arm was shaking slightly? The Tien and lung meridian in your hand was slightly blocked, and the internal energy was blocked. How do you know?" Jean Liang was shocked. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng couldn't explain why, but he never dreamed that the other party would understand his situation so clearly. Yang Mucheng did not answer, but in the same way, he slowly pointed towards the void and used the frightening finger. Then, he looked at Jean Liang and asked, "What's the difference between your previous finger and mine?" "This finger is the cycle of the 24 solar terms, which is equivalent to the cycle of the seasons of the year. When I use my finger, it cannot move as freely as you do from summer to autumn, and there is some stagnation and obstruction." Jean Liang thought for a moment and reached it seriously. At this time, the elders who were still thinking about the finger of shocking God raised their heads at this moment and looked at Yang Mucheng with curiosity on their faces. Yang Mucheng said lightly, "You have once practiced the Night Demon finger, which is a top-level Shen-level finger. This finger is based on strength and strength. Its characteristics are exactly the same as the Lixia finger and Lixia finger among the 24 solar terms of the shocking God finger. The 6 fingering methods are similar, such as Xiaoman Ji and Mangzhong Ji. But with the Night Demon finger, you practiced forcibly when you were weak in strength, which resulted in some damage to the meridians. Therefore, on this frightening finger, you cannot freely switch and integrate the 24 solar terms into one. Of course, for a master like you in the transformation stage, this kind of trivial matter is not enough to worry about. However, if this little problem persists, this will happen when you perform all such martial arts in the future." From Yang Mucheng's first sentence, Jean Liang's expression completely changed, because every word the other person said was something he had personally experienced. It's not just that once you learn the shocking God finger, you can't switch freely. He would have some problems in using almost all these slightly changed martial arts. It's just that he never took it seriously. But now that Yang Mucheng spoke, he realized the seriousness of the matter. "Uncle Master, is there any way to save it?" Jean Liang asked quickly. However, as soon as he said these words, he felt like an idiot. It was not easy for Yang Mucheng to see his hidden illness. So how could there be a solution? But what shocked Jean Liang was that Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "This is not a big problem. In addition to cleansing the marrow and cutting down the sutras, there are simpler ways to deal with the hidden diseases left behind by your forced cultivation. The Night Devil finger is too strong. Just learn Ro Water finger to complement each other. Although this fingering method is not very powerful, it has the effect of warming and nourishing the meridians. Once you learn this martial art, the hidden disease can be eliminated." Soft water finger? Everyone was puzzled. Those who can become elders must have at least around the realm of transformation into gods. I don't know how many martial arts skills I have learned in the martial arts pavilion, but why haven't I heard of this kind of fingering technique? "Uncle Master, do we have such martial arts in our martial arts pavilion?" Jean Liang couldn't help but said. Yang Mucheng looked at Jean Liang strangely. "You are the master of the sword sect, but you actually have martial arts that you don't know about." "It is a high-grade martial art in the Xian level, the lowest-ranked finger technique." It wasn't until Yang Mucheng opened his mouth that everyone reacted. Turn out to be, whether in the sword sect or in other sects, there is a problem of respecting martial arts. Since martial arts are respected, naturally the more powerful the martial arts, the more people will compete to learn them.
That's why so many elders are flocking to the Jingshan finger. Although soft water finger is a high-grade Xian level martial skill, its power ranks at the bottom among fingering techniques. If Yang Muchun said it, no one would know.
Thank you, Uncle Master, for the tip.
Jin Liang was suspicious, although he still didn't dare to believe what Yang Muchun said was true or false. The other party at least gave him some tips. When the time comes, go to the martial arts pavilion and take a look, and you will know. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchun spoke again.
Well, since you are here today, I will also teach you the soft water finger by the way. Although this fingering method is not very powerful, it is also somewhat difficult to learn. I said, you remember, soft water finger, focusing on warming and nourishing the meridians.
Yang Muchun explained Rou Shuiji's thoughts eloquently, making everyone's eyes almost bulge. Jin Liang couldn't help but be stunned. But he quickly came to his senses and listened carefully. There may be some confusion, but Yang Yuchengxuan even explained it verbally. Moreover, in a more unique way, this skill was crushed and broken into pieces for others to study. A high-grade Xian level martial skill would take at least half a month at Jin Liang's original speed. But after Yang Mucheng's careful explanation, he actually fully understood the soft water finger in such a short period of time. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Jin Liang quickly sat down cross-legged and quickly started to operate according to the contents of his mind. Suddenly, he only felt that an inner energy, like a hot spring, was constantly nourishing the Tianlung meridian of his hands. It's like the earth that has been dry for a long time suddenly feels comfortable like spring rain for the first time. When this feeling came to his mind, he used the shocking finger. After using it this time, the previous feeling of jerkiness and sluggishness in the transition from summer to autumn immediately disappeared and became extremely mellow. This, Jin Liang almost bit off his tongue. Notice, people who practice are prone to hidden diseases such as damage to their meridians. Once these hidden diseases occur, they will last a lifetime and are difficult to treat. But they didn't expect that Yang Muchun could completely get rid of this problem by just merging the two techniques with each other.
Uncle Master, how did you do it?
Jin Liang couldn't help but ask.
This?
Yang Muchun smiled and said,
it's simple. After you go to the martial arts pavilion and learn all the techniques, it will be easy to deal with this kind of problem.
Hear this? Jin Liang couldn't help but tremble. There was only one thought in his mind. This great uncle is so terrifying. Chapter 617 The Mysterious Young Man Mr. Elegant. Original. Jin Liang still felt somewhat resistant to Yang Muchun suddenly becoming his master uncle. But now, he realizes his own shallowness. Thinking of this, he bowed to Yang Muchun respectfully.
Thank you, great uncle.
This time he called,
Master Uncle.
Sincerely,
Master Uncle.
The words just fell. An elder in the crowd quickly shouted,
I have been practicing martial arts and my meridians have been damaged. Can you see what's going on?
The speaker turned out to be Elder Wang from the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked over, saying,
your situation is exactly the opposite of Jin Liang's. The night demon finger practiced by Jin Liang is too strong, and the dragon capturing hand you practiced is too feminine. One of the top martial arts of the Xian level. The third section of the Haotian sword technique and the dragon capturing hand can just happen to neutralize this situation for you. Master Uncle, where's mine?
For a while, the elders were completely boiling. Just like what Yang Mucheng said before, damage to the meridians is a big or small matter. This kind of hidden disease does not usually show up. But once you practice a certain skill, it will happen. It can cause meridian rupture at the least, or even lead to a regression in cultivation. Now, how can people not be shocked that this great uncle can easily lift it?
In your situation, you'd better practice the last form of Tianling sword technique to make up for it. Yours is a little more troublesome. I recommend 3 martial arts to you, namely the lower level of Xuanjie, the upper level of Xuanjia, and the best of Xuanjia. For these 3 martial arts, you only need to learn the first move. There is no need to practice it deeply.
70 or 80 elders wanted to have their heads broken. Yang Mucheng also explained everything with a smile. When Jin Liang saw this, he simply took Gun Nanqi's job and started serving tea and water. It took several hours before Yang Mucheng finished giving all the instructions. Elders who received guidance, they left excitedly one by one, rushed into the martial arts pavilion, and started practicing according to the method described by Yang Mucheng.
Master Uncle!
After seeing everyone leave, Jin Liang poured a cup of tea and served it carefully.
I came here this time, firstly, to learn the shocking finger, and secondly, to tell you about the spiritual sword ranking. Explain.
Yang Muchung nodded.
The spirit sword ranking will open in 2 months. During this period, the top 10 beings in the ranking will be arranged to enter the Tai Xian realm to practice. Do you plan to enter?
Jim Liang asked. Yang Muchung was confused.
What is the Tai Xian realm?
Jim Liang said.
This is one of the secret cultivation realms of our Wandao sword sect. It is not usually open to the public. Of course, you are the master's uncle. You can go in whenever you want. However, although this secret realm is one of the secret realms in the sect, it's the lowest level secret realm. But it's also quite difficult.
If it were the original situation, Jim Liang would definitely not have opened such a back door for Yang Muchung. But now, he won't. This is his master uncle. If you want to open the back door, you must first learn all 3 martial arts techniques including Ling, Huang, and Xian. This kind of genius, no matter which sect, will do its best to cultivate it. Not to mention, he is still the great uncle.
I know. I will make preparations in the next few days.
Yang Muchung nodded. After Jin Liang left, only then did Yang Muchung fall into silence. No matter what kind of existence the Tai Xian realm is, with his current strength and condition, it is not too difficult to break through. After all, he now has 2 low-level martial arts skills, 1 attack and 1 defense. Enough to handle a range of situations. But what troubled Yang Muchung the most was that his 9-dragon flying sword was broken by the ancient divine ape in Haotian Mountain. Now that he has no weapons, he is in a bit of trouble.
There is also an armory in the sword sect. I will go and have a look tomorrow.
At this time, thousands of miles away from the Wandao sword sect, at the foot of the Haotian Mountain, a young man wearing a white robe and a purple gold crown slowly appeared, waving a folding fan. He has an elegant posture, as if he is not walking in the flying sky where monsters are rampant, but in his own back garden.
Hee. The demon king who is half a step into the nascent soul realm actually founded a country?
When the young man glanced at the dilapidated Haotian Mountain with the banner of the demon kingdom still fluttering in the wind, his eyes lit up.
This time, I went out of the immortal sect specially. I wonder if there are any young talents in the Jiuzhou continent who are suitable for me to lead into the immortal sect,
the young man said quietly. And at this time, a pair of blue eyes quietly lit up in the darkness like a burning lamp. These lights are none other than the eyes of the Demon King. There was a battle in Haotian Mountain, and the smell of blood lingered around the sky for 3 months. These Demon Kings were all attracted by the smell of blood. Now, this young man was surrounded by these monsters.
Kneel down!
The young man closed his folding fan and said calmly,
Roar!
Suddenly, his gesture made many Demon Kings furious. He is obviously just a lifeless being, just like an ordinary person. But he still dares to let Demon Kings like them kneel down? Waves of angry roars resounded instantly. Tongue! 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 Almost in an instant, dozens of Demon Kings jumped out of the forest, jumped out of the darkness, and rushed towards the young man desperately. The young man slowly raised his head and raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom! A terrifying force of blood poured down rapidly in a crazy manner. In an instant, it hit the dozens of Demon Kings with a crashing gesture. The terrifying aura was like a mountain peak, and like a pair of invisible big hands, it crushed the attacking Demon Kings directly from midair.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Bursts of dull sound suddenly exploded. In an instant, dozens of Demon Kings hit the ground like meteorites. Their entire bodies were crushed into the ground, completely crushed, and turned into a piece of flesh. And this breath came and went quickly. There was not even the slightest movement in the surrounding space.
Snort! How dare a group of Demon Kings who are masters of the golden elixir dare to sneak attack me? Even the Demon Kings of the Tai realm don't dare to be presumptuous when they see me. Just you. Can you hurt me, Mr. Elegance?
The young man put away the folding fan with a pop sound, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly. Every time he took a step forward, the Demon Kings hiding in the darkness took a step back. Just 3 or 4 steps. This young man disappeared completely, as if he had never appeared in the Fatian domain. Apart from the large blood stains on the ground proving that he had appeared, there was no other proof. Chapter 618 Jurong Island.
Master Uncle! Master Uncle!
Walking in the sword sect, disciples who are hurrying back and forth will stop respectfully and call out, Master Uncle, when they see the young man passing by.
Yang Muchung nodded slightly, and nodded one by one. At this moment, he had just walked out of the weapons pavilion. Although the weapons in the weapons pavilion were various, they did not have the type of long sword he needed. He remembered that there was an elder in Jurong Island who specialized in making weapons for his disciples. So at this moment, he is on his way to Jurong Island. The island lives up to its name. The moment Yang Muchung stepped onto the island, he felt a terrible hot breath. The entire island is actually covered with volcanoes. From the ring-shaped peaks, magma is constantly surging out, as if the temperature has quietly increased to an extreme. Ding! 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 Far away. Then, there was a clanking sound of forging, which was coherent and dense. But, from a distance, he saw a large number of people waiting in front of an open-air iron furnace. Some of these disciples, like Yang Muchung, came to seek forging of weapons, and some were disciples who specialized in forging and were working hard at forging at this moment. There are many kinds of weapons all around. Yang Muchung was not as restrained as other disciples. He would pick up this weapon to take a look at it, and then pick up that weapon to try it out. But after trying it in my hands, I couldn't help but shake my head. He shook his head and it was okay. But a shirtless middle-aged man holding a hammer beside him couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as this kid came to the Jurong Island, he just looked around and looked around. He didn't come here to ask for the posture that the weapon should have. He kept shaking his head while holding the weapon he made, as if the weapon he made was ordinary. This middle-aged man was also a proud and arrogant person. He immediately put away the forging hammer, turned a cold face, and shouted to Yang Muchung. Boy, why are you shaking your head? Do you know about forging? Do you understand? Can't read. Yang Muchung said very straightforwardly. I don't understand why you are shaking your head. The middle-aged man snorted, feeling unhappy. Fortunately, Yang Muchung said he didn't understand. If he said he understood, he would have a good chat with this kid. Although I have never learned blacksmithing, I have used and seen many weapons. These weapons are too imperfectly made, and the impact point of the hammer is uneven. They are not made from iron ore. Right. Go and give me iron ore. Come out and say I'm here. Yang Mu became enlightened. Iron battle. The owner of Jurong Island is also the sex forging master. Yesterday, he also went to his palace island with Jin Liang. Yang Muchung showed him some methods and let him practice to restore the damaged meridians. At that time, Taijan said that if Yang Muchung wanted to forge weapons, he could come directly to Jurong Island. So he came here. You can also call the elder by his name? Before the middle-aged man could get angry, many people around him started shouting angrily. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. As the great uncle of the sword master, even if Jin Liang saw him, he would have to treat him with respect. For a forging elder, he couldn't shout. However, he didn't care about anything with these people. He walked to an empty stone chair with his hands behind his back, gently touched the dust with his long sleeves, and sat down. Anyway, Taijan would come out every day to guide his disciples in forging, so he would just wait here for a while. Stand up! But, as soon as Yang Muchung sat down, the middle-aged man walked over with a cold face. This is the elder's position, not for you to sit in. Who are you? Yang Muchung sneered. What if I have to sit here? He is Elder Tai's disciple. His most proud disciple Fu Zitao. You don't even know about him. And you still want to ask for weapons? Elder Tai rarely makes weapons for others himself. Now it's Fu Zitao who does it. Only then did Yang Muchung suddenly realize. He glanced at the weapon rack lightly, and then said leisurely, That's it. I said. Why are these weapons so flawed? It turns out that Taijan did not forge them himself. In this case, there is still some hope. What? Fu Zitao was furious when he saw Yang Muchung refusing to leave. Now that I see him slandering the weapons he built, I feel even more angry. At that moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. Come here! Throw this kid out of the Jurong Island! Uh-huh. At this moment, more than 10 disciples suddenly gathered around him. But how could these disciples be Yang Muchung's opponents? He sat on the stone chair without moving, and easily dispatched him with 3 punches and 2 kicks. This is because he did not strike hard. If he had struck harder, these disciples would have lost their arms and legs. Seeing the people lying on the ground wailing, Fu Zitao's eyes almost burst into flames. Boy, how dare you make trouble on Jurong Island? I'm not the one making trouble. Right. Yang Muchung raised his eyelids slightly, looked at Fu Zitao leisurely, and said calmly, I just came here to find Taijon. And what about you people? First, they said that I don't deserve to call Taijon by his name. Second, he said that I am not worthy of sitting here. And now he wants to drive me out of the
Jurong Island.
Even if Taijon is here, he doesn't have the guts to drive me out.
Yang Muchung was telling the truth. He is the master's uncle. If Taijon dared to touch him like this, he would be deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. When Hua Yuano comes out of seclusion, can he be spared? But, in Fu Zitao's view, Yang Muchung was just bragging.
Boy, how dare you be so presumptuous? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be named Fu.
Boom! Furious to the extreme, Fu Zitao stepped forward. Without saying a word, he flipped up the war hammer in his hand and smashed it down crazily with an awe-inspiring gesture. He didn't hold back at all with his hammer, and it crashed down. Even a pile of pig iron would be smashed into discus by him. In Fu Zitao's view, Yang Muchung would be scared to death with this blow. But Yang Muchung sat there, motionless, as if he was scared to death.
Not good!
This moment, Fu Zitao's heart trembled. If this hammer killed Yang Muchung, then it wouldn't be worth it to him. When the time comes, he will be punished by the law enforcement hall. However, with the arrow on the string, he wants to restrain himself now. But it is no longer possible. He could only roar and shout.
Get away quickly! Hide!
When Yang Muchung heard this, he smiled disdainfully, facing the giant hammer that crashed down. He stretched out a finger and pointed towards the giant hammer. This finger is the newly learned frightening finger. Now, it was also Yang Muchung's first time to use the frightening finger in actual combat. Chapter 6:19 Forging in the Furnace. A finger gently touched the war hammer. However, in everyone's eyes, he seemed to be stuck in the void. Large ripples centered along his finger, spread in all directions desperately. Even at this moment, large cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Wow! It was like glass breaking. The ripples rushed towards the war hammer. What? This moment, Fu Zitao just felt as if several completely different forces were rushing towards him in an unpredictable manner. Some are strong and some are feminine. There is ice and cold. And there is heat. The war hammer at his hand was still hot one moment, but seemed to be frozen the next moment.
Boom!
The next moment, Fu Zitao's body trembled. He couldn't help but swept backwards, and fell directly to the ground.
This is...
Everyone's eyes were almost bulging out. With such a light finger, such a terrifying blow was resolved. Who is this kid? Fu Zitao's expression suddenly darkened. He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered.
No wonder you dare to come to Jurong Island to cause trouble. You have some strength. But I underestimated you. However, Jurong Island, this is not a place where you can run wild. Fu Zitao, stop!
Just when Fu Zitao was about to take action, a majestic shout resounded from the side. But see! An old man with a gray beard slowly walked out of the attic. This old man is none other than Taijon, the master of Jurong Island.
Elder, this kid is causing trouble here.
Fu Zitao shouted quickly when he saw Taijon. At this moment, all the disciples present looked solemnly at the elder with respectful eyes. Fu Zitao even slashed Yang Muchung with his eyes, thinking, you kid, you are in trouble now. Elder Tai is out. How can you be arrogant? But when he saw it, Fu Zitao was stunned. But he saw Yang Muchung still sitting leisurely on the stone chair, with a look of impatience on his face.
Taijon, why are you here? I've been waiting for a long time.
What? Yang Muchung's words almost caused everyone present to bite off their tongues. He actually had this attitude when facing the elders.
Elder Tai is the most respectful senior. He hates others being disrespectful to him. This kid is finished.
Such an idea has arisen in the minds of many people. However, just when everyone thought that the Taijon would throw Yang Muchung out of Jurong Island in a rage, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Just seeing Taijon trotting all the way, he quickly came to Yang Muchung's side and said cautiously,
Uncle Master, why are you here?
Great uncle? At this moment, everyone including Fu Zitao felt that their heads were blank, and they even felt that their brains were turning into a ball of mush. And they really couldn't turn around. Taijon actually called this boy Master Uncle?
I have no weapons, and I want to ask you to help me build one.
Yang Muchung smiled lightly and said,
You seem to be in good spirits today. How is your body recovering?
Taijon suddenly showed a convinced expression, gave Yang Muchung a thumbs up, and couldn't help but said,
Uncle Master, After I came back from your island yesterday, I started practicing according to your method. I still feel the same on weekdays. My body was heavy, but now it seems a lot lighter.
Hisses. After hearing the conversation between these two people, everyone who was still doubtful no longer doubted him. This young man is my uncle. Speaking of which, Taijan raised his eyebrows, looked at Fuzitao, and said angrily,
Fuzitao, you dare to attack my uncle. I will destroy you today. That's it.
Yang Muchung waved his hand. He knew that Taijan valued the teaching aspect the most, so his requirements were quite strict. He would not be so careless as a junior and ruin one of Taijan's disciples. After all, he still wanted Taijan to build weapons for him. So he said calmly,
Ignorance is not a crime. Please spare him this time. Uncle Master, I beg for mercy on your behalf. If you don't come here, you traitor, please kneel down and thank Uncle Master.
Taijan shouted. Fuzitao didn't dare to say a word. He came to Yang Muchung's side obediently, knelt in front of Yang Muchung like a junior, and said respectfully,
Thank you, Uncle Master, for your kindness.
The other disciples also bowed together.
Thank you, Uncle Master, for your kindness.
Yang Muchung nodded slightly and didn't care. If he really competed with these guys, he would have slapped them to death, and there would be no room for them to be alive. Looking at Taijan, Yang Muchung said calmly,
I came here this time to ask you to make a sword for me. My previous sword was smashed by the Demon King in Fakian Domain.
As the two seniors talked, the juniors had already been doing whatever they were supposed to do. As Taijan's favorite disciple, Fuzitao naturally did not dare to leave. He waited carefully and poured tea for the two of them. When he heard that Yang Muchung was about to forge weapons, he said cautiously,
Uncle Master, if you want to forge weapons, you can just send a servant to inform me. Why do you need to come in person?
Yang Muchung smiled and said nothing. Obviously, Fuzitao still somewhat complained that Yang Muchung did not reveal his identity at the beginning. If Yang Muchung had said that he was his master's uncle, there would not be so many misunderstandings. Taijan on the side snorted coldly.
What do you know? How can a real master choose the weapons he chooses at random? Do you know what swords my uncle is good at? There are single-edged swords, double-edged swords, long swords, short swords. There are heavy swords and light swords. The sword is longer and shorter, and the sword is heavier and shorter. It will have a great impact on the warrior. The swords you make can only be used by ordinary disciples. This is our great uncle. How can we guess according to the standards of ordinary disciples?
Yang Muchung nodded. Taijan's words spoke to his heart. It is precisely for this reason that he will do many things himself to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Now, the sword he wants is exactly like this.
Uncle Master, what sword do you need to make?
Taijan shouted to Fuzitao, then turned around and asked.
I used the 9 Dragons flying sword before. It is roughly divided into 4 feet, 3 points and 2 cents, and is a long sword. There is no requirement for weight. I have a strong body, and I am not used to using a light sword. But the sword body is the heavier it is, the better it can be to maximize this strength, Yang Muchung said, slowly drawing with his hands. What he drew was the true dragon sword, which was a combination of 9 dragons and flying swords. I understand.
After Taijan looked at Yang Muchung's drawing, he nodded heavily and said,
Since it is my uncle who has spoken, I will definitely satisfy you. Fuzitao, turn on the furnace and set the fire, Uncle Master.
Come here. We still need you to make the weapon. Shall I take action?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, slightly puzzled. Chapter 620 Xinglua Xuanye's sword. Since it was an iron battle requirement, Yang Muchung immediately stood up and prepared to operate it himself. But see, Fuzitao on the side opened the stove and set fire. This is not a fire in the mortal world, but a magic circle that attracts the flames of all the volcanoes on the island. After the release of many formations, the flames that were enough to burn the sky and extinguish the earth were controlled to about the size of a basin.
What should I do?
Yang Muchung asked, standing aside.
Uncle Master, please watch first. I will call you when I need your help.
Taijan took out a bunch of ores from the space ring, picked, and finally chose an unknown ore, and threw it directly into the flames. Then, he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body were crackling at this moment. His body suddenly grew in size at this moment. He raised his fist and smashed it towards the ore. Go!
What is this for?
There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Idiot. That's refining. Any kind of or contains a variety of impurities. If the impurities are not completely removed, the forged weapons will have great defects. Elder Iron's hands are like hammers. And all his life's work is here. A pair of hands is thousands of times more powerful than a hammer. So there is no need to use a hammer for forging. A disciple explained in a low voice. Uncle Master didn't bring any materials. A disciple asked in a low voice. Idiot. We ordinary disciples who come to ask for weapons must bring their own materials. He is the Master's uncle. Is it possible that he can be treated the same as us? Another person said. He looked at Yang Machung with envy. Uncle Master. It's different. That kind of black ore is the material of the earth. I don't know how many elders have ever wanted to get this material from Elder Tai. But it didn't work. Now Elder Tai is using it freely to build weapons for my uncle. Tai Zhan, the #1 blacksmith in the sword sect, personally crafted it. What is used is the ore that Tai Zhan has collected for many years. This is my great uncle. It's not like ordinary disciples like them who want to ask for a weapon. They don't have to bring their own materials and have to look at other people's faces. This is the gap between the two sides. Amidst the exclamations and exclamations of everyone, Yang Machung squinted his eyes and looked at Tai Zhan, who was struggling to refine it. But he saw that the inexplicable black ore became darker and darker under his tempering. Even the light of the flame seemed to be swallowed up by this piece of black liquid. Drink. At a certain moment, Tai Zhan shouted loudly, and his hands quickly formed crazy seals in front of him. He just saw pieces of runes coming out of his hands. And the dark liquid gradually gathered into the shape of a sword at this moment. Uncle Master. Blood. Tai Zhan said hurriedly. Yang Machung suddenly came to his senses. Weapons above Xian level need to be poured with blood before they can be forged. This is even more true for weapons of this level. Without any hesitation, he quickly flicked his finger, and a drop of blood entered the sword. But see! The black sword body was still unformed. As if in a state of chaos. This is... Yang Machung couldn't help but wonder. But on the contrary, Tai Zhan showed a hint of surprise. He hurriedly said, Master, Uncle, we need blood. This is a necessary step to create Earth-level weapons. The more blood that is incorporated, the stronger it will be. And the forged weapon will be stronger. The stronger? Yang Machung flicked his right finger and wiped his wrist away. At this moment, he injected blood directly into it. But see, the black sword blended with blood gradually took shape at this moment and became more stable. However, this scene shocked the disciples around him. What on earth is it? It's just a weapon. Why does it require so much blood? This is almost going to take away my uncle's time. But Fu Zitao stood aside. But he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Earth level. This is definitely a top-level martial skill on the Earth level. Even the last time Elder Tai made a weapon for the sect leader, he didn't draw so much blood. This weapon can definitely become the strongest among our 10,000 Dao sword sects. A weapon. The sword moves with the heart, and the heart moves with the spirit. This sword contains the blood of my great-uncle. In the future, this sword will connect with his mind. Maybe it can advance to a more advanced existence. Fu Zitao clenched his fists. He once heard Elder Tai Zhan say that some of the peerless magic weapons on the Kyushu continent were forged with blood. Some blacksmiths would even sacrifice their own lives to forge swords in order to successfully refine the magic weapon at the last moment. I thought that forging a sword with one's body was just a legend. Today's scene is probably comparable to using one's own body to forge a sword. Just when Yang Machung couldn't hold on. Just when Tai Zhan was about to interrupt Yang Machung. Unexpected, this jet black sword made a clanging sound, emitting an extremely harsh sword sound. At the moment when the sword was completed, a soaring sword energy surged into the void, completely defeating the floating clouds that shrouded the 10,000 Dao sword sect at this moment. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent slowly spread in all directions along the sword. Even when facing this black sword, everyone felt as if they were facing a peerless swordsman, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship. The sword is made! With a burst of shouting, all these visions disappeared suddenly, and at the same time, this sword slowly hovered in front of Yang Machung. Is this the sword made with my blood? Yang Machung looked at the black sword quietly. But see, this sword measures 4 feet and 3 minutes and 2 cents, and is half as tall as a man. The sword body is pitch black, as deep as the starry sky. Any light that falls on the sword body seems to be swallowed up in an instant. After looking at this black color for a long time, it seems to reveal a terrifying blood color.
like a few bright stars in the night. This is a sword forged with Yang Muqing's blood and the intent to kill. Slowly holding it in the palm of my hand, I felt a sense of connection between flesh and blood.
Uncle Master, I have lived up to everyone's expectations and made this sword for you. This sword is a top-grade sword, and it is the highest level weapon in the entire Wandao sword sect. It doesn't have a name yet. Do you have any ideas?
Although Taijian was tired, he was extremely happy to have crafted an earth-level sword.
Huh?
Yang Mucheng blocked it lightly with his right hand and held up a sword flower. It was a touchstone used to test the strength of the blade. He cut it into 2 pieces with one sword, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. Slowly touching the sword body, Yang Mucheng couldn't hide his fondness. Hearing Taijian's words, he paused for a moment before speaking.
This sword is called Xingluo Xuanye's sword.
Chapter 621 Taishian Realm. 3 days later, the Taishian Realm was opened, and Yang Mucheng, Tianchen, Lu Xie and others directly entered the secret realm for the training of Jindan Realm disciples. At the same time, in order to more intuitively see the achievements of each martial artist who entered the Taishian Realm, the sect erected a huge jade plaque in the square, just in the top 10 in the standings. After entering the Taishian Realm, the jade sign suddenly moved. I saw the names of Lu Xie, Qin Hao, and others were flying like crazy like rockets. Almost instantly, Tianchen's name jumped to the number 1 spot, and the scores behind their names also jumped like crazy. The rules of training in the Taishian Realm are roughly similar to the rules of the standings competition. Every time you kill a monster of different levels, you can get corresponding points. The higher the level of monsters you kill, the higher your points will be.
It's begun! The battle in Taishian Realm has begun. Tianchen, Lu Xie, and the others are sprinting like crazy with all their strength. Tianchen has the highest score. It seems that he was beaten by old Demon Yang before. He is unwilling to accept it, and is ready to regain his original position in this Taishian Realm.
In the Sword Sect, as Tianchen is the most powerful disciple in the Golden Core Realm, how could he allow himself to be suppressed by others, even if that person is old Mo Yang or his great-uncle?
Yes, my uncle's score has not been touched.
When everyone saw Yang Muqing's name on the jade plaque, they were stunned. Yang Mucheng, known as Old Demon Yang, is the most senior person in the Sword Sect, and he overcame Tianchen to take first place in the standings. In the experience of this Taishian Realm, he should have won the first place without any accident, but compared with others, their scores increased crazily, while his scores were always at 0. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. What happened? To know, this Taishian Realm was only open once in 36 years, specifically for the disciples to achieve results in the Spirit Sword ranking. It is an extremely rare opportunity to experience. If it is wasted, it will not be so easy to wait until the next time.
What the hell is he doing? Does this old Demon Yang want to cause trouble again?
On the square, everyone stared at the score on the jade card and couldn't help but speculate.
Tianchen's score has already led the way. Almost unbeatable. Yes, his score is more than double that of the second place. Still can't figure it out.
Yang Mucheng, who had entered the Taishian Realm, slowly uttered these words after a full 4th hour. Ever since he obtained the Xingluo Xuanye sword, he began to concentrate on studying the follow-up techniques of the Dragon Soul armor, because the system task has not been released for too long, and the last step of Little Famous has not been completed yet. Give him a reward. The barrier of the martial arts pavilion was too strong for him to enter, so he had to rely on himself to develop higher martial arts techniques. But Dragon Soul armor is a low-grade earth-level martial skill after all. If it were improved further, it would probably be a mid-level or even high-level martial skill. Any earth-level martial skill has been studied by the seniors for decades. It is obviously impossible to develop it in just a few days.
Boss, this is the Taishian Realm.
The golden-haired mouse jumped out of the dragon's tail bracelet, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but be filled with admiration.
I know.
Yang Mucheng nodded. The monsters in Taishian Realm are all transformed by spiritual energy. As long as you can defeat these monsters, you can get all the spiritual energy of this monster. This is simply the best holy land for cultivation for the disciples, who have only been able to gain a little inner strength through hard training for days, or even months. But for Yang Mucheng, it was just ordinary, because his ancient heaven-swallowing technique can completely achieve the same effect.
That's it!
Yang Mucheng shook his head. It was simply unrealistic to study the lower part of the Dragon Soul armor in a short period of time.
Now that we have come to the Taishan realm,
We cannot waste such an opportunity to practice. Let's start. I'm already half a day behind the others. I don't know if I can catch up.
get up slowly. Yang Maicheng left the safe area when entering Taishan realm.
Boss, let me change places.
The golden-haired rat chuckled and darted into the Taishan realm. Obviously, it didn't want to waste such a good training opportunity. Boom! Almost the moment he stepped out of the safe zone, Yang Maicheng saw a cloud moving in front of him at a very fast speed. Under his gaze, a late-stage golden core demon king rodent flame tiger was formed. Then, the formed rodent flame tiger let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Maicheng crazily. Chung! Without any hesitation, Yang Maicheng drew out the Xinglua Xuanye sword and let out a bright sword light, which instantly enveloped the rodent flame tiger. There was only a bang sound, and the rodent flame tiger was torn into pieces and exploded on the spot. Almost at the same time, the rodent flaming tiger transformed into a cloud of gas and threw it towards Yang Maicheng. This cloud of gas was visible to the naked eye, but it could not be stopped and fell directly into Yang Maicheng's body. Finally, it gathered into his golden elixir.
Buzz.
Yang Maicheng's golden elixir suddenly increased by 1 point.
I see. The more monsters you hunt, the higher your cultivation will be. I wonder, can I directly break through the golden elixir here and reach the nascent soul realm?
Smiled. Yang Maicheng knew it was impossible. The internal strength he needed to improve was several times, or even dozens of times, that of other warriors. In other words, if someone else kills 100 monsters, they may be able to advance. But he has to kill thousands of them. Although the internal strength required for promotion is far greater than that of other warriors, Yang Maicheng's strength is dozens of times that of others. Boom, boom, boom. Far away, the explosion sounded like crazy. However, he saw that the golden-haired rat had already returned to its true form, transformed into a huge golden rat that was dozens of feet tall, and was frantically killing the monsters that were attacking crazily in Taishan territory. Every time it slaps its claws, a monster will be torn into pieces in an instant, and the purest internal energy will be poured into its body. Just when Yang Maicheng looked at it, it had already killed 7 or 8 animals.
I can't neglect it.
Here we go! Yang Maicheng clenched the Xinglua Xuanye sword. His eyes widened angrily, and the suppressed killing intent emerged at this moment like a tidal wave. Chapter 622 Dark Horse. Almost at the same time Yang Maicheng took action, the disciples outside the sword sect immediately felt all this. At the beginning, Yang Maicheng's score increased very slowly, but after a while, it was like a flood that could no longer be contained. The names of the monsters that were killed one after another were even dazzling after they appeared on the jade plaque. Especially when everyone saw the thousands of Jin Dan Perfection and hundreds of Jin Dan Master Demon Kings who were beheaded on the jade plaque. Everyone was completely stunned. Almost at this moment, Yang Maicheng's score skyrocketed by 70,000 to 80,000. Moreover, at the same time, Yang Maicheng jumped directly to the 9th place, 8th place, 7th place, 6th place. Almost every once in a while, Yang Maicheng's ranking jumped up like crazy. And the number of monsters he killed was also so huge that it was unimaginable. Boom! The jade tablet on top of the 10,000 Dao sword sect suddenly emitted a boundless light. Everyone discovered that in this light, Yang Maicheng rushed directly to 3rd place. When they saw this name, everyone exclaimed,
Yan Lao Mo. Grandmaster, he rushed to 3rd place. He was half a day behind the others, but he was able to rush to the top 3 in such a short period of time. This kind of speed is really incredible. It's terrible.
When they looked at Tianchen again, they couldn't help but feel worried.
Tianchen was once overpowered by his great uncle during the battle for the standings. Now in this battle at the Taishan realm, will he still be completely overpowered by his great uncle?
If he is suppressed again this time, I'm afraid Tianchen will go completely crazy. Right.
Notice, during the battle for the standings, Tianchen was suppressed. During the few days he participated in the Taishan realm, he almost stayed behind closed doors, studied martial arts, and improved his strength as much as possible, hoping to regain the title in the Taishan realm. Own ranking. But if he continues to be suppressed this time, I'm afraid this arrogant Tianchen will suffer a huge blow. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gradually, some disciples in Taishan were forcibly sent out. After practicing in the Taishan realm, if you encounter danger, you will be forcibly sent out. The longer you stay in Taishian territory, the more monsters you hunt and kill, and the more your cultivation level increases. Now many disciples have been forcibly sent out. Only Tianchen and Yang Mucheng are left. These two people. One is the strongest being in the Golden Core realm among the Sword Sect. One is a new disciple, and the highest-ranking master uncle of the Sword Sect. Now these two people are competing for the title of the strongest person in the Golden Core realm in the Taishian realm. Tianchen is favored by others, because he possesses the cultivation level of the Golden Pill Grandmaster, which is higher than the first level of Yang Mucheng. But Yang Mucheng is also favored by many people because of the title of Old Demon Yang. Even when facing a powerful opponent, he has never been defeated. Until the 15th day after entering the Taishian realm, Yang Mucheng surpassed the past in one fell swoop.
Uncle Master has completely surpassed Tianchen. Tianchen is still trying hard to catch up.
But this moment, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the outcome between the two parties was completely doomed from the beginning. Yang Mucheng's score surpassed Tianchen almost at the same time, and he began to take the lead, leaving him far behind. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000. The gap in scores is getting wider and wider, and has even reached a situation that makes people completely desperate. After the 20th day, when Tianchen encountered danger in the Taishian realm and was forcibly kicked out, he was still full of excitement.
This time, I hunted so many monsters in the Taishian realm and obtained such a huge amount of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy is enough to allow my cultivation to reach half-step to nascent soul in one fell swoop. Yang Mucheng. I should be able to avenge my shame this time.
Right. However, after Tianchen looked at the Jade card, he was completely stunned, because he discovered that Yang Mucheng was actually still in the Taishian realm, and the number of monsters he had killed far exceeded his imagination. It has even reached a point where he can hardly believe it.
Powerful! As expected of Master Uncle, his title as Old Demon Yang is completely confirmed. No wonder he was not in a hurry to hunt monsters at the beginning. It turns out that he has absolute confidence, absolute strength, and absolute certainty that he can reach the first place and win the first place in one fell swoop.
In everyone's amazement, Yang Mucheng, who had been practicing in the Taishian realm for a full month, slowly walked out. And at this time, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level has reached that of a golden elixir master.
Master Uncle's cultivation and strength can definitely become Ling Xiao's formidable opponent on the Spirit Sword ranking, and even defeat Ling Xiao, allowing our Wandao Sword Sect to take back the entire 500 years on the Spirit Sword ranking. Didn't even get the first place.
Everyone is looking forward to it. Even some disciples who originally didn't pay much attention to the spiritual sword list began to secretly pay attention to it.
Uncle Master,
Yu Feishuan greeted Yang Mucheng as soon as he came out.
This time, I will lead the team and take you to the City of Chaos to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking.
36 domains. Xianquan Immortal Sect.
Ling Xiao, you got first place in the sect's training this time. Just like last time. With your strength.
The first place on the spiritual sword list this time will belong to our Xianquan Immortal Sect again.
An elder looked at Ling Xiao with a smile, looking at the first person under the Golden Core realm among the 36 domains.
The little spirit sword list is just my first goal. The 4 major lists of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang are my real goals.
Ling Xiao said confidently. Han Yuan Badraw Sect.
Bei, your cultivation this time has finally reached the half-step nascent soul.
An elder looked at the handsome young man in front of him and nodded with admiration.
Are you confident about this time's spirit sword ranking?
Have. The young man nodded, showing a confident smile.
In order to deal with Ling Xiao and Tianchen this time, I have specially cultivated that skill to the level of great perfection. This time, I will definitely win the first place in the spiritual sword list.
There was a hint of joy in the elder's eyes, and he nodded.
Being able to win Ling Xiao. This time the spirit sword ranking is enough to reserve the first place. There won't be any dark horses coming out to disrupt the situation.
At this time, everyone in the 36 sects thinks so. However, they didn't know that among the disciples competing this time, a dark horse had quietly appeared. Chapter 623, being taken advantage of?
The people from the Ingui sect are here. It's not good. It's better to retreat quickly.
Seeing these people approaching in a menacing manner, everyone in the inn trembled in their hearts. The wise one has quietly left. The brave ones also hid in the dark and watched this scene. Yang Mucheng also looked up. But see, the attire of these people is somewhat similar to the elders of the Wandao Sword Sect Law Enforcement Hall. dressed in black and with a sinister aura. He looked like a life-seeking imp in the underworld. However, after several people from the Yingui sect arrived, they immediately surrounded Yang Muqing's table.
Qingxuang, you are so brave. You dare to attack our Yingui sect. Hand over the things, and maybe we can spare your life. Otherwise, our Yingui sect has hundreds of ways to kill you. Pry open your mouth.
A leading Yingui sect disciple shouted loudly.
Wow.
This moment, the other disciples also raised their weapons in demonstration. Unlike most sword sect disciples who use swords, this Yingui sect disciple actually has a black background and white-sided soul-summoning flag in his hand. The appearance is roughly the same, but the material is different.
Hee hee. Do you know who this is?
Qingxuang smiled and confidently moved her charming body towards Yang Muqing.
This is a disciple of Wandao sword sect.
Jian Zong. Several people from the Yingui sect were startled. In Kyushu, although the distinction between good and evil does not mean that they must fight to the death as soon as they meet. But these disciples of the evil way are the ones who will be punished by everyone. If others don't cause trouble for you, even if you have to thank God, why would you dare to cause trouble for the disciples of Wandao sword sect? The expression of the leading disciple changed again and again, and finally he seemed to have made up his mind. Then he cautiously stepped forward and said,
Senior brother, the woman next to you broke into our Yingui sect and stole our things. This thing is of great importance. And the sect leader was alarmed. Please be kind to us, senior brother, and let us take Qingxuang with us. Go back. Roll.
Yang Muqing raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the other party lightly. Uh-huh. At this moment, the faces of the other disciples of the Yingui sect turned red, and they wanted to rush forward, but he was still stopped by the leading disciple. Just as the disciple was about to continue speaking, Yang Muqing poured himself a glass of wine and said,
I only give you 3 breaths. If you don't get out, you will die here. Good.
The tall and thin disciple of the Yingui sect nodded his head and looked Yang Muqing up and down, as if to remember his face, and then turned around and left angrily with everyone. Qingxuang's mouth opened slightly. She couldn't believe it. She originally thought that this disciple of Yingui sect would rush forward desperately and fight Yang Muqing,
so that she could escape in the chaos. But he didn't expect that these disciples of the Yingui sect were coming in a menacing manner. And they looked like they were furious. But they turned out to be useless silver-faced wax spearheads.
Brother, thank you very much this time.
When Qingxuang saw the Yingui sect people leaving, she smiled at Yang Muqing and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, Yang Muqing said calmly,
How can it be so easy to leave?
Qingxuang was stunned for a moment. But before she could recover, she saw Yang Muqing drink all the wine in the cup and continued.
You used me as a shield to drive away the disciples of the Yingui sect. In this way, the Yingui sect will bear a grudge against me. And you, pack your butt and leave, pretending that nothing happened. In the future, the Yingui sect will come to Wandao sword sect to cause trouble for me. What should I do?
Yingui sect? Yang Muqing was naturally not afraid. He is not an idiot who is new to the world. Nor is he an idiot who can be taken advantage of at will. Qingxuang's method is very simple. He just wants to use him to resist the Yingui sect. Just like throwing away the tissue after using it once. If he were an ordinary stupid Qing, he might still be obsessed with Qingxuang's beauty. And he would be blamed for it without knowing why. But she wanted to use Yang Muqing. But it was not that easy.
Then what do you want?
Qingxuang twisted her delicate body and slowly lifted up the front of her cheongsam. Her legs, as white as jade, slowly appeared, giving her an alluring look as if her face was half covered by a pipa. This moment, there was silence among the drinkers in the inn, whether they were men or women. They all looked at Qingxuang blankly, their eyes wishing to pierce directly into Qingxuang's body and get a clear look.
Don't deceive me with your inferior charm methods.
Yang Muqing smiled faintly.
I give you 2 ways. First, die in my hands, and the things you stole from the Yingui sect will return to me. Second, hand over the things honestly, and I will let you live. You are trying to take advantage of others.
Only then did Qingxuang react. She originally thought that the boy in front of her was just a young brother who was just starting out. Once, he was fascinated by her. He would mess around without finding his head. But she didn't expect that this kid had a huge appetite and planned to eat as much as he wanted.
Yes.
Yang Muqing was also unambiguous and nodded. Tongue! Qingxuang stepped on the ball of her foot. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. Originally, she was close to Yang Mu. But now her sudden attack was as fast as lightning. I saw her pair of jade hands, with 5 bright red nails that were as dazzling as if they were stained with blood. And they were clawing directly towards Yang Mucheng's chest like steel nails.
It seems that you have chosen the first path.
Yang Mucheng didn't move, and his right hand slowly reached out. But at this moment, it came first, and a dark cloud covering the sky appeared above Qin Shuang's head. Then, tapped down gently.
Huh?
This palm fell as fast as lightning. But it didn't hit anything. It hit the ground lightly. Suddenly, it was like a meteorite falling to the ground. The huge and suddenly jumped at this moment. But along Yang Mucheng's palm, he saw a crack spreading crazily.
Actually escaped?
Yang Mucheng looked different. As expected of a person from the City of Chaos, anyone else would have been smashed to pieces by his palm. But at this time, Qin Shuang was covered in cold sweat. She never thought in her wildest dreams that this boy's strength was so terrifying. With that slap, if her instinct hadn't told her that it was extremely dangerous, and if she hadn't relied on years of experience, she might have been killed by that slap. Miscalculation. Qin Shuang's face was as white as frost, and she looked at Yang Mucheng with great solemnity. She originally thought that this young man was just a harmless little sheep to her, and could be easily dismissed. But now she realizes that she was totally wrong. This young man is not a little sheep at all, but a terrifying beast from ancient times. If I had known this kid was so scary, I wouldn't have used him as a shield. I'm afraid I'll be in trouble if I escape this time. Qin Shuang's eyes flickered and she kept thinking. Suddenly, she looked outside. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she timidly shouted, "Help!" Almost as soon as Qin Shuang finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the inn.
Stop!
Chapter 624, Be Polite. The speaker was a young man. He is about the same age as Yang Mucheng. He wears the token of Emperor Sure Annihilation sect on his waist. He has a strange face. Next to him stood an old acquaintance named Yin Dongchen, who was ranked 89th on the spiritual sword ranking. These two people, like Yang Mucheng, he was also a disciple who followed the leaders of their respective sects to the City of Chaos. After being instructed by the leaders, they were able to move around freely. Yin Dongchen, as the senior on the spiritual sword ranking list, naturally led his juniors to familiarize themselves with the terrain in the City of Chaos. The disciple beside him, who was speaking, was called Chen Yuandian. Before the two of them arrived in front of the inn, they were attracted by Yang Mucheng's palm. When they were about to go in to see what was going on, their attention was attracted by Qin Shuang's help. Naturally, Yin Dongchen knew that there was a mixture of fish and dragons in the chaotic city, and he couldn't interfere with things that shouldn't be done. But Chen Yuandian didn't know. It was also his first time to participate in the spirit sword ranking. When he heard the shouts, he saw a delicate woman standing aside timidly, her eyes full of fear. The person who coerced this girl was a young boy. For a moment, Chen Yuandian was filled with passion and naturally drank it loudly.
Oh!
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Today, he was inexplicably pushed out by Qin Shuang as a shield, and he was already feeling a little unhappy. Now I didn't expect that there would be people who dared to mind their own business.
It turns out that he is a disciple of the Wandao sword sect.
Chen Yuandian sneered when he saw Yang Mucheng's belt, and shook his head.
I didn't expect that the Wandao sword sect is becoming worse than the previous generation. The disciples of the 36 sects are also he committed a crime of bullying women in broad daylight. Help me!
Upon seeing this, Qin Shuang immediately turned her attention to Chen Yuandian for help. At the same time, the corner of his eye glanced at Yang Mucheng secretly. He sneered in his heart. With my beauty, I don't know how many men are willing to sacrifice their lives for me as long as I hook my fingers. Are you so blind that you actually dare to stare at the thing in my hand? Today, I see that it is difficult for you to escape unscathed. Qin Shuang naturally didn't ask for help casually. Does she know Yin Dongchen? The disciples on the spirit sword ranking are all the most powerful people under the Golden Core. It can be said that anyone who steps out on the spiritual sword ranking will be considered invincible at the same level. If you want to defeat him, you must be in the nascent soul realm.
Don't worry. I will definitely deal with this righteous scum today.
Before Yin Dongchen could say anything, Chen Yuandian, who had already been fascinated by Qin Shuang's foxy charm, was already full of manliness. He let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Mucheng.
Scum! Kneel down!
Chen Yuandian looked like a cheetah, and with a dazzling afterimage, he floated in front of Yang Mucheng. His body suddenly turned around, and his right leg was chopped off like a giant axe. Chen Yuandian wanted to show his heroic spirit in front of Qin Shuang,
so naturally, he would not hold back at this moment. His move is a high-grade Xian-level martial skill, Yanlong Qi Destroy Slash. Shun Yuan. Be careful! Yan Dongchen, who had been silent at this moment, suddenly screamed, but it was already too late. Yang Mucheng stretched out his hand, and his powerful inner energy burst out. He swept Chen Yuandian's leg away with a gentle sweep, and at the same time grabbed the opponent with his right hand. Chen Yuandian's leg hit Yang Mucheng's right hand. Not only did it have no effect, it actually seemed to hit a piece of steel and iron bones, causing his right leg to feel numb. Although he also has the cultivation level of a golden elixir master, this strength is not enough in front of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng's right hand directly penetrated his body protecting energy, grabbed Chen Yuandian's neck with his 5 fingers, picked him up like a chicken, and then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, suddenly lifted his head, pinned to the ground. Boom! A loud sound resounded. The ground cracked again, and the entire inn was crumbling. Even though Chen Yuandian's cultivation level was not low, he was hit with such force that his face was covered with blood and most of his teeth were broken. Didn't your master teach you how to be polite? Yang Mucheng looked at Chen Yuandian quietly. His tone was very calm, but the movements in his hands did not mean to stop. He grabbed Chen Yuandian's head and smashed it to the ground like garlic. Go back and study more. It's no one's business. It's all your business. Be bold. Yan Dongchen couldn't bear it anymore. Although, he also knew that it was Qing Shuang who used the trick of confusion to lure Chen Yuandian into action. But Yang Mucheng didn't have the slightest intention to hold back, and even beat Chen Yuandian into this state, which made him furious. He originally didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but Yang Mucheng's words made him feel rebellious. I'll take care of today's business. At this time, the crowd in the inn shivered and then came to their senses. When they heard that Yan Dongchen was actually going to take action, they even cast sympathetic glances at Yang Mucheng. This Yan Dongchen is not like Chen Yuandian. He is a strong man on the spiritual sword list. This kid is so powerful. He was able to knock down the golden elixir master with just one move and an understatement. But it's not bad. However, his opponent this time is Yan Dongchen, so I'm afraid he won't have many good things to gain. Yan Dongchen's strength is not weak. That's right. After all, he is the 79th strongman on the spiritual sword list. Everyone was secretly amazed, and Qing Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Yan Dongchen taking action. Yang Mucheng's strength almost refreshed her knowledge time and time again. If she had known that Yang Mucheng was so terrifying, she would rather face the Ingui sect's pursuit than come here to provoke Yang Mucheng again. No matter how powerful you are. So what? Can you still be a match for the strong ones on the spirit sword ranking? Qing Shuang couldn't help but sneer. However, the smile on Qing Shuang's face completely froze as soon as it rose. But see, Yan Dongchen let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Mucheng like a big dragon. The kick was so powerful that there was a faint scream, and it was even more like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrums, causing many people to cover their ears in horror. But Yang Mucheng just sneered and punched out lightly. This moment, the air in the entire inn seemed to be completely drained by this punch. This terrifying force, mixed with powerful internal energy, directly hit Yan Dongchen's attack. There was just a click sound, and Yan Dongchen's right leg bent and fractured. Wow! With a burst of screams, Yan Dongchen's body was shot backwards like an arrow in full view of everyone, not only hitting a hole in the wall of the inn, but even completely piercing the entire street. Everyone present gasped and felt their scalps numb. The look they looked at Yang Mucheng suddenly changed from ridicule to fear. How can it be? Qing Shuang cried out. Just when she was shocked, Yang Mucheng slowly came to her side, smiled lightly and said, Take out the things. Chapter 625 Emperor sure annihilates the sect. Qing Shuang was horrified and lost her voice. It's not that she has never seen a master of Jindan take action, but she has never seen a master like Yang Mucheng. When he took action, even Yan Dongchen, who was ranked 79th on the spiritual sword ranking, couldn't resist him. This was really terrifying. I hand it over. Qing Shuang gritted her teeth and slowly took out a simple and yellowish scroll made of the Demon King's fur from her plump and round chest. This is? Yang Mucheng asked. I don't know what grade this incomplete martial art is, but I saw it with my own eyes when the Ingui sect dug it out of the grave of a strong man in the transformation of God Realm. At that time, they looked very excited. So, I stole it. Qing Shuang told the truth. After saying that, she looked at Yang Mucheng timidly and said in an almost pleading voice, Brother, I said everything I need to say. Can you let me go? Cannot.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and slapped Qing Shuang to death with a palm in the air. He also considered saving this woman's life. But when I thought about it again, I felt that I couldn't be merciful. Just in this away battle, Qing Shuang attracted 2 disciples of Emperor Shi's annihilation sect. If they stayed, it might bring much trouble. Emperor Shi annihilated the sect, so Yang Mucheng was naturally not afraid. Whether it was Chen Yuandian or Yin Dongshan, they were the first to provoke. Yang Mucheng just taught a lesson, and as his great-uncle of Wandao sword sect, he taught 2 ordinary disciples. An Emperor Shi annihilation sect did not dare to say anything. But the Ingui sect is a bit tricky. Although it was just an evil 4th or 5th level sect, Yang Mucheng was quite afraid of him precisely because of his lawless behavior. But obviously it won't be long before Yang Mucheng realizes that his idea is completely wrong. But this is another story, and will not be mentioned here. He put away his kung fu and walked out of the inn in a swaggering manner. A moment after he left, the leader of the Emperor Shi immortal sect came over after hearing the news. Looking at Yin Dongshan, who had broken his leg in surprise, and at Chen Yuandian, who had passed out, the leader of the team roared angrily.
Young man from the Wandao sword sect, if you dare to hurt my sect disciples, I will definitely come to you and demand an explanation.
After Yang Mucheng left the inn, he found a deserted corner and then took out the remaining exercise scroll. There were many people in the inn, so he had to be careful. The golden-haired mouse jumped out of the dragon's tail bracelet. When he saw the broken scroll, his eyes lit up and he shouted,
Boss, this technique is perfect for you. What a pity it's a fragment.
Yang Mucheng looked regretful. In the fragmentary scroll, there is not even a name for the mental method. Only about a quarter of the content. But it is an explosive skill that he lacks most now, which is a method to burn energy and blood at the last moment. If he could obtain the complete content of the technique, it would mean that he had one more way to save his life. And this method is more effective than Dragon Soul Armor and Finger of Shock.
Yes.
The golden-haired rat nodded thoughtfully and said,
although at the last moment, anyone can burn chi and blood to fight. But the methods are different. And the power is also different. Some people can burn chi and blood, and they can only explode twice as much power. But some people can explode with more than 10 times the power. This is the difference. Can you complete this incomplete mental technique?
Yang Mucheng's heart moved. The golden-haired rat smiled and said,
Are you kidding? I am a demon clan. How can I know this kind of human skill? You should not have killed Qing Shuang so decisively. You should have forced her to go to the tomb to take a look. Look, maybe you can find other fragments. That's it.
Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Do you think Qing Shuang hasn't caused me enough trouble? With a woman like her, I'm afraid this street hasn't even been completed yet. And maybe it will attract dozens of people. Kill me early.
Settle the matter early?
Yang Mucheng walked around the street twice more. At this time, he hoped that the disciples of the Ingui sect would come and cause trouble for him. But none of the disciples of the Ingui sect showed up. In fact, it's not that there are no people who show up, but these Ingui sect disciples have already appeared, even when Chen Yuandian and Yin Dongshan were beaten by him. The disciples of the Ingui sect watched helplessly. Originally, they left and came back, bringing dozens of disciples with them, hoping to capture Qing Shuang directly. If Yang Mucheng dares to stop him, he will be beaten directly. But they didn't expect that even Yin Dongshan would be punched away by Yang Mucheng, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. Seeing this scene, dozens of disciples from the Ingui sect dared to step forward. The strength displayed by Yang Mucheng has surpassed many powerful men on the spiritual sword ranking, and is almost the same as the elders in their sect. Nowadays, I only dare to stare from a distance, for fear of being discovered by Yang Mucheng if I get closer. Then, in this way, with the enemy in darkness and ourselves in the clear, Yang Mucheng wandered around the city of chaos for half a day before helplessly returning to the temporary camp. You haven't come back yet?
There was no one in the camp. This is a temporarily rented compound, which can accommodate the disciples of the sword sect to live for a period of time. Basically, everyone brought servants from the Wandao sword sect to take care of the yard. When they saw Yang Mucheng coming back, they all called out to their uncle.
Not even back.
Gun Nanji quickly started making tea when he saw Yang Mucheng coming back. After all, she has served Yang Mucheng for so long, and she knows his temper very well. She knows what kind of tea Yang Mucheng likes to drink and how hot the water is.
Holy Lord! This is the tea given to you by Elder Taijan. This is the tea tree on Tianao Peak. It only takes 100 years to produce 1 pound of tea. He said that you like to drink tea, so he gave you this tea. Taijian is determined.
Yang Mucheng nodded. He naturally knew that Taijian gave him tea, partly to thank him for curing his chronic illness, and partly to thank himself for sparing Fu Zitao. Boom! 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 At this moment, there was a sudden and rapid knock on the closed courtyard door.
Who?
Gun Nanchi asked subconsciously. At this time. But I heard a roar coming from outside the door, saying,
Idiot! What door are you knocking on? We are here to cause trouble for Jinzong, not for dinner. Kick the door open for me.
Boom! Before he finished speaking, he saw that the closed door was suddenly kicked open from the outside in. There was only a clang sound, and the door fell down. And this was an old man with a mustache leading a group of people towards the courtyard.
Who are you? This is the territory of Wandao Sword Sect. No intrusion is allowed.
Qianshan servants quickly went up to stop him. The old man with the mustache didn't even look at it, and slapped him straight away. Although he was merciful, the slave's neck was turned with a click, and he was thrown 7 or 8 feet away. His breath was already dying. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. This group of people. It was none other than Qin Yuandian and Yin Dongchen sect. Emperor Shirania's sect. Chapter 626, Not Enough to Fight. As soon as the huge crowd came in, everyone in the compound subconsciously held their breath and concentrated. Those who come are not good, and those who are good will not come. But see, the old man with a mustache led the crowd and barged in aggressively. When he stepped into the door with his front foot, he yelled with his back foot.
Where are the people from Wandao Sword Sect? Where are they? Get out of here.
When he saw no one said anything, he cursed more and more.
A bunch of bitches from the Wandao Sword Sect. They are domineering and domineering when they cause trouble. And then, they become a coward after someone comes to their door? They have the guts to cause trouble. But why don't they have the guts to come out and see me?
Yang Mucheng squinted at the servant, who was slapped away by the old man with the mustache. He was furious. When he heard this scolding, he immediately put down the teacup with a sneer and responded.
In the Emperor Sure Annihilation sect, the younger generation are not polite. And some of the old ones are also not polite.
As soon as these words came out, not only the expression of the old man with the mustache changed drastically, but also the expressions of the disciples who came with him darkened. Yang Mucheng's words scolded the entire Emperor Sure Annihilation sect from top to bottom, leaving no one behind. While everyone was furious, Yang Mucheng raised his eyelids slightly and sneered.
Which dog is barking outside? How brave!
The old man with a mustache shouted angrily. As for the other disciples, they saw that there was actually a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect sitting in the hall. Without stopping, they rushed over with everyone in tow. At this time, Qin Yuandian and Yin Dongchen, who were following the crowd, also recognized Yang Mucheng. At this time, they were even more jealous when they met their enemies.
Elder Jixing, this kid injured us.
Elder Jixing was stunned when he heard this. To be honest, as early as the moment he entered the door, he saw Yang Mucheng. With his level of cultivation, no one could hide it from his eyes, let alone Yang Mucheng sitting in such a conspicuous position. But Elder Jixing just glanced at it slightly and wiped it directly. In his opinion, the person who could beat Qin Yuandian into such a state, and even break Yin Dongchen's right leg with one move, was definitely not an unknown person. Only people like Tianshan, who are ranked in the top 50 on the spiritual sword list, can do it. But now it is this kid in front of him. How can Elder Jixing not be shocked?
It's him. It doesn't look like that. This kid looks very weak. Yin Dongchen, did you see it wrong?
The other disciples were also shocked and looked confused. Yin Dongchen was so angry that he almost bit his teeth into pieces. He stared at Yang Mucheng with his eyes and said,
This is the boy. Even if he turns to ashes, I still know him.
As soon as this sentence came out, everyone, including Elder Jixing, immediately understood that the culprit who injured their sect disciples was right in front of them. Although I can't believe it, this kid didn't run away.
Boy, you are so brave. You injured a disciple of our Emperor Sure's Annihilation sect. And you dare to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. If you break Yin Dongchen's right leg, I will break both of your legs. 2 legs. One is enough for the principal, and the other is considered his interest.
Jixing looked at Yang Mucheng suspiciously. Boom! At this moment, everyone in the compound was shocked. Although Emperor Shi's annihilation sect ranks last among the 36 domains, it is still one of the 36 major sects. And Jixing is an elder. So how can it be weak? Some slaves had already sneaked out of the compound, preparing for Tianchen, Lucia and other disciples to call back to help. Elder Jixing naturally saw this scene, but he did not stop it. He came here today just to break off Yang Muqing's legs. Even if he invited them and the sect ancestors here, it would be useless.
Elder, how can you kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? To deal with this kid, why do you need to go out in person? I'll be enough.
At this time, a thin young man came out.
Yin Dongchen and I entered the sect together, and we are as close as brothers. He broke Yin Dongchen's leg. How could I stand by and watch?
Elder Jixing didn't even think about it, nodded and said,
It's okay. You are the 60th strongman on the spiritual sword ranking, so you should be close to dealing with this kid. No matter how much you let go, even if you kill him, I can do it.
I'll take care of it for you.
With the elder's words, the thin young man walked out without any burden.
Chang Wei takes action. This kid has suffered a lot.
The disciples of Emperor Shi's annihilation sect cheered and looked at Yang Mucheng with gloating. But see, the young man named Chang Wei took 3 or 4 steps to reach a distance of 10 feet from Yang Mucheng. And then he stood still, with a sneer on his face. He stared at Yang Mucheng.
Boy, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, it's still not too late.
Oh! Yang Mucheng didn't even look at Chang Wei, but looked at Elder Jixing with a half smile and said,
So, you're not going to play in person, and you're sending such a guy to fight me?
After Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he looked at Chang Wei, tooted and shook his head.
It seems that I have too high expectations for this spirit sword ranking. Are you the 60th on the spirit sword ranking? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand one of my moves. Can I hold you back?
Chang Wei simply suspected that he heard wrongly.
The entire lobby was also stunned, and everyone was in an uproar.
Is this kid too crazy? I have met Tianchen and Ling Xiao. They are the second and first powerful men on the spiritual sword ranking. They are not as arrogant as this kid.
Original. Everyone came with the mentality of revenge, and only wanted to break Yang Muqing's legs and seek justice. Now that he said these words, everyone not only wanted to break his legs, but also wanted to kill him. Elder Jixing's expression darkened. Chang Wei was even more furious. Yang Muqing's words were a naked humiliation to him.
Boy, you are looking for death.
Chang Wei shouted loudly and rushed forward. After all, he is ranked 69 on the spiritual sword ranking, and his skills are much improved compared to the previous Yin Dongchen. This emperor of the Annihilation sect is not good at using weapons, and all his kung fu is focused on fists and feet. When participating in the spirit sword ranking, Yang Mucheng also learned about the information of the 36 sects. For example, the Annihilation sect of Emperor Shi believes that weapons are external things, and they believe in their own fists and feet. The method of cultivation is somewhat similar to the Taiyin family boxing in this secular world, but it's many times more powerful than the Dan family's boxing skills. The strength between the fists and feet is unparalleled, and combined with the sect's unique mental method, it can make the fists and feet explode with several times the power in an instant. And the power is very astonishing. Although Chang Wei is thin, he gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. As soon as he charged, many people in the courtyard were frightened by his momentum and fell to the ground, causing everyone to laugh. Behind Yang Mucheng, Gun Nanqi's face turned even pale, and he even lost the courage to speak. But Yang Mucheng sat there quietly, and just waved his hand gently at Chang Wei, who rushed towards him.
Roll!
Chapter 627, Defeat the Master of the Spiritual Sword List. A flick of the right hand. This sleeve was filled with internal energy and energy. As soon as his hand fell, everyone felt a huge and terrifying energy rushing towards Chang Wei. I just saw that this energy flew through the void, surging like a big dragon, bringing with it the piercing scream of thousands of steel needles. And even the ground in the lobby was crushed to pieces. What? Everyone only knew that Yang Mucheng was powerful, but they had never seen him take action with their own eyes. And they were suspicious in their hearts as to how he broke Yin Dongchen's right leg with one move. But now, with this casual sweep, everyone realized how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. Those disciples of the Annihilation sect of Emperor Shi, who were still laughing at Yang Mucheng, immediately shut their mouths and never spoke again.
Drink!
Chang Wei, who was the first to bear the brunt, narrowed his eyes, shouted loudly, retreated instead of advancing, and rushed forward. He raised his arms, like a yellow-turbaned warrior wielding a pair of golden hammers in heaven. bursting out all his strength and slamming into this invisible momentum. Boom! Just heard a loud noise. Like a thunderbolt falling from the blue. An invisible wave of air spread along the attack site. This mansion was just an ordinary courtyard without any defensive formations. How could it withstand the fight between two powerful Jin Dan men? It was instantly shattered. Chang Wei's body trembled even more. He felt as if this punch was hitting a huge wave sweeping the world. Not only was it unable to shake the energy at all, but he was also shocked by the countershock force coming from it. The bones in both arms were cracked with countless cracks. And even the fingers could not be clenched into fists again. Too strong. Chang Wei was shocked. Only when you are truly an enemy of Yang Mu can you realize how terrifying the opponent is. Earlier, Yang Mucheng said that he was not good enough to fight him. Everyone including him thought that this kid was telling lies. But now this kind of power explodes with a casual wave, which is really terrifying. Huh? Not dead? Yang Mucheng groaned. If it were an ordinary golden elixir master, he would have been beaten to pieces by his own palm. But Chang Wei's arms were only shattered. It seems that there is no weak person who can be on the spiritual sword list. A shame! Elder Jixing's face was ashen. Chang Wei took the initiative to ask for a fight. But he couldn't even take a single move from Yang Mucheng. He simply embarrassed the annihilation sect of Emperor Shi. But at the same time, Elder Jixing was also shocked. This boy was only about 17 years old. But he actually had such strength? Old man, these disciples of yours are no match for me, Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Next, will you do it yourself? Boom. The expressions of all the disciples of Emperor Shi's annihilation sect changed. Yan Dongchen, Chen Yuandian, and Chang Wei, who had been knocked back by a palm, all stepped forward and glared at Yang Mucheng. They didn't expect that the other party was so bold that even the elders dared to provoke him. Yang Mucheng is naturally not the kind of bold person. Just before, Yu Feishuan had already sent a message to him and was now rushing back with all her strength. Therefore, at this time, he wanted to test Elder Jixing's strength and the maximum power of using Dragon Soul Armor and Shocking Finger. A young disciple dares to challenge our elders? In that case, how about I challenge you? A young man with the same slim build came out of the crowd. Although he looks frail, this thin body contains unimaginable momentum. Who are you? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. 23 on the spiritual sword list. Yin Longhua. The young man crossed his fists. You are not enough for me to beat. Yang Mucheng took a look and still shook his head. A hint of humiliation flashed in Yin Longhua's eyes. Ranking 23rd on the spirit sword ranking is equivalent to being in the Golden Core realm. The only people who can defeat him are Tianxin and Ling Xiao. Now, to be responded to like this by his opponent. This shows that he is not taken seriously at all. Yin Longhua, don't hold back. Elder Jixing was furious when he heard this. If Yin Longhua hadn't challenged him, he would have even wanted to slap Yang Mucheng to death. But now that I saw my beloved disciple being humiliated like this, I couldn't bear it anymore. Upbraid! Yin Longhua received the elder's signal and immediately shouted loudly. In the thin body, the energy and blood boiled like seawater. He took a step forward, and a white cloud ring spread out in all directions, centered on the soles of his feet. A surging force swept across all directions, wherever the cloud passed, whether it was tables, chairs, benches, floors, or beams. They were all crushed into powder. As the cloud ring approached Yang Mucheng, it seemed as if it had hit an invisible barrier and quietly separated. Tying! Almost at the same time, Yin Longhua stepped on the sole of his foot and ran towards Yang Mucheng like an arrow from a string. At this moment, he was like the howling wind, the rushing lightning, and the swift cheetah. Wherever it passed, there was a deafening sound like rolling thunder, and it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng almost instantly. Yang Mucheng sat on the Taisher chair leisurely and contentedly. Chang Wei before was not qualified to let him stand up. Yin Longhua, who is ranked 23rd on the spiritual sword ranking, is also unqualified. Let's use the stinging finger to deal with you. Just when Yin Longhua rushed in front of him, Yang Mucheng nodded thoughtfully, and then pointed out. Yin Longhua's eyes were even more murderous. He didn't expect that Yang Mucheng would dare to tease him when he was about to die. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the energy and blood in his body surged to the extreme. And he also clicked with one finger. This is a violent finger! Many people recognized Yin Longhua's moves. This move is a top-grade Xian level martial skill. Among fingering techniques of the same level,
Its lethality is enough to rank among the top 3. This martial art is most suitable for disciples, like Emperor Sure Annihilation Sect, who are good at fists and kicks. Its general idea is to condense all the energy and blood into a point, and then blast it out like a volcano erupting or a river flowing backward. If it is used on a person, even if the opponent does not die, his heart will be shattered, and he will become a useless person. Yang Mukin had been holding back his hand, but when he saw that Yin Longhua showed no mercy and killed him directly, he couldn't help but snort coldly, and directly poured the killing intent into Jingzha's finger. This finger was like a sword. It struck Yin Longhua like lightning. "Careful!" Elder Jixing suddenly felt a wanton murderous intention and shouted out loudly. He wanted to take action, but it was already too late. I saw Yang Muqing's finger pointing at Yin Longhua's right finger. With a bang sound, the opponent's right hand exploded on the spot. The entire right arm made a click sound, and the hand bones were completely shattered. It came at a faster speed and flew out directly. Everyone quickly looked at Yin Longhua, but he fell to the ground. His face was as pale as paper, and his right arm was as limp as mud. It was obvious that one arm was completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts dropped wildly. When did such a powerful character appear in Wandao Sword Sect? Chapter 628 EP561 arrives. Horrible. Regardless of whether it was against Chang Wei or Yin Longhua, Yang Mucheng was sitting on the Taisha chair and attacked lightly. He said before that Yin Longhua was not good enough for him, and everyone thought he was showing off. But at this moment, when he saw that Yin Longhua, who was ranked 23rd on the spiritual sword list, could not even take one of his fingers, he realized how terrifying the opponent was. How brave! Elder Jixing couldn't bear it anymore. Yin Longhua is the future seed of their Emperor Sure Annihilation Sect, the strongest disciple in this generation. As a result, Yang Mucheng lost his right arm, thinking of Yin Longhua becoming disabled. His heart was bleeding. Huh? He killed me, but I didn't kill him. It's already considered a mercy. Yang Mucheng's eyes were indifferent. Good. Elder Jixing took a step forward and snorted. It seems that you do have the ability to be crazy. I wonder if you can still be so confident when facing me. Finally, this elder-level figure is about to take action. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up from the chair. The other party is a strong man in the Zifu realm, so he has to be serious. As soon as Elder Jixing finished speaking, he slapped him with a palm. As a strong man in the Zifu, Elder Jixing's energy and blood are many times stronger than those of Chang Wei and Yin Longhua, and are even as deep as the sea. With just one palm shot, the surging energy and blood brought up a roaring wind. Call. The wind was harsh, making Yang Mu's hair flutter, his clothes rustling, and his face hurt as if a knife had been passed over him. Several houses and ancient trees in the distance were shattered by the wind. The elder is angry and determined to kill this kid. Chen Yuandian clenched his fists. Yin Dongchen's face was even colder, and his eyes were full of ridicule. At this time, no matter how high your cultivation level is, Yang Mucheng, you can't stop the attack of the powerful man from Zifu. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of Yin Longhua and Chang Wei. How you just humiliated us. Now it's time for you to pay the price. Is it possible that the disciples of the Annihilation Sect of Emperor Sure were humiliated by anyone who wanted to? Shocking finger! Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. And at this moment, his momentum suddenly changed, and he suddenly became unfathomable. He took one step forward, raised his jade-white right hand, raised a finger, and then suddenly pointed forward. This finger gave everyone an indescribable charm. It feels like you are dreaming and someone suddenly wakes you up. But the moment Elder Jixing raised his palm and landed on Yang Mucheng's fingertips, ripples spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to turn into glass, with numerous cracks exploding. Boom! A more violent explosion than before came wildly. At this moment, the airwave visible to the naked eye lifted up tens of meters and spread desperately. The disciples of Emperor Sure's Annihilation Sect, who were standing not far away watching the battle, were turned upside down by the attackers, and were thrown away one by one. But Yang Mucheng and Elder Jixing, who were fighting, took a few steps back. When everyone steadied their bodies and saw the scene, they all gasped and exclaimed, "How can it be?" The Golden Pill Grandmaster was actually able to withstand a blow from the powerful man from Z Mansion. This simply breaks common sense and subverts their cognition. And, in these battles, no one present could see through Yang Mucheng. Even, I don't know if Yang Mucheng has other methods. Earth-level martial arts. Elder Jixing closed his eyes,
stared at Yang Muchung for a moment, and suddenly sneered.
No wonder you are so confident. However, do you think that you can compete with me just by mastering an Earth-level martial arts? As a human being, the elders of Emperor Shi's Annihilation sect have more martial arts skills than you.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the qi and blood hidden in his body began to boil and surge crazily at this moment. Even standing tens of meters away from Elder Jishing, you can feel the violent lapping sound like a stormy sea. It even feels like visiting the sea in person. After all, he is an elder of Emperor Shi's Annihilation sect, and a strong man in the Zifu realm. Although Yang Muchung is very strong, there is still a huge gap when facing Elder Jishing.
Let me see if you can withstand my first move, and whether you can withstand my second move.
Elder Jishing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. This time, he didn't plan to hold anything back. He wanted to bring out the full strength of the powerful man in Zifu. Even if Yang Muchung is a powerful nascent soul, he may not be able to resist his next move. Just when Elder Jishing was about to take action again, Yang Muchung directly burst out all his inner energy and blood. And there was a faint dragon roar in his body. This is his second trump card. Dragon Soul Armor.
Stop!
At this time, there was a sound of shouting in the distance, quickly resounding. He just saw an incredibly fast ray of light coming at a crazy speed in an instant. In an instant, it landed right in front of Yang Muchung, blocking Elder Jishing. A beautiful woman with long hair and a handsome face quickly revealed her figure. And it was Yu Feishuan who led Yang Muchung and others to the City of Chaos this time to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking.
Yu Feishuan!
Elder Jishing was slightly startled, then came back to his senses. He said coldly,
Get out of my way! I'm going to kill this kid! In front of me! You want to kill members of the Wandao Sword sect! Jishing, you really don't take our Wandao Sword sect seriously!
Yu Feishuan snorted coldly.
Besides, as a sect, you elder sect, if you take action personally, aren't you afraid of being laughed at?
Seeing Yu Feishuan came over, Yang Muchung finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the opponent is a strong man in the Zifu realm, and I still have great difficulties in dealing with him. I'm afraid I can only barely escape. But now that Yu Feishuan has arrived, everything will be fine.
Yu Feishuan, this kid destroyed Chen Yu Indian's cultivation, broke Yan Dongchen's right leg, seriously injured Chang Wei, and disabled Yin Longhua's right arm. Our Emperor Shi Annihilation sect is here to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking this time. There are 10 disciples in total. Half of them were directly destroyed by this kid. Can't I take action myself?
Elder Jishing shouted angrily.
What?
Yu Feishuan was also slightly stunned. She immediately looked at Chen Yu Indian, Yan Dongchen, Chang Wei, and Yin Longhua. Except for Chen Yu Indian, a new disciple who participated in the Spirit Sword ranking for the first time. The other three were all strong men on the Spirit Sword ranking. They were actually destroyed by Yang Muchung? This is a big deal. No sect would be able to bear the loss of 3 Spirit Sword ranking disciples.
If anyone else takes action, even if it's Tianchen, I will handle it impartially.
Yu Feishuan smiled faintly, looking away from Yang Muchung who sat back on the Taisha chair again, looking like he was sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Island, and continued,
But, if you are crippled by him, you will only be unlucky.
Chapter 629 Battle of Z Mansion. Even Tianchen will handle it impartially. But if you are destroyed by him, you will only be unlucky. Yu Feishuan's 2 words made the disciples of Emperor Shi's Annihilation sect suddenly startled, and even made Elder Jishing's eyes widen. At this moment, they looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief, and a thought came to their minds. Who is this kid? Could it be that his status in the sect is more important than Tianchen, the second-ranked person on the spiritual sword list?
After all, this is our sect's great-uncle,
Yu Feishuan said lightly in her heart. Before going out, Jin Liang gave almost countless instructions to ensure Yang Muchung's safety no matter what danger he encountered.
You must protect him?
Elder Jishing asked in a hissing voice.
That's right.
Yu Feishuan nodded. Elder Jishing did not expect that Yu Feishuan would protect Yang Muchung so harshly. But this did not mean that he could swallow this breath and swallow his anger while watching his disciples of his sect being injured and crippled.
Today, I, Jishing, will challenge you. If I win, you will hand that boy over to me. If I lose, I will consider myself unlucky. Do you dare?
Elder Jishing clenched his fists. He would never swallow this breath. He wants to tear Yang Muchung alive. Not only can he avenge the disciples of the sect, but he can also kill a very potential disciple of the Wandao Sword sect.
This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Ha ha. If you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you. But even if you want to touch him, it's impossible.
Yu Feishuan is decisive. As soon as Yu Feishuan made a sound, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Yu Feishuan would dare to accept the challenge of Elder Jixing for Yang Maicheng. Even the second half of the sentence clearly told everyone that even if I die, you will never be able to deal with Yang Maicheng.
Who is this kid?
Elder Jixing was not the only one who was about to collapse. The disciples of Emperor Shi's annihilation sect who were present all had an unacceptable feeling. This boy's status in the Wandao sword sect will definitely not be low. But, at this moment, Elder Jixing no longer wanted to care about the identity of this boy. He stared at Yu Feishuan with a pair of red eyes and said coldly,
"Since you have to protect this kid, then I will defeat you first and then kill him. Yu Feishuan."
Yang Maicheng frowned slightly and was about to speak. With his current status as master uncle, it would be easy to resolve this matter.
"Don't worry."
Yu Feishuan turned around, smiled faintly at Yang Maicheng and said,
"Elder Jixing and I had some conflicts originally, and it is just right to use this matter to resolve the past grievances."
And this time, Tianchen, Lu Xie, and other disciples of the sword sect also rushed back. When they saw Elder Jixing, their eyes suddenly closed.
"What? Do you know this old guy?"
Yang Maicheng noticed something was wrong with everyone's expressions and asked,
"Uncle Master, this old guy is a difficult guy."
Lu Xie whispered,
"You don't know? The cultivation method of Emperor Shi annihilation sect is mainly based on body training, and his personality is mostly violent, which also makes their sect. Most people in China are grumpy and like to meddle in other people's affairs and cause trouble. During the last spiritual sword ranking, one of our disciples injured a member of Emperor Shi's annihilation sect. At that time, Elder Jixing took the lead and came to the door. Without saying a word, he directly killed that disciple. At that time, Elder Yu Feishuan not present, unable to stop. Afterwards, although Jianzong came forward and caused trouble for Emperor Shi annihilation sect, they only compensated him with some pills and symbolically imprisoned the old guy Jixing for less than half a month."
Yang Maicheng suddenly realized. No wonder Qing Yuandian was tempted by Qing Shuang in the away battle and dared to attack him without any scruples. No wonder Yin Dongchen, Chan Wei, and Yin Longhua acted unscrupulously. No wonder Elder Jixing dared to come to attack with such fanfare. No wonder Yu Feishuan would challenge without hesitation. So that's it. Boom. However, Elder Jixing clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura surged crazily from his body. The spacious and bulky robes on his body seemed to be equipped with several wind eyes, and they started to stir up crazily. The amazing energy and blood. The surging inner energy even turned into a bloody flame condensed into substance around him at this moment, burning crazily outside his body. The area of 10 meters around him turned into a sea of fire under the horrified eyes of everyone. And at this time, Yu Feishuan also exploded on the spot. She took a step forward, and her suppressed cultivation was revealed like a torrent. 3,000 long hair like waterfalls were flying up at this moment, and the blue clothes were dancing in the wind. A blue light, like seawater, also emerged from her body and spread to a radius of more than 10 meters.
"Two strong men from the Purple Mansion. This is such a powerful aura. It's really terrifying."
Yang Maicheng also looked at it. He has never seen a person of this level take action against a strong person in the Zifu realm.
"Is this the strong man from Z Mansion? I am only a master of the Golden Pill now, and I am still far away from the Z Mansion. Only by experiencing the Yuan-Ing realm can I reach the Z Mansion realm. I didn't expect that this powerful person from the Z Mansion could actually master such terrifying strength."
Look from afar. I saw two powerful men from Zifu standing looking at each other. One of the Jixing elders was wrapped in a huge crimson flame. Yu Feishuan on the other side was enveloped in a green light. The momentum that erupted between the two sides covered the area of several hundred meters in radius between the two sides. Now, everyone looked over. The atmosphere between the two parties was constantly rising. Elder Jixing's aura was raised to the extreme in the first place, and he took action almost at the same time. I just saw that when he raised his right hand, his robe rolled and swayed in the void like a big dragon. Outside the body, the crimson aura that had expanded to a range of tens of meters actually condensed at this moment, transforming into endless flames. And even more so at this moment. It was like a three-headed flame dragon. Roar! 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 Almost as soon as these three flaming dragons appeared, they flew through the void and charged towards Yu Feishuan with a crazy attitude.
It is obviously just an illusory flame condensed, but it has an unimaginable high temperature. At this moment, a burst of flames rose directly from the ruins of the other courtyard that had been razed to the ground. Even the walls and floors were burned and melted. This scene scared everyone and backed away. And at this time, the 3 flaming dragons rushed in front of Yufei in an instant. At this time, Yufei aura also climbed to its peak. She grasped her snow-white wrist forward, and the cyan light directly gathered into a huge hand. And the 3-headed fire dragon was tightly grasped in her palm on the spot. More at the same time, Yufei clenched her right hand lightly, and heard a loud boom sound. The 3-headed fire dragon was crushed to pieces, turned into endless fire, and exploded in all directions. Chapter 630, Fight to the Death. This is the strong man in the Zifu realm. Every move has great momentum, and the burst of power is as terrifying as the power of God. Countless people's eyes widened. After all, the powerful people in the Zifu realm basically have a big force behind them. Especially the 2 people like Yufei and Elder Jixing, who are standing in the 36 sections. Such a powerful person fighting against each other is almost rare, let alone such a life and death struggle. Snort! Elder Jixing snorted coldly and grabbed forward with both hands. Suddenly, a strange force quickly passed through the field. When it was crushed by Howren's big hand, the infinite fire that erupted was actually fused in midair like water droplets under this strange force. And then it was like a huge skylifting giant net heading towards Yufei came over as a hood. This large net woven entirely from flames was extremely huge. Almost instantly, it covered nearly a kilometer in radius. It not only wrapped Yufei in it, but also Yang Macheng, Lu Xia and other 10,000 people. Everyone from the sword sect was dragged in. Obviously, Elder Jixing lost his patience and wanted to end the battle completely with this blow. How audacious! Yufei face was as frosty as she screamed angrily. And soon she saw her little cherry mouth slowly opening. And suddenly, a shocking suction force was generated. The giant web of flames that shrouded it turned into a torrent and was swallowed alive by her. No matter how the giant flame net struggled, it was completely swallowed up like a whale sucking water. And no one was spared. The 2 sides only fought for 1 round. And it was the power of God that triggered such terror. The disciples of both sects were shocked and speechless. Seeing Yufei moves, Elder Jixing narrowed his eyes. But he saw his slender bamboo-like fingers suddenly stretched forward, and a blood-colored bead exploded into the void. Then, at the same time, he suddenly put his hands together and pinched a blended mark. Almost at the same time as the blood-colored beads were shot out. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8. When he rushed in front of Yufei, the sky was covered with sun, as dense as rain. Every bead is covered with a power that is enough to penetrate the void. Yufei frowned slightly. At this time, she took a step back. Failed? In the battle between masters, even a small movement can produce many different results. Is Yufei retreat a temporary evasion? Or is it because he is defeated by this infinite blood bead? Just when everyone was looking forward, Yufei circled her white and delicate palms in midair, and the green light around her suddenly danced, quickly gathering in her hands to form a guzheng. He moved his 10 fingers together, and heard a burst of passionate tones that sounded like an ambush from all sides. An invisible sound waves suddenly gathered in midair, forming a blue light shield visible to the naked eye, protecting her in front of her. Can you block it? At this moment, even Yang Macheng looked over nervously. Bang! 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 Countless dense blood-colored beads hit the light shield, splashing out dazzling sparks. Everyone looked at it intently, only to see that the blood bead refused to give up, spinning crazily on the light shield in a high-speed rotating posture, like a poisonous dragon diamond. Let's see how long you can block it! Elder Jixing had no intention of giving up, and slapped his right hand forward. The blood beads in midair transformed again, and were crushed away again. Each blood bead burst out with a ray of light, and hit the light shield fiercely. The terrifying explosion sounds are endless. Everyone could only see the shocking sparks that erupted when each blood droplet hit the light curtain. These endless sparks, connected together, are comparable to the rays of the blazing sun. Everyone watching the battle was almost blind at this moment. Crack! At some point, Yang Macheng suddenly heard a shattering sound. His eyes widened, and he quickly looked forward. But he saw that the light shield protecting Yufei was like glass at this moment, with countless cracks all over it. The crack is continuously expanding crazily with the bombardment of blood-colored beads. Are you going to lose?
The disciples of Wandao Sword Sect couldn't help but be surprised.
We win! Come on, Elder!
And the opposite. The disciples of Emperor Shi's Annihilation Sect were extremely encouraged. Just when everyone thought that the situation was likely to develop towards the scene they saw that Yu Feishuan was not in a hurry. Her slender and delicate fingers actually grabbed the 12 strings on the guzheng at this moment. A string was played violently. Buzz! A strange, indescribable piano sound sounded at this moment. Just see. As the sound of the piano resounded, a terrifying ripple swept forward quickly. The ripples were like an invisible seawater, rushing forward in an unimaginable manner. The originally fragmented light shield was completely shattered at this moment. At the same time, the blood-colored beads that swept towards Yu Feishuan in the void were submerged by the invisible seawater. This endless blood droplet didn't even have time to make an explosion, and was completely annihilated in an instant. What? Before Elder Jixing came to his senses, he saw the invisible seawater coming towards him. He closed his eyes, and immediately raised his arms to protect himself.
Boom!
A surging force sounded loudly. Elder Jixing felt as if he had been hit hard by the real seawater. His arms were numb from the shock, and his whole body lost his balance at this moment. And he could not stop himself from falling backwards. Every step struck the ground sonorously and forcefully, leaving a deep mark. And this violent blast created a shocking hurricane, sending all the people watching the battle flying away. This time, there was deathly silence all around, except for the breathing sounds of Elder Jixing and Yu Feishuan after the battle. Click! Elder Jixing clenched his fists, forcibly shaking off the power of the previous sonic attack, and stared at Yu Feishuan's body.
As expected of Yu Feishuan, who has mastered Lin Yan's illusion formation, he was able to neutralize my blood bead bombardment. However, I have decided on that kid's head. No one can make me change my mind.
Yu Feishuan calmed down her turbulent breath and looked at Yang Macheng, who was named by Elder Jixing. She slowly shook her head and said,
You are not qualified to touch him. Not to mention you. Even your sect master is not qualified to come. Lucky star. Yu Feishuan, have left my words here today. If you dare to touch a hair of his today, the Wandao Sword Sect, will definitely devote all my disciples and elders to fight to the death with your Emperor Shi Annihilation Sect. I will fight to the death.
Chapter 631 10,000 Killing Order. Boom! Originally, when everyone saw Yu Feishuan protecting Yang Macheng like this, they just thought that Yang Mucheng's status in the Wandao Sword Sect might be a little transcendent. Or he is a disciple of a certain elder, or someone who has been specially cared for by a certain high-level person. But no one expected that Yang Mucheng's identity was so transcendent.
Fight to the death with our Emperor Shi, the Annihilation Sect. Until the death?
Elder Jixing was also stunned by Yu Feishuan's words. Notice, last time, he personally slapped a disciple of Wandao Sword Sect to death. Although Wandao Sword Sect was dissatisfied, he only condemned him a few times. After all, if two major sects go to war, it will involve matters between the two major domains. It's hard to tell. But for more than 100 years after the First World War, all lives were devastated. Therefore, among the 36 sects, many things will be more restrained, and they will not set such unrelenting slogans at all. But now, if such a kid is killed, it will actually lead to crazy revenge from the Wandao Sword Sect.
What is his identity?
This moment, almost everyone couldn't help but guess.
Huh?
At this time, in the noisy and chaotic city, a young man wearing a purple gold crown and holding a folding fan slowly passed by. He also heard the movement here and looked over.
2 strong men from Zifu.
The young man glanced at Yu Feishuan and Jixing, and said with a faint smile,
No wonder they are so powerful when fighting. I wonder who the young man they are talking about is.
I thought to myself. The young man's eyes turned and fell on Yang Macheng behind him.
Golden Elixir Master? I didn't expect that under the Immortal Sect. There are still people who can cultivate to the Golden Elixir Master at the age of 17 in such a barren and desolate Jiuzhou? But this kind of qualification is better than what I have in several other countries. The young heroes found everywhere are still a bit inferior. However, he can be one of my targets.
This young man. It was Mr. Elegant, who appeared under Haotian Mountain in Fatian Domain. Of course, his appearance was just a brief interlude among the crowd. Everyone was immersed in Yu Feishuan's words and were shocked. What kind of identity is it that can make Wandao Sword Sect take it so seriously?
I remembered. There is a young great-uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. Could it be him?
Unexpected. Someone in the crowd exclaimed.
I have also heard about my uncle. Is this true?
Notice. All major sects attach great importance to seniority. A 17-year-old uncle suddenly appeared in Wandao Sword sect. Others also heard about it. But everyone just took it as a joke. However, no one thought that this thing was actually true.
Is this kid the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect?
Elder Jixing asked.
Yes.
Yu Feishuan nodded. Uh-huh. As soon as these words came out, Elder Jixing's face suddenly turned pale. No wonder Yu Feishuan said earlier.
Even if it's Tianchen, he will handle it impartially.
But if you are destroyed by him, you will only be unlucky. That's right. The great uncle of Wandao Sword sect personally killed several disciples of your sect. Doesn't this count as admitting that you are unlucky? Original. Elder Jixing only thought that these were Yu Feishuan's words to push him away. But he did not expect that in the end. He would really have to admit that he was unlucky.
I do not believe.
Elder Jixing stared at Yang Macheng, his complexion changing from white to green, from green to purple.
How could a young boy become the great uncle of a large sect? I am going to kill him today. And I want to see how your Wandao Sword sect fights to the death with our Emperor Sure Annihilation sect.
Boom! Elder Jixing clenched his fists. He walked towards Yang Macheng step by step. And with almost every step he took, his aura increased crazily. At the same time, the suffocating power made people become more and more ferocious. Elder Jixing's face is full of madness. His actions are destined to kill Yang Macheng, and he will never give up. However, the next moment, his crazy burst of anger was like being poured from beginning to end with a bucket of ice water. It disappeared completely in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Because Yu Feishuan had an extra token in her hand.
Jin Liang gave you the 10,000 killing order?
Elder Jixing narrowed his eyes. Killing order? Everyone immediately looked forward, only to see that the token in Yu Feishuan's hand was ordinary. Just an ordinary identity token for members of the Wandao Sword sect. This token is the same as the tokens worn by Yang Macheng, Lu Xie, Yu Feishuan, and Tianchen. The only difference is that there is a small word gold engraved on the corner of the token.
What is the kill order?
Someone in the crowd asked in confusion.
What you don't know is that the token is. The token in Yu Feishuan's hand is the identity token of Jin Liang, the current leader of Wandao Sword sect. Once, a disciple of Sword sect accidentally fell into the blood. The Yemen spiritual medicine garden was seized by the Zuiman. The Zuiman had to let Jin Liang go and get him in person. Otherwise, they would kill the disciple in 1 day's delay. Originally, Jin Liang planned to go there in person. But before departure, the Sword sect encountered a sudden situation. For this reason, Jin Liang couldn't get away and handed the identity tokens he carried with him to the elders. I hope the Blood Knight sect will let that disciple go for his sake. However, the Blood Knight sect didn't buy it at all. Instead, they thought that Jin Liang didn't give them face. So in front of several elders, they killed the disciple who broke into their elixir garden. Later, Jin Liang knew after this incident. He became furious and vowed to make the Blood Knight sect pay with blood. The Blood Knight sect was one of the top 10 most powerful sects in the second tier. But it was actually massacred by the Wandao Sword sect within 3 days. Word of mouth spread. And Jin Liang's token became the 10,000 kill order. Seeing the 10,000 killing order is like seeing Jin Liang. Yu Feishuan has taken out the 10,000 killing order. If Elder Jixing dares to continue to entangle him, it will mean that he and Wandao Sword sect are preparing to go to war.
Phew. Everyone present took a breath of air. They didn't expect that this ordinary token had such a complicated origin. Yang Macheng stared at the 10,000 killing order with excitement in his eyes.
Is this the strength of the strongest of the 36 sects? Even a small identity token is enough to represent his will. When can I reach this level? Even just saying a name is enough to intimidate others.
But another thought arose in Yang Macheng's mind. Is this 10,000 kill order enough to make Elder Jixing retreat? Thinking of this, Yang Macheng looked at Elder Jixing. And this moment, everyone had the same idea and unanimously turned their eyes towards Elder Jixing. Chapter 632 Determination to Become Stronger. But see, Elder Jixing clenched his fists and lowered his eyes. The emergence of the 10,000 killing order. It basically proves the identity of Yang Macheng's uncle. If you dare to attack Yang Macheng after the 10,000 kill order is taken out, then it will really be the end of the two sects' fight to the death. Elder Jixing has no guts to stir up such a big trouble. If Emperor Sure's Annihilation sect doesn't support him, then he will most likely be pushed out as a scapegoat. Staring at the kill order, Elder Jixing seemed to have made up his mind and said to Yu Feishuan,
Today, we consider ourselves unlucky. However, this matter has not passed. After I return to the sect, I will report this matter to the sect master truthfully. Our Emperor Sure Annihilation sect has never been afraid of anyone. Today's things won't just end like this. Let's go!
Finished, Elder Jixing waved his long sleeves, rolled up Chen Yuandian and Yin Dongchen, and flew into the air, leaving the City of Chaos directly. Gone? Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly surprised.
Everyone has left? Could it be that the Emperor Sure Annihilation sect will not participate in this year's Spirit Sword ranking?
Someone shouted.
Ha ha. What a waste of time to participate. Yin Dongchen, ranked 79th on the Spiritual Sword ranking. Chong Wei ranked 60th on the Spiritual Sword ranking.
And Yin Longhua ranked 23rd on the Spiritual Sword ranking. Were all beaten by the young man from Wanao Sword sect. The Master Uncle has been abolished. How can they still participate in the Spirit Sword ranking? Rather than being embarrassed and conspicuous, it is better to leave immediately.
Someone laughed.
But what Elder Jixing left, when he left, was interesting. It seems that the Emperor Sure Annihilation sect does not intend to let this matter pass so easily. Is there going to be another war?
There are also people worry. After all, once a war breaks out between two large domains, the scope of the impact will be huge. If it is not handled properly, it may even lead to a war among the 36 sects.
These things are not something we can worry about.
Some people sighed secretly. A friction between two major sects was just a small episode for the City of Chaos, and it passed quickly. But people are becoming more and more interested in this young Master Uncle of Wanao Sword sect. Every past incident has been dug up by many people. Originally, everyone thought that this great uncle was the reincarnation of an old man from the Sword sect. But when they learned about Yang Muqing's background, they were shocked again.
What? He actually rose up in the mortal world? He is only 17 years old this year? 17-year-old Golden Elixir Master. Are you kidding me? It turns out that he is Old Demon Yang. I always thought that the beings called Old Demon were old monsters. I didn't expect that it was him. However, based on his record and everything he did, it doesn't seem unreasonable to be called Mr. Yang.
And this thing. It was also known to Ling Xiao from the Qingquan Immortal sect.
What? Old Demon Yang is not dead? He is also the great uncle of the Sword sect.
Ling Xiao's face was full of shock, but his surprised eyes contained an unconcealable eagerness to try.
I didn't expect that he could actually survive from the hands of the ancient divine ape, and even kill the ancient divine ape. I really hope I can fight him on the spiritual sword list.
For a while, the sect disciples who came to participate in the Spirit Sword ranking were also secretly shocked. I am afraid Yang Muqing's participation this time has greatly increased the variables in the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking. But at this moment, Yang Muqing was in a headache. After seeing Jixing and Yu Feishuan take action, his desire for strength became stronger and stronger. The identity and background of masters, uncles, and emperors are all false. Only when you are strong enough, others will fear you and fear you. His great uncle's identity was not even as good as Jin Liang's identity token, and Jin Liang was able to have such a prestigious reputation. And he also had to fight for it.
Yu Feishuan, I have to go out for a while.
Yang Muqing made a decision.
Uncle Master, in half a month, the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking will begin. Where are you going?
Yu Feishuan was shocked.
The City of Chaos is a mixed bag. Although you are the great uncle of the Sword sect, it is inevitable that some people will take risks, and it will be detrimental to you. Don't worry. I'm just going out to practice for a while, and plan to advance to the half-step nascent soul realm before the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking begins. I have the frightening finger and the dragon soul armor, and ordinary people can't get close to me.
Yang Muqing said. Having said that, Yu Feishuan had no choice but to tell Yang Muqing to be careful. He's out. When Yang Muqing walked out of the courtyard, several people stared at him.
Do you want to do it?
One of them said.
Idiot.
Another man who looked like a leader yelled sternly.
He hasn't left the city yet. And there is a strong man from the Zifu, like Yu Feishuan, sitting in the city. If you dare to touch him here, I'm afraid we haven't succeeded yet. He will be slapped to death by Yu Feishuan. What should we do?
Someone asked.
Wait until he leaves the city.
Yang Muqing clasped his hands behind his back and seemed not to care at all about these hidden crises. Just like what Yu Feishuan said, there will always be people who are desperate enough to target him and attack him. Some of these people wanted to take him as a hostage to get some martial arts pills and the like from the Wanao Sword sect. There are also some people who are not so courageous and just want to take away the weapons or some magic weapons from him.
Certainly, these people thought they were secretive. But in fact, they couldn't hide Yang Muqing's Emperor's Qi reading technique. What's more, in his dragon tail bracelet, there is also a golden-haired rat with equally sensitive perception.
How many people are there?
Yang Muqing asked.
About 37 or 8. Their strength is roughly around that of the Golden Core Realm Grandmaster. Only 2 are slightly stronger and have reached half-step nascent soul.
The voice of the golden-haired rat quietly sounded in Yang Muqing's mind.
Where are the people from the Ingui sect?
Yang Muqing continued to ask.
I didn't feel it.
The golden-haired mouse shook his head. The people from the Ingui sect haven't shown up yet? Yang Muqing frowned slightly. Before he left the city, he deliberately walked around the City of Chaos just to attract the people from the Ingui sect. I just wanted to complete the incomplete technique. But unfortunately the people from the Ingui sect didn't fall into the trap.
Hee hee. Wouldn't the people from the Ingui sect lose the courage to attack you after knowing that you are the uncle of the sword sect?
The golden-haired rat said with a smile. Yang Muqing smiled bitterly and said,
If that's the case, it will be troublesome. Although this incomplete technique can be used, it is not powerful enough, and it will cause too much damage to the body. I have offended the Annihilation sect of Emperor Shi on my back. It's really not worth it to only get this incomplete technique. That's it. Let's talk about it after leaving the city.
Yang Muqing felt the crowd that was already following him. A chill flashed in his eyes, and he strode towards the outside of the City of Chaos. Chapter 633 Ambush on the Road. The Golden Mouse's guess was correct. The Ingui sect really planned to take action, and even considered storming into another courtyard to kidnap Yang Muqing and obtain the incomplete kung fu in his hands. But after learning Yang Muqing's identity, the Ingui sect hesitated. This technique may be precious, but if you have the life to take it, I'm afraid you will be killed by people from the Wandao sword sect before you can practice it. I'm afraid their Ingui sect will be completely destroyed.
What to do?
In front of an ancient tomb, the senior officials of the Ingui sect looked at each other for a while, and all looked at the leader, an old man with an air of righteousness and immortality.
That's all. I'll go there myself.
After a moment of concentration, the old man sighed and went out in person. And this time, Yang Muqing has already left the City of Chaos 40 or 50 miles. This area is still considered a safe area, because of the fear of monsters attacking the city. The City of Chaos spontaneously eliminated all these monsters. Of course, in this case, Yang Muqing was naturally unable to practice, and could only go deeper. It didn't take long to almost step into the dense woods.
Roar!
Under the roar, a black phantom was like a cheetah. And then it rushed towards Yang Muqing and killed him. Yang Muqing's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he could easily avoid it by just retreating slightly.
It's the black-blooded leopard.
At this time, there was a slight commotion among those who were secretly following Yang Muqing.
The opportunity has come. Yes. Let's wait until he and this black-blooded leopard fight until both sides are injured. Then we take action.
Everyone was secretly happy. Yang Muqing is a character who can defeat even the strongest men on the spirit sword ranking. They may not have seen enough. If Yang Muqing was injured by this monster, it would be much easier for them to take action. After all, the Demon King of the Black-Blooded Leopard and Golden Pill Master can definitely be ranked among the top 3 Demon Kings of the same level. It is fast and extremely ferocious. Even if a Master of Jin Dan encounters it, it will give him a huge headache. However, before they could finish their words, they saw Yang Muqing move his wrist, creating a sword light that was extremely beautiful. However, under this sword light, there is absolute murderous intent hidden. Wow! A gorgeous sword slashed out in the air, and each sword was extremely dazzling. The black-blooded leopard also burst out at this moment, and its 4 claws stepped heavily on the ground, and the sharp claws dug a deep hole in the ground. Puff! In almost a face-to-face encounter, the Xinglua Xuanye sword, with its hair blown and broken, was pierced through the head of the black-blooded leopard, as easily as a knife penetrates grease. The Demon King, who was a master of the golden elixir, didn't even have a chance to react, and was cut into 2 pieces in front of everyone. Hisses. At this moment, there was a sound of gasping in the darkness. No one expected that this Demon King would be killed by Yang Muqing in an instant. Notice, the Demon King's bones are very hard, and sometimes they can even make Xian-level weapons. But Yang Muqing's sword can actually split the black blood leopard in half. You can imagine how sharp this sword is. Too weak. Yang Muqing shook his head. Monsters of the same level are definitely stronger than humans in terms of strength and physique. But if you only know how to attack based on instinct when fighting, you will be far inferior to a warrior who has practiced martial arts. This black-blooded leopard was not even comparable to the white-haired old ape he met on Haotian Mountain.
This sword is mine!
Boom! Finally, someone couldn't help it anymore and rushed out at this moment, turning into a black shadow and rushing towards Yang Muchung crazily.
That is, thousands of silk hands.
But see, the target of the black shadow was obvious, which was the sword in Yang Muchung's hand. However, as soon as this person appeared, he grabbed forward with his right hand. In an instant, he saw his inner energy pouring out crazily, and the huge inner energy turned into substance at this moment, like black and white threads, winding directly towards the Xinglua Xuanye's sword.
Oops! He succeeded? Unexpectedly. He is here too!
After seeing this move, many people secretly thought it was hopeless. It was Xing Yan who took action. He is a half-step nascent soul strongman. It is said that he was originally a killer, but later offended a force and had to hide in XC, and then came to the City of Chaos. Of course, he did not dare to kill Yang Muchung. If he killed this great uncle, there would probably be no place for him in the world. The sword in Yang Muchung's hand is an earth-level weapon. An earth-level weapon is enough to make him tempted.
Come here!
Xing Yan laughed loudly and grabbed it fiercely with his right hand. Suddenly, the Xinglua Xuanye sword that was caught by the
thousands of silk hands
was snatched away by him. Snapped. The Xinglua Xuanye sword is in hand. Xing Yan looked happy.
Earth-level weapons are indeed extraordinary. Ha ha. With this sword, who else dares to chase me again? Yelua sect. You have been chasing me for 70 or 80 years, so I deserve this revenge.
Reported.
However, as soon as Xing Yan's thoughts came to his mind, a cold voice came.
You finally came out. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Give you a finger.
At the same time as this voice sounded, Xing Yan raised his head fiercely, his eyes full of shock. Because I don't know when, Yang Muchung took a step forward and came to him. This shrinking speed even left an afterimage in Xing Yan's eyes. Then, Yang Muchung pointed out. This moment, for Xing Yan, it was as if time had stood still. His eyes widened, and he watched helplessly as Yang Muchung pointed. But his body could not move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but Yang Muchung's speed was too fast, exceeding his body's reaction speed. Immediately afterwards, this finger hit his chest hard. Boom! Boom! Xing Yan was struck by lightning, and all the bones in his body burst into pieces. At the same time, the terrifying force of this finger was poured into Xing Yan's body, causing his body to tremble, and his whole body was shot backwards like an arrow from a string. At the same time, Xinglua Xuanye sword also came out. The big trees in the dense forest were smashed by the waste. Several thieves hiding in the trees were hit by Xing Yan. They spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew 7 or 8 feet away. Their internal organs were all injured, shattered. There were loud sounds of ancient trees hitting the ground, and there was chaos in the surrounding area. Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand. Xinglua Xuanye's sword is firmly in hand, and no one can take it away. This scene, seeing many thieves hiding in the dark, my scalp felt numb. This was a half-step nascent soul strongman. He didn't even have a chance to resist, and was killed by a single finger. Come out! Yang Muchung held a sword flower in his right hand and returned the Xinglua Xuanye sword to its scabbard. He glanced at the upper left corner, southeast, northwest, several directions, smiled coldly, and said, I have been in the City of Chaos for a long time. I noticed you were following me. There was deathly silence in the forest. After a moment, a rustling sound sounded, and soon after, dozens of figures jumped out from hiding. Chapter 630 For the Yin Ghost sect comes to visit. These people are dressed in different styles. It was obviously a last-minute idea. However, their target is Yang Muchung. Yang? One of the warriors took a step forward and bowed his hand to Yang Muchung. You are the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, and we are just a few unscrupulous little thieves. There is a reason for besieging you today. I hope you can reward me with some elixirs, martial arts, or exercises. If Yang Muchung has no background, why is he so wordy? They just swarmed up and killed people and took wealth. But now, facing Yang Muchung, they really didn't have the courage. If it is injured or touched, it may lead to disaster in the future. Should I give it to you?
Yang Muchung only found it funny. The first time he was robbed, the robber even offered him something.
Hey, how can this be a robber? I think he's almost like a beggar.
The golden-haired mouse couldn't help laughing. The warrior sighed, as if Yang Muchung's answer was what he expected.
If that's the case, then don't blame us for being rude. Superior.
Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of shouting. Obviously, these people planned to take the things away from Yang Muchung first, and then prepare to divide the spoils.
Boom! Boom!
The warrior who spoke before grabbed his right hand and shot out 2 flying knives. This flying knife was about a finger long and shaped like a golden-winged large ring knife. It shot directly towards Yang Muchung's right leg, obviously intending to seal Yang Muchung's lower body first. There are 2 more people. They should be the same gang of thieves, with a clear division of labor. They didn't rush to take action. They just grabbed a bundle of ropes from their arms and threw them into the sky. Immediately afterwards, I saw several strange handprints. The rope was like a snake, rushing towards Yang Muchung. The other warriors also showed off their own special abilities. Either seal the acupoint or restrain the person.
Arrive!
Just when everyone was taking action, Wang Renjie, the leader of the Yingui sect, had already arrived. As soon as he arrived, he saw everyone frantically attacking Yang Muchung, and almost subconsciously, he was ready to help. But after thinking about it for a moment, he stopped.
We can't take action now. Yes, when this kid is defeated by these people and his things are taken away, I will come forward.
After all, Wang Renjie is an old Jianghu, and his mind quickly turned around.
When this kid is injured and his things are robbed, he will be very desperate. At this time, if I show up again to drive away those thieves and snatch the things back, he will definitely be grateful to me. When the time comes, again make a request, and he will be happy to agree.
Think of this. Wang Renjie looked forward again. However, Wang Renjie was stunned when he saw it. But see, facing the attacks from everyone, Yang Muchung didn't panic at all. He waved his right hand, and the clouds all over his body were filled with mist. An inner energy blasted into the void, and then blasted forward with a white wave of air. The 2 flying knives that were shot towards his legs were directly reversed by the white air wave, and blasted directly into the warrior's body at a more ferocious speed than when they came. Poof! There was a tearing sound. Suddenly, the warrior didn't even have time to scream, before he was pierced between the eyebrows and throat by the 2 flying knives, and died on the spot. As for the ropes that are like dragon snakes, they are even simpler. Xing Luoxuanya's sword shook slightly, and thousands of sword lights swayed. Just hearing the sound of swish, 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 the dozen or so ropes were cut off immediately. When those people saw this, they were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. Yang Muchung didn't let them go either. He swung his right hand, and the sword edge brought out a golden sword mark, which danced quickly like a half moon. Before the 3 of them could escape a few steps, they were cut in half on the spot, and their blood flowed all over the ground. These 30 or so people were no match for Yang Muchung. Even though he is also a master of golden elixir, it is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables in his hands. There is also a half-step nascent soul who actually wants to improve his skills just because his cultivation level is higher than that of Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung would not be polite at all. He rushed forward and gave him a stinging finger. But this half-step nascent soul was stronger than Xing Yin, and at the critical moment, he burst out with all his energy and blood and slapped him with his palm. This kind of method of a strong man breaking his wrist is naturally admirable. But his fate is also obvious. His right arm exploded on the spot, and the whole person flew out. However, this half-step Yuanying was also a man. Although he was seriously injured, he did not say a word, rolled up and ran away, in less than a stick of incense. Among the dozens of thieves who followed from the City of Chaos, only 1 half-step nascent soul escaped, and the others all died on the spot without exception.
Ha ha! I made a lot of money!
The golden mouse shouted proudly. Notice, the warrior's golden elixir is easier to obtain than the demon king's demon elixir. These golden elixirs can also be absorbed through the devouring heaven divine technique. Yang Muchung stood there. He directly swallowed all the energy and blood of these warriors, and then looked at a certain corner.
Come out! I've been waiting for you!
After a moment, Wang Renjie walked out of the corner with a complicated expression. I have to say, it was really a mistake. All his plans came to nothing, and the strength Yang Muchung showed shocked him even more. This made his original plan to restrain Yang Macheng and regain the incomplete mental skills shattered.
Senior. Next is Wang Renjie, the leader of Yingui's sect.
The white-bearded old man bowed his hands to Yang Macheng and introduced himself to his family.
Ha ha. If you didn't come to me, you would really have a headache.
Yang Macheng was overjoyed. His incomplete mental method is still waiting to be completed. If the people from the Yingui sect never show up again, he can only stick to this incomplete mental method, and maybe wait until he completes the system task to be rewarded with a complete talisman. But by then, maybe he would be able to get better skills.
Senior, I know you are interested in this technique.
Wang Renjie sighed and took out a torn animal skin scroll from his arms.
What you have in hand is only a quarter, and I also have a quarter. How about we cooperate? Cooperation?
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that the Yingui sect leader came in person to snatch the remaining skill scroll in his hand. But he did not expect that the other party actually came to seek cooperation. Wang Renjie nodded and then explained.
Although our Yingui sect was once on the 4th or 5th tier, we once offended a powerful enemy who slaughtered everyone in our Yingui sect. Now there are only less than 100 people left in the entire sect. Come on! In order to keep the Yingui sect alive, I, the former deacon, was elected as the sect leader.
Yang Macheng smiled faintly. Although Wang Renjie's cultivation level reached half a step of nascent soul, but it was almost the same as Yin Lung was, and was not good enough in front of him. Previously, Yang Macheng was still wondering why such a guy could become the leader of the Yingui sect. He didn't understand until the other party explained it like this.
Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk about this scrap.
Yang Macheng glanced at Wang Renjie and said slowly.
When you finish talking, let's talk about this cooperation again.
Chapter 635 Water Drop Space. Wang Renjie let out a long sigh and then slowly told the whole story. It turns out that this is what happened. After the Yingui sect was destroyed by the strong, with less than 100 people left, Wang Renjie was ordered to become the leader of the clan. But this does not allow a sect that is on the verge of collapse to rise again. Therefore, Wang Renjie set his sights on the sect's secret treasure. An ancestor of the Yingui sect left a tomb in a certain area. If this tomb is excavated, you might be able to find some powerful techniques, or weapons of a high enough grade to give the Yingui sect disciples a shot in the arm. But who would have thought that after finally finding the mausoleum, and finally getting an incomplete skill, Qingshuang would take it away?
You know what happened next?
Wang Renjie said cautiously. Yang Macheng nodded. Later, of course Qingshuang escaped with the incomplete technique, and the Yingui sect sent people to catch him. Qingshuang wanted to hook up with Yang Macheng to stop the pursuers, but was cheated by Yang Macheng.
Why can't I kill you and monopolize this skill?
Yang Macheng held the fragment in his hand and looked at Wang Renjie with a smile. Wang Renjie smiled bitterly and said,
Emperor Yang, even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the complete technique. You can't find the tomb of the ancestor of the Yingui sect. And even if you find it, there is no way to get in. Moreover, we don't have it now. We're in trouble. The restrictions set by our ancestors are too powerful, and we can't get the rest of the techniques. So, I want to ask you to cooperate. If you don't want to, then we have to give up.
In fact, Wang Renjie was also very worried. He was afraid that Yang Macheng would ignore morality and attack him directly. His heart trembled. And after a moment Yang Macheng laughed loudly, nodded and said,
I agree.
Finished, Yang Macheng stared at Wang Renjie and said,
I don't want any other skills in the mausoleum, but this one must be completed. Do you hear me? If you dare to play any tricks with me, I will make your Yingui sect completely cut off and disappear from Kyushu.
Wang Renjie was so happy that he didn't even dare to say anything, and respectfully invited Yang Macheng to the ancestors' mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum, there were about 100 disciples of Yingui sect standing there. Wang Renjie quickly introduced Yang Macheng. This one was the first elder, and that one was the second elder. This one is the master of the law enforcement hall, and that one is the master of the fighting hall. Yang Macheng glanced at it, and was very happy. The so-called hall masters and elders only have golden elixir cultivation. The highest one is only the golden elixir master. The so-called battle hall leader is actually only in the middle stage of golden core. The golden-haired rat can kill him with one breath. He originally had secret suspicions. Now that I see these people, I have to believe that the Yingui sect is in such dismal condition.
Senior!
Although Yang Macheng was unknown to the people of the Yingui sect, he was several hundred years younger. But when Yang Macheng came, the people present showed a respectful attitude. Yang Muchung nodded, and then looked at Wang Renjie.
Where is the tomb?
But see. Wang Renjie and the Great Elder looked at each other, and the latter took out a pure black proton token from his arms, and pointed towards a short hill. I just saw a black light shooting out, and ripples suddenly appeared on the small hill. When the ripples dispersed, a huge mask that looked like an evil ghost was revealed. Immediately afterwards, the Great Elder waved the proton order in his hand and muttered something.
This is the mausoleum left by our ancestors. It can only be opened using the Ingo Sect's techniques and the proton order.
Wang Renjie on the side didn't know whether he saw Yang Muchung's doubts, or was afraid that Yang Muchung would be at such a critical moment. The superiors killed people and took possessions, explaining in succession. Yang Muchung nodded, not caring about Wang Renjie's little thoughts. He was born as an emperor. Be true to your word and do what you say. I have said that I will cooperate, and I will never do such an unethical thing again.
Boom!
Unexpected, however, he saw that the pure black proton token suddenly burst out with a burst of red light. Almost at the same time, the eyes of the evil ghost mask immediately showed a large red light. What sounded like a roar of a lonely ghost came from somewhere. And then the mask's big mouth actually opened, revealing a tunnel that went straight down.
Huh? This is interesting.
Yang Muchung showed a hint of amusement. Wang Renjie said with a smile.
Senior, the ancestor of our Ingo sect was a captain of the Majin school. So we knew that no matter how powerful the mausoleum's mechanism was, it would be invaded. So we simply made a movable mechanism. And only with this proton order only then can the tomb be opened. If we attack the tomb without this token, everything in the tomb will be burned to ashes in an instant. This is why I would rather have broken jade than complete the tiles. I have seen many such mausoleums.
The golden-haired rat scurried up to Yang Muchung's shoulder. If it's not in Wandao's sword sect, it naturally doesn't need to be hidden. It can just show up openly. A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Renjie's eyes, but he soon returned to normal. It is not uncommon for warriors to subdue monsters and use them as pets and mounts. The previous generation leader of their Ingo sect took in a middle-level demon king who was in the nascent soul realm.
Let's go!
Yang Mu became enlightened. Going down the stairs, Wang Renjie led the way. Yang Muchung discovered that all the mechanisms along the way had been triggered. Some treasure boxes have also been opened. But judging from the residual aura in the boxes should only contain some low-level weapons and elixirs. Perhaps it has been too long and the aura has almost disappeared.
Where is the mental method of the residual scroll?
Yang Muchung asked.
Just in front.
After turning a corner, Wang Renjie pointed to a main hall and said,
It's those water drops.
Water drops? Yang Muchung looked confused. But he saw that there was nothing in the empty hall. Only in the center is a 13-star formation. The formation has been activated, and tidal ripples are slowly spreading. In the center of the formation, a total of 13 huge drops of water were suspended. The water drops are arranged from bottom to top, and each drop exudes a peculiar luster. But Yang Muchung noticed that the luster of some water drops had dimmed. There are still 4 drops of water left, still bright as usual.
This is?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows.
Senior, the remaining scroll of the skill is in the space hidden in this water drop.
Wang Renjie said cautiously.
Every drop of water contains a space. The stronger the light of the water drop, the stronger the restriction in the space. Our people have explored other water drop spaces, but it is too difficult to succeed.
I see. Yang Muchung nodded and looked towards the 13-star formation ahead. The residual scroll technique he has always wanted to get is in this water drop space.
Let me give it a try.
Yang Muchung raised the corner of his mouth and walked forward. Chapter 636, the last level. Yang Muchung chose the water droplet space, which is the 4th brightest.
Senior, be careful.
Just as Yang Muchung was about to enter the space, the Great Elder stepped forward and reminded.
In this 4th drop of water, there is a world of fire and rain. After I entered, I encountered a world of red. The fire rain. I know.
Yang Muchung nodded, stepping into it. At this moment, the world was turned upside down, and the feeling of the sun and the moon rushing around came to my heart. When Yang Muchung opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. But see, this space is not large, with a radius of about 3 or 4 miles, and you can see the edges at a glance. Compared with the Taishan realm of Wandao sword sect, the area is simply vastly different.
Rain of fire?
Looked up, but he saw a flaming cloud spinning in the sky like a vortex. Quietly, a high temperature swept through crazily. And the heat wave that was enough to melt steel also spread throughout the entire water drop space at this moment. Suddenly, a dense and terrifying rain of fire fell from the sky.
Oops! I forgot to ask how to break the restriction.
Yang Muchung patted his head.
Just don't do one thing and two things.
Call. 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 A sharp and harsh whistling sound resounded crazily. The fire rain falling from the sky actually became faster and faster as it fell. It brought up a long tail feather in midair and turned into a sharp arrow in midair. Each sharp arrow is like a full-strength attack from a golden elixir master. However, facing the endless rain of fire, Yang Muchung stepped forward and unsheathed the Xinglua Xuanye's sword in an instant, accompanied by a sound of swords that could resound throughout the sky. I saw a sword energy rising from the sky and pouring in the inner energy. It was like the Milky Way reversing the sky, and it blasted into the sky in the blink of an eye. This moment, the many rains of fire were torn apart in an instant, outside the water drop space. Before the great elder finished speaking, Yang Muchung had already stepped into the water drop, leaving everyone in the Ingui sect looking at each other in shock.
I haven't finished speaking yet,
the great elder cried sadly.
This fire rain has two forms. One is the ordinary red flame, and the other is the more terrifying dark flame. Moreover, each person can only enter this 13-star formation of water droplets once. Once the first, if you fail once, there will be no chance of entering. Hey, if even the boss can't break the 13-star formation of water beads, no one can break the formation.
The golden-haired mouse grabbed a golden elixir like a squirrel chewing a sweet potato.
Yes.
Wang Renjia let out a long sigh. The people from the Ingui sect basically tried it once, and completely gave up the idea of continuing to break the formation. If even Yang Muchung's strength cannot break the formation, with the current strength of their Ingui sect, they can only stare at the ancestor's tomb. Phew! At this moment, a black shadow shot out from the water drop space. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was Yang Muchung who had entered the water droplet earlier.
So fast?
Wang Renjia raised his eyebrows. Notice, the longer you stay in the water drop space, the more likely you are to crack the formation inside. You have only entered not long ago, and the people outside have not even been able to finish 2 or 3 sentences. How can you break the formation? I'm afraid you were blasted out by the formation. Right? Just when the disciples of the Ingui sect were in shock, they heard a click sound, and the 4th drop of water that was suspended and emitting light suddenly exploded into countless fragments, and then turned into ashes under the shocked eyes of pairs crystal powder.
This is...
Wang Renjia's eyes almost bulged out.
I forgot to ask about the method to break the restriction, so I simply blasted the entire water drop space to pieces. There is no mental method fragment in the 4th water drop space, but I have gained some fighting spirit.
Yang Muchung spread his palms. Opening. 3 flame fighting intent, evergreen fighting intent, and swift wind fighting intent flew out.
I already have these 3 fighting intentions. The other fighting intentions of Hellfire and Dark Thunder have been absorbed by me.
Destroyed the water drop space? When everyone heard this, they felt dumbfounded. They resisted the restriction in the water droplet, wishing they could use their strength. But Yang Muchung destroyed the entire water droplet space in such an understatement.
Are there 3 water drop spaces left? Then I will destroy them all in one go.
Yang Muchung absorbed the fighting spirit gained in the 4th water drop space, and stepped into the 3rd water drop space without stopping at all. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the 3rd water droplet exploded in space. The 2nd water droplet explodes in space. And finally, when Yang Muchung blasted through the 2nd water droplet space, he once again obtained part of the incomplete technique.
Only the last one left.
Yang Muchung exhaled a breath of thick air. This time, he did not directly break into the water drop space like before, because every time the light of these water droplets increases by 1 degree, the difficulty of the restriction in the space will increase several times. Everyone only has 1 chance to pass the test, which makes Yang Muchung dare not neglect it, because if he fails, it is very likely that he will never be able to obtain the complete technique again. After raising the energy, blood and internal strength to the peak level, only then did Yang Muchung step into the last drop of water. It is different from the previous water drop spaces. The most eye-catching thing in this space is a huge wall. 36 strange soldiers are painted on the wall, and the relief of each soldier exudes a wave of power. Just when Yang Muchung was looking at this wall, suddenly,
bang! 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 Bang!
On the huge wall, continuous flames suddenly burst out. These flames quickly fell to the ground, and in an instant, They transformed into soldiers holding sharp blades and wearing armor. There are 36 of these soldiers. Each one was burning with flames, almost exactly the same as the appearance on the relief. And there were a total of 36 of them.
Are these soldiers and armors the test of this level?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Boom! Just as he was sizing up these soldiers, 36 soldiers were already rushing towards his position.
Strangeness. According to the rules, the difficulty of each level will rise sharply. Why are the strength of these armors weaker than before? And only the golden elixir is perfect.
Yang Muchung was puzzled. Nature. Even if the number of Jin and perfect soldiers were doubled, they would not be able to cause him much trouble. With just one sweep of his sword, these 36 warriors were killed by him. These killed soldiers immediately turned into pieces of broken fire balls and disappeared quietly. However, at this time, Yang Muchung realized that the restrictions in this level were several times more difficult than the water drop space he had broken through before. Chapter 637 Copying the Wall? Boom! At the moment when Bing Jia was killed, a dazzling fire was emitted from the huge wall. As the firelight surged, the relief patterns on the walls actually changed. The original pattern of 36 soldiers and armors actually doubled in number after a burst of squirming. Then, in a shocking fire, 72 flames quickly burst out from the wall. When it landed on the ground, it transformed into 72 flame warriors. Moreover, this time, the cultivation level of each of the flame warriors actually reached the level of a golden elixir master.
Not only has the number doubled, but the cultivation level has actually increased by one level? Could it be that this is endless?
Yang Muchung's heart moved. He simply couldn't imagine that if this pattern continued, 142 flame warriors would appear in the next batch, and the cultivation level of each flame warrior would reach half a step of nascent soul. Even if he can continue to destroy these half-step nascent soul flame warriors, what if warriors of the nascent soul realm appear next? This last level of restriction test is indeed extraordinary.
The flame soldiers emerge from this wall. Maybe only by destroying this wall can we break through the restriction. Simply killing the flame soldiers will most likely lead to an endless cycle of the opponent getting stronger and stronger. Although all of this is my guess, I can't take any chances.
Yang Muchung's eyes were as bright as fire as he looked at the flame warriors that were charging towards him like lightning. At this moment, he showed no fear at all and instead quickly moved forward to kill them. Don't dare to neglect, lest something change. This time, he directly used his strongest killing intent, and combined with the Xinghua Xuanya sword. Even a simple move was very powerful. Even those flame warriors, who had the cultivation of a golden elixir master, still couldn't resist for long.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Yang Muchung's speed was almost extremely fast. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the soldiers. The sword light was almost continuous. Yang Muchung didn't care how crazy these Jindang Grandmaster soldiers attacked. He had no intention of defending at all. Just keep swinging the sword. Falling the sword. The 11th head. The 26th head. The 53rd head.
Boom!
The 72nd soldier was finally completely shattered in a burst of explosions. However, before Yang Muchung could take a breath and take a good rest, he saw that the wall not far away was squirming with light again. The relief sculpture of 72 flame warriors split wildly, transforming into 144 without any hesitation. At the same time, the aura of the soldiers in the relief was also increasing crazily. As Yang Muchung had guessed before, these soldiers had directly reached the half-step nascent soul realm.
Not good!
Yang Muchung secretly shouted in his heart. All of this, just as he guessed, is an endless cycle that gets stronger and stronger. When the flame warriors that appear from the wall become more and more powerful, and even reach the point where they are impossible to deal with, they will be defeated and forced out of the space. Boom! With a twist of his body, Yang Muchung, who had just killed the last soldier and had not even finished adjusting his breath, suddenly stamped his feet on the ground, like a cheetah pouncing on prey, turning into a terrifying afterimage, heading directly towards the wall. Rush away. Without any hesitation, he struck the strange wall with a palm in the air. Even if there is a mountain here, it may not be able to withstand such a fast and violent palm from Yang Muchung. But this wall, which was 3 people tall and only more than 10 meters high, was still standing as usual under Yang Muchung's palm. Just where the palm was struck, a deep palm print appeared, and huge cracks spread crazily along the palm print.
Boom!
At the same time, in the wall, a terrifying countershock force swept through at this moment. At this moment, Yang Muqing's body trembled due to the impact, and he took a few steps backwards. However, the transformed soldiers on the wall paused quietly, slowing down the speed of transformation.
Could it be that this wall is the key to this restriction? Only by destroying this wall can we break through the space of this last drop of water.
Yang Muqing was thinking rapidly, teeth clenched. At this moment, he didn't care whether it was right or not, and once again rushed towards the wall with one step, and once again slapped it with all his strength.
Boom!
This palm. He mobilized the qi and blood all over his body, and when the qi and blood flowed, there was even a terrifying sound of turbulent waves. Then it hit the wall with a bang, and hit the palm print left before again. With a click sound, the cracks that had already swept away once again broke out, and the entire wall was already overwhelmed. Large swaths of gravel crackled down along the cracks, and this time, the transformed soldiers in the wall stopped completely.
It's over!
Yang Muqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, just when the wall collapsed, just when Yang Muqing thought he had broken the restriction of this level, a sudden change occurred. The aura that had stopped in the wall before was actually rising in an even crazier manner at this moment. In fact, this aura has surpassed the previous
Boom!
The palm prints left by Yang Muqing on the wall suddenly exploded. A terrifying aura, like a mountain torrent, emerged from the palm prints desperately. Even with the emergence of this aura, a palm as white as jade shot out at this moment. But see, this palm changed rapidly in midair, then suddenly closed and pointed out.
What?
Yang Muqing exclaimed. No wonder he was so shocked at the moment, because this finger was exactly the stinging finger that he was good at and used most often. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he still came out of the wall. Even Yang Muqing couldn't react to this weird posture. I could only watch helplessly as this finger hit his chest heavily at a booming speed.
Boom!
The terrifying power contained in Jingja's fingers appeared crazily. This moment, Yang Muqing felt as if he was struck by lightning, or as if he was hit by a demon king in the nascent soul realm. The power contained in it even made all the muscles and bones in his body make a crackling sound. At this time, Yang Muqing raised his head. When he saw the other party's face clearly, he spat out a mouthful of blood mist with unprecedented anger. He shot it like an arrow from a string, flew dozens of feet away, and then smashed heavily, hit to the ground. And this time, the wall, which was already under heavy load, shattered. But the other side. But he walked out of the wall completely. The existence that came out was no one else, but a guy with the same appearance as Yang Muqing. At this moment, this Yang Muqing who walked out of the wall was staring at Yang Muqing who stood up slowly with an evil look on his face. Chapter 638. The last fragment is obtained.
It actually looks like me? And you actually know how to use my stinging finger? That is?
Yang Muqing stood up slowly and looked at this being who looked exactly like him. He even held the same star Luo Xuanya sword as him. From the consciousness, speed, and explosive aura of the other party's previous attack, Yang Muqing could feel that the counterfeit was as strong as himself.
Presumably, the previous wall had the function of copying. They actually copied me. The power of that Jingja finger is really too strong.
Yang Muqing smiled bitterly. Until then. Only then did he realize how terrifying the power of his stinging finger was.
After tasting my Jingja finger, almost all the muscles and bones in my body were shattered. If that finger was the Jingshan finger, I'm afraid I would be killed on the spot by him. Right. Tongue.
At this moment, the counterfeit didn't say anything, and just stepped towards Yang Muqing.
Good. Let me give it a try to see how powerful you, the fake, really are.
Raising the Xingluo Xuanya's sword, Yang Muqing quickly moved forward and fought directly with the counterfeit. Outside the water drop space, everyone's eyes fell on the brightest drop of water. At this moment, in this drop of water, terrifying power is constantly emanating from it. In fact, the turbulent aura made all the elders and disciples of the Yingui sect, including Wang Renjie, feel numb.
What difficulties did Senior encounter in the water droplet space?
Someone couldn't help but ask.
When we fight like this, we can feel the terrifying aura of battle even outside the space. I wonder if he can win.
Everyone is looking forward to it. The golden-haired rat squinted his eyes and looked over, unable to help showing a hint of trouble.
There's trouble,
the golden-haired mouse said.
Senior, what happened in the space? Can you see it?
Wang Renjie couldn't help but ask.
Ha. Of course I can see. My eyes can see through all spaces. Although my strength is not as good as before. I can still see through the 13-star water drop array. What the boss encountered was a replication wall. He is now your opponent is yourself.
The golden-haired mouse said slowly. Is the opponent yourself? Everyone was shocked. Only then did the golden-haired rat slowly tell what happened in the water drop space. After hearing the golden mouse's narration, Wang Renjie showed a hint of bitterness and then sighed.
We're in big trouble.
More than just trouble. It's just a headache. For the first time in the water drop space, Yang Mucheng felt like a tiger gnawing at a hedgehog with nowhere to bite. This imposter knows almost all his martial arts skills, and can even use the frightening finger and dragon soul armor. No matter how unexpected the attack is, the counterfeiter will be able to neutralize it immediately and counterattack with the same attitude. Moreover, the counterattack posture is particularly sharp.
Sure enough, your biggest enemy is yourself. Even when I faced Elder Jixing, I never felt like I was about to collapse. I don't believe it anymore. I can't deal with you. A fake.
Boom. At this time, Yang Mucheng could no longer hide anything. Not only the qi, blood, and internal energy are completely flowing out, but the consciousness is also quickly letting go at the same time. He was no longer eager to kill the imposter like before, but instead found another way to understand his own shortcomings from the imposter's moves. In a frantic battle, Yang Mucheng only felt that his moves and techniques were becoming more and more proficient. All the techniques he had learned in Tuatian Palace and Wandao Sword Sect were integrated into his bones at this moment. Even during the battle, Yang Mucheng suddenly felt a strange feeling. His soul seemed to float out of his body, and he was watching the mad battle between the real and the fake from a third-person perspective. The battle situation also changed quietly. Original. When facing the attack of the imposter, he has a posture that all his tricks have been seen through by the opponent. But now, this feeling has completely disappeared, replaced by a proud attitude of having everything under control.
I see. I used to only focus on the power of moves, and I came to a dead end. It's not that the higher the level of the move, the more powerful it is. Divine weapons and rusty iron swords can both kill people, but even an ordinary person can kill people. Holding a magical weapon may not be the opponent of a golden core warrior holding an iron sword. It doesn't matter what his moves are, as long as they can kill people. It's a good move.
The long-standing confusion suddenly became clear at this moment. A sense of enlightenment quickly came to my mind. If the original Yang Mucheng was like a wealthy businessman guarding a treasure, although he had countless properties, he could only use part of them. Now that he had been baptized by this impostor, Yang Mucheng came to his senses and solved the hidden dangers caused by the rapid increase in cultivation speed. At this moment, he was not only able to use his qi, blood and inner energy like an arm, but he was even able to explode it by 200%.
It's over.
Facing attacks from imposters, Yang Mucheng even closed his eyes at this moment. In an instant, he had an incredible level of control over everything around him. Even the next attacks by the impostor were all within his expectations. He slowly raised the Xinglua Xuanya sword in his hand and slashed it down lightly. This sword? There is no earth-shattering power, nor is there a sword light that can cut everything apart. Just like a boy who got a sword for the first time, he swung the sword casually, and it could even be said that it was full of flaws. But despite the fact that the sword slashed down silently, the force of the slash caused a clearly visible crack to appear in the watery space. Even at this moment, the counterfeit didn't even have time to raise the Xinglua Xuanya sword in his hand to resist, before he was cut in half by Yang Mucheng's sword. Boom! In this explosion, Yang Mucheng was pushed out of the water drop space by a huge repulsive force.
Out!
Looking at Yang Mucheng being sent out of the space, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. But see! On the brightest water drop, a burst of light flashed, and then a broken skill scroll slowly floated out from it.
The last part of the exercise technique. He actually broke through.
In a burst of exclamations, in the 13-star water drop formation, 13 water droplets exploded at this moment and completely turned into nothing. Yang Mucheng looked at the fragments in his hands excitedly. After getting the last fragment of the technique, he finally collected all the incomplete skills. Chapter 639 Demon God Sacrifice. The 4 fragmentary scrolls are combined into one. Suddenly, the incomplete content of the skill was also completely revealed at this moment. At this moment, many of the sequelae that caused the entire martial arts to be unable to exert its full power due to incomplete mental techniques, and may even cause unpredictable harm to the user, completely disappeared at this moment. The golden-haired rat chirped on Yang Mucheng's shoulder. Read the content. Nodded and said,
That's right. It is indeed a mental method that burns the inner energy of the blood.
Wang Renjie on the side could not hide his excitement. It should be noted that in Jiuzhou, this type of kung fu is extremely rare. It is precisely for this reason that they will madly pursue Qing Shuang. Even when the fragments of the kung fu fell into the hands of Yang Mucheng, they did not intend to give up, and instead fought with Qing Shuang. Yang Mucheng chose to cooperate.
Demon Festival.
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. This technique also has a very domineering name. After learning the exercises through the system, Yang Mucheng handed over the content of the exercises to Wang Renjie.
How much do you know about this type of technique?
Wang Renjie took over the technique excitedly. He still couldn't believe that Yang Mucheng returned the technique to him so easily. Hearing the other party's question, he quickly said,
Senior, because burning qi, blood and internal energy is originally the last resort of a warrior. Once it reaches this point, it is basically desperate. It is nothing more than using up all the qi, blood and internal energy that have been cultivated for a lifetime in a short period of time. When you come out, the stronger you are, the better. But the consequences are also irreversible. If this type of technique is strong or weak, it should be judged by the amount of power gained after burning the qi and blood.
Yang Mucheng nodded. This is indeed the case. He also looked for such techniques in the martial arts pavilion of Wandao Sword Sect. But the effects are not good. Among the top Xian-level martial arts, there is a kind of blood-burning magical skill, which can allow the warrior to burst out 3 times more power than usual in times of danger. But that is at the cost of using the explosive golden elixir. But Wang Renjie continued,
This kind of skill can generally explode about twice. It is extremely rare to be able to exceed 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, even skills above the earth level. Like this batch, I am afraid it is only found in Wandao Sword Sect. If it's higher than this, it's especially rare.
Yang Mucheng nodded. After using this demon god sacrifice, it can even explode with more than 10 times the power. One can imagine how valuable this technique is. Moreover, there is no threshold for practicing this kind of technique. The stronger you are, the more terrifying the power you will unleash under the demon god sacrifice. However, after using the demon god sacrifice, there will not be the result of burning out the energy and blood and damaging the golden elixir. Notice, most of the warrior's internal energy is concentrated in the golden elixir within the Qi Si. When using the exercises, the internal energy is drawn from the golden elixir and circulated through specific meridians. And this technique is to gather all the inner energy hidden in the corners of the warrior's body that is not usually used. To put it bluntly, it's like being in a world of ice and snow. A fat person will always last longer than a thin person, because fat people's bodies contain fat, which stores more strength. The demon god sacrifice uses this as a starting point to mobilize all the internal energy stored in the body. Certainly, this type of technique, even if used by warriors of the same level, will have different endings. Just like Wang Renjie, although he is half a step of nascent soul cultivation, he may not be as powerful as Yang Mucheng in using the demon god sacrifice. Because, in this type of technique, the most important thing is the strength of the body. Yang Mucheng's body, after 3 times of dragon blood tempering, is many times stronger than that of warriors at the same level. The power is naturally different.
Senior, let's continue.
Wang Renjie carefully put away the technique.
There is still a part of the tomb that has not been fully explored. If you see anything suitable, you can take it away, as long as you can leave some for our Igui sect.
Yang Mucheng smiled. This
demon god sacrifice
is enough to match all the efforts he put in this trip. As for the follow-up, it was all earned in vain. Even Wang Renjie said so. So naturally it would be in vain if you don't take it. To know, this was originally the tomb of the ancestor of the Igui sect, and the things originally belonged to the Igui sect. Without Yang Mucheng, they would not be able to break the restriction, let alone obtain other beings in the tomb. The golden-haired rat lay on Yang Mucheng's shoulder, looking around with a pair of eyes. It is considered the ancestor of tomb robbing. He has an unimaginable familiarity with the mechanism barrier. It can tell you where there are dangers, and even where hidden doors and barriers are hidden. At first, everyone in the Igui sect thought that the golden-haired rat was just a pet raised by Yang Mucheng. After a while, they realized how wrong they were. At the same time, this golden-haired rat not only has an extremely clear understanding of agency barriers, but his strength is also equally impressive. A secret door from before. Almost as soon as the door opened, 3 or 4 zombies emerged from inside.
The Yin-Go sect's techniques were also mixed with some of the corpse refining techniques of the corpse exorcist sect, so they were able to identify the corpses that rushed out as the White Zombie Night Demon Corpse. Although the White Zombie Night Demon Corpse is not as powerful as the Tiger Demon Vajra Corpse, it is still a very troublesome existence. Just when many disciples of the Yin-Go sect were preparing to meet the enemy, the golden-haired rat jumped directly from Yang Muqing's shoulder, and its body suddenly grew to hundreds of feet. It swallowed the 3 or 4 refined corpses in one mouthful, and the whole body was eaten alive. After chewing it and swallowing it, Wang Renjia's eyes almost bulged out. The golden-haired rat suddenly transformed and quickly returned to Yang Muqing's shoulder, just when Yang Muqing, Wang Renjia and others were exploring the tomb. However, several uninvited guests came to the City of Chaos. These people, they all wore masks, showing their true colors. Even if you take off their masks, you can only see their faces covered with scars. Even if brothers stand in front of these people, they may not be able to recognize their original appearance. The order to kill has appeared? The person who used the 10,000 killing order is an elder of the sword sect? The person being protected is the great uncle of the sword sect? These people's eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard the discussions around them. Senior brother, that guy only has the golden pill grandmaster. Should we take action? One of the tall and thin men asked in a low voice. Back then, Wadao sword sect destroyed our sect, and we couldn't take action against those elder-level figures. But we can take revenge on this great uncle. The leader, a horse-faced man, had a hint of gloom in his eyes. That's right. Isn't it just for us who swallowed our anger and survived to get revenge on the Wadao sword sect? Ha ha. There is a person with a very high status, but his cultivation level is only that of a Jin Dan Grandmaster. Isn't this a good opportunity to take revenge on the Wadao sword sect? Let's go. Let's meet for a while. That great uncle of Wadao sword sect. Chapter 640 Great Harvest. Have to say, there is a lot of inventory in this ancestor's tomb, including martial arts, elixir recipes, and weapons. But the only thing that caught Yang Muqing's eye was the demon god sacrifice. Of course, there are also some good things and some mechanical barriers similar to the 13-star water bead formation. Yang Muqing only had some fighting spirit left. Nowadays, his basic fighting spirit has reached 200 types. The power of the killing intent has once again been pushed to a peak. These 200 basic fighting intentions also allowed Yang Muqing to deduce 2 second-level fighting intentions: violent fighting intention and rapid fighting intention. Certainly, this is not enough. Yu Feishuan possesses more than 1,000 basic fighting intentions and 27 second-level fighting intentions. So far, she has not touched the threshold of the third-level fighting intention. Naturally, Yang Muqing would not rashly touch on the third level of fighting intent, not to mention the 2 newly deduced second-level fighting intentions, which he still needed to understand and comprehend. The violent fighting intent is the second level of fighting intent that I deduced from the flame fighting intent, the dark fire fighting intent, the violet wind fighting intent. When this kind of fighting intent is activated, my combat effectiveness can be extremely high. Improvement: if it can only exert 100% of its combat effectiveness in normal times, it can reach 120% under the violent fighting spirit. This is not a burning method like the demon god sacrifice, which requires consumption of blood and internal energy. It is a second level of violent fighting spirit that can push speed, strength, movement, and reaction to the limit. The 96 basic fighting intentions, such as the fighting intention of the rapid wind, the fighting intention of falling rain, the fighting intention of the flood, and the fighting intention of the lightning, have deduced the rapid fighting intention. This second level of fighting intention can make me as fast as the wind. Electricity: the emergence of these 2 fighting intentions has at least increased my combat effectiveness by about 30%. Yang Muqing was immersed in it and slowly began to think. Yang Muqing was thinking and deducing, while everyone from the Yin-Go sect continued their exploration. The next one is led by the golden-haired rat. It has its own way of breaking the formation, so it is not difficult to break it. Pills, heavenly spirits, and earthly treasures are constantly being obtained by everyone. Yang Muqing no longer paid attention to all this. He was completely immersed in his own feelings. Certainly, everyone in the Yin-Go sect did not forget the golden-haired rat, a great hero, and happily gave it 50% of the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The golden-haired mouse was not polite. When it took out a storage bracelet from its mouth and put the mountain-like treasure of heaven and earth into the bracelet, Wang Renjia's eyes almost bulged out. Naturally, they don't know the origin of the golden-haired rat. And they don't even know that there is a space hidden in the golden-haired rat's mouth that only it can open. And this space is where it places all its treasures. When its cultivation was abolished, it lost almost everything, and only this space was left. I don't know how long it took. Yang Macheng finally came back to his senses. He opened his eyes and found that Wang Renjie, who had turned around in a circle, was back with everyone.
Senior, are you finished practicing?
Wang Renjie asked with a smile. Although half of the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures taken away by the golden-haired rat made him feel a little bit pained. But overall, the Yingdui sect's gain was still very great. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng's help, they might never have been able to explore the entire ancient tomb in their lifetime.
This time, I would like to thank you for your help. Senior, your great kindness will be unforgettable to our Yingdui sect.
Wang Renjie bowed respectfully. The elders and disciples behind him also bowed. Yang Macheng didn't show any pretense and accepted the gift. Huh? When he stood up, Wang Renjie glanced at Yang Mucheng's dragon tail bracelet with a hint of surprise.
Do you recognize this bracelet?
Yang Macheng asked.
I seem to have seen it in the sect's classics. I would like to ask, Senior, where did you get this bracelet?
Wang Renjie said. Yang Macheng made no secret.
To a tin palace.
Wang Renjie pondered for a moment, and then said,
Senior, I have seen this magic weapon in the sect's incomplete books. There seems to be a pair of them, and they are placed in a certain powerful mausoleum. Later, that mausoleum, after being struck by lightning, the restraint failed, and the burial objects in the mausoleum were looted by warriors. If you can find the other bracelet, you may have a great chance.
It turns out there are two bracelets. A pair? Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. There are 5 levels of enchantment in the dragon tail bracelet. The first 3 floors were all cracked by Mo Shangzhenren of Tuatian Palace, and the remaining 2 floors were all cracked by him. Even now. Originally, he planned to wait until he reached the nascent soul realm before trying it again. But now when I heard Wang Renjie say it, I realized that there was something unusual about the dragon tail bracelet.
Really?
Yang Macheng looked at the dragon tail bracelet.
Senior, to thank you for getting the treasure for us. If you are looking for another bracelet, our Yingdui sect will definitely find it for you.
Wang Renjie looked at Yang Mucheng's slightly questioning expression and said quickly,
Don't worry. Our Yingdui sect will definitely find it for you.
The ancestors of the Ghost sect were born as captains of Majin,
and are very good at finding things. If there is no reference object, it will be difficult for us to find things. But you already have a bracelet in your hand, so you want to find another one. It's just a matter of time. What should we do?
Yang Macheng asked.
Please give me the bracelet first.
Wang Renjie said. Yang Macheng did not doubt that he was there. Took off the bracelet and handed it to the other party. But see, Wang Renjie took out a small black gourd from his arms. He muttered something in a low voice. The small gourd, which was only 2 fingers long, exerted a low suction force. Yang Macheng used the Emperor's Qi technique to see a trace of the dragon's tail bracelet. The cloud gas was sucked into the small gourd. After doing all this, Wang Renjie quickly put away the small gourd and returned the dragon tail bracelet to Yang Macheng.
What were you doing before?
Yang Macheng asked doubtfully.
Senior, everything is cloud energy. These dragon tail bracelets were originally a pair, and they were probably made at the same time. It can be said that I am in you. You are in me, and each other is contaminated with each other's cloud energy. I absorbed some cloud energy from your bracelet and used it to find another bracelet.
Wang Renjie explained.
Of course, we also use this method to find some undiscovered tombs. Some gold-touching captains will obtain treasures from a certain tomb and sell them. These treasures are also contaminated with the clouds in the tomb. We can use this method. Find the location of the tomb.
I see. Yang Macheng smiled. In the secular world, touching gold relies on observing feng shui and dividing gold to fix acupuncture points. In the martial arts world, these gold-touching captains have new techniques.
Senior, when I find out the whereabouts of the other bracelet, I will definitely tell you.
Wang Renjie cupped his hands and said,
I have already set up a big banquet in the Yingdui sect, and I want to invite Senior to show his respect.
Yang Macheng said,
No need. I have been in this mausoleum for 7 or 8 days, and tomorrow is the start of the battle on the Spirit Sword ranking. I originally planned to practice in the City of Chaos for a few days, trying to improve my cultivation to the half-step nascent soul realm, but it's not here yet.
Wang Renjie showed a trace of regret on his face. Obviously, He understood that being able to establish a relationship with this great uncle of the sword sect would definitely have a bright future for their Inkui sect in the future. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Maybe Yang Macheng will be able to treat their Inkui sect to refreshments after they get another dragon's tail bracelet. Just when Wang Renjie was about to speak, a sudden change occurred in the tomb. However, he saw a black shadow rushing out of the tomb passage and grabbing Yang Macheng like lightning.